Despite being the legendary top student in all subjects at Nanjiang First High for 3 years, he was declared a Drank observer on the Awakening platform. Harsh light pierced his eyes as the Awakening platform felt cold as ice. The amplifier delivered emotionless announcements with precise rhythm and rigid words. Number 0731, Su Xing Talent Assessment, Drank. Profession, Observer. The mechanical voice echoed repeatedly like nails being hammered into the plaza's silence. After a brief stillness, chaos erupted. Laughter, jeers, and chatter crashed against the platform like a tidal wave, overwhelming and laden with naked malice and contempt. Someone sneered dismissively, "Observer? That useless decoration that can only see beast health bars and descriptions." Others shook their heads in disappointment. "I thought he'd at least awaken as in a rank combat class." Venomous voices cut through. "By the time he identifies the monster type, his head will already be bitten off." 3 years of legend reduced to 2 words, utterly useless. Mockery spread like wildfire as public opinion instantly reversed. In the crowd, a tall, broad-shouldered young man's expression changed dramatically, first disbelief, then naked disdain. Li Wei, who had once shared a dorm room with Su Xing, split instant noodles with him, and supported each other through cold nights after lights out. Now he straightened up, his voice cutting through the noise with crystal clarity. "Xingzi." "No, Su Xing. Forget it. Once we leave the sanctuary, we're not walking the same path anymore. Take care of yourself." He composed his expression, as if folding away their last shred of friendship. Beside him stood Lin Qingya, tall and graceful with sharp features. She had once been the shadow fighting alongside Su Xing in his mind during countless nights of grueling practice, but now she was cold as frost beyond the city walls. She didn't spare Su Xing a glance, merely raising her handkerchief to wipe the warmth from her palms with disgust, so precise it was surgical. "Li Wei, let's go. There's nothing to say to a Drank. Don't waste our time." Her words were crisp and cutting, colder than curses, more distant than miles. Amid the jeering, someone shot up from the VIP section. A middle-aged man in an immaculate suit with slicked-back hair turned ashen, his voice harsh as he turned on the female teacher beside him. Director Zhang didn't even glance at Su Xing on the platform, instead unleashing his fury on homeroom teacher Yun Shan, a woman of elegant bearing and proper dress, now standing helplessly in place. Director Zhang's voice was ice-cold. "Yun Shang, this is your so-called once-in-a-century genius? A punching bag observer? Worthless. A fame-seeking fraud. Do you know how many resources the school invested in him? All down the drain." Yun Shang's face went white instantly, her lips trembling as she tried to explain. "Director Zhang, Su Xing has always worked hard. Perhaps the Awakening platform, but the rebuke came before she could finish. Shut up. No excuses. From today forward, all of Nanjiang First High's special treatment for him is revoked. I don't want to see that name again." His words were sharp and final as he turned and left with decisive steps. Yun Shang stood frozen under countless stares, holding back the moisture welling in her eyes, motionless. Su Xing saw it all clearly. He saw Director Zhang's uncontrolled muscle twitches at the corners of his mouth during his outburst, saw the layer of moisture in Yun Shang's eyes as she restrained her emotions, saw Li Wei's relief the moment he turned away, and saw the clear boundary drawn at Lin Qingya's brow. Even the air seemed to remind him the world could turn its back and abandon anyone at any moment. His ears rang as the outside world seemed muted, all the commotion receding like a tide. The so-called genius halo was crushed instantly under those 2 words, Drank. He recalled this world's transformation. A century ago, alien beasts invaded, forcing humanity to retreat into massive cities called sanctuaries, where survival became the underlying theme. Only because power was the passport and talent the currency. Who would have thought the labels of top student and genius were as light as paper, even laughable. Manipulated, labeled, despised, loathed it all. He cursed silently. Screw being a genius. Screw their expectations. Screw Drank. His chest heaved with burning breath. He didn't respond to any mockery or look at any faces. Instead, he did something no one could understand, activated his professional talent again. Observer. But this time, his target wasn't people or beasts, but the cold, ancient Awakening platform beneath his feet. The world seemed struck by a heavy blow, mirror-like surfaces shattering, fragments reflecting chaotic light and shadow. Images flooded in, sounds rushed forth, auras overlapped like a dam bursting, instantly drowning his consciousness. He saw primordial chaos, the first roar that tore through silence. He saw gods striding from stellar seas, scattering radiance that gave birth to countless beings. He saw the endless prehistoric era, gods and demons battling, divine essence shattering like meteors trailing across the river of time. Each scene wasn't fantasy, but fragments of space-time accumulated over eons by this Awakening platform, flickering like buoys in deep currents. The true meaning of observer suddenly revealed its edge, not reading health bars or descriptions, but observing the forms of all things, seeking the pulse of origins, tracing the marks of history, capturing fleeting miracles. But this ability came with excruciating pain. His spirit felt roughly twisted, consciousness spinning in a storm, ready to tear apart at any moment. He still held on, refusing to let go, relying only on stubborn determination. He groped through the sea of fragments, climbed through broken chapters, and finally, in the depths of a prehistoric remnant about to crumble, caught several threads as fine as gossamer golden, delicate, bearing collapsing light. These were the last traces of divinity scattered when some indescribable ancient god fell. Even these remnants were fading away. This was it. Su Xing almost instinctively gathered all his mental power into a hand and lunged desperately at those threads of divinity. He roared in his mind, "Give it to me. Come here." The next moment, reality lost control. The slumbering, awakening platform trembled without warning, like awakening from an ancient tomb. Ancient runes on the platform ignited one by one like a reviving pulse, light leaping from the patterns, converging into a dazzling tide. Beyond's first golden pillar of light tore through the sky, breaking through the venue's dome, pointing straight to the night sky, illuminating all of Nanjiang's sanctuary in an instant. Before gasps could spread, Bund's second pillar rose, standing parallel to the first like twin blades. A third thunderous roar descended as golden radiance pierced the darkness once more, 3 pillars standing together, piercing the 9 heavens. These were the 3 markers representing humanity's highest professional rating SSS. Like 3 heaven-opening divine swords, their pressure descended from the firmament, making the crowd's knees buckle and even the straightest backs bend. Sound ceased abruptly as the venue was swallowed by deathly silence. At the center of the light, the young man who had been deemed worthless slowly pushed himself up from the ground. His face was pale as paper, clothes soaked through, sweat dripping from his temples along his jawline. Yet his gaze was calm and resolute, those dark pupils reflecting 3 sacred rays of brilliance. A completely new talent panel slowly materialized in his consciousness. Holy crap! Look at that! What the hell is that thing? Light. Golden pillars of light. 1, 2, 3 beams. Dear God, my eyes. 3 beams. 3 SS-grade evaluation pillars. Since the establishment of Nanjiang Sanctuary, even a single grade appearance would be cause for celebration. Yet now 3 SS-grade beams have descended simultaneously. The electronic voice from the loudspeaker cut off abruptly, leaving only crackling static. The previous tsunami of mocking laughter was instantly crushed to dust by those 3 pillars of holy light piercing heaven and earth. Those who had been spitting venom moments before now stood frozen, their faces rigid, mouths agape wide enough to fit whole eggs, throats producing only the wheeze of broken bellows. The overwhelming pressure radiating from the light pillars felt like an invisible giant hand gripping everyone's throat, pinning them in place. Several weak-willed students collapsed as their legs gave out, the stench of urine and feces spreading through the cracks between the floor tiles beneath their feet. At the center of the light pillars, Su Xing slowly straightened his back. He had no time to notice the crowd's pathetic statue this moment. His consciousness was wandering through an entirely new universe. 3 magnificent concepts beyond description were taking shape in his spiritual world. To the left was pure nothingness. Not darkness, nor void, but a realm where even existence itself had been erased. With a single thought, he could drag all material reality into it, reducing everything to oblivion. Voidwalker. This wasn't a profession, this was divine authority. To the right floated 2 sinister eyeballs, like black holes yet reflecting the birth and death of countless runes. When his consciousness connected with them, all laws, formations, and supernatural abilities composed of energy appeared to him like children's scribbles, full of flaws that he could shatter with a glance. Law-breaking twin eyes. The natural disaster of spellcasters, the terminator of all laws. At the center lay a boundless shadow realm. Countless twisted creatures roared and crawled across the dim landscape, awaiting orders from their sole sovereign. He felt he could open a gateway to reality at any moment, unleashing this undead legion from imaginary space. Shadow Lord. One man, an entire nation. Tremendous power flooded into his nearly depleted spirit like sweet rain on parched earth. His cells sang, his soul rejoiced. Unprecedented strength surged from the depths. This was true power. In the crowd, Li Wei's face turned deathly pale as he stared at the figure on stage whom he had just scorned, his Adam's apple bobbing frantically, though no words came. Regret couldn't begin to describe his current state of mind. Jealousy, fear, and even a trace of suppressed malice churned together. Why him? Why did it have to be him? He would rather Su Xing remain a grade waste forever than accept his current godlike bearing. Wanted to see genius fall, not witness divine ascension. Beside him, Lin Qingyao trembled slightly. Her beautiful face, usually adorned with cold superiority, was now completely drained of color. Her knuckles turned white as she gripped her handkerchief with such force it seemed she might tear the fine silk to shreds. She finally turned her gaze towards Su Xing, but gone were the condescension and disdain from her eyes, replaced only by deep shock and a trace of humble regret. that even she refused to acknowledge. Xingya. Li Wei's voice cracked with desperation, hoarse as if scraped raw by sandpaper. Lin Xingya remained silent, biting her lower lip until she tasted the metallic sweetness of blood. On the other side, teacher Yunshang could no longer maintain her dignified composure. Gripping the railing, her chest heaved violently, her fitted dress outlining breathtaking curves. Scalding tears streamed down her delicate cheeks, not from sorrow, but from overwhelming joy. She gazed at Su Xing on the stage, this young man whom everyone had abandoned, yet who had torn through the heavens in his darkest hour, her eyes blazing with fierce light. Excellent. Magnificent. Su Xing, my student. She paid no heed to the stunned dignitaries around her, nor to Director Zhang's stormy expression as he stormed out. In this moment, she wanted nothing more than to cheer for her student. Just as her triumphant cry rang out, the recently calmed Nanjiang sanctuary was suddenly swept by an invisible wave. Beyond the sanctuary, deep in the wilderness, several SS-class aberrant beasts feasting on massive carcasses froze simultaneously. Their crimson eyes turned toward Nanjiang as low, suppressed growls rumbled from their throats. Thousands of miles away, in the Supreme Command Center of the capital military headquarters, piercing alarms suddenly blared. Report. World Tree Energy Monitoring System overloaded. Coordinates Nanjiang Sanctuary. Unidentifiable energy source detected. What? A general with stars on his shoulders slammed his hand on the table, lightning flashing in his weathered eyes. Connect to Nanjiang Military District immediately. Find that energy source at any cost. If it's an awakener, grant them the highest clearance class. No SS class. His voice was low but thunderous. Tell them that the most powerful guardian in China's history may have just awakened. At the eye of this storm, Su Xing felt no euphoria over his divine tier talents. His brow furrowed beyond the three blazing halos, hidden in the shadows of those three towering talents. He caught sight of a speck of light no bigger than dust. That point of light, smaller than a grain of sand and dimmer than starlight, floated quietly. Without pushing his observer ability to its absolute limit, he never would have noticed it. This is a fourth talent. Su Xing's heart pounded as he instinctively directed his observer's perception toward that unremarkable speck. Buzz. No interface appeared, no description. The next moment, he felt as if a supernova had collided with him hidden, his consciousness dragged into indescribable chaos. There was no time, no space, no lossingly endless, reality-shredding forces writhing, colliding, and annihilating each other. A single wisp of that energy was billions of times more terrifying than his three SS-class talents combined. Blood erupted from his mouth as stars exploded across his vision, his soul seemingly torn apart by that chaotic realm. Agony and vertigo crashed over him like a tide. His knees buckled, and he collapsed straight back onto the cold awakening platform. Before his consciousness plunged into complete darkness, only one thing remained in his mind, that wild, chaotic realm that seemed to contain infinite possibilities. A gentle, tender touch accompanied by the fragrance of orchids pulled Su Xing back from the chaotic, tearing sensation. He struggled to lift his eyelids, and the blurry world came into focus in an instant. The first thing he locked onto was teacher Yunshang's haggard, yet radiant face. She crouched beside him, her slender palms steadily supporting his shoulder. Her well-tailored dark gray suit stretched into alarming curves with her movements, her chest rising and falling with rapid breathing. Su Xing, are you all right? Don't scare me. Yunshang's voice trembled slightly, dried tear tracks at the corners of her eyes mingling with fresh moisture, her entire being radiating worry. Su Xing shook his head, his throat parched as if it might burst into flames. He braced himself against the cold metal platform and staggered to his feet. The three sacred pillars of light that had pierced heaven and earth had vanished, and the once godlike presences in his consciousness, the Voidwalker, Spellbreaking eyes, and Shadow Lord, had shattered like mirages. In their place was a strange and lonely talent panel. Talent, Seed of Slumber. Rating D. Description, a seed of unknown origin that seems to be in deep sleep, utterly useless. After a brief silence, explosive laughter erupted across the field, 10 times more intense than before. Ha 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 ha, I'm going to die laughing. After all that fuss, turns out the awakening platform malfunctioned. Double drank? A drank observer plus a drank seed of slumber? Trash among trash, a miracle in the history of talents. Sharp malice pierced like poison needles, mercilessly targeting the two on the platform. Li Wei slapped his thigh dramatically, laughing until he couldn't breathe, tears streaming down his face. He took a deep breath and hurried over to Lin Xingya, his voice filled with relief and naked contempt. Xingya, I told you so. How could a loser possibly awaken an SS rank talent? The awakening platform's energy core must have malfunctioned. Nearly gave me a heart attack. Lin Xingya, who had been bent over with shame from the mockery, straightened up and lifted her chin arrogantly. A cruel satisfaction appeared on her cold, beautiful face as she looked toward Su Xing being supported by Yunshang on the platform, her gaze like someone examining trampled mud. Li Wei, let's go. Don't mention that name again, it disgusts me. She pulled out a fresh handkerchief from her purse and methodically wiped her fingertips, as if she had been contaminated by something unclean. Yun Shang's face turned deathly pale, her lips trembling. She wanted to scold those students, but was instantly drowned out by the overwhelming wave of mockery. She simply leaned forward slightly, shielding Su Xing with her body like a mother bird protecting her chick, though it seemed pitifully inadequate. Su Xing, don't listen to them. Talent isn't everything, I believe in you, she whispered comfortingly. Even she could hear the hoarseness in her own voice. Just as the commotion reached its peak, urgent and heavy footsteps approached from the distance. Several military personnel in black combat uniforms with sword and eagle emblems on their chests surrounded a middle-aged man bearing 2 golden stars on his shoulders as they strode into the square. The man appeared to be around 50, his face carved as if by blade and axe, his hawk-like sharp gaze sweeping across the scene. The iron-blooded aura of a battle-hardened veteran instantly suppressed the uproar. General Lei. Someone recognized him and cried out in shock. Lei Zhinshan, Supreme Commander of the Nanjiang Sanctuary Military. Clad in his regulation dark gray battle robe, Lei Zhinshan strode forward without pause, his boots striking the stone pavement with sharp, urgent echoes that reverberated through the crowd. He passed one stunned face after another, ascending the platform directly, his blazing gaze locked firmly on Su Xing. Before coming here, he had already seen the 3 SS-grade light pillars piercing the heavens in the preliminary battle report, and his chest still pounded violently with burning hope for humanity's future. Child, let me see your talent. His deep, authoritative voice silenced the entire venue, as if even the air had frozen solid. Su Xing remained silent, offering no response, merely raising his hand to share his talent panel on the light screen. The next second, Lei Zhinshan's expression froze. Observer grade. Seed of slumbered grade. The plaza fell deathly quiet. Everyone held their breath, watching the general's reaction. 1 second. 2 seconds. Ha ha. Lei Zhinshan laughed softly, but there was no joy in it. Laughter was like sharp ice scraping against stone. He raised his head, and the hope in his eyes instantly transformed into furious, pitying coldness. Trash. His thunderous roar made everyone's ears ring. Fool. Idiot. He pointed at Su Xing's nose, trembling all over, spittle flying. The awakening platform recorded everything. 3 choices. Those were 3 royal roads to godhood. Voidwalker, Lawbreaking Twin Eyes, Shadow Lord. Any one of them would have been enough to make China stand at the pinnacle of the world. You actually abandoned them all and chose grade garbage. He stepped forward another half step, his voice nearly grinding to pieces. Are you mocking us? Mocking those heroes who defended the sanctuary and died fighting beyond the walls? Answer me. These words exploded like a bombshell through the crowd. So the awakening platform wasn't malfunctioning? He personally gave up 3 SS grades? My God, is he insane? I'm going crazy. Rage, fury, and murderous intent swept across the plaza. Teacher Yun Shang turned pale as a sheet, staring blankly between Su Xing and Lei Zhinshan, unable to utter even a word of comfort. Lei Zhinshan took a deep breath, suppressing his rolling fury, his gaze turning to deathly frost. He turned to face the entire crowd, using his authority as general to deliver an ice-cold verdict. By my command, from this moment forth, Nanjiang First High School student Su Xing, for his incomprehensibly foolish choice that wasted humanity's most precious miracle, his actions equivalent to betraying his own speciasis, permanently stripped of qualification to enter any higher institution, military department, or official organization. All resource allocations are permanently blocked. I never want to see this foolish name in any official document again. He is the shame of Nanjiang's sanctuary. As his words fell, he strode away without looking back, leaving behind a resolute and cold silhouette. The world suddenly stood still. Mockery, contempt, anger, and pity wove together into an invisible net, layer upon layer enveloping Su Xing. Yet Su Xing remained unusually calm. He paid no heed to teacher Yun Shang's trembling outstretched hand, nor did he glance at Li Wei and Lin Qingya's gloating smiles. His consciousness still lingered in that earlier violent chaos where there was far more than just grade talents. Voidwalker, Lawbreaking Twin Eyes, Shadow Lord. Those 3 SS-grade light pillars were merely 3 waves splashing on the surface of a chaotic sea, while what he had grasped was the entire ocean, an ocean that was simply still slumbering. He slowly raised his head, his dark eyes calm as ancient wells, looking past everyone's gazes toward the black archway at the plaza's end that led to the novice trial grounds, the primordial forest. Under gazes filled with mockery, pity, or fury, Su Xing pushed away Yun Shang's support and walked down from the platform step by step. He looked at no one, heading straight toward that forest. The moment Su Xing stepped through the portal, the scene before him was brutally twisted, torn apart, and reassembled by an invisible hand. The bizarre colors were rapidly drained away, leaving him in a world filled only with damp air and the mingled sense of earth and decay. Towering ancient trees intertwined tightly overhead, nearly blocking out the entire sky, allowing only scattered points of light to filter through the gaps between branches, carving the shadowy forest floor into cold, hard patches of darkness. Behind him, the pitch-black archway still swayed in midair, contracting rapidly like a deflating membrane, yet it couldn't block the mocking laughter that came rushing from beyond. Look, that double-drank loser actually went in. Does he think the trial ground is a park? He couldn't even dodge fresh boar dung. Haha, I bet 5 copper coins he won't last 10 minutes. The voices were sharp, like flies drilling into his eardrums. But Su Xing didn't even turn his head, as if separated by an invisible wall that completely isolated him from the mockery. He was more concerned with adapting to the forest's lighting. In a flash, he pressed himself against an old tree, letting the shadows completely swallow his form. The rough bark pressed painfully against his fingertips, the cold sensation finally freeing him from the lingering noise and jealousy of the plaza. He took a deep breath of the damp, cold air and opened his attribute panel. Su Xing. Class. Observer. Rank. Level 1. Constitution. 10. Strength. 10. Agility. 10. Spirit. 10. Health. 200. Mana. 100. Attack. 40. Defense. 40. Starting skills. Weakness analysis. Energy scan. Energy siphon. Hidden passive class. Seed of slumber. Rank 0. The panel was almost pitifully simple, yet Su Xing's gaze lingered on the 4 basic attributes for a moment, feeling somewhat reassured. Having dual rank classes meant attribute stacking. A single class started with 5 points, but stacking brought it to 10 points, equivalent to a standard crank starting point. Though the growth coefficient was only 0.5x, he had 2 0.5x multipliers, which was an advantage through an alternative path. The starting line wasn't as hopeless as everyone thought. Next, he opened each skill description. Weakness analysis handled perception. Energy scan was for enemy detection, both core abilities of the observer class. Energy siphon was passive with no description, showing only a 0 progress bar on the panel, corresponding to seed of slumber. Absorbing energy might be what made that seed grow. The thought sprouted in his mind as he looked around, his gaze sharpening. Su Xing gripped his rusty novice iron sword tightly. Novice iron sword. Black iron grade. Attribute. Strength 10. Description. A blacksmith's half-hearted work, better than nothing. The moment he equipped it, his attributes updated. Strength. 1020. Attack. 4080. 1 point of strength equals 4 points of attack. He quickly reached this conclusion, finding comfort in the numerical certainty. Without further delay, Su Xing adjusted his breathing, his footsteps light as a forest phantom, silently gliding deeper into the dense woods. He hadn't gone far when heavy panting sounds and the noise of something rooting through the dirt reached his ears. A massive wild boar with level 1 black iron rank appeared in his field of vision, its robust body covered in filthy black bristles and sporting menacing tusks. This is the one. Su Xing's gaze instantly sharpened as he silently activated his ability. Weakness analysis. In an instant, the world before him seemed drained of all color, transforming into a grayscale space composed of countless data streams. The wild boar, which had been busy feeding with its head down, suddenly displayed several red highlighted zones of varying intensity across its body. Spine high defense, non-fatal. Lower abdomen weakness, can inflict moderate damage. Rear end critical weakness. When this creature charges, its anal sphincter relaxes briefly for 3.14 seconds due to extreme muscle tension, reducing defense by 90 during this moment. Staring at the line of data streaming with blinding red light, Su Xing's mouth twitched involuntarily. A crazy, efficient, and rather unsavory plan instantly formed in his mind. Without hesitation, he deliberately stepped on a dry branch beneath his feet. Crack! The crisp sound was particularly jarring in the silent forest. Roar! The tusked boar suddenly raised its head, its small eyes squeezed nearly shut by fat instantly locking onto Su Xing, a flash of violent red light flickering through them. It pawed the ground, and with a fierce bellow, charged forward like an out-of-control pickup truck. Now's the time. Instead of retreating, Su Xing rushed forward to meet the foul-smelling charge. When they were barely 3 meters apart, with the boar's curved tusks almost touching his body, his form suddenly dropped low. A textbook-perfect sliding tackle that could be featured in any sports manual, yet appearing in the most inappropriate situation, shot forward along the ground. Time seemed to slow to a crawl at that moment. Su Xing could even clearly see the boar's face twisted with rage and the white vapor streaming from its nostrils. His broken iron sword, moving from bottom to top, traced a cold arc through the air, precisely and smoothly taking advantage of that fleeting moment of relaxation to penetrate the spot marked by the data as the critical weakness. Squelch! A dull, teeth-grinding sound of blade meeting flesh rang out. Above the boar's head, a crimson critical damage number shot skyward. 500. Its charging momentum came to an abrupt halt, its massive body freezing in place before letting out a more piercing, heaven-splitting wail than ever before, then crashing to the ground. Its limbs twitched twice before falling completely still. Defeated Tusked Wild Boar LV.1, gained 100 experience points. Obtained, Boarhide X1, Tusks X2, Copper Coins X5. A small pile of loot materialized beside the boar's corpse. Simultaneously, a gentle golden light emanated from Su Xing's body, quickly merging into his limbs and bones. It felt warm and comfortable. Level increased to 2. Su Xing exhaled deeply, stood up from the ground, and without even glancing at the loot, immediately opened his attribute panel. Constitution, 13, Strength, 22, Agility, 12, Spirit, 13. Though his attributes had increased, Su Xing quickly calculated in his mind. Gaining 10 attribute points per level, factored by his talent coefficient of 1, plus professional bonuses, it was exactly as expected. But this growth rate, compared to the terrifying 10x multiplier of SS strength talents, or even the 3x multiplier of strength, fell far short. The higher the level, the wider this gap would become, eventually forming an insurmountable chasm. A sense of urgency welled up within him. However, just as he was about to close the panel, his pupils suddenly contracted, his gaze fixed intently on the very bottom of the attribute display. Below those familiar rows of data, there appeared a new line and attribute he had never heard of nor seen in any textbook. Free attribute points, 1. Free attribute points. Su Xing's heart skipped an entire beat. This kind of thing should only appear when completing major world quests or at the moment of successful class advancement. Yet he had just killed the most ordinary small monster in the lowest level trial dungeon. A shocking realization struck like lightning through the chaos of his mind. His golden finger might not just be the observer and seed of slumber classes themselves, but the exclusive talent that came with them. Killing monsters grants free attribute points. He instantly understood what this meant. Others gained 30 or even 100 attribute points per level up with high growth coefficients. His measly 10 points per level seemed pathetic, but as long as he killed one monster, he could earn an extra point. Kill 20, and he'd match rank. Kill 90, and he'd stand shoulder to shoulder with SS rank. The more he killed, the more limitless his attribute growth became. SS rank? That was merely a starting point. Wild joy erupted like a volcano, nearly breaking through his rational defenses. He took a deep breath, suppressed the laughter threatening to escape, and without hesitation allocated that one free attribute point to agility. Agility, 12, 13. A subtle yet distinct sense of lightness instantly flooded his limbs, his legs seeming infused with spring-like elasticity. The speed increase immediately improved the margin of error for his sliding tackle tactics. Time was pressing and monsters were plentiful for the first time. His usually calm eyes ignited with a hunger for slaughter. Just as he prepared to seek his next target, his steps suddenly halted. The cold corpse of the tusked boar was emanating an extremely faint warm current that slowly seeped into his body through the broken iron sword still gripped in his hand. This sensation. He immediately pulled up his attribute panel, his gaze sliding past other data before locking onto the gray text at the bottom. Hidden class seed of slumber drank 0.1. 0 had become 0.1. So that's how it works. Energy siphon was a passive skill that automatically extracted the residual energy cores of creatures he killed. Killing monsters not only provided experience and free attribute points, but also charged the seed of slumber, allowing this mysterious class to continuously evolve 3 benefits from one action. This was his true foundation. Joy nearly burst the dam, but he forcibly steadied his breathing and stuffed the boar hide, tusks, and those few pitiful copper coins on the ground into his backpack. Then he activated Energy Scan. Buzz. His vision seemed to have a veil lifted from it as a perception field with a 50-meter radius silently spread out with him at the center. Trees transformed into pale green light dots, while living beings condensed into energy clusters of varying sizes. Left front, 7 o'clock direct Iona cluster of light remarkably similar to the previous boar. An isolated wild boar. His brain had become like the most precise biological radar, instantly locking onto his next target. Su Xing's figure transformed into a ghostly shadow weaving through the forest's darkness. He was no longer the novice who had first stepped into the dense woods, but had become an efficient, ruthless harvesting machine. His combat routine was compressed to textbook precision. Energy scans locked onto targets with pinpoint accuracy, avoiding any tusked boars traveling in pairs of 2 or more, targeting only the isolated ones. Lure, predict, slide tackle, critical strike, sheath sword, loot. The entire sequence flowed like water, never taking more than 10 seconds from start to finish. At the forest's edge, the sharp, pitiful squeals of tusked boars echoed one after another, while the system's cold notifications rang in his ears like the most beautiful symphony. Tusked boar defeated. Experience 200, free attribute points 1, seed of slumber progress 0.2. Tusked boar defeated. Experience 400, free attribute points 1, seed of slumber progress 0.4. Level up to 3. Level up to 4. After a full hour, when another tusked boar let out its final, unwilling death cry and collapsed, Su Xing had reached level 5. His inventory was bursting with boar hide and tusks that had long exceeded the 99-item limit, along with dozens of black iron-grade swords, leather armor, and boots that had dropped. The seed of slumber's progress had steadily climbed to 25, just 75 more, and he would witness the seed's transformation. Slaying 100 boars in an hour, this efficiency would be considered terrifying even among SS-rank professionals. If not for the time wasted searching for boars, he could have been even faster. As for those precious 100 free attribute points, he poured them all into agility without hesitation. Agility, 19,119. In an instant, his movements nearly left afterimages. At that very moment, light flashed at the initial forest teleportation entrance as the first wave of well-prepared freshman teams strode confidently onto this land. Haha, make way, make way. The Galewind squad is here. Everyone ready? Today you'll witness the power of my rank profession child of wind. I heard the boars here travel in packs. Perfect for our captain to practice on. Their pristine equipment gleamed alongside confident smiles as they painted mental pictures of wholesale slaughter and skyrocketing levels. However, the moment they actually entered the forest, everyone froze in shock. The imagined scene of boars running around grunting was nowhere to be found. Instead, there was only deathly silence and boar corpses carpeting the ground. Each carcass bore strikingly similar wounds. Their rear ends were mangled masses of flesh and blood, internal organs churned into pulp by sharp weapons, a gruesome sight to behold. What the hell? What's going on? Where are the monsters? A team member rubbed his eyes, doubting what he saw. Who did this? Who the hell was so inconsiderate to clear out all the monsters in a newbie dungeon? The hot-tempered rank professional leading the team stared at the empty forest and cursed furiously. This bastard just screwed over everyone's opportunities. Unwilling to give up, they mustered their courage and ventured several hundred meters deeper. The next second, a level 4 berserk boar with bulging muscles blocked their path. Roar! Bloodshot beast eyes locked onto their targets, and without a word, it charged. Run? Why is this boar's level so high? It's gone mad. Screams merged into one continuous wail. This well-equipped team of prodigies didn't even have time to cast a single decent skill before being sent flying, instantly transformed into beams of white light and teleported out of the dungeon. The most precious pioneering time of the newbie period had been shamefully and frustratingly wasted. Meanwhile, outside the primordial forest, a massive holographic screen hung, suspended in midair, clearly projecting the status of every new student. The supervising teacher stared at the display, his brow furrowing deeper by the moment the red dots representing monsters in the outer perimeter had been extinguished in large swaths within mere minutes. Strange, why would the energy signals in the outer area suddenly drop off like this? Could a high-level monster have broken out? His murmur was swallowed by the tense atmosphere around him. The principal and senior faculty stood before the light screen, their expressions growing heavy as they watched beams of light flare bright, then suddenly dim, each representing a student being forcibly teleported out of the trial. Everyone could see that this initial trial had completely deviated from the planned scenario. In the crowd, Yunshang pressed her full lips together, barely glancing at the names of the eliminated prodigies. Her gaze was locked onto a light that positioned at the boundary between the outer and middle layers, yet still moving steadily. Su Xing. Without deliberate attention, the changes in this would have been lost in the vast stream of information. She clearly saw every red dot representing monsters in the outer perimeter being devoured by that light dot, one after another. Immediately after, Su Xing's level skyrocketed in the record column: level 1, level 2, level 5. The speed was so fast that even the A and strength seed candidates were left far behind. Yunshang's knuckles turned white as her fists unconsciously clenched. Worry churned in her eyes, but deeper still lay a trace of anticipation and pride that even she hadn't noticed this forest's anomaly must be connected to him. At this moment, the outer perimeter of the primordial forest reeked with blood so thick it seemed impossible to dissolve. The ground was dark red, grass blades stuck together with viscous bloodstains. When wind swept through the treetops, it no longer brought rustling sounds, but a nauseating sweet stench. Su Xing stopped in his tracks, not from exhaustion, but from instinctive warning. The surroundings were unnaturally quiet. Even the most common insect chirps and bird calls had vanished, as if the entire forest was holding its breath. He had just allocated a free attribute point to agility 119120. Now, with just a thought, his body could instantly complete reactions far beyond ordinary humans. This ultimate control also sharpened his environmental perception like a freshly honed blade. Something was wrong. He crouched, pressing his palm against the damp soil as an energy radar map with a 50-meter radius unfolded in his mind. Unlike the usual screen full of jumping red dots, now there were only the faint green glows from a few trees, with no other life signals. Even if I cleared out all the fang boars in the outer perimeter, It shouldn't cause even squirrels and birds to disappear completely. He reasoned they hadn't vanished, they had fled. The next instant, his fingertips detected subtle vibrations. Once, then again, as if a slumbering giant was slowly stirring. Following this came a massive pressure spreading from the middle layer toward the outer perimeter, making one's chest feel oppressed. Su Xing's pupils contracted sharply. At the edge of his perception range, deep underground, a massive energy source that had been dormant was now igniting, raging like a volcano filled with molten lava. The intensity was 100 times stronger than any fang boar he had previously slain. A boss. Facing the approaching terrifying aura, Su Xing felt no fear. Instead, a burning heat rose in his heart. He swiftly concealed all his aura and, like a falling leaf, silently climbed up a towering tree dozens of meters high, hiding within the dense canopy as he gazed toward the direction of the energy burst. The drooping branches blocked the moonlight, yet his eyes remained sharp, firmly locked onto the movements in the forest. Not far away, a 5-person squad trampled through fallen leaves and broken twigs, their footsteps chaotic and accompanied by curses. Damn it! Are all the wild boars in this forest extinct? We've been walking for almost half an hour and haven't seen a single pig hair. The burly leader angrily kicked away a dead branch. The assassin at the back flipped through a map in his hands. Don't rush. According to the family's map, once we pass through this outer area, there will be higher-level silver wolves in the middle layer. Those are our real targets. But we can't level up right now. When we encounter silver wolves later, we'll be under a lot of pressure. Another person muttered quietly. What are you afraid of? You didn't awaken some trash-drank profession like that, waste Su Xing. Even at level 1, you could pin him down and crush him. The burly man lifted his chin and patted the armor on his body. Plus, with our family equipment, are you really scared of silver wolves? They were well equipped, each wearing at least 2 pieces of black iron-grade gear, while the leading youth had a massive shield with bronze luster hanging on his chest. Under the moonlight, the bronze patterns writhed like serpents. It's actually a bronze-grade weapon. The archer at the back of the group whispered in admiration. The shield-bearing youth Wang Tao paused his steps and turned back, shouting, "Everyone stay alert. Don't let those pathetic freshmen scream scare you." Wang Tao, one of this year's rank talent holders at Nanjiang Sanctuary, was a paladin by profession. As distant screams of freshmen being eliminated by rampaging wild boars reached them, a cold smile appeared on his lips. A bunch of trash who can't even handle black iron-grade wild boars think they deserve to compete with us for the final reward? Exactly. When Brother Wang makes his move, what elite monster won't kneel? Once we kill the silver wolf and get the equipment drops, we'll be the undisputed champions. The flattery made Wang Tao lift his chin even higher, but no one noticed they were stepping deeper into a domain of death. Roar. An earth-shattering roar tore through the forest like a mountain grinding across the earth. The sound waves crushed forward, instantly freezing the air. Wang Tao's squad turned pale, their organs feeling twisted, ears ringing, unable even to stand properly. "Well, what is that?" Someone in the team stammered with a trembling voice. Wang Tao gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his arms as he struggled to steady his massive shield. "Don't panic. Everyone hold your ground. Follow the classroom drills and prepare for battle." Before he finished speaking, boom, boom, boom. Heavy footsteps like giant drums approached from afar, the ground shaking rhythmically as fallen leaves and dust scattered. Trees thick enough to require several people to embrace were snapped by the creature's twisting collision, wood chips flying as forests toppled in succession. The final wall of trees collapsed, and a colossal beast 3 to 4 times the size of an ordinary wild boar emerged in fury. Its entire body was covered in fur that gleamed with cold, metallic silver light. Its tusks were as thick as knights' lances, with barbs and spikes radiating deadly coldness. Those eyes held no trace of life, only 2 masses of violent, burning crimson flames. Tuskboar King LV.5 Silvergrade Boss. HP, 10,200. Attack, 880. Defense, 880. Skills. 1. Savage Charge. After a low growl, launches a devastating linear charge, dealing 200 attack damage to all enemies in its path, with high probability of knockback and stun. 2. Frenzied Bite. After biting a target, deals 220 damage per second until the target breaks free or the boar takes significant damage. 3. Boar King's Blood Rage passive triggers when HP drops below 10, entering complete frenzy. 30 attack, 20 speed, 40 defense. Attacks inflict bleeding effect, dealing 50 damage per second for 5 seconds. 4. Silver Light Iron Hide passive Silver Hide tempered by Earth Vein energy, providing extremely high physical defense and 30 damage reduction. Description: the true ruler of the outer initial dense forest, king of the tusked boar clan, usually slumbers underground, absorbing Earth Vein energy. The death and blood scent of its kind has awakened it, and it will tear apart all invading creatures with endless fury. The support class girl behind Wang Tao saw this chilling boss information and gasped, her pupils contracting sharply. Just seeing the boss data was enough to make her legs give out as she collapsed to the ground. A silver tier boss. Run. This has to be a joke. Another team member's voice cracked with terror, nearly breaking into sobs. 880 defense with 30 damage reduction. How are we supposed to fight this? We can't even break through its defense. And it has over 10,000 HP. Even if it just stood there and let us hack away, it wouldn't lose a single point of health. Despair crashed over the entire team like a tsunami. The premium equipment they had counted on just minutes ago now seemed as fragile as tissue paper before this monster. Wang Tao, the rank paladin, had lost all his arrogance, his face showing only shock and disbelief. But he couldn't retrieve was a rank, one of the chosen few, and he couldn't show even a hint of cowardice before a newbie dungeon boss. Everyone shut up, Wang Tao roared, forcing down the fear in his heart, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and spat out. It's just a pig. I'm a rank paladin. Hold the line and focus fire. He raised his bronze tower shield high, staking all his pride and dignity as an rank prodigy on this single moment. Meanwhile, the tusked boar king's blood-red eyes locked onto these unwelcome intruders. Savage charge. In the next instant, its massive body transformed into an out-of-control silver war machine, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound as it bore down on Wang Tao. Come on! Wang Tao's eyes were bloodshot as he unleashed all his strength, pressing his shield firmly against the charging beast. Crash! The sound was so thunderous it felt like muffled thunder exploding right against their eardrums. Wang Tao's prized bronze tower shield couldn't withstand the absolute force for even a second, shattering into countless bronze fragments in the blink of an eye. Weapon destroyed. Next came Wang Tao's body. The ferocity and confidence on his face froze forever. 1,600. The damage far exceeded his total health. He was sent flying through the air before dissolving into white light, shamefully teleported out in a rank paladin, killed in one hit. The remaining team members were completely paralyzed with fear, forgetting even their survival instincts, only able to watch helplessly as the massive shadow engulfed them. Ah! Screams rang out one after another, but quickly fell silent. Tusks pierced through flesh, iron hooves trampled down. 1,700, 1,700. In mere seconds, this team of prodigies who had been so high-spirited moments before were crushed like ants under a giant wheel, all of them dead, leaving only a few pitiful pieces of black iron equipment on the ground. Su Xing witnessed the entire scene from his perch in the tree canopy. He felt no sympathy, no emotional disturbance. Through his energy-scanning vision, what had just transpired was merely several weak green light dots being instantly shattered and consumed by one massive, violent red energy mass. He wasn't watching a slaughter, was studying the tusked boar king's behavioral patterns. Extremely fast charging speed with overwhelming force. Incredible high defense that black iron weapons couldn't penetrate. Low intelligence with simple behavioral patterns, only attracted to living creatures in its immediate vicinity. Su Xing analyzed the situation with cold precision, his mind functioning like the most sophisticated computer, frantically processing all the data he had just gathered. In his eyes, the tusked boar king that filled all the freshmen with despair wasn't an insurmountable catastrophe, but rather a walking giant experience pack and treasure chest. Deep in the forest, the slaughter continued. The tusked boar king prowled like a sovereign surveying its domain, its hooves trampling every intruding freshman into beams of light that were expelled from the trial ground. Screams, pleas for help, and wails rose and fell in succession, turning the entire woodland into what seemed like a doomsday graveyard for the newcomers. Amidst the chaotic background noise, Su Xing, the instigator of it all, steadied his breathing and pulled out dozens of damaged black iron swords from his backpack, weapons that had been dismissed as trash. Cold steel gleamed through patches of rust. His gaze was sharp, his body light as a falling leaf as he silently descended from the treetops dozens of meters high. In his energy-scanning vision, the boar king appeared as an ever-expanding crimson orb of light, violent and chaotic. Su Xing caught the brief moment of rigidity after the boar king's charge, suddenly accelerating and transforming into black lightning that sliced beneath the massive body, a perfect sliding tackle. The broken iron sword thrust straight toward the boar king's soft belly, following the trajectory indicated by his weakness analysis, a move that had never failed him before. However, clang. The ear-piercing clash of metal against metal made teeth ache. The expected sensation of piercing flesh vanished completely, replaced by a terrifying recoil. Su Xing's grip ached painfully, nearly losing hold of his weapon. A bright red number floated above the boar king's head. One. Barely a scratch, he thought bitterly. The wounded boar king flew into a rage, too lazy to turn around, its massive body slamming sideways. Boom. Su Xing's pupils contracted sharply as he twisted his waist, forcibly contorting his body on the ground and rolling away along the silver-gleaming iron armor. Even so, his arm was left numb from the impact. That shell was as hard as a turtle's. He retreated more than 10 meters, his gaze growing colder. Data flashed rapidly through his mind. Silver tier boss. 880 defense plus 30 damage reduction. His current attack power couldn't even qualify as an itch. A direct confrontation meant certain death. But he noticed the backdoor weakness behind the Boar King that twitched with rage, and glimpsed the dozens of black iron broken swords neatly arranged in his backpack. A plan both bold and insane began to form. Roar. Seeing its prey still alive, the tusked Boar King bellowed again, its silver massive form thundering forward like a war chariot. Su Xing used his agility advantage to dodge sideways, gliding past like a phantom, barely avoiding the charge. In that split second, as the massive body brushed past him, he moved. No longer attempting a sliding tackle, he lowered his center of gravity to the minimum, instantly drew a new damaged iron sword from his backpack, and from the most cunning angle, with all his body strength, fiercely stabbed at the Boar King's most vulnerable back door. Squelch. This time, it was the sound of blade piercing flesh. 25. A damage number that wasn't particularly high, but devastatingly effective, floated into view. The Pig King let out a piercing shriek, its voice so hoarse it cracked and warped. It thrashed its massive body violently, trying to shake off the fly clinging to its back. However, Su Xing immediately pulled back after landing his strike, giving it no chance to retaliate. Roar. Roar. Having lost all reason, the Pig King went completely berserk, driven by pure instinct as it charged at Su Xing again and again. But with Su Xing's superhuman agility and precise prediction of its charging patterns, these brute force attacks only succeeded in smashing towering trees to splinters, sending bark fragments and dust swirling through the air. With each near miss, Su Xing repeated the same routine. Draw sword, thrust, and drive another iron blade into the same wound. Squelch. 25. Squelch. 25. Squelch. 25. In the primordial forest, the scene was both absurd and tragic. The massive silver Pig King resembled a walking sword sheath, its back bristling with over a dozen iron swords of varying lengths. As it ran wild, blood gushed like a fountain, trailing vivid crimson, while Su Xing, seemingly insignificant to human eyes, repeatedly tore new gashes in its rear with the most humiliating method possible. As the health bar slowly but steadily declined, the Pig King's life finally dropped below the critical 10 threshold. Sudden transformation. Roar. A roar completely different from all previous ones, filled with agony and savagery, thundered through the forest. The Pig King's body suddenly froze, then every pore in its skin erupted with visible crimson steam. Its silver-white fur was rapidly stained an eerie blood red. Its already fiery eyes now blazed like searchlights, almost solidifying into tangible beams of blood-colored light. Pig King's blood rage activated. Alarm bells rang in Su Xing's mind. Just as he prepared to continue his scraping strategy, he saw the Pig King's form blur instantly before him. So fast. His pupils contracted as combat instinct made him lean back sharply. Flash. The phantom of bloody tusks swept past his nose, the fierce wind stinging his cheeks. Before he could steady himself, the Pig King performed an impossibly agile turn and charged again with overwhelming bloodlust, at least 20% faster than before. Su Xing dodged sideways with his superior agility while creating distance, the absolute advantage of full agility allocation. In his weakness analysis vision, the Pig King's defense values were plummeting rapidly. The hide that had been as solid as silver armor now seemed as fragile as tinfoil. Dangerous, but also the only chance for victory. No time to waste. At the Pig King's current speed and attack power, even a glancing blow would mean instant death. Come on, you beast! Su Xing roared, advancing instead of retreating, charging straight at the blood-raged Pig King. He pushed his agility to the absolute limit, no longer just dodging, but dancing on the knife's edge. The Boar King launched its frenzied assault, each attack barely missing Su Xing as its tusks tore through the air and iron hooves shattered the earth, creating wind pressure that made every movement feel like pushing against a mountain. Yet within the gaps of that crushing pressure, Su Xing's iron sword remained coldly precise, each dodge followed by an accurate thrust into the already mangled rear weak point. Squelch. 195. Squelch. 200. With defense reduced by 40, every strike became a lethal pierce. In just 4 hits, the Boar King's health bar plummeted like a bursting dam. However, these 4 successful strikes were all performed on a knife's edge. Any mistake would have sent him out of the starting forest. Finally, after another close-quarters side dodge, Su Xing caught that split-second opening when the Boar King's old strength was spent, new strength not yet born. His last iron sword became a javelin as he tensed every muscle to its limit and hurled it with all his might. Die! The black streak of light pierced the air, carrying all his strength and will, embedding itself hilt deep into that bloodied rear weak point. 220. Defeated Silver Tier Boss Tusked Wild Boar King, LV.5. Experience 7,500, free attribute points 15, Seed of Slumber Progress 7.5. Drops. Boar King Armor, Skill Book Silver Armor, Copper Coins 750. The final blow sealed the victory. The Boar King's massive body suddenly stiffened mid-charge, the savage light in its blood-red eyes instantly extinguished, replaced only by thick, undissolvable unwillingness and confusion. Its giant frame lost all support and crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, dust filling the air as the earth trembled lightly. Not far away, Su Xing stood drenched in blood, his chest heaving violently, the air thick with the Boar King's foul stench, yet his eyes pierced through the dust cloud, shining with startling brightness. It was over. In what should have been a certain death situation against an enraged boss, he had achieved an almost impossible perfect kill. Just as he stepped forward to collect his spoils, a golden announcement suddenly blazed across the heavens, brilliant as a divine miracle, simultaneously covering all countries and all newcomers starting dungeons. Global announcement. Congratulations to Dragon Country Tire Professional Observer for achieving the world's first kill of Silver Tier Boss Tusk, Wild Boar King. Reward. Free attribute points 100, Silver Treasure Chest 1. United States starting dungeon. A young man wreathed in golden lightning and wielding a war hammer was locked in fierce battle with the Silver Tier boss, Thunder, Marsh, Giant Python SS-tier Professional, Thunder God King. Damn snake. Dot. His hammer thundered with lightning, but just as it was about to strike, the golden announcement appeared before his eyes. Tire? First kill of a silver boss? And from Dragon Country? What the F? In that moment of distraction, the python's pillar-like tail swept across, sending the once invincible Thunder God flying dozens of meters, crashing through several trees. European Union starting dungeon. A girl in priestly robes sat cross-legged in meditation with closed eyes, space rippling around her austere prophet Anna. As the announcement appeared, her eyes snapped open, her exquisite face showing shock, immediately followed by a spray of fresh blood. The future, the threads of fate, had been disrupted by someone invisible. From the Cherry Blossom Nation, the Northern Bear Nation, and the Tianju Nation came outraged cries. Damn it. Drank? That's impossible. The system must be malfunctioning. The Dragon Nation is cheating. They must be using some despicable tricks. Investigate. Find out who this observer really is immediately. Shock, doubt, jealousy, and gravity, all these emotions surged wildly in the hearts of top-tier geniuses worldwide. Being overtaken by a mere drank waste was nothing short of humiliating for them. That unprecedented sense of urgency pressed down on everyone's chest like a crushing mountain. At the center of this storm, Su Xing remained completely oblivious. He stepped across the still steaming scorched earth and approached where the tusked Boar King had fallen. Star-like points of light danced across the massive corpse, absorbed by the pale golden vortex surrounding his body. As vast amounts of experience flooded in, his level skyrocketed from 5 all the way to 7. Immediately after, an even more magnificent and pure energy than what came with leveling surged through his meridians, instantly pushing the dormant seed's progress bar to 32.5. Evolution was no longer far away. Beside the corpse, several pieces of loot lay scattered on the blackened ground. A heavy suit of armor with subdued silver gleam, a skill book with silver inlays on its cover, and piles of copper coins. Su Xing crouched down and swept them all into his inventory. Boar King armor. Grade, silver. Attributes, Constitution 105, Strength 105. Description, forged from the tusked Boar King's silverlight iron core, providing exceptional physical defense. A full 210 points across 2 attributes equivalent to an SS rank professional gaining 2 levels. Su Xing narrowed his eyes in assessment. Clearly, the path to bridging the professional gap lay not only in free attribute points, but also in top-tier equipment. If silver wasn't enough, he'd go for gold. If gold wasn't enough, he'd aim for platinum as long as his equipment stayed ahead. He could crush those self-proclaimed prodigies with SSS ranks. He immediately donned the armor. The moment the heavy metal touched his body, his strength and constitution surged dramatically, and his sense of security skyrocketed along with them. His entire aura became several times more powerful than before. Su Xing then opened the skill book with its flickering silver patterns, watching as armor designs flowed across the pages like living creatures. Silver armor. Grade, silver. Effect, consumes 40 mana points for 30 minutes. Constitution 150, Strength 150. Description, upon learning, allows condensation of energy to form protective armor. The bonus is even higher than physical armor, though it's mana-intensive. He learned it without hesitation, and information about energy armor construction flowed into his mind. After completing these tasks, he opened the silver treasure chest from the system rewards. Silver light exploded outward. Obtained. 1. Swift Shadow Silver Bow. 2. Skill Book Wind Step. 3. Free attribute points 10. Su Xing quickly examined the bow's information. Swift Shadow Silver Bow. Grade, silver. Attributes, Agility 105, Strength 105. Special effects, Wine Silk Bowstring hums when drawn, Arrow initial velocity 20, critical hit rate on weak points 5. Eagle pattern bow body ensures no accuracy loss during mobile shooting. Combined with weak point analysis and energy scanning, plus this agility boost, I can kite anyone without having to risk close combat every time. He tossed the broken iron sword back into his inventory and shouldered the silver bow, instantly feeling his limbs become light as air as his strength and agility surged dramatically. Another yellowed parchment scroll bore the image of a running silhouetted skill book. The edges of the scroll had frayed with age, but the central figure, swift as wind across the ground, remained sharp as a blade. Swift Step Silver Rank. Cost, 30 mana points. Effect, lasts 60 seconds. Agility 150, dodge rate 15. First attack, during duration guaranteed critical hit. Description, upon learning, grants mastery of short burst mobility techniques, suitable for pursuit or battlefield retreat. Note, only those who have honed their agility to 60 points or above can unleash the true essence of this technique. All of this registered perfectly in Su Xing's Isa perfect match. His current build already favored agility, and this skill would be invaluable whether chasing enemies or escaping danger. If he encountered the Boar King again, at least he wouldn't be forced into such an embarrassing retreat. With this thought, Su Xing didn't hesitate for a moment. Any hesitation would be disrespectful to this skill book. Light flowed from the scroll into his forehead, and the complete knowledge of Swift Step merged into his mind, like an instinct carved into his very flesh and blood. Immediately after, his attribute panel appeared on his retina. His free attribute points had accumulated to a remarkable 125 points. Su Xing glanced at his 4 core stats. His weakness was indeed in spirit, but his current mana combined with natural regeneration was sufficient for 10 minutes of continuous combat. Swift Step was his most mana-intensive ability, but unless he faced another boss like the Boar King, ordinary monsters wouldn't have the chance to compete with him in sustained skill usage. For rapid monster clearing and area farming, high strength was the key. During his last encounter with the Boar King, he had wasted too much time due to insufficient armor penetration. If not for his high agility, when the Boar King entered its berserk state, he would have been sent flying by a single charge. Fortunately, that grueling battle had rewarded him with a silver rank weapon and skill book, undoubtedly allowing his strength to make a quantum leap, truly a profitable exchange. Weighing the pros and cons, he focused his mind and poured all 125 free attribute points into strength. Instantly, his blood seemed to burn with heat, and every inch of muscle rejoiced. Su Xing felt more powerful than ever before. He opened his panel again, and the terrifying numbers made him click his tongue in amazement. Su Xing's character profile showed: Profession Observer, Drank, Constitution 133, Strength 357, Agility 229, Spirit 28, Health 2660, Mana 280, Attack 1428, Defense 532. Professional talents included Weakness Analysis, Energy Scan, and Energy Siphon. Passive skills featured Silver Armor Silverdeer and Swift Step Silverdeer. Equipment consisted of Pig King Armor Silverdeer and Shadow Swift Silver Bow Silverdeer. Hidden Profession Seed of Slumber, Drank at 32.5. Except for his somewhat lacking spirit attribute, his constitution, strength, and agility completely overwhelmed SS rank professionals of the same level. Of course, this didn't even account for the attribute bonuses from his skills. Once activated, his overall stats would become even more terrifying. In just a few hours, he had achieved a qualitative leap. Powerful, incredibly powerful. The surging force that nearly overflowed coursed through his muscles and bones, making every breath feel like drawing back a fully loaded bow. If he were to face the Pig King again, now that massive beast that had once given him such a grueling battle, the result would simply be effortless kiting and swift elimination. With this thought, his gaze turned cold and decisive, without a moment's hesitation. The outer areas had been completely cleared. Now it was time to venture deeper into the dense forest. The middle layer was home to monsters of at least level 8 silver wolves. That was where the real hunting ground lay. When Su Xing stepped into the forest's middle layer, the canopy above suddenly grew dense. Dappled sunlight was carved into fragments by thick branches, swaying with the wind. The air carried a different scent from the wild boars, a sweet, bloody ferocity that enveloped the surroundings like an invisible net. Distant wolf howls occasionally echoed through the trees, and even the wind scraping against bark carried a blade-like chill. He took a deep breath as the surging power and his 280 mana points resonated within his blood vessels. The silver armor passive skill quietly activated on his skin's surface, a pale silver membrane flickering briefly. Immediately after, the power of Swift Step exploded from his ankles. His 229 agility points were fully unleashed in that instant. Su Xing's figure transformed into a cyan phantom, his toes crushing fallen leaves as he glided almost soundlessly over moss and tree roots. The massive difference between 7 and 133 constitution? No, it was his current 133 constitution working in tandem with 357 strength that kept him steady as a rock even at high speed. Each step landed with precision, avoiding soft soil and hidden traps. His passive talent, Weakness Analysis, activated, a faint blue gleam flashing from the depths of his pupils as energy scans spread outward, rapidly capturing every minute energy fluctuation in the vicinity. In the next moment, energy siphon silently prepared to strike. Even if a real silver wolf lay in ambush among the grass, the slightest exposure would not escape his perception. In this dim and perilous forest, Su Xing moved like a fully drawn arrow, ready to tear through the air at any moment. His 229 agility points, comparable to SS rank speed-type professionals of the same level, propelled him to an unimaginable velocity, his figure leaving faint afterimages in the air. Soon, a rapidly moving red dot appeared within the energy scan's detection range. Here it comes. Almost at the same instant, a silver blur burst from the side bushes at lightning speed. A silver wolf over 2 meters long. Its steel needle-hard silver gray fur bristled upright, reflecting cold metallic light. Sharp claws suddenly extended, carving 5 chilling streaks through the dim forest as they lunged straight for Su Xing's throat. In the past, Su Xing could only dodge by rolling desperately, but now he couldn't even be bothered to lift an eyelid. His body shifted slightly as he consumed 40 mana point skill, silver armor activated. Constitution 150, Strength 150. Constitution 133,283. Strength 357,507. Attack 14282028. Defense 5321132. His defense had easily broken through 1,000. Clang. The harsh sound of metal striking metal exploded as the wolf's claws struck solidly against the Boar King armor on his shoulder, sparks flying everywhere, leaving only a few shallow white scratches on the armor. A pitiful number floated above Su Xing's head. 1. Even the system's forced damage seemed laughable. Su Xing remained completely motionless, while the silver wolf's eyes flashed with human-like bewilderment. How could this two-legged creature be harder than steel? It would never get the chance to figure it out. Taking advantage of the wolf's exhausted momentum, Su Xing swung his swift shadow silver bow like a heavy hammer, leveraging the silver armor's massive attack boost to strike viciously at the wolf's flank. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering bones echoed through the forest. The silver wolf didn't even have time to howl before its entire body was sent flying like a broken sack, crashing hard into a tree trunk behind it, its spine snapping instantly. Immediately after, a terrifying number appeared, 2,000. Defeated Silver Wolf LV.8, gained 800 experience. Drops, Wolf Fong 2, Wolf Claw 4, Copper Coins 40. One-shot kill. Su Xing finally experienced the exhilaration of an SS-class professional. He sheathed his bow and casually swept the dropped items into his inventory. To continue testing his abilities, he spent another 30 mana point skill. Wind Step activated lasting 60 seconds. Agility 150. Agility 229,379. This terrifying agility value would leave many SS-class players in despair. With his speed reaching another level, Su Xing's figure flickered through the forest like a phantom. With the Boar King armor's high defense as his foundation, plus the dual skill enhancement of silver armor and Wind Step, he had become the deadliest killing machine in this dense forest. Defense was merely his confidence. The real killing move remained the swift shadow silver bow. Su Xing drew the bowstring, and the system immediately generated an energy arrow. Weakness Analysis activated simultaneously, marking the head and heart of another startled silver wolf in the distance with deep red dots. Whoosh! The bowstring trembled lightly. The arrow's initial velocity increased by 20, and the moment it left the string, it vanished into thin air. 100 meters away, the silver wolf that had just poked its head out suddenly erupted in a spray of blood between its eyes, its massive body crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. First strike, guaranteed critical hit. 9,999. Weak point critical, headshot from 100 meters away, clean, decisive, and devastatingly fierce. No one could withstand Su Xing's casual arrow. The talent Weak Point Analysis, combined with Swift Shadow Silver Bow, created the ultimate combination for violent monster grinding. Having tasted the sweetness of his first boss kill, he knew time was precious and wouldn't waste even a second. Su Xing no longer held back his mana. Silver armor permanently active. Wind Step, reactivated immediately upon cooldown. He transformed into a whirlwind of death tearing through the forest. The 30 mana per minute consumption meant his 240 total mana could only sustain him for 8 minutes. But 8 minutes was enough to unleash a bloodbath. Luring monsters, gathering them, then retreating standing on relatively safe high ground. He picked them off one arrow at a time. The sound of arrows cutting through air never ceased, each shot precisely claiming a silver wolf's life. Meanwhile, his free attribute points surged at a terrifying rate. All new attributes went without hesitation into his only weakness, spirit. The higher his spirit, the faster his mana cap and recovery rate increased. And mana was the only limitation on his continuous slaughter. 8 minutes. As the last silver wolf fell with unwilling resignation, golden light burst from his body. Level up to 9. Spirit 9,598. Mana 980. The massive increase in mana cap allowed him to use skills even more extravagantly. Su Xing didn't pause, following the same formula as he ventured deeper into the forest. Another 8 minutes. When the second golden light rose, he reached the stage limit level 10. Level up to 10. Spirit 162,165. Mana 1,650. Su Xing became the first person in Nanjiang Sanctuary to reach the maximum level before first job advancement. At that very moment, the Seed of Slumber progress bar that had been silently accumulating on his panel finally reached 100. Notification: Drank Hidden Class, Seed of Slumber, Energy Full, Beginning, Evolution. Here it comes. Su Xing's heart lurched violently as a terrifying tremor erupting from the depths of his bloodline and soul's core instantly exploded. Before he could even react, the surging power within forced him to one knee, his palm pressing deep into the moist earth. The next second, in a perception both blurred and crystal clear, countless dark green tendrils burst forth from his palm, knee, and every patch of skin touching the ground. Like living creatures, they greedily burrowed into the soil, spreading, interweaving, and entangling in all directions. Within mere breaths, a giant spider web-like energy network formed beneath a 100-meter radius. The life pulse of trees, the crawling of underground insects, even the trajectory of wind brushing grass blades all flooded into his mind with incredible clarity. The world seemed to open an entirely new dimension at this moment. Ding! Class evolution complete. The system panel suddenly refreshed. That line of originally dim text now radiated with profound and powerful cyan light. Hidden class, Abyssal Soul Reaper Crank. Constitution bonus, 100. New skill, Root Entanglement restrains enemy movement. Evolution trait, Root system penetrates the surface, forming a spider web-like energy network underground, capable of sensing life fluctuations within 100 meters. Su Xing slowly rose to his feet, gently clenching his fists. Surging power flowed from every limb and bone, as if every inch of muscle was cheering in celebration. At the same time, he felt a blood-deep affinity with the earth beneath his feet, as though he had taken root in the depths of the dense forest. Finally, Crank. One of his dual drank talents had at last completed its first evolution. Just as he was immersed in this newfound strength, his personal communicator vibrated gently on his wrist. It was Teacher Yunxiang. Su Xing swiped to accept the call, and light and shadow coalesced into a delicate face. 3 parts anxious, 3 parts delighted, and 4 parts incredulous. Su Xing, are you all right? Yunxiang's first words burst forth, filled with concern. Her gaze swept across the monitoring screen, where light dots marked Su Xing's path as he fought his way from the outer perimeter to the middle layers, leaving all the other prodigies far behind and becoming the first to reach level 10. Her heart had nearly jumped into her throat. I saw your level, well done. Her voice couldn't hide her genuine joy. After a brief pause, she added with solemn emphasis, but please be careful and don't push yourself too hard. The trial's final rewards are far less important than your safety. While the outside world buzzed with doubt, gossip, and even jealousy, only this pure, untainted trust flowed like warm current, melting the heart that had been frozen by thoughts of revenge. Su Xing fell silent for a few seconds, then nodded gently. Thank you, teacher. I understand. The communication ended, and the light faded away. He stood there as the tension that had been wound tight from killing monsters and leveling up finally relaxed in this cold, cruel world. Pure kindness was more precious than any equipment or skill. Su Xing gathered his thoughts and buried that warmth deep in his heart. The pressing matter at hand was to continue growing stronger. He closed his eyes, abandoning his vision as his consciousness sank into the earth beneath his feet. The world transformed instantly. Su Xing felt as though he had become the sovereign of this place, with countless ethereal roots spreading outward from him as the center, instantly covering 100 meters underground. He could sense the slow flow of life energy within the trees and hear the soft sounds of insects moving through the soil. This was not merely his control skill, Abyssal Soul Drain, but a god-tier reconnaissance domain. Su Xing began filtering through the life signals in this area. Soon, a distinctive light caught his perception. Ahead, a pack of silver wolves emanated violent auras as they circled around something, but at their center bloomed a quiet, cold, and pure life energy like a handful of moonlight in the darkness. Moonstar grass, a rare-grade alchemical material. With a thought, he instantly suppressed all his aura, his entire being becoming like a weightless shadow as he silently crept toward that area. Just as he quietly approached, about to enter the grassland guarded by the silver wolf pack, a series of undisguised footsteps and commotion suddenly erupted from the other side of the forest. Hurry up! The map shows it's somewhere around here. Damn it, I'm exhausted. Why is this godforsaken place so huge? Once we find the Moonstar grass, Brother Wei promised us plenty of benefits. Su Xing's steps came to an abrupt halt. He tilted his head slightly, tracking the source of the voices. Through the swaying tree shadows, a 5-person squad swaggered out of the forest. Leading them were Li Wei and Lin Qingya, followed by 3 equally well-equipped team members. Li Wei clutched a crude beast-hide map in his hand, his target pointing directly at the Moonstar grass in the center of the grassland. Their purpose was identical to Su Xing's. The two groups encountered each other in this narrow clearing. The 5 opponents quickly spotted Su Xing standing alone. Li Wei's expression shifted in a single second from wariness to bewilderment, then instantly transformed into exaggerated mockery. Well, 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 if it isn't our doubled-ranked genius Su Xing. He cackled as if he'd discovered the world's most ridiculous joke. Impressive. You're tougher than I thought. Actually survived those wild boar hooves. His gaze swept over Su Xing like a searchlight. When he spotted the heavy, gleaming silver boar king armor, a flash of piercing jealousy crossed his eyes, though it was quickly swallowed by even deeper contempt. Huh, Li Wei sneered, stepping closer and pointing his chin toward the armor. Lucky break, huh? Found some scraps, and now you think you're somebody? This is the middle layer of the dense forest, not a place for trash like you. If you know what's good for you, tuck your tail between your legs and scram. He raised his battle axe, pointing it at the ground, his voice turning ice cold. This Moonstar grass and this entire area, the Thunder Squad has claimed it. The air instantly became tense. At that moment, Lin Qingya stepped forward with her signature pitiful demeanor. She spoke softly. Su Xing, Li Wei just speaks bluntly, and take it personally. It's too dangerous here. The silver wolves aren't something you can handle. You should leave quickly. Though her words were gentle, she shot Li Wei a subtle glance from the corner of her eye, the meaning crystal clear. If he doesn't leave, cripple him and snatch that eye-catching silver armor. This small gesture, which they thought went unnoticed, was caught entirely by Su Xing, whose mental attributes far exceeded those of ordinary people. Watching this pair's clumsy yet coordinated performance, his heart remained completely unmoved, found it merely laughable. Getting angry at such scum wasn't worth it. Seeing through them was better than being deceived again. So he stood quietly in place, saying nothing, showing neither anger nor fear. Complete indifference stung Li Wei's fragile ego more than any heated rebuttal could have. Fuck, are you deaf or mute? Li Wei exploded with rage, slamming his battle axe into the ground with a thud. I'm talking to you, ungrateful piece of trash. Su Xing finally raised his eyes, those calm, unrippled pupils meeting the gaze of the clown before him for the first time. His face showed no emotion whatsoever, only those eyes, so tranquil they seemed to be looking at 2 corpses that were about to grow cold. Li Wei's furious curses still echoed through the forest. The phrase, ungrateful piece of trash, buzzed around like an annoying fly in the deathly silence. Su Xing's gaze remained calm and emotionless as it fell upon Li Wei and Lin Qingya, as if observing 2 lifeless specimens. Being so blatantly ignored, Li Wei felt like he had thrown a full-force punch in a cotton. His chest was about to explode with frustration. He opened his mouth, ready to unleash even more vicious words. A wolf's howl erupted from the depths of the dense forest, the sound waves seemingly tangible as they hammered everyone's minds. The 3 team members behind Li Wei simultaneously groaned, their faces turning deathly pale as they staggered, their eyes filled with confusion and pain. Even strength berserker Li Wei and healer Lin Qingya felt sudden dizziness, their souls seemingly shaken to the core. Only Su Xing remained completely unmoved. His near SS-level mental attributes made such pressure feel like a gentle breeze. He raised his eyes, shifting his gaze from Li Wei's horrified face toward the depths of the grassland where silver wolves gathered. Silence instantly swallowed everything. The wind stopped, insects fell silent, and the branches seemed frozen in time. A cold and arrogant bloody pressure spread like a tide. Thud, thud, thump. Steady, rhythmic footsteps emerged from the shadows. A giant wolf, 7 or 8 times larger than ordinary silver wolves, stepped out from the grass. Its silver-white fur flowed like moonlight under the dappled sunlight. Most terrifying of all, pale golden runes appeared on its 4 paws and forehead, with fine electric light dancing between the symbols. Those golden vertical pupils showed no savagery, only the cold indifference and pride of one who looks down upon all living beings. It stood quietly in place, as if inspecting its own territory. One of Li Wei's team members tremblingly raised the communicator on his wrist to activate the scan function. The next second, a shrill cry of alarm shattered the frozen air. Holy shit! Gold tier boss. Silver Moon Wolf King. The screen information appeared simultaneously. Silver Moon Wolf King LV.10 Gold tier boss. HP, 184,000. Attack, 6,500. Defense, 3,680. Skills. 1. Moonblade Frenzy condenses moonlight power to instantly summon multiple high-speed rotating energy moonblades, performing indiscriminate slashing attacks on targets in a fan-shaped area ahead. 2. Lightning Claw gathers lightning power in its claws for a surprise strike, with an extremely high chance of inflicting paralysis, significantly reducing the target's movement speed for a short duration. 3. Royal Roar unleashes a roar imbued with royal pressure, causing brief stunning or fear effects. Born from bathing in moonlight, this silver wolf mutant has mastered partial control over lightning and will mercilessly tear apart any invader who dares to covet its domain. It stood in the forest clearing, its silver-white fur gleaming like flowing mercury under the moonlight, with pale golden arcs of electricity crackling along the tips of its fur, proclaiming its status as the absolute ruler of the forest's middle layer. A massive attribute panel floated in everyone's view: health, attack, and defense stats, all devastatingly high. The team members behind Li Wei instinctively pressed their legs together, their knees trembling uncontrollably. However, after the initial shock passed, what flickered in Li Wei's eyes wasn't fear, but a trace of frenzied greed. A golden-tier boss. His Adam's apple bobbed as his heart pounded violently. A top-tier existence that you might not encounter even a few times in the newbie trials. If we can kill it, the rewards. The mad thoughts drove away his fear. It's just a beast, he roared furiously, forcibly suppressing both his own and his teammates' cowardice. This is the perfect opportunity for me, and shrank genius, to display my supreme power. Lin Qingya, and that way Su Xing, watch closely. Prepare for battle. Show them the strength of Thunder Squad. As his words fell, Li Wei activated the unique skill of his Shrank-class Berserker. For glory. In the next second, his muscles swelled, bulging like steel cables, his chest armor creaking under the strain, dark red veins even seeping through the skin of his arms as a violent aura exploded from within his body. Gripping his massive battle axe with both hands, he stomped the ground, shattering the earth, and launched himself like a cannonball with a roar toward the Silver Moon Wolf King. Qingya, prepare the buffs, he shouted. The Wolf King merely cast a cold glance his way, the indifferent gaze of one looking down upon an ant. Li Wei's giant axe, wrapped in violent energy, came crashing down. Clang! A deafening clash of metal rang out. Li Wei felt as if his axe had struck eternal bedrock, the tremendous recoil surging back through the handle like a flood. Crack! 2. His grip split open instantly, blood spattering as his entire arm went numb. The giant axe flew from his hands, spinning several times in the air before clanging down in distant grass. On the Silver Moon Wolf King's moonlight-flowing fur, not even a shallow scratch remained. The fervor on Li Wei's face froze instantly, transforming into bone-deep terror. How is this possible? His full-power strike helmet even break through its defense. The offended Wolf King's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. It raised its right claw, crackling with electric arcs. Whoosh! Silver lightning tore through the air at blinding speed. 3,000. Li Wei spat blood as he was sent flying, crashing through two ancient vines thick as tree trunks, his entire set of bronze-tier equipment cracking with spiderweb patterns. If he hadn't put all his points into Constitution, that single claw would have been enough to send him out of the dungeon. The second claw fell. A nearby teammate didn't even have time to scream before being torn in half by the sharp wolf claws. 5,000. Flesh and organs scattered everywhere, and a white light burst from his body, instantly teleporting him out an instant kill. Run! Run for your lives. The remaining two team members' mental defenses collapsed as they screamed and fled frantically. The Wolf King raised its head proudly, its bloody maw slightly open. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two crescent-shaped light blades formed from condensed moonlight tore through the air, catching up to the fleeing figures in the blink of an eye. 5,000. 5,000. Blood mist rose, and two white lights shot skyward. In the span of lightning and flint, only Li Wei remained from the entire team. Qingya, heal me. Give me healing now. Li Wei shouted in terror, rolling and crawling backward as he tried to retrieve his battle axe. Lin Qingya had already turned pale with terror. She frantically raised her staff, chanting incantations as a sphere of holy healing light rapidly gathered at its tip. 1,000. Her healing magic seemed so laughably pathetic in the face of such overwhelming, instant kill damage. In the blink of an eye, the once mighty Thunder Squad was reduced to just Li Wei and Lin Qingya. The two stood back to back, helplessly watching as the Silver Moon Wolf King like the Grim Reaper himself approached with elegant, yet deadly steps, filling their hearts with unprecedented fear and despair. Their strength talents meant virtually nothing against a gold-tier boss. Li Wei's legs felt like lead, trembling uncontrollably, while Lin Qingya's delicate face was now etched with genuine terror as she collapsed helplessly to the ground in complete disarray. Howl! A low roar made the air itself vibrate as the Silver Moon Wolf King seemed to lose patience with toying with these two weak creatures. Its hind legs suddenly coiled with power, launching its massive frame into the air with a sound that tore through the atmosphere. Death-charged lightning crackled around its claws as they aimed straight for their heads. It's over. This was the final thought that flashed simultaneously through both Li Wei and Lin Qingya's minds. Death's shadow had completely engulfed them. At this critical moment, something unexpected happened. Boom! Just as the claws were about to make contact with their bodies, the ground before them exploded without warning. Dozens of root tendrils, thick as a baby's arm and glowing with an eerie dark green light, shot skyward like tentacles emerging from the abyss. They avoided Li Wei and Lin Xingya entirely, wrapping around the Silver Moon Wolf King's powerful limbs and torso with incredible precision and speed-root entanglement. In an instant, that thunderous killing strike was frozen midair. The Wolf King's massive body hung suspended barely half a meter from the two, its foul breath and the crackling electricity on its claws almost touching their faces. Time seemed to stand still. Li Wei and Lin Xingya stiffly turned their eyes to finally notice Su Xing in the distance, the one they had always dismissed as worthless. He stood there quietly, his expression calm, as if that earth-shattering skill had been nothing more than casually flicking ash from a cigarette. How is this possible? Li Wei's lips trembled, unable to form complete sentences. A drank professional could actually control a gold-tier boss. But Su Xing paid them no attention. The moment the roots bound the Wolf King, golden patterns flashed in the depths of his pupils. Weakness analysis. In his vision, the restrained Silver Moon Wolf King immediately displayed red highlights of varying sizes. Joint connections in the front limbs, weakest defense. Destroying these could impair its mobility. The center of its forehead, core of moonlight energy convergence. A hit here could cause massive damage and temporarily disrupt its energy flow. And more. Additional vital points appeared like annotations on an anatomical diagram, crystal clear. All the information flooded his mind instantly, precise as a textbook. Now's the time. Su Xing didn't hesitate for a moment. Moving like the wind, just as the Wolf King thrashed wildly and was about to break free from some of the binding roots, he had already stepped into attack range. His silver-grade swift shadow silver bow was instantly drawn to full tension, and Gale Step activated simultaneously. The bowstring vibrated, and a silver arrow cut through the air, striking directly at the golden rune on the Wolf King's forehead. Thud. 4,528. The crimson damage number floated above the Wolf King's head, enough to make any novice despair. Gale Step's first strike guaranteed a critical hit, stacked with weak point damage for maximum output. The Silver Moon Wolf King howled in pain, its rune dimming instantly as its berserk aura faltered. In comparison, Li Wei's previous full power attack had only forced 2 points of damage. The gap was like a chasm between gods and mortals. Li Wei and Lin Xingya stared at that number, their worldview seemingly crushed to dust. Oh whoa. The excruciating pain drove the Wolf King into complete fury. It erupted with moonlight energy, forcibly tearing through several binding vines. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Su Xing in the distance, abandoning the two ants before it and charging forward with murderous intent. Su Xing immediately retreated, but his arrows never stopped flying, targeting only the weak points his analysis had revealed. 424, 452, 438. The Wolf King moved like silver lightning, leaving afterimages through the forest. Su Xing's movement was even more elusive, using his superhuman agility to maintain that razor-thin distance between life and death. In the woods, man and beast enacted an extreme chase. The Wolf King pursued from behind, its claws tearing through air and carving deep furrows in the ground. Su Xing retreated ahead, his swift shadow silver bow like death scythe with every tremor of the bowstring. Damage numbers leaped from above the Wolf King's head. In just 1 minute, the Wolf King's health bar visibly dropped by nearly 10. In the distance, Li Wei and Lin Xingya, who had just crawled back from death's door, watched with their scalps tingling. Li Wei muttered, "Too fierce. Is this even human?" Explosive damage, godlike movement speed, even his defense was absurd. Just as the distance closed again and the Wolf King's claws nearly scraped Su Xing's back, green light flashed beneath Su Xing's feet as several roots burst from the ground to entangle the Wolf King's ankles. Though it only delayed for less than half a second, it was enough for him to gain another body length of distance. His timing was precise to the extreme. Repeatedly missing its target while continuously losing health, the Silver Moon Wolf King's fury boiled over. It howled toward the sky, summoning its pack. Dozens of level 10 silver wolves emerged from the forest, pouncing on Su Xing from all directions. Su Xing neither dodged nor avoided them, not even sparing them a glance, focusing solely on the Wolf King as he endured the bites of several silver wolves. 1, 2. His terrifying defense reduced the pack's attacks to mere scratches that barely forced minimum damage, while being hit by the Wolf King would be truly fatal. Su Xing strolled leisurely through the elite monster pack, continuing to kite the golden boss's sight that left Li Wei and Lin Xingya dumbstruck. Tanking an elite monster pack just to focus on the primary target. What incredible battle awareness. Explosive damage, godlike movement speed, absurd defense. The Silver Moon Wolf King, frustrated by its inability to catch up, land hits, or stop its rapidly draining health, finally turned its full fury toward the two spectators who had been trembling from start to finish. Unable to catch Su Xing, it vented all its rage on the only targets it could actually reach. "Oh no, run!" Li Wei caught sight of the Silver Moon Wolf King charging toward them and didn't hesitate for a second. He shoved Lin Xingya aside and bolted, scrambling on all fours through the dirt, crawling and tumbling in desperation. But how could the Wolf King possibly let him escape? Unable to catch Su Xing, surely it could deal with these two weaklings? The beast swept its tail, unleashing a crescent-shaped blade of moonlight energy that sliced through the air with devastating sharpness, instantly catching up to Li Weithunk. The dull crack of his spine, snapping, barely had time to echo before Li Wei could even scream. He was cleaved in half and dissolved into blinding white light, teleporting back to the city. Even in death, his face bore an expression of utter disbelief. Lin Xingya let out a piercing shriek, but before she could even raise her hands, the Wolf King's massive claws crushed down on her, and she too vanished in a flash of light. In her final second, she gazed at that figure moving effortlessly through the wolf pack, casually slaying a golden boss, and her chest churned with regret and terror. What kind of monster had they provoked? With both players dead, equipment and several bottles of magic potions glowing with eerie blue light clattered to the ground. Su Xing's gaze swept over the loot, but he didn't immediately collect if his priority was clearing out the remaining wolf pups. 3 minutes later, the last silver wolf collapsed with a mournful whine. Silence returned to the area, broken only by the Wolf King's heavy breathing and Su Xing's steady footsteps. Without the pack's protection, Su Xing's damage output skyrocketed. After another 5 minutes of intense kiting, the Wolf King's health bar was ground down to below half. Its once lustrous silver fur had dulled and was covered in wounds of varying depths, its movements growing increasingly sluggish. But Su Xing frowned slightly. A blue progress bar representing his mana had completely bottomed out. If clearing the wolf pack hadn't drained his mana, this golden boss would already be at critical health. The moment his wind step failed to activate due to mana depletion, the Silver Moon Wolf King caught that slight hesitation in his speed. An opening. Howl! The Wolf King roared and transformed into silver lightning, lunging viciously forward. Danger! In that split second, Su Xing's peripheral vision locked onto the blue potions that had dropped from Li Wei and Lin Xingya's death's time to gamble. He rolled sideways, dodging the Wolf King's lethal strike by mere inches, then broke into a sprint. The Wolf King's attack missed, fueling its rage as it wheeled around to give chase. Scorching, rank breath rushed toward him as Su Xing executed a perfect slide, gliding low beneath the Wolf King's claws while his right hand swept up, snatching all the potions in one fluid motion. Gulp! The cool liquid poured into his mouth, didn't even have time to wipe the bottle rim as his throat worked, and his depleted mana bar visibly surged upward. Power flooded back into his body. The game was about to end. A flash of cold determination crossed Su Xing's eyes as he activated Swift Wind Step once more, his speed dramatically increasing as he pulled back to maintain distance and continued his relentless kiting strategy. Icy moonlight wrapped around his arrows, and a crimson 4500 critical hit exploded above the Silver Moon Wolf King's head. 5 minutes later, divine roots still held the giant wolf's limbs in their death grip, weak points flickering as arrows rained down endlessly. The Silver Moon Wolf King let out a desperate, unwilling howl as its massive body crashed to the ground. Su Xing drew his bow one final time, the last arrow carrying lethal intent as it pierced through the beast's bloodied forehead, another for 1500, floating high above. Kill notifications flooded the screen. Defeated Gold Tier Boss, Silver Moon Wolf King LV.10. Gained 20,000 EXP, 40 free attribute points. Abyss Soul Harvest Progress 10. Drops. Silver Moon Chestplate Gold, Silver Moon Leggings Gold, Skill Book Moonlight Gold, 2,000 copper coins. Almost instantly, a golden announcement even more brilliant than the Pig King's kill blazed across the sky, like a blazing sun illuminating every nation and every newbie starter dungeon. Global announcement: miracle achieved. Dragon Nation Drank Profession Observer achieves world's first kill of Gold Tier Boss, Silver Moon Wolf King, LV.10. Reward: 300 free attribute points. Gold Treasure Chest X1. Meanwhile, in the USA's starter dungeon, Storm Canyon, a young man wreathed in crackling electricity, like a descending deity, raised his Thunder Warhammer and slammed it into the Storm Giant's skull. This was Kane, the USA's most brilliant prodigian SS rank, Thunder God Professional. With the boss's health nearly depleted, Kane's lips curved into a victorious smile. Then the sudden global golden announcement burst forth. Kane's smile froze on his face. Fuck. That observer again. Dragon Nation again. His momentary distraction cost him as the Storm Giant's dying blow sent him flying like a cannonball, smashing a deep crater into the rock wall. Clutching his chest, he roared in fury. How is it possible for someone to be faster than me? With the first kill stolen, SS-rank professionals from every nation erupted in outrage. No way. This has to be fake. Demand an investigation. They must be exploiting bugs. Who is this observer? Some hidden monster from Dragon Nation? A drank profession? How many resources did Dragon Nation pour into this? Meanwhile, Su Xing remained completely oblivious to the storm raging in the outside world. He calmly reached out and opened the gleaming golden treasure chest. In the dazzling moonlight, equipment pieces appeared one by one. 1. Silver moonbow gold. Attributes: Strength 400, Agility 400. Description: A war bow forged from moonlight metal. Its arrows fly in perfect silence, leaving only silver trails of death. 2. Silver moon boots gold. Attributes: Constitution 400, Agility 400. Description: Soles carved with silent moon patterns, allowing the wearer to move like falling moonlight, shadowless and soundless. 3. Silver moon helm gold. Attributes: Constitution 400, Spirit 400. Description: Legend says gazing upon its moonstone can clear the mind, and under moonlight's protection, no chaos or illusion can disturb one's will. 4. Silver moon bracers gold. Attributes: Strength 400, Spirit 400. Description: Binds the cool energy of moonlight to both wrists, not only enhancing arm strength, but allowing you to feel the tides of the lunar sea when channeling energy. All 4 pieces were actually golden tier equipment. Su Xing held the gleaming golden panels, his eyes filled with disbelief. Glancing at his previous gear, the 2 silver pieces he'd been making do with suddenly looked utterly shabby. Golden tier equipment was truly different. The attribute boost from a single piece already surpassed his 2 silver items combined. If he'd had this gear earlier, that silver moon wolf king probably wouldn't have even had a chance to howl before being pinned to the ground with a single arrow. Even more incredible was that the 2 pieces dropped by the boss were actually core components from the same set. Silver moon chest plate golden. Attributes: Constitution 400, Strength 400. Description: Forged from core metal condensed from moonlight, like an unyielding silver fortress protecting vital areas, continuously channeling the moon's resilient power into the body. Silver moon greaves golden. Attributes: Spirit 400, Agility 400. Description: The greaves are covered with flowing silver patterns, miniaturized moonlight pathways that guide steps into silent shadows while channeling collected lunar energy into the sea of consciousness. Combined with the 4 pieces he'd obtained earlier, he now had 6 golden tier equipment pieces in total. Without hesitation, Su Xing equipped them all. Armor, shoulder guards, bracers, boots, chest plate, and greaves locked into place one by one. The silver-white moon patterns resonated with each other, pale blue halos flowing at the joints before converging into a complete 6-piece set. As the final clasp clicked shut, a surge of power several times more intense than before erupted from within him, as if it might break through the cave ceiling. Su Xing had completely transformed from rags to riches. An even greater surprise followed. The set came with additional bonuses. Silver Moon Set 66. Set Effect 1. Moonlight Protection. All attributes 20. Effect doubles under moonlight. Set Effect 2. Lunar Shadow Strike. 10 chance to trigger a free Moonblade follow-up attack. The first effect provided a direct percentage boost to all attributes. The higher the base stats, the more dramatic the benefit. Under moonlight, that became a full 40. Absolutely overpowered. The second effect was like a scaled-down version of Moonblade Flurry. Land 10 regular attacks and get a free strike on the enemy, with 0 mana cost and no cooldown. A perfect by 10, get 1 free deal. Overall, this golden equipment set was absolutely perfect in value. Su Xing's comprehensive strength had surged again. While he still couldn't completely dominate those top-tier geniuses with SS strength talents, catching up to them was now a certainty. Next, he examined the single skill book in the drop list. Moonlight Golden. Effect: Consume 800 mana points for 30 minutes of 400 spirit and 15 mana regeneration per second. This recovery effect cannot stack with similar abilities. Special: Effect doubles under moonlight conditions. Description: Bathed in gentle moonlight, the mind becomes clearer and mana flows endlessly. Golden tier skills were truly dominating. Though the activation cost was a hefty 800 mana, it would pay for itself in just 54 seconds while providing an additional 400 spirit. Under moonlight, it would jump to 800 spirit and 30 mana per second, eliminating any worry about running out of mana and even saving money on mana potions. In future battles, he could cast skills freely, knowing his mana bar would refill itself. Su Xing consumed the skill book and learned Moonlight. A surge of knowledge flooded into his mind, and starlight flickered in his eyes. Su Xing immediately tested his newly acquired skill, generously drawing 800 points of mana and chanting directly Moonlight. Mana 30, mana 30. The pure moonlight cascaded down, and his mana steadily recovered at a rate of 30 points per second, gradually replenishing the power exhausted from the fierce battle. The effect was absolutely perfect. Confirming his recovery was secure, he turned his attention to the free attribute points. During the battle with the Wolf King, he had gained 60 points from killing silver wolves, 40 points from slaying the Wolf King, plus an additional 300 points as a first kill bonus for the Golden Ear boss, 400 points in total. Su Xing quickly scanned his attribute panel and, after brief consideration, decided to pour all 400 points into strength. After all, agility had its limits for speed enhancement, and his spirit was already more than sufficient. While constitution could improve his margin for error, if his strength was high enough to kill enemies with a single arrow, leaving them no chance to retaliate, his margin for error would naturally be even higher. Class Observer drank LV.10. Constitution 1337, Strength 175, 3215, 3 Agility 1330, Spirit 2165. Skills: Initial, Weakness Analysis, Energy Scan, Energy Siphon Passive, Root Entangle. Silver Armor Silver Tier, Wind Step Silver Tier, Moonlight Golden Tier. Equipment: Silver Moon Bow, Silver Moon Boots, Silver Moon Helm, Silver Moon Bracers, Silver Moon Chestplate, Silver Moon Greaves. Hidden Class: Abyssal Soul Reaper, Crank 40. HP 26740, MP 21650, Attack 7012, Defense 5348. Su Xing gazed at these staggering numbers with satisfaction. 26,000 HP, 7,000 Attack, 5,300 Defense, 21,000 Mana. Damn, this sense of security is practically overflowing. Forget about fellow rank newcomers. Even if these stats were shown to an SS rank genius, they'd have to swallow hard. Veterans who had undergone their second or third class advancement would probably drop their jaws in shock. With a thought, he dismissed the moonlight flowing around him and focused on the final spoils of war. The grassland where the Silver Moon Wolf King had fallen was a scene of devastation, yet among the debris and bloodstains, a peculiar herb glowed quietly. Its leaves were black as ink, dotted with star-like points of light, as if an entire night sky had been compressed into this tiny space. Moonstar grass. Su Xing carefully uprooted it and placed it in his inventory. The moment his fingertips touched it, a line of information appeared on his retina. Moonstar grass, Golden Tier. Said to grow only in ancient lands that can simultaneously bathe in moonlight and starlight. Its leaves carry a miniature night sky, capable of channeling celestial power into a professional's body to enhance their class talent potential. Enhance class talent potential? Su Xing's pupils contracted sharply. He instantly understood why Li Wei and the others had been so desperate for this little herb. This thing could directly improve one's class tier. If an rank genius consumed it, they might break through to Srank. Not to mention himself, a Drank Observer, who also had a chance to advance. No wonder its value far exceeded an entire set of golden equipment. Su Xing gazed at the moonstar grass, his heart racing with excitement, the starlight in his eyes burning brighter than before. Su Xing carefully stored away the moonstar grass, then glanced at the pile of equipment dropped by Li Wei and Lin Qingyan nearby. The bronze and silver inscriptions looked as dull as dust under the radiant glow of his golden armor set, but they were still worth more than black iron gear and could fetch a hefty sum at auction, a fitting compensation from those two. After sweeping all the equipment into his storage ring, he looked up toward the core area of the dense forest. In the entire initial forest, he was now the sole survivor. Taking a deep breath, Su Xing stepped forward into the shadowy depths of the woods. Meanwhile, at the central plaza of Nanjiang Sanctuary outside the initial forest, the atmosphere was as stifling as a sealed pot. On the massive light screen, the dots representing new students flickered out one by one, until finally even the 5 dots of Li Wei's Thunder Squad turned gray in unison. Total annihilation. Over 1,000 students, hundreds of teachers, and representatives from major families let out collective sighs of disappointment. At the front of the elevated platform, Lei Zhinshan, the supreme commander of Nanjiang Sanctuary's military division, had a face dark as iron. His knuckled fist slammed heavily against the armrest. What a waste. His deep voice was filled with frustration and disappointment. Enshrank Paladin paired with Enshrank Healer, and they couldn't even take down a single golden bios. It's absolutely disgraceful. Commander Lei is right. This year's freshmen are indeed lacking in overall quality. Compared to other top-tier sanctuaries in the Dragon Kingdom, we're falling behind in every aspect, let alone competing with overseas sanctuaries. This is the worst class I've seen in all my years of teaching. Looks like the final trial reward will go unclaimed. The chorus of agreement echoed across the platform, and Lei Zhinshan's anger only intensified with each comment. The image of that drank kid who had once annoyed him flashed through his mind, making him feel even more frustrated. Just then, as the teleportation array's glow faded, Li Wei and Lin Qingyan tumbled out in disheveled heaps at the center of the plaza. Li Wei kept his head down, his eyes unfocused, his once-proud battle axe nowhere to be seen. The pride of Enshrank Berserker had been crushed to dust, and cracks had appeared in his very foundation. The outside world's clamor seemed distant and muffled to him. What happened? How did the Thunder Squad get wiped out? Isn't Li Wei Srank? They probably didn't even reach the final boss, right? Look at their faces like they've seen ghosts. Layers of discussion rippled through the crowd as people stared at the two with puzzled expressions. Suddenly, a young teacher in the monitoring area trembled violently, his eyes glued to the data panel before him, nearly bulging from their sockets. He rubbed his eyes twice, double-checked, then shot to his feet with a voice sharp from shock. Wait. There's still someone inside. The piercing shout cut through the plaza's stagnant atmosphere. Lei Jinshan frowned impatiently. Who else? Aren't they all? His words stopped abruptly mid-sentence. Every eye in the crowd followed the young teacher's trembling finger. Like spotlights converging, all gazes focused on the massive leaderboard screen that towered 3 stories high at the center. The previously dim rankings suddenly blazed to life as if someone had ripped away a black curtain. Golden light exploding across the display. A name crashed onto the top spot with absolute dominance. First place, Su Xing, level 10. The entire plaza fell into a terrifying silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stood frozen as if an invisible hand had seized their throats, staring rigidly at that name while their minds went completely blank. Su Xing? Which Su Xing? Is that the worthless Su Xing with dual drank talents? Impossible. Just as their shocked exclamations reached their throats, golden kill records began flashing on the right side of the screen, thundering like high-explosive grenades detonating right beside their ears. Kill records. Tuskboar King Silver Tier Boss. Silver Moon Wolf King Gold Tier Boss. His sharp intakes of breath rippled through the crowd. If being first in level could somehow be explained by luck or playing it safe, how could anyone rationalize these 2 glaringly clear boss first kill records? After all, even the elite squad formed by shrank geniuses had been completely wiped out by that gold-tier Silver Moon Wolf King. Su Xing's combat power was simply absurd. Deathly silence pressed down on everyone. On the platform, Lei Jinshan's face had been etched with regret and disappointment, but his expression gradually froze, cracked, and finally turned an embarrassed shade of purple. Those harsh comments he'd made moments ago about dual drank talent trash and disgrace to Nanjiang Sanctuary now felt like slaps whistling through the air, striking his cheeks with stinging force. Discussions erupted below the platform. And Shrank Genius Squad gets eliminated while some dual drank waste consecutively slays 2 major bosses. What kind of nonsense is this? Li Wei, Lin Qingya, are your strength classes fake? How could you be trampled underfoot by a drank? These accusations pierced Li Wei's numb nerves like steel needles. He jerked his head up, eyes bloodshot, yet found himself speechless. Lin Qingya, who had remained silent until now, suddenly moved. Her legs gave way as she collapsed weakly against Li Wei's shoulder. Her once pure face was now deathly pale, and tears burst forth from her red, swollen eyes. 2 streams of tears slid down her cheeks as her voice trembled uncontrollably with grievance. Commander Lei, teachers, you must seek justice for us. Her piercing wails instantly drew every gaze, forcing even the ashen-faced Lei Jinshan to look her way. Lin Qingya dug her nails deep into her palms, suppressing her sobs as she cried out. Our squad fought with everything we had, sacrificing 3 of our closest teammates to wear that gold-tier Silver Moon Wolf King down to critical health. But just as we prepared to deliver the final blow, Su Xing, that shameless thief, had been lurking nearby the entire time. Like a despicable rat, he watched us fight the Wolf King to mutual destruction, then suddenly burst out and used some underground vine entanglement skill to steal the killing blow. He also took all the spoils that rightfully belonged to us. Then the Wolf King went berserk in its death throes, instantly killing us all and eliminating our entire team. She wept as she spoke, her account 9 parts fabrication and 1 part truth, yet she painted this web of lies with vivid detail. The entire venue fell into instant, deathly silence. A second later, it was like a spark falling into a powder keg. Everything exploded. I knew it. How could a worthless doubled rank possibly kill a golden boss? So that's what happened. Absolutely shameless. Stealing a fellow countryman's victory, how is that any different from being a traitor? He's a disgrace to our Nanjiang Sanctuary. I suggest we strip him of his trial qualification immediately. Curses erupted one after another. Everyone in the plaza who had harbored suspicions about Su Xing out of jealousy and prejudice finally found the perfect outlet for their rage, hurling venomous words like arrows at the figure displayed on the light screen. On the high platform, Lei Jinshan's initial confusion and shame triggered by Su Xing's achievements were instantly ignited by the crowd's accusations. His fury surged like a tidal wave. What he despised most were those who betrayed teammates and took shortcuts. In the military, such people were nothing but cancer. Just as I thought, a despicable scoundrel with rotten character. Lei Jinshan's face turned ashen, his gaze sharp as a blade as he declared with finality. Even if such a person somehow gains power through luck, they must never be trusted with responsibility. His judgment carried unshakable authority, and the denunciations in the plaza instantly reached their peak. Su Xing, who had been hailed as a hero just moments before, was now branded a traitor to the nation and became the target of universal condemnation. Amidst the chaos, only Yunshang remained calm and composed. Her delicate brows furrowed as she ignored the tearful Lin Qingya and paid no attention to the furious Lei Jinshan, keeping her gaze fixed on the cold data displayed on the light screen. Su Xing's record, clean with nothing but monster kills and level-ups, was crystal clear to her. She turned to the grave-faced principal beside her, her voice soft but firm. Principal, I believe he's not that kind of person. Look at the data from the first kill of the Fong Boar King to the first kill of the Silver Moon Wolf King. His level has been rising at a terrifyingly consistent pace. He's been frantically hunting high-level monsters and simply hasn't had time to lurk around scavenging kills. Her reasoning was like a gentle stream, instantly swallowed by the raging torrent of anger. No one heard her, and no one cared to listen. All eyes remained fixed on the imposing commander whose face was dark as storm clouds. Lei Zhinshan's rage was completely ignited by Lin Xingya's tearful accusations. His gaze turned ice cold as he ground out each word through clenched teeth. I hereby declare Su Xing's trial qualification is immediately revoked. Once he's forcibly teleported out, arrest him immediately and thoroughly investigate all of his. The verdict fell like a hammer blow. That's right. Punish the traitor severely. Scum like him doesn't deserve to be a professional. Li Wei's lips curled into a vicious grin, while Lin Xingya lowered her head to hide her triumphant smile. However, Lei Zhinshan's words came to an abrupt halt. Boom! An indescribable thunderous roar erupted without warning from within the massive light screen. The screen flickered violently, and the originally dim and hazy secret realm scene suddenly twisted and tore apart, then was completely engulfed by an ominous, viscous blood-red color. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice, like a divine decree, echoed across all sanctuaries worldwide. Global announcement. Initial trial data anomaly detected. Final phase activated ahead of schedule. Trial mode changed to purification storm. All survivors must endure until the end of the purification storm. The ultimate victor will receive the final reward. As the voice faded, the sanctuary plaza fell into deathly silence, as if everyone's breath had been simultaneously stolen away. Lei Zhinshan hung suspended in midair, his undelivered verdict stuck in his throat, his ashen face instantly filled with bewilderment. The next second, the crimson light screen zoomed in, revealing the secret realm's imagery so clearly that even dust particles were visible in perfect detail. The plaza immediately erupted in sharp exclamations. Secret realm had actually started a live broadcast. Deep within the secret realm, Su Xing had just stepped into the forest's core when the ground beneath his feet suddenly trembled. Looking up, the sky had been consumed by oppressive dark red. At the same time, the monster corpses that should have refreshed and disappeared were being re-entwined by wisps of black energy. Tusked boars, silver wolves, and even the Tusked Boar King and Silver Moon Wolf King he had just slain were rapidly reforming their flesh in the black mist. Their hollow eye sockets ignited with violent crimson fury, all uniformly upgraded to LV.10, roaring and smashing through dead wood as they converged from all directions, trapping Su Xing firmly at the center. Ha! Karma. This is karma. In the plaza, Li Wei's lackey pointed at the light screen and laughed maniacally. Surrounded by all the monster slits, see how this shameless traitor dies. Divine retribution. This is divine retribution. Li Wei and Lin Xingya exchanged glances, both their eyes filled with satisfaction. Lei Zhinshan snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on the light screen. He wanted to witness firsthand how Su Xing would make a fool of himself in this desperate situation. Inside the secret realm, the apocalyptic beast tide was enough to instantly crush the spirit of any top-tier genius. Yet Su Xing's face showed not even a ripple of emotion, only a slight frown. His expression more like someone blocked by a salesperson on their way home. Tisk! A soft sound escaped through his teeth as he slowly unslung the golden-grayed longbow, flowing with moonlight from his back. What a hassle! Not even giving me time to rest. His voice was so quiet only he could hear it. Roar! The resurrected Tusked Boar King and Silver Moon Wolf King charged from left and right with thunderous momentum, kicking up waves of dust several meters high with force enough to crush an entire army. Every spectator in the plaza felt their hearts clench simultaneously, as if they could witness Su Xing's bloody dismemberment in the next frame. But the figure in the light screen didn't even bother to spare those two massive beasts a proper glance. The bowstring was casually drawn, and a silver arrow formed from condensed moonlight instantly materialized, his movements so casual it seemed like he was shooting in his backyard. Whoosh! A flash of silver light, too fast for the naked eye to follow. In the next instant, the massive head of the charging Tusked Boar King suddenly froze mid-assault. Its eye socket, completely unprotected during its high-speed charge, was pierced clean through by an arrowhead, leaving a thumb-sized hole. Crimson numbers floated upward, 28,888. The enormous momentum carried its body tumbling across the ground, carving out a deep furrow before it crashed down with a thunderous roar, completely lifeless. One arrow, instant kill. The vast plaza fell into deathly silence. All the jeering and mockery seemed strangled by an invisible hand, choking in midair. Lei Zhinshan's pupils contracted, his mouth instinctively dropping open, unable to make a sound, though his mind screamed. Holy shit! What did I just witness? A silver-tier boss taken down with a single arrow? 5-digit damage. The Boar King, renowned for its defense, Killed instantly like that? Just how terrifying must that attack power be? Inside the secret realm, Su Xing merely twitched his eyelids uncomfortably, muttering, "My damage output now is so damn fierce. Even I'm scared of myself." Before he finished speaking, the Silver Moon Wolf King had already pounced. Its gaping maw and razor-sharp claws descended together, trailing cold light that seemed to slice through the air itself. Su Xing's form flickered, ghosting away more than 10 meters. Before his terrifying agility, the Wolf King's speed looked like slow motion. His bowstring trembled rapidly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot out in a triangular formation, targeting not the Wolf King's body, but its claws along its charging path. 11,000, 11,000, 11,000. 3 arrows directly stripped away 1/6 of the Wolf King's health bar. The Wolf King was forced into a sharp turn, awkwardly dodging this bizarre blockade. Its attack rhythm instantly shattered. For the next minute, every observer outside watched with tingling scalps. The Golden Tier boss that had wiped out Li Wei's entire team, once so fearsome, now looked like a husky being toyed with. No matter how it roared, charged, or unleashed skills, the black-haired youth's arrows always sealed off its path one step ahead. With impossibly cunning angles, each shot a confident prediction and naked mockery. Roar! After being toyed with for over 10 seconds, the Wolf King finally revealed an opening in its impotent rage. Now, Su Xing's eyes flashed with cold light as he held nothing back. A brilliant silver gleam left the bowstring, precisely piercing the Wolf King's throat. 20,000. The proud Golden Tier boss let out an unwilling cry of anguish before crashing to the ground. Even in death, it never realized it had been killed by arrows crafted from its own materialsa, particularly ironic end. Having dispatched 2 bosses, Su Xing wasn't even breathing hard. Standing his ground against the surging black tide of beasts, he transformed into a merciless artillery platform. His bow opened like a full moon, arrows flew like shooting stars, the silver moon bow becoming nothing but afterimages. Brilliant arrow rain poured down like a summer thunderstorm. With weakness analysis assisting him, every arrow struck monster vital points, each shot claiming a life. The entire process contained not a single wasted movement. Rather than battle, it was cold, efficient slaughter. 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes. When the last resurrected silver wolf let out a piercing howl and crashed down with its broken fangs, all echoes in the secret realm were instantly cut off, and deathly silence once again shrouded this blood-soaked world. Under the crimson sky, only the bow-wielding young man stood proudly, his arrow still trembling on the string, while the scattered monster corpses at his feet leaked black blood that pooled into viscous dark puddles. 3 minutes, enough to decide life and death. At this moment, the world seemed frozen by an invisible giant hand, time suspended after the one-sided slaughter. Outside the secret realm, the plaza was equally silent in a bone-chilling way. Those faces that had cursed the loudest and shouted the fiercest now froze like icebound puppets. Mouths half open, pupils dilated, throats seemingly filled with molten iron, unable to squeeze out even a gasp. Their minds blank except for the repeatedly replaying image of the young man standing alone. Meanwhile, in the initial secret realms of countries around the world, Country M, boom, lightning thick as an arm plummeted from the dark clouds, tearing through the scales of the 9-headed hydra as the smell of charred flesh spread. The blond youth surrounded by golden electric arcs floated in midair, surveying his surroundings with pride. He was none other than Kane, Country M's genius SS-class professional known as Thor. A bunch of resurrected trash dares to block me. Kane's lips curved into a confident arc as lightning crackled at his fingertips. He had mapped out his strategy. First, use high-frequency lightning strikes for group paralysis, then unleash his ultimate move, Thor's Wrath, to clear the field. As for that boss, he'd wear it down with attrition warfare. He firmly believed that as long as he persevered to the end, the final reward would be his. Japan. Traditional samurai robes fluttered in the wind as a young man stood silently before the 8-headed, 8-tailed serpent, eyes closed, the cold gleam of his katana flowing in his grip. He was Japan's SS-class sword saint. The violent serpent's breath rushed toward him, lifting his sleeves, yet couldn't budge his form even an inch. All his spirit and killing intent were condensed into the blade's edge. He waited for that Oni intent the sand-second opening to deliver the perfect single strike and sever the serpent's head, proving to the world that the way of the samurai was supreme. However, just as Kane prepared to unleash his world-destroying thunderstorm, and the sword saint gathered himself to deliver his allure-nothing strike, sudden change erupted. Those bosses with their overwhelming presence, like incarnations of the apocalypse, flickered like unplugged screens, buzzing twice before shattering into countless points of light and vanishing into thin air. Forcibly suppressing the thunderstorm back into his body, Kane felt his chest tighten and nearly choked. What? My perfect strike. The sword saint's eyes snapped open, his blade frozen midair, his face full of bewilderment. Before either could recover, a gentle white light suddenly descended, enveloping them along with the top talents from various countries, forcing them into teleportation. Whoosh! The light faded as all transported individuals tumbled back to their respective sanctuary plazas, expressions dazed. What's going on? System bug. What the hell? I already took my pants off and you show me this. The trial is over? The global channel erupted in chaos with doubts, complaints, and panic rising one after another. Just as the voices grew chaotic, the sky changed. A golden leaderboard slowly unfurled across the entire planet's canopy, radiating holy light and silent majesty that left all beings breathless. The board bore no dense rankings or flowery language, only 3 lines of text condensed to suffocating simplicity. Final trial complete. Sole victor, Dragon Country Professional Observer. Rewards distributed. Boom. In this moment, the entire world fell completely silent. In the Dragon Nation, at the Nanjiang Sanctuary Plaza, silence reigned like a graveyard. Li Wei's lackeys, who had been laughing mockingly just moments before, now sat pale-faced and collapsed on the ground, their knees giving out beneath them. Li Wei himself trembled uncontrollably, not from rage, but from a fear that spread from the depths of his soul. All his lies and slander crumbled like paper scraps before that miraculous global announcement. He mechanically turned his head to look at Lin Qingya. That pretty face that had once captivated him, always able to perfectly display a pitiful expression, was now ghastly pale. Those beautiful eyes that habitually gathered tears at crucial moments no longer held any trace of calculated grievance, only the raw terror and despair of someone whose mask had been completely torn away. Traitor? Thief? Shameless scoundrel. Someone muttered these words under their breath, and they struck like invisible slaps across the faces of Li Wei, Lin Qingya, and anyone who had joined in the mockery, stinging with burning pain. On the platform, Lei Zhinshan's square face cycled through colors, first green, then white, then red, finally settling on ashen gray. His prized judgment and authority had been shattered to pieces by ironclad facts. As if all strength had been drained from him instantly, his body swayed, and he nearly lost his footing. In the deathly silence, a sharp, distorted shriek suddenly tore through the air. It's a bug. He must have exploited a bug. Everyone turned toward the sound to see Li Wei in a state of madness, his eyes bloodshot, pointing at Su Xing in the light screen and roaring with all his might. The terror of being cornered had driven him to the most vicious insanity. You've all been deceived by him. Lin Qingya, who had been collapsed beside him, suddenly grasped at this last straw. She jerked her head up, her pale face showing a sickly indignation, tears bursting forth like a broken dam, her voice more shrill and inflammatory than ever before. Commander Lei, teachers, can't you see? She pointed trembling at the light screen. In the final trial, those were all resurrected monsters. Resurrected. They weren't real bosses at all, just empty shells spawned by a system bug, with barely a tenth of their true power, which is why he could kill them so easily. He didn't rely on skill at all. He cheated. He deceived the entire system and stole the glory that rightfully belonged to all of us Nanjiang freshmen. Her earth-shattering accusations exploded like thunder. Those who had just been ashamed of their own foolishness first froze. Then their eyes blazed with sudden enlightenment. That's right. A bug. It must be a bug. How could a doubled rank waste possibly one-shot a silver-tier boss? Killing a gold-tier boss in 1 minute? Completely illogical. Of course. He's a shameless cheater. I knew it. How could a drank waste be that strong? So it was a bug exploit. What an absolutely shameless act. A despicable fraud. This person is a disgrace to Nanjiang. Even more detestable than a traitor. He cheated the system and stole the ultimate reward. That reward doesn't belong to him. It must be confiscated. The anger that had just subsided now reignited with 1,000 times more ferocity and ugliness. Human jealousy and ignorance were displayed in all their wretched glory at this moment. Below the platform, the sea of people erupted once again. Fists waved, spittle flew, and curses surged toward the stage like a tidal wave, as if they wanted to tear the so-called fraud limb from limb. On the platform, Lei Zhinshan's body, which had been trembling with guilt, suddenly froze. The terrifying damage numbers on the light screen and Lin Qingya's seemingly flawless analysis quickly formed a reasonable explanation in his Minda bug exploit. A level 10 freshman, even an SS-rank genius, couldn't possibly one-shot a silver-tier boss. The doubt in Lei Zhinshan's heart was instantly crushed, leaving only burning cold, killing intent. Those revived monsters must have been empty shells. This Su Xing is indeed a morally corrupt opportunist. With this thought, his last trace of guilt vanished completely. In its place was a burning desire for the ultimate reward. Such a divine-tier reward in the hands of scum was not only wasteful, but could threaten the Dragon Kingdom. It must be confiscated by the sanctuary and handled by him personally. Lei Zhinshan suddenly raised his hand and commanded, "Everyone prepare. The moment he comes out, apprehend him immediately. If he dares resist, kill without mercy." The frenzied denunciations were instantly suppressed by the killing intent. leaving only cold, murderous atmosphere in the square. But the storm had already spread far beyond Nanjiang. Dragon Kingdom, capital sanctuary. In the magnificent hall above the clouds, four figures with profound auras surrounded a freshly delivered intelligence report. The title contained only 3 words: The Observer. 1 arrow to kill a LV-10 silver tier boss. 5 minutes to clear the final trial. The world's only victor. The white-haired elder exclaimed in a low voice. A drank profession? Such potential is unheard of. Investigate his background, family, everything. The middle-aged man in military uniform slammed his fist on the table. Those fools at Nanjiang Sanctuary don't deserve such a prodigy. I've already given the order. A hoarse voice from the shadows followed. 7th-tier shadow assassins have been dispatched, rushing to Nanjiang at maximum speed. We must bring him back and protect him before other forces make their move. Exactly, the 4th person concluded. Secure this genius at any cost. M Country, Pentagon Temple. Warning lights bathed the entire wall in red. The blonde, blue-eyed man gritted his teeth. Dragon Kingdom again. We absolutely cannot let them produce another war god. Activate Operation Star Destroyer. Deploy Shrank assassin squads to infiltrate Dragon Kingdom, find the Observer, and eliminate him. Sakura Country, Mount Fuji Sanctuary. Baka. The Dragon Kingdom people are too cunning. The sinister priest roared. Order the Demon Warrior Corps lurking in Dragon Kingdom to mobilize with full force. In the name of Amaterasu, purify him. Dark currents surged across the world, all because of one named Su Xing. And at the true center of the storm, deep within the initial secret realm, a beam of light descended from the heavens, neither gold nor silver, but a chaotic hue containing the mysteries of the universe's creation. Ignoring the external clamor and conspiracies, it precisely entered Su Xing's forehead. Su Xing's body trembled as he felt an indescribable core containing infinite laws merge completely with his soul. Notification: you have obtained the unique Reward Creator God Core Fragment 19. The Creator God Core holds secrets about talents beyond SS rank professions. Su Xing quietly felt the profound stirring from the depths of his soul, emanating from the fragment of the Creator's core embedded in his brow. It was a sense of completeness that brought peace to his mind and spirit, as if a long-lost puzzle piece had finally found its rightful place. The moment this warm current spread throughout his body, an invisible yet distinctly clear summons surged from the deepest reaches of the primordial forest, not a sound, nor a mental wave, but a resonance originating from his bloodline, from the very essence of his abyssal soul reaper profession. A flash of brilliance sparked in Su Xing's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a blur, racing straight toward the forest's heart. With each step forward, the calling grew stronger, as if the very earth beneath his feet was guiding him. Minutes later, he pushed through the final thicket and emerged into an open clearing. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient tree of unimaginable size. It had long since withered, its bark cracked and gray-white like stone, its branches bare and leafless, as though drained of every last drop of nourishment over countless ages. Yet Su Xing could clearly sense that beneath this deathly shell, a small but stubborn spark of life was resonating with the power within him. As if drawn by some unseen will, he raised his right hand, fingers spread wide, and pressed it against the rough, cold trunk. Boom. The instant his palm made contact, vast life energy erupted from within Su Xing, surging through the root system of Abyssal Soul Reaper and flooding into the ancient tree. The entire massive tree shuddered violently. Visible streams of emerald light, originating from his palm, instantly spread to every inch of bark and every branch. The cracked fissures healed rapidly, the wood regaining its thick, lustrous quality. Withered branches swayed as countless buds sprouted forth, transforming within moments into a lush, verdant canopy that blocked out the sky. Simultaneously, a massive flow of information branded itself directly into Su Xing's soul. Notification: you have awakened the primordial forest world tree core and formed a deep bond with it. You have obtained the unique authority mark of the world tree. Mark of the world tree effects. 1. Absolute sanctuary. When facing mortal danger anywhere, instantly teleport to the world tree's base, negating all damage. 2. Life revival. Upon death, your soul will be drawn by the mark and perfectly resurrected beneath the world tree. Cooldown: 30 days. 3. Shared growth. Henceforth, all newcomers entering the primordial forest will share 100 of their experience gains from killing monsters or being killed by monsters with you. As the information finished flowing in, Su Xing withdrew his hand, feeling the blood-deep resonance with the world tree. A cold smile slowly curved his lips. Resurrection, teleportation, passive leveling. This was truly a god-tier reward. With this trump card in hand, no matter how vast the heavens and earth, where could he not go? He glanced at the heavy equipment and materials in his inventory, extremely satisfied with his gains from this venture into the primordial forest. With a thought, he chose to leave. Outside, at Nanjiang Sanctuary Plaza, Following Lei Jinshan's furious command, several squads of sanctuary guards clad in fine armor had completely surrounded the teleportation array. Cold steel gleamed as swords were drawn from their sheaths, murderous intent filling the air. Every eye in the crowd was fixed on the teleportation array, waiting for that shameless cheater to appear. Whoosh! A flash of white light erupted as Su Xing's figure materialized at the center of the formation, the glowing runes beneath his boots still fading. He's out. Take him down. Hand over the rewards. Greed and fury wove together into a thunderous wave of sound as the entire plaza erupted in chaos. The guards shouted and jeered, yet none dared take that crucial first step. They could only form an encirclement, their spear tips trembling as they pressed the very air tight with tension. Li Wei and Lin Qingya cowered behind the guards, faces pale as death, their feet shuffling backward step by step. Others might not know, but they had witnessed Su Xing's terrifying power firsthand. Those casual arrows that slaughtered a gold-tier boss had become a nightmare they would never forget. Now they could only lurk in the shadows, using their serpentine gazes to incite the ignorant cannon fodder at the front. In this moment of drawn swords and nocked arrows, a slender figure suddenly burst forward, resolutely placing herself in front of Su Xing Yunshang. She spread her arms wide, desperately using her far-from-sturdy frame to form a human shield for Su Xing, her delicate face etched with anxiety, yet radiating unwavering determination. Su Xing, get behind me. Commander Lei. Teachers, the matter hasn't been properly investigated yet. You can't do this. From the elevated platform, Lei Jinshan narrowed his eyes, his gaze growing colder. Yunshang, are you going to shield this disgrace of Nanjiang as well? Stand aside. I won't. Yunshang's voice wasn't loud, but it was solid as stone. Is it worth it for a piece of trash? Li Wei's shrill voice cut through the air from his hiding spot in the crowd. Shut up. Su Xing finally spoke. He gently pulled Yunshang behind him, his gaze calmly sweeping over those faces twisted by greed. After a moment, the corner of his mouth curved into the faintest of arcs, contemptuous and tinged with pity. Pathetic. Su Xing spoke quietly, yet his words carried clearly across the deathly silent plaza. A bunch of fools being used as someone else's weapons. Beyond salvation. His gaze pierced through the human wall, landing precisely on Li Wei and Lin Qingya's ashen faces. His voice instantly turned sharp as a blade. Li Wei, Lin Qingya, from today forward, I'll show you what true despair means. Your levels will remain forever at 1. As long as you dare leave Nanjiang Sanctuary, dare enter any dungeon, I'll kill you every time I see you, until your Dao hearts shatter and you become complete wastes. This wasn't a threat, it was a death sentence. Li Wei and Lin Qingya were struck as if by lightning, their legs going weak, terror in their eyes deeper than death itself. Insolent. Lei Jinshan roared from the platform, his overwhelming pressure crashing down like a mountain. You dare threaten Enshrank Genius in my presence. No one can save you today. Take him down. Between Enshrank Genius and a drank waste, he chose the former without hesitation. Wind howled as he grew tired of waiting for his subordinates to act. The terrifying pressure of a fifth circle practitioner descended like a crushing mountain, aimed directly at Su Xing would personally cripple this arrogant brat who didn't know his place. Su Xing's pupils contracted sharply as he instantly connected with the world tree mark between his brows, preparing to forcibly teleport away with Yunshang. However, just as Lei Jinshan was about to strike, a shadow of impossible speed appeared without warning between Su Xing and Lei Jinshan. Clang! A seemingly casual, yet eardrum-shattering clash of metal rang out. Lei Jinshan's devastating strike, powerful enough to split mountains and shatter stones, was effortlessly blocked by what appeared to be an ordinary hand just half a meter from Su Xing's Facino gauntlets. No armor, just a bare palm. In the next instant, shockwaves erupted outward from the two men at the center. The entire plaza, paved with dark blue stone, cracked inch by inch as countless fragments were hurled into the air. The nearest guards were sent flying like ragdolls crushed by an invisible beast, blood spurting from their mouths as they screamed and crashed over 10 meters away, toppling entire rows of spears and shields. As the dust settled, the plainly dressed man in black remained standing perfectly still, not even his toes having shifted. His opponent, Lei Jinshan, a fifth circle powerhouse, had staggered back 3 steps, each footfall leaving a half-inch crater in the ground before he barely managed to steady himself. You. Lei Jinshan's face turned the color of liver, his throat seeming to catch on every word. Seventh circle? You're a 7th circle powerhouse. Boom. The words 7th circle hit like a thunderbolt dropped into boiling oil. Everyone still standing in the plaza felt their minds go blank. 7th circle, what did that even mean? For these students still struggling to reach the 2nd circle, and indeed for the entire Nanjiang Sanctuary, such beings were the stuff of legend, like gods suspended in the heavens. Even now, their sanctuary's true strongest warrior was merely General Lei Jinshan, standing before them at the 5th circle. Yet here, a living, breathing 7th circle powerhouse had appeared before them without warning. May I ask who you are? Lei Zhinshan forced down the tumultuous waves in his heart, his voice hoarse. The man paid him no heed, uttering just 2 words, apotheosis. 2 syllables, yet they carried an otherworldly authority, as if his words could reshape reality itself. Lei Zhinshan, I am Shadow Kill of the 7th Circle, here on orders to invite student Su Xing to join the Dragon Nation's premier guild apotheosis. The man spoke again, his tone flat, yet brooking no argument. Getting so worked up over a child hardly befits the supreme military commander of a minor sanctuary. Shadow Kill deliberately emphasized the words, minor sanctuary, causing Lei Zhinshan to grit his teeth in fury, though he found himself unable to retort under the man's crushing presence. The already deathly quiet plaza now seemed devoid of even the wind. Apotheosis, the Dragon Nation's premier guild. A true colossus rumored to consider even 5th Circle powerhouses as mere foot soldiers. Everyone was stunned. Why would such an elusive top-tier organization suddenly descend upon the humble Nanjiang sanctuary? More absurdly still, why were they here to invite Su Xing, a drank failure? Could it be? Lei Zhinshan's heart lurched as an exciting thought swept over him, had almost forgotten how effortlessly this man had blocked his strike. He hurried forward, forcing an eager smile as he pointed toward Li Wei and Lin Xingyao behind him. So you're from Apotheosis. My deepest apologies. Sir, haven't you made a mistake? The person you're looking for should be one of them. This year's batch from Nanjiang has produced several strength talents. On the playground, the reception staff spoke with excitement, shouting like they were hawking rare treasures. Student Li Wei, Student Lin Qingjiatheri, the pride of our Nanjiang. The finest prospects prepared for a top-tier guild like yours. Yes, absolutely. Li Wei and Lin Xingyao rushed forward like drowning people grasping at their last lifeline, scrambling to the front with pathological ecstasy written all over their faces. Sir, you must be here to invite us. Li Wei's eyes blazed with madness as he pointed at Su Xing and shrieked. Don't let this waste fool you. He's just drank trash who steals our bosses. He only got those achievements through bugs and cheating. He's shameless and despicable, doesn't deserve to enter Fengshen. Yes, sir, we're the strength talents. We're the ones you're looking for. Lin Xingya quickly chimed in, putting on her pitiful act once again. Su Xing quietly watched the 2 clowns below making complete fools of themselves, the mockery in his eyes deepening. They'd acted so long they'd started believing their own performance truly pathetic. Annoying. The man known as Shadow Kill finally frowned. In the next instant, bone-chilling killing intent swept across the entire plaza, like ice picks stabbing into everyone's spine. Thud, thud. Li Wei and Lin Xingya collapsed as if struck in the chest by invisible hammers, eyes rolling back, foaming at the mouth, fainting on the spot. Everyone around felt an icy blade pressed against their throats, their breathing frozen. When Fengshen conducts business, Shadow Kill's voice carried no warmth as he coldly swept his gaze over the pale-faced Lei Zhinshan. Is it your place to interrupt? Lei Zhinshan stood frozen, his back instantly soaked with cold sweat, not daring to even breathe loudly, thinking with shock and rage. What kind of incredible luck has this Su Xing stumbled into? After the killing intent receded like a tide, Shadow Kill turned to face Su Xing, the coldness on his face replaced by a polite smile. Young friend, are you the observer? Su Xing nodded calmly. I am Shadow Kill from the Fengshen Guild. Shadow Kill introduced himself and got straight to the point. Would you be willing to join Fengshen? Su Xing narrowed his eyes. She didn't believe in free lunches. A 7th-tier powerhouse from the Dragon Kingdom's top guild taking interest in a seemingly drank waste. There had to be a reason. He looked directly at Shadow Kill and asked the key question. Does Fengshen also want my final reward? Shadow Kill was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter filled with appreciation. Haha, interesting. Don't worry. Young friend, a mere initial secret realm reward is beneath Fengshen's notice. What we value is you the observer's potential. Su Xing understood and pressed further. Then what do you need from me? You're quite level-headed, not getting carried away by Fengshen's reputation. Shadow Kill said approvingly. The conditions are simple. Before you reach the 6th tier, the guild will provide everything you need free of charge: equipment, skills, potions, intelligence, you name it. All you need to do is complete some manageable tasks after reaching the 6th tier and contribute to the guild. 6th tier members offer limited help to us. What produces massive returns are 7th and 8th tier powerhouses. How high you can climb depends entirely on you. As his words fell, the crowd on the plaza, just recovering from the terrifying killing intent, suddenly breathed heavily, their eyes bloodshot. Free resources all the way to the 6th tier. In Nanjiang Sanctuary, the 5th tier Thunder General was like a deity, and the 6th tier was a realm they didn't even dare dream of. Yet Fengshen was planning to directly invest someone to the 6th tier, seeking only the potential future returns of the 7th or 8th tier. Jealousy coiled around everyone's hearts like venomous serpents. What made it even more despairing was that Fengshen was completely indifferent to ordinary 6th tier members. Only the 7th tier counted as a successful investment, and the 8th tier could bring massive returns. Who wouldn't want to join such a guild? Free resources until the 6th rank. These few words struck everyone in the square like a hammer blow to the chest, then twisted sharply searing pain exploded instantly. Jealousy blazed like wildfire, nearly bursting from every person's eyes. They couldn't understand it, nor would they accept it. Why? Why should a doubled rank waste, a despicable cheater who climbed up through bugs and exploits, receive the godlike treatment they wouldn't even dare dream of? Lei Jinshan's face turned ashen, absurdity churning in his heart. The person he'd wanted to destroy moments ago had suddenly been elevated to honored guest status by Dragon Nation's top guild, promised unlimited resources. This was more humiliating than being slapped 100 times in public. Everyone naturally assumed that faced with such an enormous windfall from heaven, Su Xing would immediately show gratitude and kneel in thanks. However, Su Xing remained silent. He stood quietly, spine straight, his eyes calm as still water. What Shadow Kill had just said sounded like a golden path to the future to others, but to his ears it seemed merely polite conversation. Time ticked by. The initial jealous clamor of the square was swallowed by silence, and the atmosphere began to congeal strangely. Doesn't know what's good for him. Really thinks he's somebody? Making Lord Shadow Kill waits, asking for death. Whispers slithered through the crowd like venomous snakes. At the back, Li Wei's lips curved in a cold smile. Lin Qingya's pale face also showed a hint of satisfaction in her view. Su Xing's pretentious posturing was tantamount to openly challenging a 7th-rank powerhouse's patience, and his fate would surely be miserable. Lei Jinshan's frown deepened. Already prejudiced against Su Xing, he was now convinced the boy had been intoxicated by minor achievements and completely lost his sense of proportion. But no one knew that beneath Su Xing's calm exterior, an intense internal debate was raging. The benefits of joining Sealing Gods were too obvious. First, protection. The Genesis Core Fragment, the World Tree Marquether item alone would make him a top-tier bounty target for assassins worldwide. Moreover, having just obtained the ultimate reward from the initial dungeon, he was already being watched by certain forces. With his individual strength, survival was impossible. Sealing Gods was currently the most solid and convenient shield. Second, resources. Unlimited material support and cultivation until the 6th rank could save him enormous amounts of exploration and accumulation time, allowing him to focus all his energy on becoming stronger. The drawbacks were equally sharp. First, constraints. Joining any organization meant surrendering some freedom. After reaching the 6th rank, he'd be required to complete missions, essentially binding his future to the guild's interests on the same chain. Second, the unknown. He had no idea why Sealing Gods valued the observer profession so highly. This could be an excellent opportunity, or it might be a bottomless trap. Freedom was precious, but the prerequisite was staying alive and growing strong enough as quickly as possible to fear no threats. The answer was clear. Having thought everything through, Su Xing raised his head and met Shadow Kill's gaze, which held a trace of expectation. Instead of answering directly, he asked a counter-question to confirm the crucial point. The guild won't interfere with members' personal opportunities, like dungeon rewards, right? Shadow Kill's eyes suddenly sharpened. Then he threw back his head and laughed heartily, his admiration practically overflowing. Of course. That's the rule of apotheosis. Whatever members earn individually belongs to them alone. We never covet anyone's opportunities. Apotheosis invests in the person themselves. Everyone shares the same ultimate goal to become gods. That's why apotheosis was founded in the first place. With this confirmation, Su Xing hesitated no longer and nodded decisively. All right, I agree to join. Shadow Kill, who had maintained his composed demeanor throughout, visibly relaxed his shoulders. He let out a long breath, as if he had finally completed an extremely important mission. This subtle gesture sent shockwaves through Lei Jinshan in the distant sea, and perhaps the entire Nanjiang sanctuary had completely underestimated Su Xing's value from the very beginning. This newcomer, labeled as dispensable drank trash, had prompted a colossal organization like Apotheosis to send a 7th revolution powerhouse personally to his door, carefully inviting him back. This was clearly a priceless treasure. Su Xing paid no attention to everyone's shock. Ever practical, having decided to join, he immediately made his first request. I'm currently at 1st revolution max level and urgently need to complete my 2nd revolution mission. Can the guild provide relevant resources and assistance? How greedy. Li Wei's sour voice emerged from the crowd. Just agreed to join and already eager to claim benefits. Shadow Kill showed no displeasure whatsoever. Instead, he slapped his thigh and burst into hearty laughter. A mere 2nd revolution mission, why bother with the guild's tedious procedures? I'll personally cover these resources as a welcome gift. The moment his words landed, the plaza fell into deathly silence. Those who had been chattering moments before seemed to have their throats seized, mouths agape, but unable to make a sound. The 2nd revolution resources their families could barely scrape together with all their might were merely trivial matters in his eyes. The next moment, Shadow Kill did something even more astounding. He casually swept his hand across the sky. Rip! The air tore like fragile cloth, creating a pitch-black fissure. Then a thunderous eagle's cry that shook the heavens exploded forth. From the depths of the crack emerged a proud Hiata massive beast with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters, jet black throughout, its feathers gleaming with the cold light of black iron, looking down upon all living beings, the nine heavens soaring prong. The terrifying pressure of an SS-rank fierce beast materialized into tangible waves that swept across the plaza. All the freshmen even-rank prodigies found their knees weakening under this oppression and collapsed one after another. Even Lei Jinshan, a fifth revolution powerhouse, felt his chest tighten and breathing become difficult. An SS-rank mount. Is this the foundation of the Dragon Kingdom's #1 guild? Someone murmured. Nanjiang's strongest beast was merely shrank, utterly incomparable to the giant Peng before them. Shadow Kill's figure flashed, and he had already landed gracefully on the Peng's back. He turned to look at Su Xing. However, Su Xing didn't immediately board the Peng. Instead, he turned around to look at the graceful figure who had always silently stood in front of him, now both shocked and gratified. He extended his hand. Teacher Yunshang, come with me. He couldn't bear to leave behind the person who had stood against everyone for his sake. Yunshang froze, gazing into Su Xing's sincere eyes. Her nose tingled, her eyes instantly reddened, but she nodded firmly. Under the complex gazes of envy, jealousy, regret, and fear from everyone in the plaza, Su Xing took Yunshang with him and boarded that legendary mount. The giant rock spread its wings, unleashing howling winds as it soared skyward, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Li Wei and Lin Qingya gazed up at the massive figure disappearing into the distance, their faces pale as death, even their breathing trembling with fear. Lei Jinshan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes churning with a mixture of awe, envy, and shock, unable to calm himself for a long time. In that moment, it seemed as though heaven and earth had been cleaved by a sharp blade, clearly divided into two distinct realms. The Nanjiang Sanctuary's Job Changer Association stood adjacent to the newborn Awakening Plaza. Yingsha rode the great rock in several loops before quietly circling back. Since we're leaving anyway, how can I not put on a show worthy of this grand spectacle? He patted the rock's neck feathers, his tone half serious, half playful. The rock's wingspan blocked out the sky as it circled above the plaza, causing countless people to look up in stunned amazement. Yingsha deliberately let these gazes pierce Su Xing like daggers, allowing that sour, itching jealousy to spread. Su Xing found this somewhat childish, yet understood that Yingsha was actually venting on his behalf, warmth rising in his heart. The Resource Exchange Hall occupied the association's west wing, its understated decor radiating luxury, a dark gold ceiling embedded with magical energy lamps, obsidian floors that reflected one's image, and visitors who moved with steady steps carrying subtle energy fluctuations, clearly all powerhouses from various domains. Yingsha led Su Xing and Yunshang to exchange counter 3. The receptionist maintained a professional smile and polite nod. Though he couldn't hide the contempt in his eye, she clearly took the 3 for rookie newcomers who had mixed in through connections with important people. Su Xing calmly stepped forward and summoned his virtual inventory panel. Under that impatient gaze, he unhesitatingly clicked dump all. Crash, like a mountain flood bursting through a dam, or the Milky Way cascading from the ninth heaven. Black iron, bronze, and silver gleams intertwined as various weapons, armor, and materials poured forth from the void. The clinking and clanking of metal echoed through the dome. Within mere moments, a mountain of equipment, radiating prismatic brilliance, had piled up before the sturdy alloy exchange counter, its cold gleam so blinding that people couldn't keep their eyes open. The hall fell deathly silent, then erupted in thunderous roars of amazement. Holy, what is that? Did he rob some guild's warehouse? It's all equipment, and tons of silver-grade stuff. Good God, a newbie actually produced all this. The previously dismissive receptionist's mouth gaped wide enough to fit a fist, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, veins throbbing on his forehead. He frantically activated his optical brain communicator, his voice cracking. Quick, get people here. Counter 3. Inventory needed. Emergency support required. Yunshang stood frozen in place, her delicate hand covering her red lips, her beautiful eyes shining with shock. Su Xing, did you ransack the entire initial forest? Even Yingsha, the 7th-tier powerhouse renowned for his composure and elegance, couldn't stop his eye from twitching. Though maintaining a calm exterior, his heart churned like a stormy sea. When I first changed jobs, I fought tooth and nail over a single silver-grade weapon. This kid is ridiculously wealthy. I was worried he wouldn't have enough materials for job advancement. Now it seems the 2nd-tier greeting gift I gave him was embarrassingly modest. Little did Yingsha know, he would soon have reason to weep. While several staff members frantically counted the mountain of loot, Su Xing acted as if nothing had happened, pulling the still-dazed Yunshang toward the treasure exchange area nearby. The shelves gleamed under the lights, displaying layers upon layers of exquisite treasures, each radiating dazzling brilliance. Su Xing's gaze swept across them before he raised his hand without hesitation, pointing to a silver-white necklace that seemed woven from moonlight itself. That one, Tears of the Moon Goddess. I'll take it. Certainly. That will be 100,000 copper coins. Before the staff member could finish speaking, the terminal chimed with a payment successful notification. Tears of the Moon Goddess, a gold-tier defensive accessory that could negate one fatal blow at a critical moment. Su Xing took it and slowly offered it to Yunxiang. Teacher, this is for you. This is too precious. I can't. Yunxiang was both delighted and shocked, instinctively stepping back. Take it. Su Xing's tone was calm, but brooked no refusal. Without you, I wouldn't have made it this far. That sincerity struck her heart. With tears welling in her eyes, she raised her hands to place the Tears of the Moon Goddess around her pale neck, her fingers trembling as if afraid she might accidentally shatter this captured moonlight. Sha, watching from a distance, nodded approvingly, his estimation of Su Xing quietly rising. Moments later, the equipment count was complete. The system chimed as an astronomical sum of copper coins flowed into Su Xing's account. Sha kept his promise, handing over a second-tier advancement scroll that emanated faint spatial fluctuations. Su Xing took the scroll and crushed it immediately. Silver light exploded, instantly teleporting him to a magnificent and solemn class advancement temple. The dome soared high above, sacred energy flowing like a tide. At the center, a statue of the class advancement goddess gazed down with lowered eyes as a gentle starlight descended, completely enveloping Su Xing. Second-tier advancement quest initiated. The quest panel materialized. Phase 1. Reach level 10 completed. Su Xing glanced at this line and nodded slightly. But when his eyes fell on the second phase, he froze completely. Phase 2. Submit the following 10 gold-tier materials to prove your potential 0-10. 1. Reverse scale of a gold-tier dragon beast 1. 2. Complete tentacle of a gold-tier deep sea demon anemone 1. 3. Heart of a gold-tier storm giant 1. 4. Gold-tier stellar core fragment 1. 5. Gold-tier. What followed was a long list of names 10 materials that were all unheard-of legendary treasures, their very names enough to make one's scalp tingle. A Drank Observer class actually required so many gold-tier materials? Keep in mind that even after killing a gold-tier boss with first kill bonuses, Su Xing had barely managed to assemble a full set of gold equipment. Without relying on a guild, where could he possibly gather these? Though it made sense while Observer was rated Drank, its talent was no less impressive than SS-tier classes. Fortunately, Sha was waiting outside. Light flashed, and Su Xing found himself back in the exchange hall, sharing his quest panel. Hiss! Yunxiang suddenly gasped. How is this possible? Even SS rank class second-tier advancement only requires 3 gold-tier materials, and just 1 of each type. The generous smile on Sha's face froze. He leaned in to carefully examine the materials list, his expression shifting from bewilderment to shock, then to confusion, before slowly turning towards Su Xing's class panel. Drank Observer. For simple words, yet they struck his bold promise like a sledgehammer. He had thought this would be a small favor easily completed, never imagining it would be a bottomless pit. The entire exchange hall suddenly fell into an eerie silence, the air seeming to solidify. The awkward atmosphere was so thick you could cut it with a knife. The air in the exchange hall seemed to freeze solid. The oppressive silence was suffocating, like a dull blade scraping back and forth against bare skin. Yunxiang instinctively clenched her fists, cold sweat seeping from her palms. She feared that the 7th-tier powerhouse, Sha, might fly into a rage and turn hostile on the spot. Sha's expression was more exaggerated than any opera mask. First blank, then shocked, and finally utterly bewildered. This veteran powerhouse who had dominated the world for decades, who thought he had seen it all, found his entire worldview shattered by this Drank profession's second-tier material list. What the hell kind of second-tier task was this? The combined materials required for several SS rank professionals' second-tier advancement would barely match this list. This wasn't a class change, it was highway robbery. Ahem. A short, dry cough shattered the deathly silence, coming from Sha himself. He took a deep breath, as if trying to inhale all the frustration in his chest into his lungs, then exhaled slowly. His profound eyes flashed with pain and helplessness, finally settling into the resolve of someone who had given up all hope. Fine. He gritted his teeth, his voice carrying tragic determination. Sha has traveled the world on his word alone. So what if it's 10 golden-tier materials? Each word seemed squeezed through his teeth. I will provide them. As his words fell, he reached into his storage ring and began pulling items out one by one, each movement like a tug-of-war with fate itself. Sigh, this bottle of dragon blood I barely managed to steal from the Abyssal Dragon King's lair. A crystalline vial was gently placed on the table, his gaze lingering reluctantly. Sigh, this fragment of stellar core I was saving to upgrade my precious dagger. A piece of starlight gleaming metal followed, his face written with the pain of massive loss. Yunxiang watched in stunned amazement as this legendary 7th-tier powerhouse, looking exactly like a father whose children had drained his life savings, muttered complaints while painfully gathering 10 golden tier materials that could cripple any small guild. The final material slammed onto the table with a thud, and Ingsha looked completely drained of spirit. Take it. Transform. He barked irritably at Su Xing. Thank goodness he had only agreed to help with the second-tier advancement, otherwise he'd be sick with regret. Next time, he would absolutely never casually accept Su Xing's class change request. These requirements were practically cheating, way too material-intensive. Su Xing returned to the class change temple and offered up all 10 materials. Second phase. Please submit the following 10 golden ear materials to prove your potential. 1010. Second phase complete. The class change temple instantly blazed with brilliant light. Starlight 100 times more dazzling than ever before gathered into a massive pillar reaching the heavens, completely engulfing Su Xing. Unprecedented, vast power from the world's origin surged madly into his eyes, tearing pain sweeping through like his eyeballs were being melted down and reshaped. Simultaneously, system notifications flooded his mind like a raging storm. But among them, the most crucial and critical message left Su Xing completely stunned in place. Warning. Unknown profession evolution path detected. The profession system is performing data correction. Congratulations. Your Drank Observer profession has successfully absorbed Law Essence and completed an unprecedented tier leap. Current profession, Crank Law Gaze. Mental Attribute Bonus, 100. New skills, Law Analysis, Spatial Rift. Evolution trait. Eye whites transformed into transparent crystals that refract multicolored law halos. Your gaze can capture the outlines of laws, symbolizing initial comprehension of the world's essence. So that's it. Su Xing felt as if a massive hammer had struck his chest, sending towering waves crashing through his heart. In an instant, he understood completely. This wasn't an ordinary second advancement at all, but a heaven-defying evolution that used massive rare resources as fuel to forcibly tear through the iron laws of profession tiers. The concept that professions could evolve completely overturned his decades of understanding. The world's consensus was that profession tiers, once formed, were permanent. Shrank would always be shrank. If you wanted higher, you could only rely on job change scrolls to become SS Shrank. Yet he could raise his tiers simply by completing advancement tasks. It was absolutely absurd. Outside the temple, Shadow Kill and Yunsheng also saw that brilliant pillar of light that nearly pierced through the dome. Both their mouths hung open wide enough to fit their fists. A Drank professional's second advancement was causing such a commotion. The radiance gradually faded. Su Xing slowly opened his eyes. His status panel showed. Level cap increased to 40. However, the more shocking change wasn't in the numbers, it was in his vision. Elemental particles floating in the air flickered like scattered fireflies. Around his silver moon equipment, gentle moonlight power rippled in circles. The vast professional energy within his body flowed like a river through his meridians, circulating between bones and flesh. Su Xing looked up at the massive statue of the job change goddess in the temple's center and instinctively triggered his new professional talent. Law Gaze. In just an instant, the hard stone surface became translucent in his eyes. His vision pierced through layers of matter and reality like a blade, breaking into a sacred realm woven from light and laws. In that realm of light, he saw a perfect female form woven from pure threads of destiny and fortune laws, her silhouette faint yet radiating undeniable holiness and majesty, while emanating a deadly allure that struck at the very source of life. Su Xing held his breath, unable to resist trying to see more clearly. Just then, a vast, majestic consciousness tinged with embarrassment crashed into his mind like thunder from the ninth heaven. Interesting mortal, your eyes can actually penetrate dimensional barriers and see my true form directly. The next second, a system notification that made Su Xing's heart skip a beat suddenly exploded. You have glimpsed the secret of the goddess of fortune. As the first mortal bold enough to gaze directly upon her, Su Xing instantly captured the goddess's curiosity and approval, being directly granted a divine, unique skill: fortune drawing. Fortune drawing divine unique. Draw once daily for the day's fortune. Fortune levels include minor blessing, moderate blessing, great blessing, supreme fortune, and celestial favor. Within 24 hours, gain absolute luck enhancement that cannot be negated by any force. Su Xing stood frozen in place for a full 10 seconds before snapping out of this miraculous gift. His heart pounded with such wild joy it nearly burst from his chest. Successful second advancement, class evolution, level cap increase. Mental power surge. All his previous gains paled in comparison to this divine unique skill. He greedily read and reread the skill description word by word. Once daily. Minimum of minor blessing. Absolute luck enhancement. Bad luck would be completely erased from his life's dictionary. From now on, he only had good luck, excellent luck, explosive luck, and heaven-defying luck to choose from. This ability was more terrifying than any offensive or defensive skill. Su Xing suppressed his wildly beating heart and immediately decided to test it. With a thought, activate fortune drawing. In his consciousness, an ancient and mysterious phantom lottery tube appeared, seemingly forged from bronze and starlight, densely filled with bamboo sticks wreathed in chaotic energy. As his intention confirmed, the tube shook violently. A stick radiating brilliant golden light was lifted by an invisible hand and soared out. Great blessing. Two golden characters were branded upon it. The fortune stick paused in midair, then transformed into a stream of pure warmth that instantly merged into Su Xing's limbs and soul. His attributes didn't surge, his strength didn't increase, but the world seemed different. The air was fresher, the light softer, and a wonderful feeling of being cherished by heaven and earth arose naturally. Even an absurd intuition surfaceid could probably just take a few random steps and find a wallet full of cash on the roadside. Phew. He exhaled deeply and exited the class change temple. Congratulations, Su Xing. Yunxiang approached him. Though Su Xing's level hadn't increased, she could clearly sense that his aura was several times stronger than before. Those eyes became as deep as the stars themselves, making it impossible to look directly at them. Su Xing smiled slightly and nodded, almost instinctively activating his newly acquired professional talent rule, Gazia as his eyes fell upon Yingsha beside him. In an instant, his perception of the world was completely overturned. Yingsha's seemingly ordinary physical form appeared to dissolve like mist, revealing his true essentia, a humanoid star formed from condensed, terrifying energy. Within that blazing energy core, chains of law radiating immortal aura coiled and intertwined like iron dragons guarding the center, each movement seeming to pulse with the heartbeat of heaven and earth. Is this the true nature of a seventh revolution powerhouse? Su Xing's heart trembled with shock, yet his gaze couldn't help but draw closer. Just as he was absorbed in observation, Yingsha, who had been chatting casually with Yunxiang, suddenly stiffened. The chilling sensation of being completely exposed and scrutinized from his energy core to his law patterns pierced straight to his soul. Decades of life and death experience had never brought such an eerie coldness. Boy! Yingsha whipped his head around, his hawk-like gaze locking onto Su Xing, his voice carrying both wariness and confusion. What did you just do? Su Xing's heart lurched as he instantly realized his rule gaze was to blame, quickly restraining his aura. The uncomfortable sensation of being spied upon immediately dissipated. Yunxiang was startled by their sudden confrontation, standing frozen in place with her fingers clutching her clothes, unsure what had happened. Ahem, nothing. Su Xing laughed awkwardly, making up an excuse with a straight face. I just thought Senior Yingsha looked really healthy. Yingsha's gaze swept over him repeatedly, unable to detect any malicious intent, so he reluctantly let the matter drop. However, his assessment of Su Xing had quietly upgraded from top-tier genius to unfathomable monster. To ease the awkwardness, Yingsha cleared his throat and changed the subject. Let's go. Since you've completed your second revolution, I'll take you both to see the trading hall. There are plenty of good things there, especially unidentified materials dug up from various dungeon sits like gambling with stones, quite interesting. The trading market of Nanjiang Sanctuary had 3 levels. The first floor for ordinary transactions, the second for treasure auctions, and the most bustling yet chaotic area was the underground treasure hunting district. The 3 descended the spiral staircase into the underground, where howling cold wind mixed with human voices rushed toward them. Stalls lined both sides of the narrow corridor. Broken swords with only half their hilts remaining, cracked and dim magical orbs, ancient beast scales marked by time, and even chunks of mud wrapped in chaotic energy, with indiscernible materials, all unidentified items excavated from dangerous dungeons and ancient ruins. Haha, another piece of scrap metal. What a profit! A silver-grade bracer. This round wasn't a loss. Professionals crowded around the stalls, some holding their heads in despair, others laughing with joy. Trading calls, hawking cries, and exclamations rose and fell in waves. The entire area was permeated with an atmosphere of gambling-like fervor and excitement. How about it, young friend? Quite fascinating, isn't it? Yingsha introduced enthusiastically. Here, both keen eyesight and luck are indispensable. As soon as he finished speaking, he deliberately stroked his chin and assumed the posture of a worldly sage, preparing to show off his skills in public and flaunt the profound knowledge of a 7th-tier powerhouse before Su Xing. Before long, he selected a stall. Among the pile of miscellaneous items lay an unidentified beast claw covered in scratches with a dull surface, looking no different from ordinary scrap. Yingsha reached out to pick it up, first closing his eyes in concentration, then gently tapping it with his knuckles, as if trying to capture any remaining energy fluctuations. After a moment, he opened his eyes with a smile at the corner of his mouth and analyzed confidently to Su Xing and Yunxiang. This item appears to have dim energy, but actually retains a faint trace of dragon's might within. Although severely corroded by chaotic energy, the core law imprint remains intact. I assert that its grade is at least gold tier. As his words fell, the surrounding professionals gathered around with skepticism. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yingsha cheerfully paid for the beast claw and immediately summoned an appraiser. The identification ritual began, with sealing runes peeling away layer by layer. When the final chain shattered into light, golden radiance burst skyward from within the claw. It's gold tier. My god, gold tier material, the talon of an adult sub-dragon. The area around the stall instantly erupted. Holy crap, truly worthy of a master. That eyesight is incredible, a grandmaster. This is what a true treasure appraisal grandmaster looks like. Admiring and envious gazes all fell upon Ingxia. Yunshang's beautiful eyes also sparkled with growing respect for this senior. While Ingxia appeared calm on the surface, he was already bursting with pride inside. But when he turned to appreciate Su Xing's shocked expression, he was stunned. The young man wasn't even looking at him, but was crouched in front of a corner stall piled with genuine scrap metal, touching this and examining that. Ingxia's brow furrowed slightly. At this moment, Su Xing's vision was completely different from everyone else under the dual enhancement of law gaze and great fortune. The true nature of all unidentified items was crystal clear to his eyes. 99% of the objects were shrouded in thick gray mist, representing no value whatsoever. Only a precious few emitted light of varying intensities. A palm-sized scale mixed among the rubble blazed with piercing golden light. A rust-covered, half-broken sword also glowed brilliantly with gold. Most striking was a worn helmet with only its edge visible, wrapped in thick mud, which shone like a small sun with purple-gold radiance that surpassed gold platinum tier. What Su Xing needed to do was extremely simple. Collect all the glowing objects. He casually gathered the scale, broken sword, helmet, and several other miscellaneous items in front of himself, and said indifferently to the stall owner, who was grinning wickedly, taking him for a naive newcomer. I'll take all of these. The vendor's heart leaped with joy, his eyes gleaming as he quickly quoted what he considered an absolute steal, 800 copper coins. The passers-by murmured among themselves, thinking this young man was a complete fool, picking up worthless junk that nobody wanted. Even Ingxia couldn't discern the true nature of those items, and simply frowned. Su Xing didn't hesitate to pull out his coin pouch, the copper coins clinking crisply as they fell into the vendor's palm. He turned back to Ingxia with a grin. Senior Ingxia, may I borrow your appraiser? The appraiser stepped forward as the crowd formed a semicircle, their gazes mixing mockery with anticipation. The first item that scale covered in grime and stains. Crack. The seal tore open, and a brilliant golden light shot straight into the sky. Gold tier material, adult fire dragon's reverse scale. Estimated value, 150,000. What? The vendor's sly smile instantly froze on his face, and the snickering stopped as if cut by a blade. The appraiser's breathing quickened, his hands trembling as he grasped the second item, that broken sword missing a section. Another golden light exploded. Gold tier weapon fragment. Ancient Paladin's Sword of Judgment. Estimated value, 200,000. Another gold tier. The vendor's face turned green, and only the sound of sharp intakes of breath remained around them. The third item, a broken helmet wrapped in mud, lay quietly as all eyes fixed upon it. The appraiser gritted his teeth, held his breath, and slowly began to remove the seal. Boom! A pressure far exceeding gold tier swept across the plaza, majestic, noble, like the starry sky descending. A dazzling platinum pillar of light transformed into a light dragon, roaring skyward. Platinum tier equipment. The appraiser screamed the result at the top of his lungs. Platinum tier crown of the Star Vault. Estimated value, 1.2 million. Thud. The vendor's eyes rolled back, foam spilling from his mouth as he collapsed on the spot. Ingxia and Yunshang stood frozen like stone sculptures, their minds blank. Who would have thought that randomly picked materials could contain platinum tier equipment? Boom. That platinum pillar of light struck like a divine scepter, hammering down on everyone's skull. The world seemed to go silent in an instant, time frozen. Some stood with mouths agape in perfect OS. Others stared wide-eyed, their goods falling to the ground unnoticed, their souls trembling beneath that radiant glow. After what felt like an eternity, a dreamlike, trembling voice whispered, Platinum tier. The deathly silent plaza erupted like ignited gunpowder. My god, what am I seeing? Platinum tier equipment. This is my first time ever seeing platinum tier equipment. Worth 1.2 million? I couldn't afford this even if I sold myself. This came from a pile of junk. How is this possible? A miracle. This is a freaking miracle. Around the stall, exclamations erupted one after another, like boiling water poured into hot oil. Who is this kid? He's not human. He's a god. He has the eye of a god. Shock and frenzy intertwined as all eyes locked onto Su Xing at the center of the storm like hundreds of blazing spotlights. Su Xing simply lifted his foot and gave the unconscious stall owner's chest a light tap, as casual as dusting off dirt. After this, he unhurriedly bent down and selected 3 items from the stall. 1. An adult fire dragon reverse scale that was pitch black with crimson veins. 2. An ancient paladin's Sword of Judgment that gleamed with cold light, its broken edge still radiating holy radiance. 3. And that crown of the stellar dome, that blazed with such brilliance it was almost blinding to look at. He silently placed the first 2 golden tier treasures on the worn blanket, casually stuffing only the platinum tier crown into his backpack without even bothering to glance at its attribute panel. I'm selling these 2 items. Su Xing's tone was flat, as if he were picking vegetables at a market, though he was addressing the now petrifying Sha and Yunshang. Before his words had fully settled, a rotund, expensively dressed middle-aged merchant came tumbling forward from the crowd, tripping over his own robes. His gold chains, magic rings, and spatial pendants jingled as he plastered an extremely obsequious smile across his face, his voice louder than the market signboards. Young no, master, great master, these 2 golden tier treasures of yours, Tianbao Pavilion will take them. 350,000. I offer 350,000. No, 360,000. Su Xing didn't even raise an eyebrow, letting the system automatically confirm the transaction. Ding. A string of numbers that would make ordinary people dream was efficiently transferred to his account. From penniless to millionaire in mere seconds. Yet in his eyes, this windfall was merely an insignificant interlude. His indifference and composure formed a stark contrast to the near-manic expressions of the professionals around him. The storm stirred up by the platinum radiance swept through the streets and alleys of Nanjiang Sanctuary's main city at an incredible speed. The news soon reached Li Wei and Lin Qingya, who were scraping together travel funds to try their luck in high-level dungeons. What? Impossible. Li Wei slammed his fist down, shattering the energy bottle beside him. His roar made the roof buzz. He's a doubled waste. How could he possibly get platinum tier equipment? This must be a rumor. An illusion. But the details became increasingly credible. The stall's location, item names, transaction prices, everything matched perfectly. Doubt quickly extinguished in the flames of jealousy, leaving only burning greed. Luck? It must just be luck. Lin Qingya bit through her lower lip, blood and madness flooding her eyes simultaneously. She grabbed Li Wei's hand, her voice sharp as metal scraping glass. Li Wei, listen to me. If a drank waste like him can get rich through dumb luck, what about us? We're Srank. We're the protagonists of this era. How could our luck possibly be worse than his? This is our best chance to turn things around, to win back everything that belongs to us, with interest. This foolish yet deadly logic struck precisely at Li Wei's heart, twisted by jealousy. Right. If he can do it, we can do it better. The 2 counted up all their savings, clutching their venomous fantasies and blind confidence as they rushed toward the underground treasure district, now packed beyond capacity. The crowd surged like a tide as they forced their way through, arriving at that stall only to discover it had already become the focal point of the entire market. Countless onlookers had settled in with the attitude of watching a show, patiently waiting for the next act. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Wei and Lin Qingya held their heads high and began their theatrical selection process. The 2 put on airs, mimicking the legendary master demeanor of Yingsha, sometimes picking up a stone and closing their eyes to sense the energy, other times holding up a piece of beast bone against the light to analyze the patterns. Within just 10 minutes, they had thrown their last copper coin onto the counter, confidently selecting several unidentified items that supposedly had extraordinary energy fluctuations and excellent quality. Just watch. What we uncover will definitely be better than that cheating waste. Li Wei declared loudly with his chin raised, drawing ambiguous jeers and mocking glances from the crowd. The appraiser, annoyed by the commotion, began working with a weary tone. The first Itema stone that Li Wei had adamantly claimed contained earth essence. A gray light flashed. No grade, just a worthless, ordinary rock. The first wave of suppressed snickers rippled through the crowd. The second Itema bone that Lin Qingya insisted retained the aura of ancient fierce beasts. Still gray light. No grade, just a wild boar's leg bone. Ta! Laughter swept through the hall like a tide. Li Wei and Lin Qingya's faces instantly turned the color of pig liver. Unwilling to give up, the 2 pushed their final trump card, an unidentified treasure chest they had bet everything on before the appraiser. Open it. Open it for me. There must be gold tier equipment inside. Li Wei's voice was hoarse, yet he still tried to maintain his bravado. Under the mocking gaze of the entire hall, the appraiser broke the seal. There was no golden light, no white light, only a dull thud as an indescribable stench burst forth. Inside the chest lay nothing but a dried piece of excrement from some unknown creature. In that moment, their last shred of dignity and fantasy was completely shattered. Their faces shifted from pig liver color to ashen gray, then finally to deathly pale. The entire hall erupted in thunderous, unrestrained laughter. Having lost everything, they instantly became the biggest and most foolish laughingstock in the entire Nanjiang Sanctuary. Meanwhile, the mastermind Su Xing was leisurely sitting on a sofa in the VIP lounge on the top floor of the professional association, his fingertips holding a cup of fragrant hot tea, admiring his newly acquired radiant platinum tier equipment, the stellar crown. The commotion and frenzy from the trading hall below seemed worlds away. After handling the follow-up arrangements, Ingsha pushed open the door and entered. "Kid, you've caused quite a stir today." He glanced at Su Xing, who was calmly sipping tea, with a half-smile. "I need to deal with the flies from other sanctuaries who've caught wind of this, and arrange your upgrade missions after your second advancement. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to a good place. I guarantee you'll reach the second advancement level cap within a day. Use this time to clean up any personal matters here at Nanjiang Sanctuary. After that, you'll come with me directly to the capital sanctuary. That's where you belong, and it's safer too." Su Xing nodded. Indeed, he still needed to bid farewell to teacher Yunshang and fulfill his promise regarding those two clowns. After finishing his instructions, Ingsha's form flickered and disappeared silently, like ink dissolving in water. In the room, Su Xing was once again alone. With a thought from Su Xing, the star dome crown, still radiating brilliant divine light, quietly floated above his palm. A translucent panel simultaneously appeared. Star dome crown platinum grade. Equipment requirement, LV.40. Attributes, Spirit 800, Constitution 500, Agility 500. Description, legend has it that this crown was not forged by mortal craftsmen, but woven from a fallen star's core and crystallized galactic light. When worn, the bearer can hear whispers from the depths of the universe, their eyes becoming like the starry sky itself, perceiving the trajectories of all things. Hiss. Even the usually composed Su Xing couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Such incredible attributes matched almost perfectly with his dual classes of Observer and Abyssal Soul Reaper. He desperately wanted to put it on immediately and experience that power. However, the LV.40 requirement on the panel hit him like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing his enthusiasm. Level. He clenched his fist, feeling an unprecedented desire to level up. The next morning at dawn, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window into the room. Su Xing punctually opened the door. Outside, Shadow Kill stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall in boredom, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Su Xing appear, he casually yawned. "Let's go. Time to head out. Oh, by the way, I took care of a few rats last night who tried to sneak into Nanjiang Sanctuary to cause you trouble. Their strength was mediocre, wouldn't even rank among the 7th tier." Su Xing's foot, which was about to step forward, suddenly froze, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. Assassins. He had left the initial secret realm less than a day ago, and foreign assassins had already tracked him down? Not just one person, but even 7th tier powerhouses. A bone-chilling cold shot up from his feet to the top of his head. Suddenly, he understood that if Shadow Kill hadn't been guarding this place, if he hadn't made the final decision to join Apotheosis, he probably wouldn't even know how he died last night. Even if he had managed to escape back to the initial secret realm using the World Tree Mark, he would have been forever trapped in that newbie village, never able to step into reality again. For the first time, Su Xing felt genuine belonging to this guild he had only joined verbally. In his weakest and most dangerous moment, Apotheosis had selflessly blocked deadly threats for him. Senior Shadow Kill. His voice was solemn, carrying rare sincerity. "Thank you." Shadow Kill waved his hand and laughed heartily. "It's nothing. Protecting the guild's future seeds is part of my job." He looked at the flames burning in the young man's eyes, flames that seemed ready to ignite the world, and nodded with satisfaction. Those who passively accept protection can never become strong. Only the desire that erupts from powerlessness can push someone toward the divine throne. Outside Nanjiang Sanctuary, the level 40 training area, Wailing Canyon. This place is shrouded in perpetual dark clouds, with howling winds that sound like wailing ghosts and wolves tearing through the canyon. Gray dust swirls high into the air, and the exposed rock walls are covered with claw marks, both old and new. The ground is littered with shattered skulls and rusted weapons, while skeletal warriors and wraith mages drag their broken armor, wandering like lost souls. For most novice professionals from the Nanjiang Sanctuary, this canyon is an absolute forbidden zone. However, today this forbidden zone welcomed a god. Whoosh! Shadowkill appeared with Su Xing, moving so fast it was as if they had been forcibly teleported through a spatial rift, leaving not even a whisper of wind behind. To demonstrate the thunderous efficiency of a 7th-tier powerhouse before his junior, he boldly activated team mode and patted his chest with confidence. "Kid, hold steady. Watch closely, this is what efficiency looks like." Before his words had even finished echoing, he swung his arm toward the front. A dense swarm of over 100 monsters was roaring menacingly. Domain Shadow Realm Annihilation. Buzz. The pitch-black domain descended like an inverted giant bowl, instantly devouring hundreds of meters of space and erasing even the light itself. In just an instant, piercing wails erupted suddenly, then abruptly fell into deathly silence. Countless blade-like shadow edges wove a web in the darkness, slicing frantically. 3 seconds. The darkness receded, and sunlight crept back into the canyon. The previously menacing monsters had all turned to scattered ash, not even bone fragments remained. The apocalyptic scene vanished without a trace. Shadowkill stood with his hands behind his back, robes fluttering. striking a nonchalant pose of reducing everything to dust with a flick of the finger. He turned around, expecting Su Xing's admiration to come flooding inanely to see the youth's barely concealed bewilderment and an experience bar that had barely budged. His level had jumped from 10 to merely 12. Huh. His masterful demeanor instantly froze on his face. Shadowkill pulled up the system log and checked it repeatedly. Due to excessive level gap, experience gain reduced by 99. Due to teammates' instant kill, experience gain reduced by 99. Due to line after line of penalty notifications slapped him in the face like resounding slaps, and his face reddened slightly as he coughed twice. Ahem, a mistake. Purely a mistake. Let's try a different approach. With that, he decisively left the party and waved at Su Xing. From now on, I'll weaken them, and you deliver the finishing blow. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure transformed into a black streak barely visible to the naked eye and vanished. The next second, he was already standing before a level 40 elite monstera 5-meturtle skeletal general wielding a massive bone blade. The elite monster roared and struck down, its bone blade shattering stone fragments on the ground and sending sparks flying. But Shadowkill neither dodged nor evaded, simply extending one finger to lightly tap its forehead. Buzz. The pale bone fire covering the skeletal general's body instantly dimmed like a candle in the wind. The long health bar above its head plummeted, leaving only a thin sliver. Then, a solid shadow chain materialized out of thin air and wrapped around the bewildered monster, binding it completely immobile. Shadowkill withdrew his stance and lifted his chin towards Su Xing. In the distance, the meaning was crystal clear. Your turn. Su Xing understood immediately and stepped forward. With a gentle draw of his silver moon bow, he cleanly finished off the elite monster that had been so imposing just moments before. Ding. Defeated LV.40 Skeletal General Elite. Experience 8,000. Free attribute points 1. Abyssal Soul Harvest Progress 0.8. The instant the notification exploded in his mind, Su Xing's eyes lit up like two flames. He only needed to deliver the finishing blow to claim all the experience and attribute points. This efficiency was undoubtedly heaven-defying. What followed in the Wailing Canyon was an unprecedented scene of extravaganza. 7th-tier powerhouse, whose mere footstep could make an entire city tremble, was now willingly serving as the most efficient butcher and most attentive caretaker. Shadowkill transformed into streaks of afterimages, weaving through hordes of level 40 monsters. Each precise strike of his fingertips reduced targets to a sliver of health before binding them with shadow chains, packaging them like takeout orders and delivering them neatly to Su Xing. Su Xing stood in place, drawing his bow, condensing energy arrows, and releasing movements so simple they became mechanical, yet he was the happiest diner in this canyon. As his arrows pierced the air, he closed his eyes and quietly listened to the continuous symphony of system notifications. Ding. Defeated Wraith Mage, experience 4,000. Ding. Defeated Skeletal Warrior, experience 4,000. Ding. Defeated. The notifications chained together like the most beautiful melody. His level soared as if propelled by rockets. LV.15. LV.20. LV.30. LV.35. Meanwhile, Shadowkill watched as this junior's aura expanded at a visibly rapid pace. His initial reluctance and sense of losing face had long been replaced by shock and anticipation. In the Godslayer Guild, every member started with at least S-rank talent. Now, this rank professional was receiving personal attention from the higher-ups who could predict how far he might walk on the path to godhood. All beneath the divine level are mere ants. Achieving godhood was the sole ultimate goal of every Godslayer Guild member. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The setting sun bathed the canyon in golden light as a crisp notification sound marked the perfect end to this frenzied leveling session. Ding. Congratulations on reaching level 40, the current tier limit. Surging power coursed through Su Xing's body as he could clearly feel every drop of blood boiling within him. This single day's harvest nearly equaled a month of intensive grinding for an ordinary genius. Having a god-tier caretaker was simply unreasonable. Second-tier max level, massive free attribute points. The gains were so abundant they were dizzying. The only one who truly worked hard was Shadowkill. For 8 hours straight, he personally fed one low-health monster after another to Su Xing. Su Xing had repeated the two actions of draw bow, shoot arrow, nearly 10,000 times, and despite his extraordinary mental fortitude, he now felt a trace of soul-deep exhaustion. He turned his head to look. Senior Shadowkill still maintained that same calm and composed demeanor. It was as if slaying 8,000 monsters in succession was nothing more than casually brushing dust off his clothes. She didn't even furrow his brow. Su Xing stood in the thick blood mist, his heart churning with indescribable gratitude and guilt. The 7th-tier powerhouse before Hema, legendary figure from Dragon Nation's top guild, Apotheosis, whose mere footstep could shake entire regions, had truly acted like the most dedicated caretaker, reducing 8,000 monsters to critical health one by one before delivering them to his doorstep. This debt is too heavy, he clenched his fists inwardly. But when the attribute panel appeared, all emotions were instantly swept away by volcanic euphoria. Free attribute points, 8,000. A full 8,000 points, enough to drive any professional mad. What made his blood boil even more was that the hidden profession progress bar, after absorbing the energy from the final monster, had steadily reached 100. Ding. Hidden profession, Abyssal Soul Reaper, energy has reached 100. Proceed with advancement? Yes. Su Xing answered without hesitation. Boom. A torrent of life force, 10 times more powerful than his previous profession evolution, erupted from the depths of his heart. In his mental space, he witnessed a seed buried in endless darkness, a tender sprout breaking through soil that symbolized prejudice and mockery, surging upward with an unyielding will to survive. Mysterious ancient runes appeared on the newborn leaves, greedily absorbing the cold moonlight from the void. System notification. Hidden profession undergoing second-tier evolution detected. Evolution path confirmed survival and counterattack. Congratulations. Hidden profession successfully evolved to unyielding Thornby rank. Constitution bonus, 300. New passive skill. Life drain recovers 5 maximum health per second. New active skill. Thorn armor covers body surface with keratinized bark, greatly enhancing physical and magical resistance. Evolution trait. Sprout breaks earth. Leaf runes can absorb moonlight to strengthen constitution. Rank. Overwhelming life force surged through his limbs, as if a layer of resilient bark had grown beneath his skin. Su Xing's heart pounded with excitement. As long as he wasn't instantly killed, life drain would transform him into a perpetual motion machine on the battlefield. Thorn armor filled his greatest weakness of fragile defense. From a high-agility glass cannon archer to a thorny warrior who could fight, tank, and heal at this moment, he had truly completed his transformation. He took a deep breath and locked his gaze on that 8,000. Before absolute power, all fancy tricks were meaningless. Strength, add 4,000. Agility, add 4,000. Boom. Explosive power flooded his muscles, every fiber feeling as if filled with molten lava. His neural response speed reached unimaginable limits. He slowly pulled up his final attribute panel. Those terrifyingly long strings of numbers made even his own heartbeat skip a beat. Su Xing's profession, Rule Gazer, Crank, level 40. Constitution, 1,517. Strength, 5,873. Agility, 5,450. Spirit, 1,645. Health, 30,340. Mana, 16,450. Attack, 23,492. Defense, 6,068. Initial skills, Weakness Analysis, Energy Scan, Energy Siphon. Passive skills, Root Entanglement, Rule Analysis, Spatial Rift, Life Drain, Thorn Armament. Hidden Profession, Unyielding Thorn, rank 0. Attack power over 20,000. Health over 30,000. His attack power was nearly matching his health. Was this really the stats a level 40 professional should have? He was clearly a ferocious beast wearing human skin. Explosive power surged through his body. Su Xing clenched his fist, and the dull cracking sound from his knuckles made his heart race with excitement. Accompanying this violent surge of power was an almost uncontrollable thrill, could even hear the roar of his own blood. Beside him, Shadow Kill, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them. Those previously calm pupils became sharp as blades in an instant, his muscles instinctively tensing. Kid, something's not right about your aura. In just a brief moment, he had sensed from this youth who had just reached the second advancement's maximum level a sharpness that could make even 7th-tier powerhouses tremblious if an ancient Tyrannosaurus had awakened within the body of a sleeping rabbit. Shadow Kill's gaze completely changed. His previous appreciation was entirely overturned, replaced by the scrutiny one would give to a monster of equal or even more terrifying caliber. Su Xing scratched his head with an awkward smile, brushing it off vaguely. Though his profession panel was already hidden, Shadow Kill had still keenly detected the unusual fluctuation at the moment his hidden profession advanced and his attributes skyrocketed. I'll need to advance quietly in the future, or get a skill to disguise my panel, he calculated silently. If his secret fell into the wrong hands, his massive free attribute points and re-advanceable profession would be enough to attract endless assassination attempts. Senior Shadow Kill respected him enough not to forcibly investigate, but 8th tier or even higher level powerhouses might not possess such restraint. The gloomy exit of Wailing Canyon gradually brightened ahead. As the two stepped out from the stone walls, the first breath of fresh air, carrying the sweet earthiness of vegetation, rushed into their lungs. Just a few steps out, a dust-covered group approached them heated. At the center of the group, Li Wei's face was dark as thunder, while Lin Qingya's eyes burned with venomous hatred. Several middle-aged professionals with formidable auras surrounded them, their equipment gleaming and expressions arrogant, clearly power levelers hired at great expense by the Li and Lin families. The air instantly froze. After suffering the double blow of bankruptcy and public humiliation, Li Wei and Lin Qingya had scraped together money to hire others to power level them to level 10. Now, their disheveled appearance faces streaked with dust and sweat formed a stark contrast to Su Xing's relaxed demeanor and restrained aura. When enemies meet, hatred flares. When Li Wei's probing gaze swept over Su Xing's blazing level 40 display, his eyes instantly turned blood red. The venomous fire of jealousy erupted from the depths of his heart like molten lava, incinerating the last shred of his sanity. Su Xing, Li Wei roared, pointing directly at Su Xing's face as he cursed. You damned piece of trash. You shameless cheating dog. One day? You fucking reached level 40 in just one day? You must have used some dirty bug exploit again. And the grudge I bear from going bankrupt over that material bet, it's all your fault. Today you'll pay me back 100-fold. He had completely lost his mind, utterly oblivious to the figure beside him, Shadow Kill, whose appearance and aura were concealed, looking like nothing more than an ordinary old butler. In Li Wei's eyes, Su Xing was merely lucky, having somehow latched onto a slightly more powerful faction. Second uncle. It's him. This bastard. Cripple him for me. Li Wei whirled toward the burly, composed middle-aged man beside him, his voice bordering on hysteria. Reset his level to 0. Make him crawl back to level 10. No, back to level 1. This man called Second Uncle was a genuine third-turn strength, level 100. He sneered contemptuously, casting a disdainful glance at Su Xing. Dealing with a mere second-turn drank novice would take but a flick of his finger, and he could vent his nephew's frustration in the process. Instantly, several malicious gazes focused on Su Xing. However, his face showed not the slightest trace of fear or panic. He didn't even bother to glance at the third-turn level 100 Second Uncle, instead looking past the crowd to rest his calm gaze on Li Wei, a flicker of pity crossing his eyes as if he were looking at a hopeless fool. I believe I mentioned before. Su Xing's voice was low and steady, the promise made at Nanjiang Sanctuary's Class Change Plaza echoing once more, that if I ever encountered you in the wilderness, you should prepare to have your level reset to 0. These words, calm to the extreme, carried more intimidation than any roar. Second Uncle felt his authority publicly trampled, and rage flared within him. What are you standing around for? He waved his hand, barking orders at the family thugs behind him. Attack. Break this kid's limbs first. Yes. Several level 40 rank professionals lunged forward with savage grins, like starving wolves fighting over prey. In their view, dealing with drank trash would be effortless. But what they faced was a humanoid monster who had just completed an epic transformation. Everyone saw Su Xing remain perfectly still, then in the next moment, he drew the golden tier, silver moon bow from his back, knocking an arrow and drawing the string in one fluid motion. His agility attribute of over 5,000 points turned his movements into afterimages. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 silver arrows tore through the air, striking faster than the eye could follow 5 arrows in 1 second. Thud, 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 thud. The arrows struck each charging enemy's vital points with precision, their sturdy armor crumbling like paper as a string of blood-red critical damage numbers that would drive any level 40 player to despair floated wildly upward. 83,848, 84,012, 93,965. The savage grins on those rank powerhouses' faces froze instantly. They didn't even have time to raise their hands and cast skills before their health bars were completely drained by that terrifying damage without even managing a scream. They transformed into 5 blinding flashes of white light and were forcibly teleported back to the city by the system. Instant kill. Complete and utter annihilation. The canyon exit fell silent as if pressed by an invisible mute button, leaving only the young man slowly lowering his longbow, and across from him, the stunned Li Wei and Lin Qingya, along with second Unclee level 103 tier warrior whose savage grin hadn't fully faded, his pupils contracting sharply from extreme shock. Dead silence. Graveyard silence. Even the already thin wind in the canyon seemed frozen. Li Wei and Lin Qingya stood like wooden sculptures drained of their souls, their eyes glued to where the 5 white lights had dissipated, their minds crashed with only one thought: instant kill. Another instant kill. 5 genuine level 40 rank professionals had evaporated without even touching the hem of their opponent's clothes. Meanwhile, Su Xing, waste, and cheater they had mocked simply stood quietly, breathing steadily, longbow lowered, not even a corner of his clothing stirred by the wind. Fear crawled up their spines like ice water flooding their hearts. They finally understood that they hadn't provoked some lucky survivor, but a true monster. However, Second Uncle, being a level 103 tier powerhouse, quickly regained his composure after the initial shock. As a battle-hardened strength professional who had seen life and death countless times, his mind rapidly provided a reasonable explanation. So it was some kind of instant burst forbidden technique or scroll with a heavy price trying to scare me off with one move. Clever trick, but absolutely impossible to pull off a second time. A cold smile curved his lips as he forced his heartbeat to steady. Boy, after that one-wave burst, you must be at your limit now, probably can barely stand, right? His pride wouldn't allow him to accept being intimidated by a mere second-tier newcomer, so he found this most logical explanation for both himself and Su Xing. Li Wei and Lin Qingya also revived under this analysis. Thank goodness for second uncle, Li Wei thought with relief. So experienced said saw through Su Xing's weakness immediately. Almost got fooled. Lin Qingya gritted her teeth in agreement. Exactly. It must be some life-saving skill the Apotheosis Guild gave him. That idiot Su Xing wasted his forbidden technique already. Let's see how he explains this to Shadow Kill. Hidden nearby with his appearance concealed, Shadow Kill was grinding his teeth in frustration. These little brats have no manners at all. I'll have to reset their levels to 0 and send them back to the sanctuary. Li Wei's uncle muttered angrily under his breath, shrugging his shoulders as his spine straightened like a drawn longbow. The terrifying aura of a third-tier powerhouse erupted outward, compressing the air around him as he declared from his lofty position, "Now, it's my turn." As his words fell, he roared with fury, unleashing his level 100 energy combined with his full set of platinum-grade equipment in an explosive burst, intending to finish off this pretentious young man in one strike and restore his dignity as a powerhouse. However, Su Xing across from him showed no signs of begging for mercy, nor did he display even a trace of fear. He slowly raised his bow, that golden radiant longbow gleaming in his hands as he gradually drew the bowstring to its full extent. Swift step activated. First attack guaranteed critical hit. This time, he chose not to rapid fire, but instead drew with a steady, almost oppressive rhythm, as if pulling at the very essence of heaven and earth. Hum. The surrounding air trembled lightly as dark green energy points materialized from thin air, with radiance symbolizing life and thorns frantically gathering upon the arrow. Simultaneously, the earth shook as pure earth element power drilled up from beneath his feet into the arrow shaft. That originally ordinary energy arrow rapidly became profound, its color approaching that of dark jade. The arrowhead's point of ultimate sharpness grew increasingly brilliant, emanating a death aura that made even level 100 powerhouses' scalps tingle and souls tremble. This is impossible. The sneer on Li Wei's uncle's face instantly froze as he clearly sensed the overwhelming pressure of that arrow, capable of annihilating him completely. No longer daring to be careless, he roared. Raging lion's fury. Power poured from within him as an energy lion over 10 meters tall took form before him, mane flowing, claws slashing, roaring as it pounced towards Su Xing. This was the ultimate killing move of a level 100's class professional, capable of moving mountains and filling seas. The energy lion charged forward furiously. Su Xing's gaze sharpened, his fingers relaxed. The bowstring released. Whoosh! The dark green arrow broke through the air silently, yet brought suffocating, deathly stillness. Like judgment's light in the darkness, it precisely entered the gaping maw of the energy lion. Roar! The lion let out a piercing wail as spiderweb-like dark green cracks appeared from its core, instantly spreading throughout its entire body. Bang! The massive energy construct exploded midair, transforming into countless points of light. Yet that dark green arrow's momentum remained undiminished, still carrying its deadly sharpness as it aimed directly at Li Wei's uncle's forehead. No! In terror, he frantically activated all his life-saving skills and items, layers of shields unfolding before him like eggshells. Pop! The first shield shattered. Pop! The second shield shattered. Pop! The third shield also crumbled. Finally, it struck hard against his last line of defense. Boom! 60,000. One at the critical moment, Li Wei's second uncle's mandatory life-saving item activated. This item, which had cost him a full 800,000, suddenly burst with dark red light, forcibly reducing the fatal blow's damage to barely survivable levels. A massive shockwave swept through with flying debris, sending him flying dozens of meters before he crashed to the ground, rolling several times through the gravel before coming to a stop. Before the dust had settled, his chest tightened, and scalding blood gushed forth, instantly staining his clothes crimson. The moment he looked up, his eyes were filled with the terror and disbelief of someone who had narrowly escaped death. The energy arrow that had nearly pierced his heart was being forcibly erased by the item's rules, disappearing bit by bit, as if wiped away by an invisible eraser. Not far away, Yingsha stood with arms crossed, having been watching the spectacle with bored indifference, but now his expression had frozen. His pupils contracted sharply as he muttered in a low voice, his tone trembling. That arrow. How could it be so terrifying? What kind of attack power is that? Could it contain the power of laws? One arrow. Just one arrow. Ins class powerhouse at level 100 with 3 class advancements had been severely wounded in public by a level 40 newcomer. This completely defied common sense, striking Li Wei and Lin Qingya's hearts like an invisible sledgehammer. The second uncle, forced back by the arrow, now felt his blood and qi churning violently, with clear fracturing pain radiating from his ribs. His gold-engraved chest armor, purchased at great expense and a source of pride, groaned and creaked as its spiritual essence scattered. Without it blocking the blow, without that expensive life-saving item, that arrow would have been enough to pierce straight through his heart. He stared fixedly at the distant youth who stood calmly with his bow lowered. The young man's expression was indifferent, as if that earth-shattering arrow had nothing to do with him. An unprecedented fear suddenly welled up in the second uncle's heart, the instinctive trembling of prey before a natural predator. The ultimate skill's amplification hasn't disappeared at all. Lightning-fast thoughts raced through his mind as he frantically calculated. That arrow definitely wasn't his limit. Flee. He had to flee. As soon as the thought arose, he remembered his precious platinum-grade weapon, the rare materials he had painstakingly collected for his fourth-class advancement, and the level 100 he had struggled over a year to achieve. If he died here, his level would drop back to 40, his equipment would be lost, and all his efforts would be for nothing. The dual terror of death and complete ruin crushed down upon him, making his so-called dignity as a powerhouse instantly worthless. It could neither fill his stomach nor bring him back to life. Thus, the level 100 powerhouse who had been radiating killing intent just moments before made a decision in the next second that would shock Li Wei and Lin Qingya to their cores. Thud. A dull sound. He actually, without hesitation, dropped to his knees heavily on the ground. The hard rocky ground cracked under the force of his knees, creating a clear crater where he knelt. Stone fragments scattered everywhere as his knees sank deep into the ground, the sharp stone chips around his kneecaps cutting like razor blades. When he lifted his head, his once stern face contorted into a smile more hideous than crying, his cheeks twitching uncontrollably as servility and terror merged together, his voice trembling with absolute fear. Sir, my lord, I was wrong. I failed to recognize greatness when I saw it. I was blind as a bat, listening to the lies of villains and offending you. You are magnanimous. Please treat me like nothing, just let me go. I'm willing to compensate. I'll give you everything I have to make up for the emotional distress I've caused. I beg you to show mercy and spare this worthless life. Please. The impact of this scene hit like thunder. Li Wei and Lin Qingya watched with bulging eyes, their minds buzzing, completely unable to process this utterly absurd sight. Their second uncle, the man who ruled their family with absolute authority, who they regarded almost as a deity, a level 100 third-tier powerhouse. He was actually kneeling. And so decisively, so completely. Second uncle, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Li Wei finally snapped out of his shock, stamping his feet frantically as he rushed to his uncle's side, screaming hoarsely. He must be out of mana this time. He's just bluffing. How could a drank waste possibly use that kind of ultimate skill repeatedly? Second uncle, get up and kill him. He genuinely believed his uncle had been deceived. However, this reminder didn't bring his uncle to his senses, it only earned him. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the canyon. His uncle whipped around, his arms swinging like a steel whip, delivering a devastating blow to Li Wei's face. The tremendous force spun Li Wei around 1.5 times before he collapsed onto the rubble like a spinning top, half his face swelling visibly like a steamed bun. Out of mana my ass. Ultimate skill your mother. Forbidden technique your mother. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. The level 100 powerhouse's eyes were now bloodshot, his breathing heavy like a cornered mad tiger. His roar at his own nephew mixed fury with terror, every word dripping with rage and profanity. In that moment, all his humiliation and fear poured out in that slap and that scream. Of course he suspected his opponent might be out of mana, but he didn't dare gamble. Li Wei had nothing to lose if he died, so be it. But he had priceless equipment and materials. His life's work couldn't afford to lose. This slap completely shattered Li Wei and Lin Qingya's last illusions. They stared blankly at their second uncle, kneeling on the ground and roaring like a rabid dog, then looked up at Su Xing in the distance, who hadn't even raised an eyebrow throughout the entire ordeal. Su Xing's expression remained indifferent, as if watching a drama that had nothing to do with him. Bone-chilling cold shot from their feet to the tops of their heads as Li Wei and Lin Qingya's minds finally grasped a soul-shaking truth. They hadn't provoked some drank waste, but rather, a demon god that even their second uncle couldn't comprehend, much less resist. Watching their once reliable second uncle now groveling on his knees like a homeless dog begging for scraps, Li Wei and Lin Qingya felt their world collapse. However, Su Xing's response completely shattered the last glimmer of hope in the heart of the 100-level powerhouse kneeling on the ground. Compensation. Su Xing tilted his head slightly, his lips curving into a cold arc. I'm not fond of compensation. I prefer eliminating all threats at their roots. As his words fell, the fawning expression and fear on Li Wei's second uncle's face instantly crumbled, replaced by crazed ferocity. He understood that there would be no mercy today. You little beast. Don't get cocky. He suddenly leaped up from the ground, his roar filled with venomous hatred. The Li family will never let you go. Prepare for endless pursuit and assassination. Simultaneously, he frantically tore open his backpack, desperately activating all his life-saving items. Swoosh. Absolute Defense Scroll. Swoosh. Earth Guardian Potion. Swoosh. Holy Light Protection Rune. Multicolored shields instantly layered upon each other, encasing him like a massive rainbow eggshell. Immediately after, a random teleportation scroll emanating intense spatial fluctuations appeared in his palm, and a casting light pillar hummed to life. If he could just hold out for a few short seconds, he would escape with his life. He refused to believe that his opponent could pierce through this turtle-shell-thick defense with a single arrow. Would Su Xing give him that chance? Of course not. He didn't even bother to charge up again, simply drawing his silver moon bow calmly. 5 arrows in 1 second. The bowstring trembled lightly as 5 silver energy arrows materialized in formation. Whoosh. 5 streaks of light flew out almost simultaneously, striking the exact same point with perfect precision. Crack. The first layer of holy light shield shattered. Crack. The second layer of earth shield collapsed. Crack. 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 The remaining shields scattered like confetti. Li Wei's second uncle's pupils contracted sharply. All the defenses he took such pride in were as fragile as paper before this stream of light. The final arrow silently pierced through his chest, and the bright red number, 22,588, leaped above his head. The random teleportation scroll's casting bar froze at the final moment. He tried to speak, but could only manage to open his mouth. In the next instant, his body exploded into fragments. The fall of a 100-level, third advancement powerhouse triggered an unprecedented shower of equipment crash. Over a dozen pieces of equipment and materials glowing with different lights poured down, among which a chest armor radiating brilliant platinum light and an equally platinum-grade unknown material were the most dazzling. Su Xing couldn't be bothered with Li Wei and Lin Xingya, who were already paralyzed with fear. He casually knocked 2 more arrows. 2 streaks of white light flashed past, and this pair of enemies who had just reached level 10 instantly returned to the familiar level 1. Having completed all this, he walked forward like a farmer strolling through his own backyard, unhurried and calm, collecting all the spoils of war on the ground without missing a single piece. There were even platinum-grade equipment and platinum-grade materials. Well, truly another lucky day. What a massive profit. Nanjiang Sanctuary, respawn point. Blinding white light exploded, swift and brutal. As a staggering figure collapsed to the ground, it was Li Wei's second uncle. Once a mighty level 100 third-tier powerhouse, his level had now plummeted directly to level 40. That magnificent equipment set, once worthy of showing off in public, had been mostly destroyed by the system, leaving only a few shabby undergarments that would make even beggars' rags look luxurious. He stared blankly at his empty equipment slots, truly feeling the weakness as his power drained away inch by inch. After a brief silence, a beast-like dying roar erupted from his chest. Ah! The roar was still echoing when another beam of white light descended. Li Wei, displaying level 1, landed nearby with numbness and confusion, his face still bearing the shock of being instantly killed. Second uncle, you disaster. Seeing Li Wei, the last trace of sanity in his uncle's eyes was consumed by rage and regret. Like a caged beast breaking free, he pounced forward, fists, knees, and feet all striking together, each blow landing with brutal force. My platinum-grade weapon. I spent 8 million on that damn weapon. And the Titan Divine Iron I prepared for half a year to break through to 4th tier gone. All gone. Why did I believe your stupid words? Why did I take this job? Roars and the sounds of blows intertwined as he beat and cried simultaneously, despair pouring out like a flood. Li Wei could only protect his rapidly swelling pig-like face, crying out with grievance, venom, yet helplessness. Su Xing. Su Xing. I'll never share the same sky with you. You wait for me. You must die. Su Xing. I will definitely get back my platinum-grade weapons and materials. This sudden uncle-nephew brawl instantly alarmed all the professionals near the respawn point. Rows upon rows of gazes pierced the two like cold steel needles, mockery and contempt flowing freely. On this day, the Li family uncle and nephew became the biggest and most pathetic laughingstock of the entire Nanjiang Sanctuary. Several flashes of teleportation light flickered, and the farce finally ended. Outside Wailing Canyon, silence returned. Shadow Kill stood not far away, his gaze locked onto the youth who was leisurely collecting his spoils of war. Platinum and gold equipment scattered across the ground, gleaming coldly. Yet he treated them as casually as picking fruits in his own backyard, tossing all the treasures into his backpack. Shadow Kill's heart, which had beaten for decades, was still racing out of control. That cross-level instant kill, capable of overturning the entire professional system's understanding, had happened right before his eyes. He finally understood why the guild's upper echelons, those old monsters standing at the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom's pyramid, would spare no cost to value this newcomer who appeared to be only great. So that's how it is. Shadow Kill sighed deeply in his heart. What they truly valued was never the great observer, but but rather the monster with god-tier potential hiding beneath a great exterior. He rapidly replayed the battle scene 5 arrows in 1 second. That wasn't a forbidden technique, but rather the terrifying attack speed that bloomed after pushing agility attributes to the extreme. Moreover, each arrow's power was sufficient to severely wound an ordinary third-tier powerhouse. The devastating damage from 5 arrows striking the same weak point had completely exceeded the defensive limits of most third-tier professionals. The terrifying attack power and flawless control displayed in that instant sent a chill through everyone present. Shadow Killer's gaze towards Su Xing had completely changed from initial approval and investment to a profound scrutiny and serious consideration of the entire guild's future. Absolutely not, he quickly decided in his mind. Before sending him to the capital and allowing him to truly mature, this kid cannot leave my sight for even a moment. Any potential threat must be eliminated in advance. Su Xing naturally had no idea of the tumultuous thoughts churning in the mind of this 7th-tier powerhouse beside him. He was merely surprised by his own explosive power, then calmly analyzed the reasons. 1. A full 8,000 free attribute points, providing overwhelming strength and agility. 2. The precise law analysis brought by Law's gaze. 3. The powerful enhancement from the gold-tier weapon, Silver Moon Bow. The combination of these 3 elements formed an almost unsolvable instant kill formula. As long as enemies couldn't withstand the first wave of attacks, their only fate was instant death. Evening arrived, bringing an end to this intense and fulfilling day. Glancing at Shadow Killer, who had been dutiful and responsible throughout like a caretaker, Su Xing felt somewhat guilty. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, "Senior Shadow Killer, after such a busy day, please allow this junior to treat you and take you somewhere nice to relax." Shadow Killer raised an eyebrow slightly, maintaining the stern demeanor of a 7th-tier expert. However, once Su Xing led him into Nanjiang Sanctuary's most expensive entertainment establishment, Rain Listening Pavilion, the story took on a completely different tone. Initially, Shadow Killer maintained a stern face, frowning as he muttered, "Cultivators should maintain pure hearts and few desires. How can one indulge in such places?" However, when he was gently coaxed into the most luxurious VIP suite, when skilled therapists loosened his shoulders and neck that had been tense for decades, when melodious ancient music surrounded his ears, when exquisite delicacies he had never tasted were placed on the table, this old-school gentleman's psychological defenses crumbled instantly. His upright posture relaxed into a gentle lean. Then he simply sank into the soft sofa, humming softly while mumbling to himself, This method is excellent. Cultivation requires balancing work and rest. This is the true way. Cough. I've decided to thoroughly enjoy myself for a few days before leaving Nanjiang." The next morning, Su Xing found Shadow Killer, who was still immersed in pleasant memories, feeling refreshed and energetic. As usual, he first drew a fortune slip, minor luck, neither good nor bad, meaning today wouldn't bring misfortune. "Senior Shadow Killer," Su Xing smiled casually, as if asking to borrow soy sauce from a neighbor. "Could I borrow a 3rd-tier advancement scroll? I'll have the guild reimburse you later." Shadow Killer laughed heartily and generously pulled out a scroll emanating rich spatial energy and exceptional quality from his pack, handing it over. Su Xing accepted the scroll and headed directly to the familiar advancement temple. Under the compassionate gaze of the class change goddess, he crushed the scroll without hesitation. BOM starlight, 10 times more brilliant than during his second class change, poured down like a galaxy, engulfing him completely. Within the radiant curtain, a new quest panel emanating tremendous pressure slowly unfurled. Su Xing 3rd class change trial path of karma. First stage, reach level 40 completed. Second stage, foundation of karma, submit 20 specified gold tier materials to prove your qualification to touch higher level laws 020. Third stage, proof of strength, solo kill a platinum tier boss of level 40 or higher 01. Ingsha stood nearby, scanning the lengthy material list tiers of the deep sea naga, storm titan crystals, and other rare items listed one by one. He nodded slightly. This difficulty exceeds ordinary SS class 3rd advancement trials by several times. The system's evaluation of you far surpasses your apparent rank. However, Su Xing, having just plundered a level 100 3rd-tier powerhouse and backed by the Apotheosis Guild, remained completely unfazed. He immediately checked his inventory, listed what he lacked, and asked Ingsha for a loan. Ingsha demonstrated his god-tier support skills, readily handing over the materialses for reimbursement that could wait for the guild's bureaucratic processes. Returning to the class change temple, Su Xing opened his bag. Rare spoils from Li Wei's second uncle, his own accumulated reserves, and several materials borrowed from Ingsha were tossed into the light screen one by one like scattered beans. Ding, ding, ding. Crisp notification sounds rang out in succession, and in the blink of an eye, all 20 gold tier materials were submitted. Second stage, foundation of karma completed. Now only the most difficult and crucial stage of the third advancement trial remained, slaying a dragon-level platinum boss. Yingsha couldn't interfere. This kill had to be completed by Su Xing personally. How rare were platinum bosses? Such monsters could devastate small sanctuaries, and their spawn times were unpredictable. So the two took to the skies, traveling day and night through various high-level grinding zones. After a full day, they still returned empty-handed. Just as they prepared to head to the next wilderness area, violent energy fluctuations suddenly erupted from a volcanic region below. A gold-tier boss over 30 meters long with scales flowing like molten lava giant lizard was rampaging wildly. Not far from the boss, a small team of 7 or 8 novices struggled desperately, their defensive line ready to collapse at any moment. Among the group, a familiar slender figure stood out: Lin Qingya. After the Li family uncle and nephew became laughingstocks, she had found new backing and reformed her team, but now appeared utterly disheveled. While dodging the giant lizard's dragon breath, she instinctively looked up and spotted that figure in the sky who haunted her dreams, yet filled her with bone-deep hatred. Blood drained from her face instantly as chills ran from her spine to her fingertips. It's him. What's he doing here? Has he come to kill me again? The fear lasted only a second before her masterful green tea instincts took over. Lin Qingya stopped her weak healing spell, as if completely giving up resistance, and turned to face Su Xing directly in the sky. Her dust-stained pretty face instantly became tear-streaked, her voice pitiful and aggrieved. Su Xing, why are you here again? How can you be so petty? What did I ever do to offend you? Why do you have to stalk me like some obsessed creep every single day? You've already caused me to lose everything twice. What more do you want? Please, just leave me alone. I only want to level up in peace. She wept like a pear blossom in the rain, her voice trembling as she delivered an Oscar-worthy performance. The teammates, already on edge from facing the golden tier boss, felt their hearts skip a beat at her outburst. They turned to glare at Su Xing hovering in midair, as if he were the real executioner rather than the lava monitor lizard. However, this pathetic one-woman show couldn't even create a ripple in Su Xing's eyes. He hovered high above, his gaze locked firmly on the level 10 golden boss, the lava monitor lizard. He precisely tracked its health, weak points, and movement patterns. As for the hysterical woman on the ground, she was merely an obstacle buzzing between him and his prey, a fly, to be exact. He slowly drew his silver moon bow, not to respond or make a statement, but simply to bring a moment of peace to the world and clear his field of vision. Whoosh! A silver streak cut through the air, faster than lightning. Lin Qingya's sobbing stopped abruptly. Before her white knights could even raise their hands, the arrow had already lodged firmly between her eyebrows, freezing all her acting, malice, and unwillingness forever. The next instant, a white light exploded from beneath her feet, and the world returned to tranquility. The shockwave swept up her nearby teammates, sending them all back to the Nanjiang Sanctuary respawn point. Su Xing didn't even bother to glance at the white light. His fingers danced across the bowstring. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Several more powerful arrows traced cold arcs through the air, instantly turning the roaring lava monitor lizard into a pincushion. 60,000, 45,000, 48,000. Rower. System notifications flooded in. Defeated golden tier boss lava monitor lizard LV.10. Gained 20,000 EXP, 40 free attribute points. Unyielding thorns progress 5. Drops. Lava chestplate golden, lava leggings golden, lava dragon lizards reverse scale golden, 2,000 copper coins. The giant lizard let out one final, piercing wail before crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact, scattering golden light everywhere. Yingsha floated nearby, clicking his tongue in amazement before drifting over to ask, "That girl earlier seemed to be talking to you?" Su Xing leaped down from the great rock's back and casually collected the gleaming equipment and materials from the ground. Hearing the question, he looked up with a slight pause, as if trying to recall something, then replied with mild confusion, "Really? I think there was indeed a fly buzzing around. It was a bit noisy, so I swatted it." He handed a piece of lava dragon lizard's reverse scale to Yingsha with a smile. "Lucky drop, this is exactly what I needed to pay you back." It was one of the materials he had borrowed from Yingsha earlier, and he never liked owing favors. At the same time, he opened his attribute panel. Looking at the newly added free attribute points 1,000, and the hidden profession, unyielding thorns, at rank 10, he nodded with satisfaction. The hundreds of wild monsters he had casually hunted today hadn't been killed in vain. Though his level remained unchanged, both his free attribute points and hidden profession progress had taken a significant leap forward. Well, this day hadn't been wasted after all. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the luxury suite that Shadowkill had prepared for him. Su Xing sat up from the soft energy mattress and habitually whispered in his mind, "Use fortune drawing." Buzz. In his sea of consciousness, the ancient divination cylinder appeared once again. Before he could even shake it, a slip blazing with golden flames shot out, as if forged from the sun itself, its surface carved with two lifelike auspicious cloud dragon patterns. Two brilliant characters, great fortune. Boom. A warm current 10 times stronger than a minor fortune day instantly swept through his entire body, as if his very bones were being cleansed by hot springs. Su Xing clearly sensed an invisible red thread formed by the laws of luck, firmly connecting him to some distant coordinates. A sudden thought struck him: go to Wailing Canyon. There lies something I need. He had an epiphany. Today would bring great rewards. The moment this thought formed, he pushed open the door. Before he could even find Shadow Kill, the sanctuary's main city alarm exploded like a tsunami. Emergency announcement. Emergency announcement. Massive energy fluctuations detected in Wailing Canyon. A level 40 platinum tier BOSS abyssal demon Nides predicted to spawn in 30 minutes. All professionals proceed with caution. The mechanical voice echoed through every street and alley, making even the windows tremble. 30 minutes later, Su Xing and Shadow Kill arrived at Wailing Canyon at a leisurely pace. The area was already packed with people, different factions clearly divided. In the sky, various rare flying mounts circled and shrieked. On the ground, dozens of guild banners fluttered in the wind. Every guild and family worth mentioning in Nanjiang Sanctuary was present. On the Eastern Highlands, hundreds of Blazing Sun Guild members wore crimson standard armor, their formation blazing like fire. At the Western Canyon entrance, members of the Grey Wolf Alliance had blade-sharp gazes, awaiting orders. On the periphery, smaller factions circled like sharks, scenting blood, constantly searching for openings. They had all deployed their finest third-tier experts, determined to succeed. As the boss spawn approached, the tension in the air grew thicker. The clearing began. A level 100 berserker from Blazing Sun Guild struck first, raising his flaming giant axe without a word of nonsense, sending a vicious axe strike crashing into the open ground ahead. Boom. The earth split into an unfathomably deep chasm, and the violent shockwave sent nearby solo players tumbling several meters. This place has been reserved by us, Blazing Sun. The berserker pointed his axe tip at the group of solo players, his voice thunderous. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get the hell out of here. Domineering and arrogant. This perfectly displayed the operating style of Nanjiang Sanctuary's major guilds. Su Xing bore no guild insignia, so naturally he was swept to the periphery by this shockwave. He and Shadow Kill were forcibly pushed to the outermost edge, to a corner where they couldn't even see the canyon's central spawn point. Shadow Kill watched everything unfold with keen interest, showing no intention of intervening. At this moment, he only wanted to know what kind of breakthrough strategy Su Xing would pull out when cornered by the entire guild. As Su Xing surveyed the battlefield, his gaze suddenly stopped at a nearby team of Li family members. Leading them was none other than Li Jiang, Li Wei's second uncle, whom he had one-shot yesterday and whose equipment had all dropped. Li Jiang was now decked out in a brand new set of gold-tier equipment, clearly assembled overnight by his family. Li Jiang had originally planned to lead his team grinding to recover the levels Su Xing had wiped out, but happened upon the boss spawn and decided to grab some equipment while they were at it. Li Wei followed behind like a lackey, hoping to leech some experience. The Li family also wanted their share of this boss. Almost simultaneously, Li Jiang spotted Su Xing's youth who had made him the laughingstock of Southern River. The next second, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. After confirming it wasn't an illusion, his face instantly contorted. The fear of being publicly one-shot, the humiliation of kneeling and begging for mercy, the resentment of losing everything, old grudges and new hatred erupted in his heart simultaneously, like a volcanic explosion. All reason was drowned by rage and murderous intent. Everyone fucking stop. Li Jiang suddenly spun around, roaring hysterically, interrupting the family's ongoing BOS snatching deployment. His extreme fury made his voice sharp and grating. The platinum tier boss, forget it. Everyone, everyone. He pointed at the calm Su Xing in the distance, howling like a rabid tiger. Surround that little bastard. Today, either he dies, or I do. The Li family members, including another level 103rd advancement powerhouse, were all stunned. No one understood why Li Jiang would abandon such massive profits for what seemed like an ordinary youth. But Li Jiang's orders were absolute. The next second, under the astonished gazes of all the factions, the Li family abandoned their hard-won advantageous position and surged towards Su Xing in a mighty wave, as if wrapping dumplings. Su Xing instantly became the center of attention. The Li family, Southern River Sanctuary's infamous mad dogs, had actually mobilized in full force, abandoning a platinum-tier boss within reach, just to hunt down an unknown youth. This dramatic scene immediately captured everyone's attention. The solo players who had been squeezed to the periphery by the major guilds and were seething with resentment suddenly perked up, standing on tiptoes to get a better view. Holy crap, here comes the show. Who's that young guy? He's got some serious balls to provoke the Li family mad dogs. He's done for. Li Jiang is a level 103rd advancement player, notorious for his ruthlessness. This young man's probably going to get killed back to level 1. What a shame. He's not low-level either, but he doesn't know his place. Murmurs of pity mixed with schadenfreude rippled through the crowd as thousands of eyes fixed on the scene. High-ranking members of major guilds like Blazing Sun and Grey Wolf stood at the front with their arms crossed. Wearing mocking smiles, the Li family was quite powerful, perfect to clash with this sudden troublemaker until both sides were weakened, leaving them to reap the benefits from the sidelines. Under the crowd's focused gaze, Li Jiang felt his dignity, which had been pierced by Su Xing's arrow that day, being pieced back together. He suppressed the lingering fear in his heart and repeatedly convinced himself such a costly forbidden technique couldn't possibly be used a second time. He must just be an empty shell now, all bluff and no substance. After this mental preparation, he raised his chin, pointed a finger, and shouted condescendingly, "Boy, now, immediately, right this instant, kneel down and kowtow 3 times to me. Then hand over all the equipment and materials you looted from me with both hands. I might show mercy and only send you back to level 10. His posture couldn't be more arrogant, as if Su Xing's life and death were already in his grasp. But faced with this clownish ranting, Su Xing merely smiled. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for all the gossiping onlookers to hear. Seems like you didn't drop enough equipment in the wilderness the other day. That platinum weapon works quite well for me. With such poor memory, no wonder your level drops so fast." Boom. The entire venue erupted. People's gazes instantly shifted from sympathy for Su Xing to looks of astonishment, shock, and extreme mockery directed at Li Jiang. Li Jiang, this level 100 third-tier powerhouse, had already suffered a major defeat at this young man's hands. He'd been killed in the wilderness and lost all his equipment. Even his platinum weapon had dropped. No wonder his level seemed off. No wonder he was chasing Su Xing like a mad doe was just a defeated opponent seeking revenge. The undisguised mocking stares from all directions made Li Jiang's face turn liver-colored in an instant, his last shred of dignity torn to pieces by Su Xing in public. You're asking for death." Furious with embarrassment, he turned to his younger brother, also a level 100 third-tier player, and roared, "Third brother, kill him for me. Tear him to pieces." Roar. His brother was equally hot-tempered, bellowing as his warblade flashed with cold light, launching a raging tide slash, with wave-like blade energy crashing down towards Su Xing's head. This time, Su Xing didn't even bother to draw his bowstring fully too slow. He shook his head, his form flickering slightly, as Gale's step activated instantly. His entire body transformed into a cyan afterimage barely visible to the naked eye, vanishing from the front in the split second before the violent blade light struck, appearing ghost-like at his opponent's flank. Too fast. Incredibly fast. Su Xing moved so fast that the level 100 third-tier powerhouse's savage grin hadn't even had time to turn into shock. "Are you looking for me?" The swift shadow silver bow was drawn to a full moon, its string trembling. The mysterious power of great fortune, the passive critical hit guarantee from Windstep's first strike, and over 20,000 points of terrifying attack power, all these enhancements instantly converged on the arrow gleaming with silver light. Whoosh. An almost untraceable silver streak cut through the air. Thud. The arrowhead pierced through Li Jiang's third brother Li He's chest and emerged from his back. 80,000. Weak point critical hit. Instant kill. The crimson critical hit weak point damage indicators flashed simultaneously. The entire battlefield fell silent as if all sound had been suddenly drained away. A level 100, third-tier tank renowned for his defense had just been killed in one shot by what appeared to be a first-tier archer. White light flashed as Li He's massive frame dissolved into scattered points of light, dropping 2 pieces of equipment gleaming with platinum luster. Li Jiang's savage grin froze on his face as he let out a broken shriek. You actually have a forbidden skill. How is this possible?" Behind him, Li Wei had already begun quietly retreating, ready to flee at any moment. "To kill you, I need a forbidden skill?" Su Xing's voice was ice-cold. "No, you're not worthy of one." He drew his bow again, fingers dancing as he released 5 arrows in 1 second. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 44,078. Weak point. 44,201. Weak point. 93,996. Weak point critical hit. The arrows were like death's scythe from hell, carrying bone-chilling killing intent as they instantly wiped out the already terrified Li family squad. Screams merged into one continuous wail as those second-tier elites, who seemed unreachable to ordinary players, fell like wheat before the harvest, turning into white light and being sent back to the respawn point. In just a few seconds, Li Jiang's elite forces were completely annihilated, leaving only him and the stunned Li Wei standing alone. Great fortune was still active, and gold coins, materials, and equipment scattered across the ground in a dazzling display. Su Xing stepped over the spoils of war, approaching the pale-faced Li Jiang step by step, saying calmly, "Now, do you still think I need a forbidden skill?" At the Nanjiang Sanctuary's respawn point, white lights flashed continuously. Li Jiang, Li He, and dozens of Li family members appeared there with ashen faces. My platinum-grade dragon scale blade. My boots of the earth. No. Li stared at his empty equipment slots, his voice sharp as a blade cutting through air. Those two premium pieces had taken him half a year to save up for. Li Jiang beside him looked as if he'd been struck by lightning, frozen in place. Wiped clean again. 2 days in a row, levels reset to 0, all equipment dropped. The newly respawned rookies in the sanctuary pointed at them, whispering among themselves with mocking glances. Li Jiang's heart felt crushed. It was over. Their reputation was completely ruined. Level 1 Li Wei knelt on the ground, eyes vacant, broken murmurs spilling from his throat. It's over. All over. Second uncle and third uncle, both level 100 third-class veterans, taken down with 1 arrow each. Is this even human damage? What kind of monster did I provoke? Dear God, this guy never waits to get revenge, and each time is worse than the last. A bone-deep chill crawled up their spines as the 3 Li family members shuddered. Around them, new players slowly materialized in the resurrection pillars, all casting glances toward Li Wei. Look, it's him again. The Shrank talent from Nanjiang with the lowest level among all rookies. 3 days since awakening, and still stuck at level 1 now. That's dedication. I'm already second class, and he's still level 1. Ridiculous. Must have run into his nemesis. How does he keep getting sent back to level 1? Deathly silence smothered Wailing Canyon. Even the howling wind seemed strangled, leaving only the sound of footsteps. Su Xing walked unhurriedly toward the golden glowing loot area, expression calm as he bent down to pick up the first trophy. Ding. Obtained platinum-grade equipment boots of the earth. Ding. Obtained platinum-grade equipment dragon scale blade. Ding. Obtained gold-grade material molten heart 3. Equipment pieces disappeared into his inventory one by one as the ground gradually dimmed. The drop rate under his great fortune buff was terrifying, practically stripped the dozens of Li family elites bare. 2 platinum pieces, dozens of gold-grade items. Su Xing hefted the dragon scale blade, still warm from Li's grip, a satisfied smile playing at his lips. This haul should cover the material costs for third-class advancement. In the distance, guild leaders huddled in the shadows, cold sweat streaming down their backs. What kind of monster is that kid? 1 arrow. I didn't even see the arrow's shadow before Li vanished. Li was a level 100 third-class Templar Knight, and his diamond body defense crumbled like paper. 80,000 damage. You've got to be kidding me. Full health bar wouldn't even cover a fraction of that. Whispered conversations died as soon as they began. Countless gazes locked onto the young man, afraid that speaking too loudly might draw this god of death's attention. To them, every strand of Su Xing's hair screamed, extremely dangerous. With the battlefield stripped clean, Su Xing slowly straightened up. His blade-sharp gaze swept across the entire area before finally settling on the eastern highlands, on the crimson encampment belonging to the Blazing Sun Guild. He said nothing. He simply lifted his feet and advanced toward his target, step by step, thud, 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 each footfall echoing like boots striking everyone's hearts. The Blazing Sun Guild's camp erupted into chaos. See, Captain, he's coming. He's heading straight for us. One member's voice trembled. Over 100 elite members broke into cold sweats, as if facing their greatest enemy. The horrific scene from minutes ago, dozens of Li family members instantly vaporized, was still burned into their minds. With their numbers, how many of his arrows could they possibly withstand? The Blazing Sun Guild's captain was a hot-tempered berserker. Seeing Su Xing deliberately approaching, he felt his blood boiling with a mixture of humiliation and rage. Shut up. I'm not blind. Damn it. Does this punk think we're pushovers? Does he really think the Blazing Sun Guild is made of clay? He roared as he raised his massive axe to charge, but his vice-captain grabbed him firmly. Captain, stay calm. The vice-captain was drenched in sweat, lowering his voice. You saw how Li died. Charging in now would be no different from suicide. Where there's life, there's hope. Let's retreat first. There's no need to sacrifice the entire guild for that Li family fool. The berserker's chest heaved violently, his breathing rough as bellows, his gaze locked onto the approaching figure. Anger and unwillingness were ultimately replaced by deep wariness. He wasn't a fool, his vice-captain was right. Retreat. The word barely squeezed through his gritted teeth. The moment the order was given, the 100-plus members of the Blazing Sun Guild felt as if they'd received a divine pardon, scrambling and tumbling away from the eastern highland they'd just seized, as pathetic as stray dogs, not daring to utter even a single threat. The Songlong Alliance members in the Western Canyon collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he's not coming for us. Holy crap, that scared me to death. Me legs went weak. Scaring off Nanjiang's top guild with just 1%, that's insane, someone whispered. However, the Songlong Alliance captain frowned deeply, staring intently at Su Xing's retreating figure, his mind churning. This was definitely not the strength a drank newcomer should possess. Instantly killing a third-tier warrior, intimidating an entire guild. When did such a person emerge in Nanjiang Sanctuary? Could he be a core heir from some reclusive, wealthy family out for training? The scattered solo players on the periphery were already in an uproar. Holy mother of pearl. Who is this guy? Too badass. One person equals an entire guild. Wait, that silhouette looks familiar. Holy shit. I remember now. That's Su Xing from the freshman awakening ceremony, the one with dual drank talents. It's him. Definitely him. The name Su Xing was instantly seared into everyone's minds. Under gazes mixing awe, fear, and worship, Su Xing strolled leisurely up to the eastern highland with the best vantage point, looking down upon the entire canyon from above. The entire canyon fell into an eerie silence because of one man. The shadow assassin elder following beside Su Xing stroked his beard, watching that figure, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, awesome. Damn awesome. This kid usually keeps such a low profile, but when it comes to showing off, he really knows how to do it. In this oppressive silence that had reached its breaking point, rumble. The ground began trembling without warning, loose stones tumbling down the cliff face as the entire canyon resonated with a deep, ominous hum. Everyone's faces changed color as they hurried to steady themselves, their gazes unanimously locking onto the pitch-black cave at the canyon's deepest point. It's coming. It's about to spawn, someone in the crowd called out hoarsely. Platinum tier BOSS Abyssal Demon Knight, LV.40, about to emerge. On the high ground, Su Xing narrowed his eyes as tremors pounded beneath his feet like war drums. He raised his hand, knocking an arrow to his silver moon bow, his mind cold as ice. He hadn't come here today merely to swat a few flies. His real prey was only now making its entrance. Roar! A thunderous bellow, like the howl of demons from the nine hells, exploded from the canyon's depths. From the dark cave, black mist reeking of sulfur and decay surged forth, as if to paint the very air with despair. Oppressive, suffocating. The second and third tier powerhouses all felt their chests tighten without exception, their breathing seeming crushed by invisible boulders, the primal fear of death itself. Plop, plop, plop. Heavy, rhythmic hoofbeats echoed from the cave's depths, each step making the canyon's dust dance. Finally, that towering black figure slowly materialized from the mist. It was clad in menacing heavy armor forged from abyssal cold iron, crimson evil light flickering through the gaps. In its grip was a pitch-black lance taller than a grown man, its tip gleaming with soul-rending coldness. Its helmet concealed its face, revealing only eyes that burned with hellish red flames. Merely standing there, it radiated a terrifying aura of dominion that left everyone present pale-faced and cold-limed. Detect! A third-tier scout from the Grey Wolf Alliance called out with trembling hands, quickly casting his skill. The next second, a string of hair-raising data appeared before everyone. Abyssal Demon Knight, LV.40. Platinum tier boss. HP. 4, 302, 0004, 302, 000. Attack power. 29,280. Defense. 57,360. Skills. 1. Abyssal charge locks on a target and launches an unavoidable devastating charge, dealing massive physical damage with knockback effect. 2. Shadow trample. The skeletal warhorse stamps the ground, releasing a circular shadow shockwave that damages enemies in range and applies slow effect. 3. Death gaze randomly fixes gaze on target, inflicting 3 seconds of fear during which they cannot move or cast skills. Description: a fallen knight from the abyss, once a hero of the kingdom who was corrupted by darkness during the war against demons, now a killing machine wandering the mortal realm, guarding treasures he has long forgotten. Dead silence. After more than 10 seconds of deathly quiet, a desperate curse suddenly erupted from the crowd. Fuck. The frozen air was instantly shattered. 4,300,000 HP, 57,000 defense. Are you kidding me? Even if I fight with everything I've got, my attack can't even break through its defense. How the hell are we supposed to fight this thing? Just let it stand there while we hack away at it. Despair spread like a plague. The guild captains who had been so confident moments before now looked more miserable than if their fathers had died. Among their elite members ranging from level 40 to 100, those with attack power exceeding 5,000 could be counted on one hand. With 57,000 defense standing before them, their damage output was like giving someone a gentle massage. Everyone, ranged probing attacks, the Kang Wolf Guild leader commanded through gritted teeth. He refused to believe this boss was truly invincible. Fireballs, ice arrows, wind blades, a rainbow of skills rained down on the Abyssal Death Knight like a torrential downpour. Boom, boom, boom. The successive explosions lit up the entire canyon. When the smoke cleared, the black-armored Death Knight still stood motionless in the same spot, completely unmoved. 1111. A long string of bright red numbers slowly floated above its head. Force damage, all single digits without exception. Even the full power strikes from several third-class, level 100 team leaders only left a white scratch on the heavy armor, dealing pathetically single-digit damage. We're done for. Completely screwed. This defense is unbreakable, someone screamed from the crowd. 4,300,000 HP. Even if we could deal 100 damage per second, we'd need to fight non-stop for 12 hours straight. 12 hours? Dream on. Look how long our mana bars can last. While everyone was at their wits' end, the Kangwolf Guild captain's eyes gleamed as a devious plan formed. He cleared his throat and shouted loudly to the independent players on the outskirts. Fellow independent players, didn't you all come here seeking fortune? Here's your chance. If everyone attacks together and helps wear down the boss's HP, our guild will only take the materials from the final loot. All the equipment drops will go to you guys to split evenly. As soon as he finished speaking, the independent players who had been considering retreat suddenly had their eyes blazing with greed. A single piece of equipment from a platinum-level boss would save them years of grinding. On the high ground, Su Xing watched coldly, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The same old trick again, using independence as cannon fodder to burn through skills and chip away at HP. What's the difference between this and empty promises? Sure enough, great rewards attract the bold. Brothers, charge. Platinum-level equipment. Here I come. Fortune favors the brave. Let's do this. Hundreds of independent players, pumped up like they were on steroids, roared and surged toward the abyssal Death Knight, like a human tide. Quite the spectacular sight. However, what awaited them was death's gaze from the abyssal charge. A flash of disdain flickered through the abyssal demon knight's crimson eyes. It didn't even bother to raise the spear in its hand, merely bending its knees slightly as the massive demonic armor creaked and groaned. In the next instant, the knight transformed into an almost imperceptible black shadow, shooting like an arrow into the fearless group of players. Thud, 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 20,000, 22,000, 21,000. Wherever the shadow passed, it was like a tiger among sheep. The charging spear tip sliced through the air as blood and flesh flew everywhere. One after another, terrifying damage numbers exceeding 20,000 exploded above the crowd like brilliant, yet deadly fireworks. In just one charge skill, over 30 casual players were sent back to the respawn point as streaks of white light before they could even scream. Holy shit. That damage. Run for your lives. The few survivors finally snapped back to reality, their faces pale as death as they turned and fled in terror, crying like children. But it was already too late. The abyssal demon knight moved like an emotionless killing machine, unleashing shadow trample and death gaze in succession. Shadow waves consumed the ground while death's essence formed into deadly blades, slaughtering hundreds of casual players like cutting grass. From the first scream to the last streak of white light ascending skyward, the entire process took less than 30 seconds. When the dust settled, the white lights covering the ground made the faces of guild members turn ashen. If even the expendable cannon fodder couldn't withstand it, how could they possibly defeat this boss? Atop the hill, Su Xing quietly observed the entire scene, his expression calm as still water. He didn't rush to act, instead patiently studying the boss's every movement, the physical details of its attack preparations, the timing intervals between skill releases. Thanks to his weakness analysis talent, every gap in the abyssal demon knight's armor and every vulnerable joint glowed with warning halos in Su Xing's eyes. After watching for a while, he still shook his head and sighed. At this rate, how long would it take? If a level 40 platinum tier boss was already this difficult to defeat, wouldn't a higher level one be able to storm the Nanjiang Sanctuary directly? If diamond tier or epic tier bosses attacked, the sanctuary would be powerless to resist. Once the respawn point fell, all the professionals would face certain death. Just then, Shadow Kill beside him seemed to notice his confusion and explained with a smile. Young friend Su Xing, don't be surprised. The Nanjiang Sanctuary is essentially just a starter town. In major sanctuaries like those in the capital or Shanghai, diamond tier and even epic tier world bosses roam the surroundings. Platinum tier bosses there are basically just oversized elite monsters that get farmed clean the moment they appear. Nanjiang Sanctuary is remote, so at most we get a few platinum tier bosses. If anything higher level shows up, members from other major guilds will come to handle it. As these words sank in, Su Xing's heart trembled. He had to become stronger quickly and at a speed beyond everyone's imagination. Otherwise, going to the capital without any trump cards would leave him unable to take a single step forward. Taking a deep breath, he hesitated no longer. Silver armor, activate. Wind step, activate. Brilliant silver light instantly covered his entire body as his muscles tensed beneath the light armor, his explosive power surging. Simultaneously, countless golden runes spun wildly in the depths of his pupils. Law analysis activated. Under Su Xing's gaze, the abyssal demon knight's seemingly impenetrable obsidian armor appeared to become transparent. Su Xing could clearly see beneath the pitch-black breastplate, at the heart's location, a fist-sized, iron red glowing orb pulsing violently, like molten metal. The fatal weak point was right there. He took a deep breath and slowly drew back the silver moon bow. The bowstring was pulled to its full arc, starlight gathering between the strings as an arrow formed from pure stellar radiance hummed and trembled. its terrifying energy waves crashing around like tides. Su Xing poured all his strength into it. Whoosh! Silver light flashed and vanished as the arrow seemed to tear through space itself, instantly crossing the canyon and leaving behind a straight, blazing trail of death. The arrowhead struck with perfect precision into the pulsing crimson orb on the Abyssal Demon Knight's chest weak point attack. Critical hit. Boom! A deafening explosion rolled across the battlefield. The mountain-like Demon Knight was forced back several steps by the arrow's tremendous force, its heavy footsteps cracking the solid ground. Then, a damage number that made everyone's scalp tingle slowly appeared above its head. 39,008. The entire battlefield fell silent. The crowd seemed petrified, their gazes locked onto that string of crimson 5-digit numbers, their minds completely blank. 13,000. That Songlang Guild leader's jaw dropped wide enough to fit an egg, his voice trembling. Am I seeing things? Is this even humanly possible damage? They had fought desperately for half an hour, piling up damage with their lives, and their combined total didn't even match a fraction of the boss's health. Yet Su Xing's casual arrow had dealt damage equal to their entire group's output combined. The gap was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. However, the one responsible for this feat, Su Xing, merely frowned slightly. Nearly 40,000 damage was indeed shocking, but that was only achieved with the quadruple bonus from weak point plus critical hit. With just a weak point attack alone, he probably couldn't even break through its defense. He would have to rely on the critical hit bonus from Wind Step that refreshed once per minute to slowly chip away at its health. To easily solo a platinum-level boss, he still needed greater power. Just then, roar! The severely wounded Abyssal Demon Knight threw back its head and bellowed, its eyes igniting with hellfire-like crimson flames. It slowly but violently turned its massive head, locking onto that golden figure on the high slope, as a bone-chilling, murderous intent surged skyward. Thou hast angered me. The thunderous voice echoed through the canyon. The Demon Knight abandoned all the insects before it, taking heavy steps that made the earth tremble as it charged straight towards Su Xing's position on the slope. Watching the iron-black giant shadow bearing down like an apocalyptic force, Su Xing's lips curved into a slight smile. Finally noticed me, have you? Excellent. Let's see then, are your iron hoofs faster, or are my arrows sharper? Before his words had finished, his figure flashed and vanished from where he stood. Crash! The Abyssal Demon Knight thundered forward, each step making the entire highland shake violently. Its massive spear wreathed in hellfire, accompanied by the shriek of tearing air, came crashing down viciously toward the spot where Su Xing had just been standing. The earth was brutally torn open, creating a terrifying chasm over 10 meters long as debris exploded and dust clouds shot skyward. However, the piercing roar of that massive black spear ultimately struck nothing just 1 second before the spear tip descended. Su Xing had already transformed into a faint cyan afterimage, drifting dozens of meters to the side. The violent wind from the spear merely swept through his black hair, tousling the strands, without even touching the hem of his clothes. What kind of speed is that? A third-tier assassin from the Grey Wolf Alliance, watching from afar, felt his pupils contract sharply. Despite priding himself on agility, he couldn't even track Su Xing's movement trajectory, feeling as though that figure was more like an unrestrained gust of wind. Missing its strike, the Abyssal Demon Knight's crimson pupils blazed with even fiercer rage. Its massive torso twisted violently as iron hooves thunderously shattered the ground, stirring up waves of debris and dust before launching another ferocious charge at Su Xing. Rather than retreating, Su Xing advanced toward the approaching killing intent. He glided along the ground in a bizarre arc, like a falcon skimming the earth or an arrow circling its target. In the blink of an eye, he had maneuvered around the Abyssal Demon Knight's perimeter, maintaining the distance between his form and the massive body at the very edge of a safe zone. While gliding, his raised silver moon bow became a swift silver blur, the bowstring's vibrating hum almost forming a sharp, continuous note. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In less than a second, 5 starlight-colored arrows transformed into 5 streaks of light, precisely piercing the weak points in the Abyssal Demon Knight's heavy armor. Ding, 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 ding. Metallic chimes rang out in succession, like a scraper gliding across iron armor, followed by 5 insignificant damage numbers. 45, weak point 48, weak point 51, weak point 47, weak point 52. Witnessing this scene, the spectating players who had just been startled by Su Xing's terrifying speed collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, scared me there. Thought some god-tier player had arrived. Turns out he's just another damage scratcher. Yeah, that damage is even lower than my basic attacks. He must have dumped all his stats into agility. No matter how fast you are, if you can't break through defense, you're just a sitting duck. Once his mana runs out, he's dead. Mocking laughter rippled through the crowd, as if the nearly 40,000 critical damage from earlier had been mere illusion. However, The commanders from guilds like Grey Wolf Alliance and Blazing Sun showed no signs of relaxation. Instead, their expressions grew increasingly grave. Something's wrong. The Grey Wolf Alliance guild leader stared intently at the battlefield, his throat dry as he rapidly calculated. 5 arrows per second, 300 arrows per minute. Even if each arrow only deals 50 damage, that's 15,000 in 1 minute. His voice trembled. He alone equals the sustained damage output of our entire elite regiment. The berserker beside him sharply inhaled, muttering to himself, this attack speed, this control of distance and timing. Is this kid really a newbie? He's practically a monster born for combat. At the center of the battlefield, the chase between man and demon had reached fever pitch. Su Xing's figure spiraled rapidly across the highland, leaving behind a cyan tornado, while the continuous arrow rain resembled silver blades flung from the tornado's center, densely slicing through the air. The abyssal demon knight flew into complete rage, its long spear spinning like a windmill while iron hooves pounded the ground into raised cracks, unleashing skills in rapid succession. Shadow Trample. Abyssal Charge. The entire highland was thrown into chaos, with intersecting ravines and burning demonic flame craters scattered everywhere. Yet no matter how dense the attacks, Su Xing could always twist and dodge at the crucial moment, slipping through gaps like an elusive fish, repeatedly threading the needle between life and death. 58 seconds. 59 seconds. 60 seconds. A brilliant gleam flashed in Su Xing's eyes as he drew his bowstring to full moon once more. Now, his figure, which had been moving at high speed, suddenly froze. The abyssal demon knight's spear swept horizontally once more, its blade wreathed in dark crimson flames that stirred the scorching air. But Su Xing didn't retreat. Instead, he lunged forward, arching his body to its limit, sliding beneath the burning spear tip and slipping under the demon knight's belly. Gale step cooldown complete. Reactivated. A more ferocious gust exploded from beneath his feet, scattering debris across the ground. The silver moon bow in his hands was instantly drawn to full moon, its frame humming as the string stretched taut like glass. In that moment, he channeled all his strength, focus, and timing into that single string. Crack. A crisp, ear-piercing sound of a critical hit echoed across the battlefield. The next second, a blood-red damage number erupted skyward like a volcanic explosion. 39,008. Dead silence. Everyone's breath caught in their throats. 13,000. A third-tier berserker stared wide-eyed, glancing at his own attack panel that barely reached 5,000. He stood there like he'd been struck by lightning. This was damage a second-tier class could deal. Once per minute. 39,000 each time. Only one thought filled his mind. Monster. This guy was an absolute monster. If he kept grinding solo, he could wear down this boss in 80 minutes tops. Before the shock could fade, an even more savage roar tore through the canyon. Roar. The abyssal demon knight flew into complete fury. As a high-ranking demon of the abyss, it had never suffered such humiliation being toyed with by a mere human like a beast caught by its tail. Its crimson eyes no longer focused on Su Xing but swept toward the surrounding insects, watching the spectacle. Its boundless rage demanded blood to quench it. It raised its black-hooved blade high and slammed it down. Shadow Stomp. Boom. A black-red shockwave rippled outward, visible to the naked eye, exploding from beneath the demon knight's feet like a rising tide, instantly spreading across the entire highland. Oh no, run. It's an area attack. The warning barely left their lips before the shockwave engulfed the battlefield. Dozens of players on the outer edge had no time to react. Their health bars instantly emptied, their screams still caught in their throats as they dissolved into beams of white light, forcibly sent back to the respawn point. Chaos erupted across the highland as survivors were hurled through the air by the blast, tumbling down in disarray before fleeing in panic. Only one figure stood in stark contrast to the apocalyptic chaos: Su Xing. The shockwave struck him, barely scratching away a few drops of health thanks to his thorn armor and exceptionally high constitution's damage reduction. His lifesteal passive instantly restored him to full health. He glanced indifferently at the fleeing players, then looked up at the abyssal demon knight, momentarily stunned after unleashing its ultimate ability. In his eyes flashed a glint of determination. No more waiting. The 1,200 free attribute points he had desperately saved yesterday and today had been sitting untouched on his panel, reserved for exactly this kind of crisis. Now, it was time to reap the rewards. System, all free attribute points dump everything into strength. With his decision made, he didn't hesitate to slam all 1,200 points into the strength stat. Boom. A golden pillar of light, visible only to him, pierced down from the heavens through his body. Torrents of energy flooded into his limbs and bones. His attribute panel went wild. Strength 602372223. Attack power 24092288892. Explosive power surged through his skeleton like a raging storm. He could clearly hear his bones groaning with excited strain under the sudden increase in load. In the distance, Ingsha's pupils contracted sharply as he keenly detected Su Xing's aura surging to new heights once again. This kid's pulling out another trump card? A new skill? His heart jolted. Action was his answer. Su Xing drew his bow 1 second. 5 arrows. The arrow barrage formed gray-white streaks of light, blanketing the abyssal demon knight as it struggled free from its stunned state. Thunk, thunk, thunk. 5 crimson damage numbers popped up. 424, 427, 430, 444, 434. No longer the measly dozens of forced damage from before, but real armor-piercing output. Each hit might seem modest individually, but the difference was night and day. A cold smile curved Su Xing's lips. 5 arrows per second meant 2,100 DPS. The boss had less than 4 million HP remaining. Give him just half an hour, and he could solo grind this platinum-tier monster to death. A bizarre scene unfolded on the battlefield. The elite members of various guilds had just regrouped from their scattered formation when that mysterious expert was already pinning the boss down with relentless bombardment. Holy crap, look at the boss's health bar. A player in the distance, currently receiving healing, suddenly shrieked. Everyone turned to look, only to see the abyssal demon knight's intimidating health bar steadily dropping at a visible rate. What's happening? Who's dealing damage? The Blazing Sun guild captain was stunned. That health is dropping way too fast. A Kang Wolf Alliance powerhouse frowned. Soon, they traced it to the source, that young man fighting the boss solo. A third-tier assassin quickly calculated, his voice trembling. His DPS is over 2,000 now. Add in critical hits of 40,000, which means he can deal nearly 160,000 damage per minute to the boss. 160,000. The number hit everyone like an invisible sledgehammer. All of them fighting together for half the day couldn't match that young man's output in a single minute. What kind of monster is this guy? Just then, the abyssal demon knight, frustrated by the prolonged assault, threw back its head and roared. It abandoned its blade strikes as infernal flames boiled in its crimson eyes, and in the next second, death stare. An invisible force imbued with the laws of death and terror instantly locked onto Su Xing. Su Xing's body suddenly stiffened, as if clamped by iron shackles. Couldn't move. The 3-second fear effect left him completely unable to control his limbs. This is bad. It's a crowd control skill. Ingsha's heart tightened as his hand moved to the rescue scroll at his waist, ready to yank Su Xing out of the battlefield at any moment. If Su Xing got killed and his level reset to 0, they'd have to accompany him through the grinding process all over again, and he'd be blamed for failing his duty as a guardian. Ha! Perfect. That kid's done for. Members of the rival guild in the distance erupted in gleeful laughter. Once Su Xing fell, the low-health boss would be theirs for the taking. At the center of the battle circle, after immobilizing Su Xing, the abyssal demon knight raised high its pitch-black, demonic spear that seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth. Crimson runes lit up along the spear from tip to base. The air trembled, dust swirled. It was charging up. Abyssal charge, fatal strike. Everyone held their breath as the black afterimage crashed towards Su Xing's seemingly frail figure with earth-shattering force. It's over. This thought exploded simultaneously in every spectator's mind. However, the number that floated above Su Xing's head was absurdly mundane. 433. Immediately after, a green glow flashed. 433. The 5 maximum health regeneration per second kicked in simultaneously. Dead silence once again blanketed the entire scene. 3 digits? 433 points? Is the boss slacking off? Someone muttered, but the next moment they realized the abyssal demon knight's attack stats hadn't changed at all. It's not that the boss got weaker. It's that guy's defense that's ridiculously high. A trembling voice pierced through the mystery. The spectators' mental defenses crumbled. The damage the boss had worked so hard to deal was instantly healed by Su Xing. An archer with devastating offensive power actually possessed terrifying defense that even top-tier shield warriors couldn't match. How was anyone supposed to compete with that? Outside the canyon, dozens of professionals who had barely survived and were preparing to watch the show turned to stone in unison. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. So all along, it wasn't that the boss had high attack power, but that we were too weak. A level 43rd tier shield warrior stared at his health bar of less than 15,000, his voice trembling. His professional faith was completely shattered in that moment. High attack, high agility, and now defense and health that broke through the heavens. This was still called a second-tier archer? It was clearly an all-around war fortress wearing an archer's disguise. From the crowd erupted waves of exclamations filled with absurdity and disbelief. Wait, I remember, wasn't he listed as Drank talent in the military's kill order from Nanjiang Sanctuary? A young mage's Adam's apple bobbed as his voice cracked. Drank? The berserker beside him burst into thunderous laughter as if struck by lightning, immediately cursing. Fuck that Drank bullshit. You call this Drank? I wouldn't believe it if you beat me to death. With this insane performance, I'd believe you if you told me he was SS strength talent. Exactly. With this ridiculous defense, Why was he even bothering with positioning earlier? He could have just stood there and traded blows with the boss, another archer muttered, clutching his hair. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances as Su Xing's skills, attributes, and class all became complete mysteries. While everyone was still reeling from this worldview-shattering shock, an even more insane scene unfolded. After taking a direct hit from the Abyssal Demon Knight's abyssal charge, Su Xing didn't retreat a single step, simply standing there expressionless. The enraged Demon Knight roared, its obsidian spear capable of piercing steel, slashing down like a hurricane. Boom, boom, boom. Each strike came with ear-splitting wind sounds, each impact capable of instantly killing any professional below 4th advancement. Yet on Su Xing, only a string of damage numbers that were both despairing and absurd floated up. 427, 335, 442, 1600. Su Xing's silver moon bow remained perfectly steady as he continued his output like a cold machine. 464, 421, 476, 39,008. Arrows pierced the Demon Knight's gilded armor, sparks flying as its health bar visibly plummeted. Holy shit! A 3rd advancement archer stared wide-eyed, looking back and forth between his own stats panel and the numbers above Su Xing's head. The boss hits for 20,000 minimum, and he's only taking 300 damage. The passive effect of life drain kept Su Xing's health bar virtually motionless, while the platinum rank boss's health dropped like a cliff. Health 200, 0004, 302, 000. Health 150, 0004, 302, 000. Health 100, 0004, 302, 000. When the health dropped below the 50,000 execute threshold, restless greed exploded through the watching crowd. Someone suddenly roared, "Steal the boss." That shout was like a spark hitting a powder keg. Charge. He's only one person. First come, first serve. I don't care if he's Su Xing, strength in numbers. The platinum boss drops will make us rich for life. Dozens of 3rd advancement professionals, their reason devoured by greed, charged toward the low-health boss from all directions like rabid dogs. Su Xing's lips curved into a cold smile, as if watching a pack of walking dead. He'd anticipated this moment. Human nature never withstands temptation. Without even bothering to turn his head, he slowly pivoted, drawing his bowstring to a full moon in an instant. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 silver arrows left the string almost simultaneously, tracing 5 arcs of death through the air. The next second, 121,847, 111,963, 131,254, 121,576, 111,887. 5 blinding white flashes erupted simultaneously. The 5 strongest 3rd advancement professionals charging at the front were instantly killed before they could even react, teleported back to Nanjiang Sanctuary's respawn point. The scene fell deathly silent. All the professionals who had been preparing to charge forward stopped in their tracks, as if hit by a paralysis spell, their faces pale as sheets, cold sweat instantly soaking through their backs. Su Xing's icy gaze swept across everyone present like a predator surveying his territory. His voice was calm, yet carried an unmistakable chill. Anyone who wants to die, anyone who wants me to send them off right now, feel free to come and try. After a brief, deathly silence, one berserker still refused to believe it. Relying on his thick skin and sturdy build, he gritted his teeth and charged forward while Su Xing was speaking, attempting to steal the final blow on the boss. I don't believe it. Whoosh. What answered him was an arrow faster than any before. 104,521. A flash of white light, and the berserker vanished on the spot along with his foolish confidence. The entire area fell silent as a grave, with no one daring to take another step forward. Su Xing glanced at his skill panel. Swift step, 3 seconds remaining. He remained calm and unhurried, letting the boss's massive axe crash against his armor in showers of sparks without retaliating. Those remaining 40,000 hit points might mean a long battle of attrition for others, but for him, it was just 1 arrow away. Cooldown complete. The swift step icon lit up. Su Xing's figure flashed as he closed in on the boss's face, drawing his longbow to full moon. Die. Swoosh. 39,847. Critical weak point hit. The Abyssal Demon Knight's mountain-like body let out an unwilling wail before crashing to the ground. Equipment and materials exploded outward, scattering across the ground like shattered diamonds. The canyon returned to silence. System notifications flooded the screen. Defeated Platinum Tier Boss Abyssal Demon Knight LV.40. Gained 120,000 experience points, 60 free attribute points. Unyielding Thorns Progress 10. Drops. Abyssal Demon Armor Platinum Tier, Abyssal Greaves Platinum Tier, Abyssal Demon Spear Platinum Tier, Abyssal Demon Boots Platinum Tier, Shrank Pet Abyssal Demon Steed 1, Copper Coins 12,000. The dazzling platinum radiance instantly ignited the most primal greed in every professional's heart. However, Su Xing moved efficiently, collecting the entire abyssal demon armor set and turning to leave this troublesome place. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Three auras more terrifying than anyone present suddenly enveloped Wailing Canyon, as if the air itself was being crushed by giant hands. Ripples like water waves spread through the air as three figures materialized, floating in midair. In the center, crimson armor and blazing sun, Guildmaster Lyshan. To the right, Grey Wolf Cloak and sinister gaze Grey Wolf Alliance leader Langya. To the left, Thunder Warhammer and bulging muscles Thunder Guildmaster Lei Bao. All three were without exception level 200 4th-tier powerhouses, beings at the very apex of Nanjiang Sanctuary's pyramid. Their arrival sent chills through every professional's bones. What's happening? Why did the guild master come personally? My god, all three major guild masters are here. Now things had gotten seriously out of hand. Clearly, news of their elite forces being wiped out by Su Xing and the Platinum Boss being stolen had already reached the guild headquarters in the first instance. Lais Han, the guild leader of Blazing Sun Guild, was the first to appear. Standing at the edge of the ruins, he looked down at Su Xing and spoke in a deep voice. Young man, one shouldn't be too greedy. The Abyssal Demon Knight is a resource of our Nanjiang Sanctuary. As a solo player, you can have the meat, but at least leave us the broth, right? Langya, the leader of Kang Wolf Alliance, followed closely behind with a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Exactly. Hand over that set of Abyssal Demon armor, and we'll pretend today never happened. The overwhelming aura of these two 4th-tier powerhouses crashed down like a tidal wave, compressing the very air itself. Any ordinary 2nd-tier player would have buckled at the knees by now. However, Su Xing remained calm, even sneering inwardly with Shadow Kill lurking in the shadows and the World Tree mark in his grasp. As long as he wasn't instantly killed, he could return to the initial forest at any moment. These seemingly formidable opponents truly couldn't touch him. Your resource? Su Xing raised his head, his gaze as indifferent as if he were looking at three idiots. I killed the boss, and I picked up the equipment. What? Did you carve your names on them? Outrageous. When had the three guild leaders ever been defied like this? Their fury erupted instantly, and they were about to strike. Roar. A howl more venomous and frenzied than any before rolled in from the distance. Li Hai, the Li family patriarch, stormed onto the battlefield with his two worthless brothers Li Jiang and Li He, along with his son who was still stuck at level 1, radiating murderous intent. Li Hai was also at 4th-tier level 200, but compared to the three guild leaders' intimidating presence, his killing intent was more direct and deadly, crashing down like an invisible primordial demon mountain. You little beast. Li Hai's eyes were bloodshot, his killing intent 10 times stronger than everyone else's, materializing and pouring down on Su Xing like a torrent. Su Xing suddenly felt crushed, as if tons of concrete had been poured into his body, his cells groaning in agony, making it difficult to even lift a finger. This was the level suppression of a 4th-tier powerhouse. It was worlds apart from the 3rd tier. You bastard. I'll make you pay in blood for my equipment. Li Jiang shrieked hysterically from the side. Li Hai's gaze, cold to the extreme, examined Su Xing like a corpse. Hand over everything you have, then commit suicide in apology. I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Domineering. Arrogant. He didn't even regard the three guild leaders beside him. Li Hai couldn't wait any longer and raised his hand to crush Su Xing into powder. Swoosh. A pitch-black spatial rift silently opened, suspended above everyone's heads. A pair of exquisite jade feet wrapped in black stockings and wearing crimson high heels stepped out first. Following closely behind were curves that took one's breath away in a professional suit, gold-rimmed glasses, and long straight black hair. An absolutely stunning woman with an aura of ultimate cold elegance materialized in midair. She floated quietly without saying a word, yet with a presence more terrifying than everyone present combined. She effortlessly dissolved the pressure Li Hai had imposed on Su Xing, making it vanish like spring rain. Her gaze, cold and indifferent, swept across all the rank 4 powerhouses present. Her crimson lips parted slightly, her voice crystalline, yet carrying a queen's inherent authority. Let's see who among you dares to touch him. The deathly silent howling gorge was torn apart by gasps of shock. Everyone seemed to be witnessing an absurd farce. The mighty Li family patriarch, one of the pyramid's apex existences in South River Sanctuary, frozen in place by a single sentence from a woman who had appeared out of nowhere. Li Hai's face darkened to the extreme. He raised his head, staring fixedly at that graceful figure floating in midair. The aura emanating from her seemed capable of making souls tremble. He squeezed out the name through gritted teeth. Yunshang? In Li Hai's understanding, Yunshang was merely that beautiful instructor in the sanctuary who avoided worldly affairs and focused on teaching. Yet at this moment, both being rank 4 level 200, he clearly felt his rank Berserk Bloodline class was like a house cat meeting a primordial beast before her completely crushed in life hierarchy and class tier. S rank. Perhaps even higher. Forcibly suppressing his shock, Lehigh questioned hoarsely. As a sanctuary instructor, are you really going to interfere in our Lee family's private affairs for a mere freelancer? He attempted to pressure her using identity and rules. Yunshang merely raised her hand to gently adjust her gold-rimmed glasses. The phoenix eyes behind the lenses didn't even spare him a glance, remaining tenderly fixed on Su Xing, as if checking whether her student was injured. Then, her tone became emotionlessly cold. If I don't protect my own student, who will? Just a few words, yet domineeringly absolute. Lehigh's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. He understood that with this woman here, he couldn't touch even a hair on Su Xing's head. Good, good, good. He spat out 3 goods, in succession, resentment and killing intent almost materializing. He abruptly turned his head, locking onto Su Xing with a venomous serpent's gaze. Little bastard. Consider yourself lucky. I, Lehigh, swear here to die as long as you dare step half a foot outside the sanctuary. The Lee family will hunt you to the ends of the earth until death. After hurling his threats, he had no face left to remain. Grabbing his 2 terrified brothers, he fled like a beaten dog. He didn't realize that today might be his only chance in this lifetime to contend with Su Xing. In the future, he wouldn't even qualify to gaze upon Su Xing's back. With the Li family, this greatest enemy, retreating in disgrace, the other 3 major guild leaders dared not court trouble. An S-rank instructor of unfathomable strength protecting her Kubto offends such a colossus for a platinum equipment piece they might not even obtain, unless their brains had been squeezed by a door. Ahem, just a misunderstanding. Merely a misunderstanding. Blazing Sun's guild leader, Lai Shan, forced a dry laugh, clasped his fists in farewell, and immediately fled with his subordinates. The other 2 major guilds followed suit, and in the blink of an eye, they had all vanished without a trace. The canyon, which moments ago had been tense with drawn swords and bustling with voices, instantly fell silent, leaving only Su Xing, Yin Shang, and Ying Sha, who had remained silent throughout. Teacher. Su Xing gazed at the slender figure standing protectively in front of him, warmth flooding his chest. Yin Shang turned around and looked him up and down. Are you all right? Her voice carried unmistakable concern. Su Xing shrugged lightly, smiling like a carefree young man. What could possibly be wrong with me? But if you hadn't arrived in time, that Lehigh would be packing his bags and heading back to the sanctuary to level up today. Such a smooth talker. Yun Shang shot him a playfully reproachful glance, the weight finally lifting from her heart. She silently reflected. With a senior like Ying Sha guiding his leveling and the backing of the Apotheosis Guild, this student who was once scorned by everyone finally had the means to establish himself. The 3 returned to the class advancement temple in Nanjiang Sanctuary. Before the goddess statue, Su Xing opened his quest panel and pressed submit. Ding. Platinum tier boss, Abyssal Demon Knight, kill record detected. 3rd trial, proof of strength defeat a platinum tier boss of level 40 or above solo. Completed. 3rd class advancement trial completed. Boom. Starlight more brilliant and sacred than the previous 2 times cascaded from the dome like the Milky Way itself, engulfing Su Xing entirely. His flesh and soul were torn and refined by the vast power, undergoing a earth-shattering transformation. Warning. Observer profession undergoing 2nd tier evolution detected. Evolution path confirmed destiny and causality. Congratulations. Profession evolution successful scales of causality B rank. Additional mental attribute bonus, 300. New skill causal deduction. Can predict the probability of specified events occurring within the next 10 minutes. New skill chains of causality. Can forcibly mark targets, causing them to suffer karmic backlash from their own actions for a period of time. Evolution trait. Ancient bronze gear patterns appear around the eye sockets, allowing preliminary perception of subtle changes in time flow. You now possess the qualification to weigh causality and perform initial intervention in the threads of fate. The starlight gradually faded, and the temple returned to tranquility. Su Xing slowly opened his eyes, the new power within him that could pluck the strings of destiny surging restlessly. Main profession officially advanced to rank scales of causality. His gaze fell once again upon the towering goddess statue. The majestic stone figure seemed to be observing all living beings, yet also appeared to be making eye contact with him. A bold, almost blasphemous thought suddenly burst from the depths of his heart since gaze of laws could glimpse her true form. Then perhaps chains of causality could also establish a little connection of causality with her? After all, for his advancement, he had invested so many gold-tier materials as the cause. Now, shouldn't he collect some effect as interest? No sooner thought than done. A mischievous smirk played at the corners of Su Xing's lips, like a child whose prank had succeeded perfectly. With a single thought, he raised his right palm, aiming it through the air at the goddess statue standing in the center of the temple, and shouted in a low voice, "Chains of causality." Buzz. Illusory chains composed of ancient bronze gears shot instantly from his palm, streaking through the air and wrapping directly around the statue. Ding. Target locked successfully. Analyzing causality. Warning. Warning. You are attempting to establish a causal connection with an unknown great existence. This action is extremely dangerous. Please terminate immediately. The warning tone was sharp and piercing, but Su Xing not only didn't let go, suddenly increased his energy output. The next moment, a grand, majestic consciousness tinged with embarrassment thundered into his mind like lightning. You again, you audacious mortal. Your offense against her has angered the divine. You shall suffer. The system prompt cut off abruptly. After a brief silence, a line of text with a completely different tone slowly appeared. The great goddess of fortune feels deeply, deeply helpless about your persistent offensive behavior. To prevent you from taking even more outrageous actions next time, she has decided to bestow upon you the blessing of chaos to completely block your prying. Congratulations. You have obtained the Divine Tier Unique Passive Skill Blessing of Chaos. Blessing of Chaos Divine Tier Unique. 1. Immunity to all laws, permanently immune to all negative status effects including curses, poison, fear, and confusion. 2. Visage of Chaos. No being including deities can glimpse your true information through any skill or means. In others' eyes, you are simultaneously divine, mortal, and ineffable chaos. Su Xing stared at the panel, grinning from ear to ear. She got embarrassed? This isn't punishment, she's clearly too ashamed, and gave me a skill instead. Every time I look, she drops loot. I'll definitely dare again next time. Thoroughly satisfied, he exited the class advancement temple. Outside, Yunshang and Yingsha were already waiting. Su Xing, congratulations. Yunshang spoke first, her gentle voice carrying sincere blessings, though a barely perceptible sadness lurked deep in her beautiful eyes. Teacher, thank you so much this time. Su Xing expressed his gratitude solemnly. If Yunshang hadn't arrived in time, while he wouldn't have been captured without a fight, he would have had to use his trump card, the World Tree Mark. What surprised him was that Yunshang gently shook her head after hearing this. Those phoenix eyes that always held a gentle smile were now shrouded in mist, filled with sorrow. Su Xing, she took a deep breath, as if squeezing out the words with all her strength. I've come to say goodbye. What? Su Xing's smile froze on his face. The family has issued a mandatory recall order. I must return. Yunshang's voice carried an irresistible helplessness. It was too sudden. The news hit Su Xing like a sledgehammer to the chest, leaving his mind completely blank. Silence spread. Then, Yunshang took a step forward and stood on her tiptoes. Under Su Xing's astonished gaze, she pressed her soft, cool lips, fragrant with a hint of sweetness, gently against his. The fleeting sensation carried an indescribable salty bitterness, like an electric current that swiftly coursed through the boy's heart. Just as their lips parted, Yunshang quietly said, "Take care." And then without looking back, she transformed into a dazzling streak of light, tearing through the air and space, vanishing in an instant. The air was left with only a single tear, crystal clear in the moonlight, slowly falling along its trajectory, reflecting Su Xing's stunned figure. Alas! A deep, resonant sigh shattered the silence. Yingsha appeared out of nowhere, his rough hand covering his eyes, as he solemnly chanted, "What is improper should not be seen." Yet the gaps between his fingers were wide enough to fit half a city gate. Su Xing had no time to pay attention to this elder's antics. He simply gazed longingly in the direction Yunshang had departed, until the tremor in his heart settled into calm, his voice gaining a note of determination. Elder Yingsha, what exactly is the Yun family of teacher Yunshang? For the first time, Yingsha, usually nonchalant, put away his jesting demeanor. His weathered eyes were fixed on the scar in the sky, and after a long pause, he spoke a name that sent chills down the spine. Kyoto, the Yun family. He slowly explained, in Longhua, aside from our Fengshan, the top forces are the four major families. The Yun family is one of them. Their depth is unfathomable, their power is immense, and their connections are intricate. Even Fengshan must give them some respect. Yingsha shook his head self-deprecatingly. I should have realized. At such a young age, with a four-turn cultivation at least S-class, who else besides those unreasonable ancient families can raise such a prodigy? Kyoto's Yun family. Su Xing's heart sank. He finally understood the lingering sadness and helplessness in Yunshang's eyes. What she was facing was a colossal force. Will she be in danger upon returning? His voice was hoarse. Yingsha was silent for a moment before shaking his head. Hard to say. Matters in big families are 100 times more complicated than any monsters and copies. But judging by her demeanor, being forcibly summoned back is definitely not a good sign. Unintentionally, Su Xing's fists clenched, cracking with tension. An unprecedented, intense desire surged within him. Go to Kyoto. No matter what she had to face, this time, he would protect her. In the deep of night, in the luxurious suite specially prepared for him by Yingsha, The soft bed enveloped his body, yet it could not calm the turbulent thoughts swirling in his mind. Su Xing tossed and turned, replaying the resolute figure of Yunxiang as she left, and the silent tear that fell. Suddenly, a familiar fragrance wafted in uninvited, filling his nostrils. Soon after, the blanket was gently lifted by a cool, yet soft, warm and unobstructed, smooth form quietly slipped in. Su Xing's body instantly froze. He jolted awake, about to speak, when a soft, cool hand carrying an undeniable resolve gently covered his mouth. Moonlight streamed through the half-open window, casting its glow across the bed, and that familiar face suddenly became clear. Yunxiang. She had actually returned. Compared to the queen who had commanded enemies to retreat with a single shout during the day, her presence sharp as a blade, she was now a completely different person. Her raven-black hair cascaded like a waterfall across the white sheets. Her exquisite face had lost all color, two streams of silent tears sliding down her cheeks. Her phoenix eyes, usually so gentle and encouraging, now churned with complex emotions Su Xing had never seen before: bottomless despair, heart-wrenching sorrow, and a trace of almost manic determination. Yunxiang spoke no words, only letting out deeply suppressed whimpers like a wounded animal. Then, through her tears, with that kind of madness that left herself no escape route, she gave herself completely to the young man beneath her in the most clumsy yet most resolute way possible. Su Xing was stunned. He felt her delicate body trembling violently, felt drop after drop of tears, both ice-cold and burning hot, falling onto his cheeks. He wanted to ask what was wrong, but couldn't say anything from her eyes. He understood everything. Before facing an inevitably tragic ending, she wanted to leave her most precious gift with the person she treasured most. He stopped struggling and reached out with both arms, using all his strength to pull that shivering body tightly into his embrace. At dawn, the first ray of sunlight pierced through the window lattice. Su Xing jolted awake. Instinctively, he reached toward the pillow beside him, but found only cold emptiness. A faint, familiar fragrance lingered in the air, as if the previous night had been nothing more than a vivid dream destined to fade away. His gaze fell upon the bedsheet, where a striking crimson stain bloomed like winter plum blossoms in snow, silently confirming that none of it had been an illusion. Boom! His mind went completely blank. The next second, he leaped from the bed like a madman, half-dressed as he rushed out the door. He found Yingxia and used all his authority to trace Yunxiang's whereabouts. The result hit him like ice water. Early this morning, she had already returned to the capital through the most secure teleportation array in the Nanjiang Sacred Institute, completely cutting off all communication. The adventurers' hall buzzed with voices and activity, but Su Xing stood in the center of the crowd, feeling as though the world had become as empty as a wasteland. At this moment, his heart, which had grown restless from his surge in power, completely cooled down. He finally understood how laughable his mere 28,000 attack power was before a colossal entity like the Yun family. He didn't even have the qualification to let Yunxiang stand tall and refuse her family's arrangements. Become stronger. I must become stronger at an unprecedented speed. Strong enough to confront the Yun family heathen. Strong enough to crush the entire Yun family underfoot. Strong enough to ensure that no one, no force in this world, would ever dare make her shed another tear. This thought burned into Su Xing's soul like a red-hot brand. Returning to his suite, he slammed the door shut, burying his turbulent emotions deep within his heart, then bent down to examine his recent spoils of war. The complete set of platinum equipment dropped by the Abyssal Demon Knight now lay spread across the low table, its dark, cold gleams seeming to devour the lamplight itself. 1. Abyssal Demon Armor Platinum Grade, Level 40 required. Attributes: Constitution 600, Strength 600, Spirit 600. Description: Forged from the bones of abyssal demon knights and dormant lava, its surface burns with the eternal flames of the abyss. The wearer can hear whispers from the depths. Those with weak will shall be consumed by demonic gods. 2. Abyssal Greaves Platinum Grade, Level 40 required. Attributes: Constitution 600, Agility 600, Strength 600. Description: Crafted from the scales of abyssal demon steeds, utterly indestructible. Each scale contains the savage aura of demon dragons, making every charge tear through enemy lines like a dragon's fury. 3. Abyssal Demon Spear Platinum Grade, Level 40 required. Attributes: Strength 600, Agility 600, Spirit 600. Description: Its tip is ground from the purest dark crystal, capable of easily rending light and order. When wielded, the spear's wind carries the roar of demon gods. Those pierced will have their souls dragged into endless abyss. 4. Abyssal Demon Boots Platinum Grade, Level 40 required. Attributes: Constitution 600, Agility 600, Strength 600. Description: Tanned from abyssal demon steed hide and reinforced with abyssal cold iron. The wearer moves silently. Each step, ghost-like life and death are decided before enemies even notice. Besides these, he placed the platinum-grade Stellar Crown in the most prominent position. Without hesitation, Su Xing equipped the Stellar Crown, Abyssal Demon Armor, Abyssal Greaves, and Abyssal Demon Boots. Though the Abyssal Demon Spear boasted incredible attributes, it was a melee weapon, and he had always preferred Bao, so he tossed it into his inventory. Boom. The moment all 4 platinum pieces came together, surging, pure power flooded through his limbs like a torrent. Su Xing felt his blood boiling, his clenched fist producing thunder-like explosions. He opened his attribute panel. Class, Scales of Karma B grade. Level, 40. Constitution, 2917. Strength, 8473. Agility, 6550. Spirit, 2345. Health, 58340. Mana, 23,450. Attack, 33,892. Defense, 11,668. Nearly 34,000 attack power, almost 60,000 health, over 10,000 defense. For a level 40 professional, such numbers were terrifying, yet he knew clearly it still wasn't enough to face the entire Yin family. I can't waste any more time. His gaze turned ice cold as he pushed open the door, striding out of the sanctuary in a few steps, heading straight for the outer leveling zones. At only level 40, he dared to go to the capital sanctuary without sufficient strength. He wouldn't even get a word in. He had to become stronger. The moonlight stretched Su Xing's silhouette long and lean. The moment he left the sanctuary, a shadow emerged quietly from the darkness. Shadowkill's figure materialized. Yingsha watched the hurried young man, whose entire being radiated an icy aura that warned others to keep their distance, and nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that last night's incident with that girl had dealt Su Xing quite a blow, but instead of crushing him, it had become a whip driving him forward. Yingsha was secretly pleased. At least love could make someone aware of danger. Meanwhile, Su Xing had already stepped through the gates of the Nanjiang Sanctuary, the Li family estate. In the meditation chamber deep within, Li Hai had been sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. The moment Su Xing stepped out of the city gates, his eyes snapped open. Master, a scout hurriedly knelt and reported that Su Xing has left the sanctuary alone. Good, good, good. Li Hai shot to his feet, his face twisting into a savage expression. The debt I've held for 2 days can finally be settled. Overwhelming killing intent instantly swept through the entire estate. Heaven offers you a path, but you refuse to take it. Hell has no gates, yet you barge right in. Send the order, his voice thundered. All clan members above the 3rd transformation, assemble immediately. Today, I'll make sure this little beast dies without even a grave. Su Xing had no idea this pursuit was racing toward him. Following the map markers, he made his way to the high-level dungeon entrance controlled by the Li family, the Fallen Mind. At the dungeon entrance, 2 Li family disciples leaned against the rock wall with arrogant expressions. Seeing him approach alone, they immediately stepped forward to block his path. Stop. This is Li family territory. Pay 10,000 copper coins for entry. One of them spoke as if granting a favor. Su Xing didn't even lift his head, raising his hand to loose an arrow. Whoosh. Silver light cut through the air. The Li family disciple demanding payment sprouted a small bloody hole in his forehead, his arrogant expression frozen for eternity. 66,000. A white flash, and the system sent him back to the sanctuary. Among the scattered items on the ground, a ticket inscribed with Fallen Mind rolled quietly. Su Xing casually picked it up. The other guard's eyes blazed with fury, trembling as if he'd seen a ghost, but didn't dare obstruct him. Su Xing stepped inside. The heavy stone door slowly closed behind him. Dungeon, Fallen Mine. Once a famous strategic mining site of the sanctuary, it was corrupted by demonic energy during an abyssal invasion and had now become a forbidden land where monsters bred. The moment he entered, cold, damp air hit his face, mixed with sulfur and decay that made his throat burn. The mine tunnels were pitch black, with only wall-embedded crystals corrupted by demonic energy, casting an eerie purple glow like sickly candlelight. Kik-kik. Piercing, malicious laughter echoed from the depths of darkness. Vengeful Miner LV.80. Cave Lurker LV.90 Elite. Demonized Overseer LV.95 Elite. Dozens of reedied monsters charged from all directions. An ordinary 3rd transformation team would have already formed a defensive formation by now. Su Xing merely raised an eyebrow. Law analysis activate. In an instant, all the monsters' movements slowed to a crawl in his vision, and every fatal weakness on their bodies became as clear as fireflies in the night. A bunch of experienced babies. He didn't even bother activating Wind Step, simply raising his bow where he stood. In a single breath, 1 second, 5 arrows. The arrow rain poured down. Thud, 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 thud. Monsters that appeared terrifying and grotesque to ordinary adventurers fell and rose like wheat ready for harvest. Every arrow Su Xing fired pierced their vital weak points with perfect precision. 55,021. Critical hit. 54,899. Critical hit. Regular monsters died in one shot. Elite monsters also died in one shot. He moved like a relentless, slowly advancing mobile war fortress. Wherever his arrows reached, monsters collapsed in droves, transforming into pure experience and massive amounts of free attribute points that flooded into his status panel. Defeated LV.95 Corrupted Overseer Elite. Experience 190000. Free attribute points 1. Unyielding Thorns Progress 1. Defeated Cave Lurker LV.90 Elite. Experience 18000. Free attribute points 1. Unyielding Thorns Progress 1. Your level has increased to LV.41. Your level has increased to LV.42. In just over 10 minutes, Su Xing bulldozed through the entire dungeon with overwhelming force, his level skyrocketing from 40 all the way to 55. In the deepest part of the mine, a massive throne built from countless bones stood ominously. Upon the throne, the Abyssal Mine Lord LV.100 Golden Tier Bussover, 5 meters tall, and wielding a giant mining pick suddenly opened his molten lava-like eyes. Insignificant ant, how dare you enter my resting place? The thunderous roar made the entire mine tremble violently. The boss was about to continue with more lengthy dialogue, but all it received in response was Su Xing's emotionless, cold voice. Too much chatter. Whoosh. The next second, an arrow containing terrifying power tore through the air, striking directly between the eyes. 122,110. Weak point critical hit. Immediately following were the second, third, fourth arrows. 55,000. 60,000. Still 1 second, 5 arrows. The violent arrow barrage forced the Golden Tier boss to retreat repeatedly, leaving it with nothing but impotent furious roars. Facts prove that before Su Xing's terrifying attack power, a Golden Tier boss was no different from ordinary monsters. After more than 10 seconds, accompanied by an unwilling and frustrated death cry, the Abyssal Mine Lord crashed to the ground with brilliant golden light exploding everywhere. Defeated Golden Tier boss Abyssal Mine Lord LV.100 gained 2 million experience, free attribute points 400, unyielding thorns progress 15. Your level has increased to LV.60. Drops: Earthwalker Chestplate Golden Tier, Earthwalker Leggings Golden Tier, Mine Lord's Echoing Warhammer Golden Tier, Copper Coins 200000. Su Xing casually collected the equipment and materials. He couldn't even be bothered to look at Golden Tier equipment anymore. However, the main game this time was the free attribute points. Killing the small monsters yielded a total of 600 points, while the Golden Tier boss dropped 400 points, making it 1,000 points altogether. This was truly valuable treasure. Outside the dungeon, when Su Xing's figure reappeared at the Li family's main gate, the same gatekeeper who had been trembling with fear was still standing there. Su Xing raised his hand and said in a flat tone, "Another ticket." How could the gatekeeper dare to refuse? With a mournful expression, he tremblingly pulled out another ticket from his chest and handed it over. Su Xing took it, his figure instantly fading as he disappeared into the dungeon entrance once more. He had been gone for less than a minute. Rumble. Li Hai, the head of the Li family, finally arrived with dozens of experts above the 3rd rank, descending with murderous intent. Li Jiang and Li He, the 2 brothers who had previously suffered repeated losses at Su Xing's hands, were also in the group. There was also Li Hai's disappointing son Li Wei, who hadn't even completed his 2nd rank and remained stuck at level 10, having long become the laughingstock of the Li family. The inner demons that Li Wei had developed from his repeated setbacks could be dealt with during this opportunity. Family head, you must seek justice for Xiao Lu. The gatekeeper saw his backing and crawled forward, crying out, "A bandit came just now. Not only did he kill Xiao Lu, but he also stole 2 tickets." What? Li Hai's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. This is going too far. He had originally planned to settle accounts with Su Xing, but hadn't expected that brat to come knocking first to rob them. Li Hai snorted coldly. Did he really think the Li family was a soft target? Just because Yun Shang was protecting him, did he think he could do whatever he wanted? But he had checked Yun Shang wasn't at the Nanjiang sacred place today. This time, let's see who could save Su Xing. He instinctively looked up at the dungeon completion record stone tablet at the entrance. Fallen Mine completion records. First place, Su Xing. Completion time, 18 minutes, 34 seconds. This was several times faster than Li Hai's own personal best record. Impossible. Li Hai immediately denied it, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. This brat must have discovered a dungeon bug that even I don't know about. Otherwise, how could a 2nd rank waste possibly clear it so fast? Greed and murderous intent intertwined in his heart. As long as he captured Su Xing and forced him to reveal the bug exploitation method, the Li family could make a fortune. Everyone listen up. Li Hai grinned maliciously. Set up the heaven and earth net ceiling formation. Today, not even a fly will escape. I'll make sure that little beast has no way to heaven and no door to earth. Inside the dungeon, Su Xing was completely unaware of the storm brewing outside. With the experience from his previous run, he cleared the monsters with fluid efficiency, even faster than before. In less than 10 minutes, he reached the boss throne again. Still not bothering with pleasantries, he still sent the boss to its grave in 10 seconds. Your level has increased to LV.70. Since this wasn't a first clear, the rewards were reduced, dropping only one golden tier equipment piece. Su Xing didn't mind his main goal for this trip was leveling up anyway. After about 10 more runs, I should reach the 3rd rank level cap. The higher the level, the more experience required. Only Su Xing, with his terrifying stats, could solo dungeons and monopolize all the experience, achieving such horrifying leveling efficiency. Satisfied, he stepped toward the dungeon exit. The moment he took one step out, he keenly sensed something was wrong. The air had become thick and viscous, space was completely sealed by overwhelming force, and even his connection to the world tree mark was suppressed to the point of being barely perceptible. Though he could still teleport, instant movement was no longer possible. He looked up. Li Hai, accompanied by dozens of Li family experts, wore the malicious grin of a cat toying with a mouse as they surrounded the exit completely. Su Xing raised an eyebrow, only one thought flashing through his mind. Was this guy really that petty? It was just borrowing his family's dungeon twice, yet he actually came personally with such fanfare. So what if I borrowed their dungeon copy twice? Is this massive show of force really necessary? Su Xing looked up to see the sky completely sealed by a gray-black dragnet, covered in dense runic patterns that seemed ready to tear the heavens apart. He glanced down at Li Hai, whose face was twisted with rage as if someone had desecrated his ancestral grave, and felt nothing but irritation. Yun Shang was waiting for him in the capital, and he had no interest in wasting words with these flies. Anyone who dared stand in his way of leveling up, grinding monsters, and growing stronger, they all had to die. You little bastard. How dare you show your face? Li Hai's fury was about to explode from his throat. Seeing Su Xing's indifferent expression that seemed to say, "What's wrong with you?" His anger made his veins bulge. Pointing at Su Xing with a tone that mixed condescension with superiority, he roared, "I don't care what sorcery you used. Right now, immediately, hand over that bug you used to farm our dungeon, along with all your equipment and materials. Then break your own arms and kneel before me in repentance. Perhaps I won't hunt you down next time." Behind him, Li Wei saw his father arrive with dozens of family elites, and the fear Su Xing had instilled in him instantly transformed into venomous arrogance. Emboldened by Li Hai's backing, he jumped around spewing the filthiest words. "Su Xing, you mongrel. Trash. Weren't you acting tough? Show me how tough you are now. My father's here today, and I want to watch you get sliced to pieces. I'll torture you to death slowly and make you realize that crossing me, Li Wei, was the stupidest thing you've ever done." In response to that rabid barking, Su Xing uttered just 3 words, cold as ice. Too much nonsense. Boom. Those words were like a spark hitting gunpowder. Li Hai's sanity exploded instantly. "You're asking for death." He roared and swung his arm down. "Attack. Wear him down alive. Drown him in skills. I want to see how much mana he has." At his command, dozens of 3rd-tier experts who had been ready to strike surged forward. Flashing blades, fireballs and lightning, ice spikes and wind bleeds. A torrent of colorful skills like a bursting tsunami, carrying world-destroying power, poured madly towards Su Xing's position. However, the thunderous roar that could level small mountains erupted, and flames completely engulfed Su Xing. When the dust settled, a string of dense red numbers slowly floated up from above his head. 2, 1, 1, 2. No penetration, all force damage. The battlefield fell instantly silent. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. What the hell is this situation? How did my flame slash only deal 1 damage? Mine 2 single digits. Are you kidding me? His defense, how ridiculously high must it be? Is this really a drink talent? I get it. This guy must be afraid of pain, so he dumped all his attribute points into defense. No way. Look, we can't even see his level. He's definitely 3rd tier, probably close to level 100. Otherwise, he couldn't solo this dungeon. Li Zhang's sharp eyes locked onto the LV, floating above Su Xing's head. He screamed in a voice filled with terror and disbelief, as if he'd seen a ghost. Yesterday he was only level 40. Now he's already completed his 3rd-class advancement. This terrifying leveling speed was even more despairing than Su Xing's absurdly abnormal defense because of the passive skill Chaos's favor. No one could view his true level. Only that LV hovered above his head, like an impenetrable veil of darkness. Li Hai was equally shocked, but beyond his astonishment burned an intense greed for the equipment on Su Xing's body. He was certain it had to be the equipment, and not just any ordinary hay, or at least a full set of diamond-grade armor or higher. Equipment of this caliber could drive any player mad. With this thought, his gaze blazed with desire as he gritted out harsh words. "Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over your equipment. I promise this matter ends here today. Otherwise, you talk too much." Su Xing's voice was lazy and impatient, cutting him off completely. Starting a fight with all this babbling like a damn woman. Never had Li Hai been so thoroughly dismissed. His face turned ashen, Yet rage drove him to throw his head back in a cold laugh. Good, good, good. Before the words faded, he'd already lunged from the crowd, his fourth-tier warrior's aura exploding outward. Blood-red light surged along his blade as his skill Blood Lion Earth Splitter crashed down with mountain-splitting force, viciously cleaving into Su Xing's chest. 3,000. A damage number that made every spectator's pupils quake appeared, but before anyone could process it, an emerald green glow surged from beneath Su Xing's feet. 3,000. His health bar instantly refilled to full. Fourth tier versus third tier. Class profession versus class profession. The level suppression that had always been invincible now looked like a joke. Lehigh froze on the spot. This little damage? And the guy healed faster than he took damage. Is this even human? You're telling me this is class? The watching players burst into exclamations. Someone's voice even trembled. Holy hell. Even SS-grade talents aren't this outrageous. Stung by the crowd's astonishment, Lehigh's face burned with humiliation. Consumed by fury, he roared and swung again with another full-powered Blood Lion Earth Splitter. 2,999. Su Xing's health bar barely flickered. 2,999. 1 second later, full again. At this moment, Lehigh looked like a pathetic clown, swinging his blade frantically, yet unable to even scratch Su Xing's skin. Su Xing finally lifted his eyelids, giving him a casual glance, his voice terrifyingly calm. Had enough? My turn now. At this moment, looking into those calm, indifferent eyes that seemed as dark and bottomless as an abyss, Lehigh, this fourth-tier powerhouse, the undisputed emperor of Nanjiang's sanctuary, tasted the true meaning of fear for the first time in his life. My turn now. The casual words, spoken as lightly as asking, "Have you eaten?" sounded to Lehigh like a death sentence from the depths of hell, cold and merciless. Terror. An unprecedented chill that could freeze the soul instantly gripped his heart. His pride as a fourth-tier powerhouse, along with the belief ingrained in his bones for decades that high-tier professionals could freely dominate those beneath them, was ruthlessly shattered when he witnessed the ridiculously low damage numbers on Su Xing and his even more absurd health regeneration. Shattered. Lehigh's cherished Dao heart crumbled completely, broken beyond repair. And it wasn't just him. Behind him, the Li family disciples who had been so aggressive moments before. Li Jiang and Li He, who had been shouting arrogantly just seconds ago, and Li Wei, who had already gone numb. All of them now looked like livestock with their throats seized, faces pale as death, legs trembling, not daring to even lift their gazes. Family head. In their eyes, this fourth-tier level 200 powerhouse comparable to a deity, invincible in battle, the pillar who led the Li family to dominate Nanjiang's sanctuary, couldn't even break through his opponent's defense. What the hell is wrong with this world? Is the class system bugging out? An even more terrifying thought followed. Did we, from the very beginning, provoke a true demon god that even our family head cannot contend with? They would rather believe the world had gone mad than face that soul-crushing answer. The scene fell dead silent. All the professionals drawn by the commotion held their breath, not daring to make the slightest sound, afraid that any tiny movement might disturb the young man in the midst of his execution and bring disaster upon themselves. But now, it was too late for words. The Li family's foolish actions had clearly offended this master beyond redemption. Now, their only hope was that this lord would make it quick and clean, preferably without dragging innocent bystanders down with them. Hidden in the shadows, Shadow Kill was also completely stunned by Su Xing's defense that had reached absurd levels. That face, usually carrying a hint of amusement, showed heavy solemnity for the first time. Taking a full power strike from a fourth-tier level 200 strength talent professional Hedon, and only losing 3,000 health. Shadow Kill murmured, his heart churning like a stormy sea. This kid's constitution and defense have completely transcended common sense. How long has it been? Give him a little more time, and even I might not be able to handle him easily. In his mind, the images of those old monsters from the Yun family in the capital involuntarily surfaced. Shadow Kill suddenly felt immense anticipation. When this little monster truly matured and killed his way to the capital, stepping into the Yun family territory, what a spectacular scene that would be. When that time comes, as the one who sealed him, I'll need to call up a few old friends to back him up. Lehigh's pupils were filled with terror, his spirit on the verge of complete collapse. He saw that on the opposite side, Su Xing's face still wore that same expressionless indifference. He thought Su Xing was angry. After all, he had provoked him repeatedly. Anyone would be thoroughly enraged by now. In reality, Su Xing wasn't angry at all, nor had his emotions even fluctuated. He simply felt annoyed. With his growing strength, Lehigh had become no different from a pebble on the roadside in his eyes. The only thing that could truly pressure him was that colossal entity in the capital, the Yun family. Lehigh wasn't even worthy of carrying teacher Yunshang's shoes. Yet Yunshang faced the entire Yun family. If he still took Lehigh seriously, what would he use to confront the Yun family in the future? Therefore, in Su Xing's view, this guy was simply wasting his time, blocking his path to leveling up, grinding monsters, improving his strength, and finding Yunshang. and those who obstructed his progress deserved death. Su Xing slowly raised his silver moon bow. Seeing this action, Li Hai's fear completely shattered. His voice cracked as he nearly wailed. Wait. Hold on. This is a misunderstanding. This is absolutely. Before he could finish, the arrow had already arrived. 117,880. Critical weak point hit. A massive 6-digit damage number in blood red shot up from above Li Hai's head. His plea for mercy remained forever stuck in his throat as his body, along with his dignity as a 4th-tier max-level powerhouse, transformed into brilliant white light. The Li family members were completely stunned. Their family head, the Li family's strongest pillar, had been killed in one shot. Li Jiang and Li He were consumed by boundless terror, their legs giving out as they collapsed on the spot. Li Wei was completely numb. If even Dad got one-shotted, what was the point of fighting? Might as well give up. In this lifetime, as long as Su Xing existed, forget about reaching the 2nd tier. The shadow killer hidden in the darkness was so shocked by this explosive damage that he nearly jumped out of the shadows. 110,000? He quickly calculated Li Hai, as in strength 4th-tier powerhouse, had at least 16,000 base defense, plus his gold and platinum mixed equipment set. His total defense absolutely exceeded 20,000. This kid could deal over 110,000 damage with a single arrow? His attack power had to be at least 35,000. Was this the kind of attack power a 3rd-tier class should possess? One arrow, instant kill. Li Hai's body, representing the peak combat power of Nanjiang Sanctuary, instantly exploded into countless white lights. Behind him, dozens of elite Li family experts lost their souls in that moment. Their faith, their pillar, their family's anchor all gone. Fear seized everyone like an invisible plague. Su Xing's face, which had shown slight irritation from his eagerness to see Yun Shang, now displayed only cold, murderous annoyance. He slowly drew his bow, and 5 silver energy arrows condensed into a streak of cold light on the bowstring. No, devil. He's a devil. The Li family disciples let out the most desperate wails of their lives. They wanted to flee, but their legs felt like lead, unable to move. They could only watch helplessly as 5 streaks of light, representing death, rushed toward them. Swoosh, swoosh. The bowstring trembled repeatedly. Su Xing's movements were incredibly swift, elegant yet lethal, as if performing a waltz of death. With each pluck of the string, 5 brilliant white lights neatly tore through the night sky, soaring up from the Li family's ranks. 1 second, 5 kills. In just 4 or 5 seconds, the once mighty Li family army outside the fallen mine was completely slaughtered, leaving only the dungeon gatekeeper cowering in the corner, his pants already soaked with urine. Su Xing bent down and swept up all the equipment and materials scattered on the ground, including quite a few platinum-grade rarities. After finishing this, he walked toward the gatekeeper with unhurried steps, his shadow stretching coldly across the ground. He extended his hand. The gatekeeper trembled violently, tears and snot streaming down his face. He looked up in confusion, completely unable to understand what this demon god wanted. Su Xing frowned and impatiently uttered 2 words, tickets. Oh. The gatekeeper felt reborn. Not caring about the filth on his face, he scrambled to pull out all the dungeon tickets from his bag and handed them over with trembling hands. Su Xing nodded with satisfaction. Good, you can be taught. Then he raised his bow, aiming at the gatekeeper's forehead. Whoosh. The energy arrow pierced the air. The gatekeeper's expression froze a mix of shock, confusion, and even a hint of gratitude as one arrow sent him back to town. Can't play favorites, Su Xing thought. If Li Hai finds out at the respawn point that only this kid survived, he definitely won't have an easy time. This way, I'm actually saving his life. He felt deeply satisfied with his thorough and helpful character. Picking up the pile of loot, Su Xing once again stepped through the dungeon entrance. At the Nanjiang Sanctuary respawn point, with a flash of white light, Li Hai staggered into existence. His level had plummeted from 200 to 100, and several key pieces of equipment had dropped. Years of hard work turned to nothing. Su Xing. He threw his head back and let out an inhuman roar filled with boundless hatred and regret. But after the roar subsided, what replaced it was a bone-deep, boundless terror. Li Hai's knees went weak, his entire body feeling hollowed out as his lips trembled with the words, "He's afraid." The horror that young man brought far exceeded his comprehension, not just his, but an existence that the entire Li family couldn't afford to provoke. Only 2 paths lay before him. 1. Turn swords into plowshares, sacrifice the Li family's dignity and wealth accumulated over years, and kneel to beg that demon god for forgiveness. 2. Exhaust the family's resources to hire top-tier assassins lurking in the shadows, eliminating the young man at any cost. But what if they failed? That young man's talent was extraordinary. Given just a little time to grow, the Li family would inevitably face true annihilation. In fact, Li Hai knew deep down that the Li family was already facing annihilation. Who the hell provoked that kid? His eyes were bloodshot, his voice trembling. In the corner, Li Wei curled up in a ball, shivering, even breathing carefully. Li Hai wasn't a fool no matter which path he chose. The Li family status in Nanjiang Sanctuary would plummet to rock bottom, becoming dust in history. A mouthful of blood sprayed onto the ground, bright red and shocking. Li Hai, this local emperor of Nanjiang, seemed to age decades in an instant. His black hair visibly turned from black to white-haired overnight. Suppress the news. Must suppress the news. He clutched his chest, struggling to give orders. However, it was already too late. Outside Wailing Canyon, thousands of people had witnessed that divine miracle. In mere moments, news that a fourth-tier master of the Li family was crippled and dozens of third-tier experts were slaughtered spread like a winged plague throughout Nanjiang Sanctuary. Those enemies who had been oppressed and humiliated by the Li family heard this news with cold fangs gleaming in their eyes. Strike. While he's down, finish him off. A bloody reckoning against the Li family quietly began. Meanwhile, the instigator of all this, Su Xing, was currently in the fallen mine pit, enjoying a tedious yet highly efficient leveling journey. After a day passed, when he emerged from the dungeon, his personal level had steadily climbed to level 90. The further he progressed, the more experience required for leveling multiplied, and Su Xing clearly felt the pace slowing down. It seemed that tomorrow, he'd need to find a higher-level dungeon to grind. The grinding journey through the fallen mine was tedious, yet incredibly efficient. When Su Xing crushed the last ticket in his backpack and exited the dungeon, the growth value of his hidden class, Unyielding Thorns, finally reached its peak under the massive influx of experience 100. Ding. Hidden class, Unyielding Thorns energy has reached 100. Proceed with advancement? Yes. As his words fell, his spiritual world exploded violently. Life force and spatial power surged forth in a scale more massive than his previous two advancements combined. Like the primordial roar of a newborn universe, an indescribable surge thundered outward from the depths of his consciousness. Su Xing witnessed the tender sprout that symbolized his class origin just recently emerge from the soil now growing, as if forcibly injected with stimulants, defying natural law as it shot skyward. The trunk thickened, its bark taking on a bronze hue, stretching relentlessly toward the sky, the high walls, and even invisible dimensional barriers. Branches proliferated at breakneck speed, countless bronze gleaming twigs spreading out. At the tip of each branch, a tiny spatial rift hung, suspended barely perceptible, yet radiating terrifying fluctuations having pierced through an invisible membrane. This tree was clearly unsatisfied with the material world, its roots frantically extending into the vast expanse of multidimensional space. System notification. Your hidden class is undergoing its third-tier advancement. Evolution direction confirmed space and cloning. Congratulations. Hidden class successfully evolved to Myriad Forest, a rank. Constitution bonus, 2,300. New active skill Shadow Wood Clone. Instantly creates 3 physical clones possessing 50 of the original's attributes and capable of perfectly executing all of the original's skills. Clones dissipate upon death or after 30 minutes. New active skill Spatial Vines. Summons space-infused vines from any shadow, capable of tearing through space for short-range teleportation or enemy restraint. Evolution trait. Trunk differentiates into bronze branches with micro-spatial rifts suspended at branch tips. Branches extend into multidimensional space, symbolizing the first true dimensional leap in power. Finally, the third-tier advancement. A rank. With both cloning and teleportation abilities now at his disposal, Su Xing felt the newfound power within him that could manipulate space at will, his lips curving into a cold smile. From this moment forward, his tactical and survival capabilities would reach a terrifying new level. Simultaneously, his stats skyrocketed. Constitution broke through 5,500, health approached 110,000, and defense climbed to 22,000. Even if he stood motionless and let Li Hai attack with full force, the man might not even break through his defenses. With his hidden class advancing once more, the gap between them had become as vast as heaven and earth. The sudden surge of power left Su Xing momentarily dazed, but he quickly suppressed his excitement. The qualification to truly negotiate with the Yun family remained far beyond reach. This level of strength was still insufficient to speak for Yun Shang. He had to continue growing stronger. Meanwhile, at Nanjiang Sanctuary, in the military's Supreme Command Center, Lei Zhinshan's face was dark with fury as he stared at the detailed report about the Wailing Canyon and Li family incident that had just been delivered to his desk. Bang! He slammed his fist down on the alloyed desk, the hard surface reverberating with a deep echo. Bastard. Absolute bastard. His dignified, square face flushed red with rage, anger practically blazing from his eyes. The report laid it out crystal clear. Over some petty personal grudge, Su Xing had struck at Wailing Canyon, completely crippling the Li family's elite forces including their 4th-tier max-level patriarch. Lei Zhinshan's chest heaved as he growled through gritted teeth. Does he have any idea that this will instantly create a massive gap in Nanjiang Sanctuary's overall defenses? His fingers drummed against the desktop as he rapidly tallied the losses in his mind. 1. The Li family's fourth-tier max-level powerhouse, once a pillar of their defense line, now ruined. 2. Li Wei and Lin Qingji, among the few strength talents of Nanjiang's current generation, their meridians so damaged they couldn't even complete their second transformation. 3. The Li family's future potential and resources, crucial assets for resisting the abyssal demons, reduced to nothing in an instant. This boy is petty and vindictive, narrow-minded to the extreme. Lei Zhenshan's anger only grew. Incredible power, but zero sense of the bigger picture. He truly despised Li Hai's arrogance and tyranny, but he understood even more clearly how indispensable the Li family was in the coming abyssal war. Now Su Xing had brutally erased this force with the most heavy-handed methods, while Su Xing himself had casually strolled off to the capital, that place where, after achieving godhood, one could enjoy the finest resources. Will he ever come back to care about Nanjiang's fate? Never. Such a selfish, rootless talent isn't an opportunity for Nanjiang's a cancer. A cold, ruthless gleam appeared in Lei Zhenshan's eyes. He opened his drawer and pulled out a document he'd already prepared, the highest-level ban order targeting Su Xing. Thud. The seal representing Nanjiang's supreme military authority came down hard, the vermilion ink like congealed blood. By my command, effective immediately, Su Xing is designated as a permanently unwelcome individual at Nanjiang Sanctuary, forever banned from setting foot within the sanctuary. Su Xing had no idea he'd been completely expelled from his hometown. After clearing his final dungeon run and stuffing the loot into his pack, he headed back to the sanctuary as usual, wanting to get some good sleep. But when he reached the familiar, imposing city gates, two guards nervously blocked his path with crossed halberds, their palms sweating. "Sorry, Lord Su Xing," one guard stammered. "By direct order of General Lei Zhenshan, you are prohibited from entering Nanjiang Sanctuary." Su Xing stopped in his tracks, his previously calm expression instantly turning frosty. He didn't bother asking for reassansa. Sweep of his law sight immediately brought the guard's memories of that crimson-sealed ban order flooding into his mind. Huh. He laughed coldly in his fury. To be so short-sighted. I suppose that's quite an achievement. Since Nanjiang couldn't tolerate him, then this homeland that had birthed and raised him held no more ties for him. Time to go to the capital, to a bigger stage, to meet that person. However, his gaze fell on his status panel level 90. His perfectionist tendencies immediately kicked in. He had to reach level 100, max out his third transformation before departing. That very night, Su Xing didn't return to the Ascension headquarters. Instead, he took Senior Shadow Kill and headed straight for the Forbidden Zone near Nanjiang Sanctuary that was perpetually shrouded in deadly mist, the Weeping Wraith Swamp. The pitch-black swamp reeked of decay, cold vapors mixed with ghostly phosphorescent light hitting him in the face. Scattered white bones were embedded in the muddy water, while eerie green flames danced in the darkness. Swamp Corruptor LV.100 Elite, formed from sludge and resentment, capable of spitting highly corrosive venom. Wraith Lurker LV.100 Elite, undead crocodilian creature that hides in murky waters to ambush prey. Withered Treant LV.100 Elite, corrupted dead, would given form, extremely high defense, binds prey with vines. In the eyes of Nanjiang's professionals, any single elite monster here would require a carefully coordinated team effort. In Su Xing's eyes, they all shared one common name: experience points. He slowly drew his bow, silver light gathering on the string. His personal hunting feast was about to begin. Ding. Killed LV.100 Swamp Corruptor Elite. Experience 200,000. Free attribute points 1. Myriad forms progress 0.1. 128,450. Critical weakness hit. Thwack. A level 100 Elite Phantom Lurker had just emerged from the murky swamp, its massive jaws capable of crushing steel beginning to snap shut, when a silver arrow descended from the sky, like divine retribution, piercing through its hardened skull without resistance. The colossal creature didn't even have time to let out a dying wail before it exploded into countless particles of light. This was only the beginning. Su Xing had transformed into an emotionless killing machine driven solely by bloodlust and the hunger for power, 5 arrows per second. His ghostly figure darted through the weeping phantom swamp, turning this forbidden zone that all professionals from Nanjiang Sanctuary feared into his personal hunting ground. His arrow speed outpaced monster respawn rates, his movement faster than monster reaction times. Equipment and materials scattered across the ground, but he didn't even bother to glance at them. Every ounce of his focus, will, rage, and frustration was channeled into the silver moon bow in his hands. In his mind, Yunshang's image appeared again and again. At the Class Change Plaza, while others mocked and ridiculed him, she stubbornly stood by his side. Outside the canyon, facing the siege from the Li family and 3 major guilds, she descended like a queen from heaven, driving back the enemies with a single word. Under her protection, he had experienced true security for the first time. But now, the crushing pressure from her family had finally broken that always strong girl. She wept like a pear blossom in the rain, bearing wounds and despair, as she faced an unknown fate alone. And he, the man who had sworn to protect her, could only watch her go. Not enough. Far from enough. Kill. 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 Su Xing's eyes blazed crimson as the silver moon bow's string vibrated at such high frequency that wisps of smoke began to rise from it. The monsters of Weeping Phantom Swamp couldn't fathom what hornet's nest they had stirred today. Usually, they were the nightmares haunting Nanjiang professionals. Today, this human catastrophe made them experience despair for the first time. A newly spawned swamp giant crocodile with combat power rivaling a gold-tier boss hadn't finished its roar before dozens of arrows pierced all its weak points. In less than a minute, it crashed to the ground. Su Xing's damage per second reached 500,000, totaling 30 million per minute. No creature in this small swamp could withstand such devastating output. His experience bar skyrocketed at a visible pace. Level 91, Level 92, Level 93, Level 95, Level 99. Ing Sha, the shadow guard watching from the darkness, stood frozen in place. His usually impassive face was filled with shock and bewilderment. He's lost it. This kid has completely lost it. Is this what they call love making people go insane? Su Xing was completely absorbed in the intoxicating rush of slaughter and leveling, oblivious to the mountain of corpses piling up behind him. In just a few hours, he single-handedly collapsed the entire ecosystem of Weeping Phantom Swamp. Monsters died, respawned, and died again. Years' worth of respawns were instantly wiped out by him. A hidden threshold buried deep within the Forbidden Zone was quietly triggered. Countless grievances and lingering spirits wailed in unison, converging into a terrifying force of resentment invisible to the naked eye yet potent enough to make gods frown. This already eerie swamp became even more sinister and far more dangerous. Defeated Golden Boss Withered Dryad LV100, gained 2 million experience points, 400 free attribute points, Myriad Forest Evolution Progress 5. Obtained. Withered Vine Armor Golden, Rotted Root Greaves Golden, Decayed Wood Staff Golden, Withered Core Golden Material, Vine Prison Cage Golden Skill Book, Dryad's Ring Fragments 3, Copper Coins 500,000. As the massive body of the final Golden Boss Withered Dryad LV100 exploded under Su Xing's relentless arrow barrage, rotting sap and wood fragments scattered everywhere. Suddenly, a blinding golden pillar of light descended from the heavens, completely enveloping the young man. Ding! Your level has increased to LV.100. Congratulations on reaching level 100, the current level cap. Please advance your class as soon as possible. The radiant energy surged into his flesh and blood like mighty rivers flowing into the sea, coursing wildly through his bones and meridians. Su Xing slowly lowered his bow, his fingers still trembling slightly, not from fear, but from the instinctive shudder caused by his dramatically increased power. Too fast. From his awakening until now, it had been merely a few days, yet he had already reached the third-tier max level that ordinary professionals wouldn't dare dream of achieving in their entire lifetimes. He could enter the fourth-tier trial at any moment. Of course, his level was never his greatest trump card. Su Xing opened his attribute panel and looked at the number that would drive any professional insane-free attribute points. 10,000. In just a few hours, this Weeping Wraith Swamp, designated as forbidden territory by the Nanjiang Sanctuary, had been unilaterally slaughtered into a river of blood by him. A newcomer? No, he was a walking natural disaster. Hidden in the shadows, Shadow Kill stood silently atop the withered trees of the swamp, watching the young man bathed in golden light, whose aura surged once again. His once impassive, aged face now bore an expression of numb shock. One day, no, not even a full day, and he went from level 90 to 100. Shadow Kill felt bitter inside. The Apotheosis Guild was filled with prodigies, and he believed he had seen countless geniuses, but such an absurd leveling speed was extremely rare. Even the legendary guild masters of past generations in their youth probably weren't much better than this. Su Xing collected all the dropped items from the ground. Withered Vine Armor Golden, Rotted Root Greaves Golden, Decayed Wood Staff Golden, Withered Core Golden Material, Vine Prison Cage Golden Skill Book, Dryad's Ring Fragments 3, and a full 500,000 copper coins. After completing this task, he exchanged a glance with Shadow Kill, preparing to officially depart for the capital sanctuary. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. Ah! From the deepest part of the swamp came an indescribable shriek without warning, a fusion of malice, sorrow, and despair that seemed to crystallize the resentment of countless spirits accumulated over millennia. Immediately after, a visible ring of pitch-black sound waves spread outward from the swamp's center in all directions like an overwhelming tide. Su Xing bore the brunt of the attack. Ding! You have been hit by the Divine Lament attack from Cthulhu, god of Wraith Whales. You will fall into a deep confusion debuff lasting 30 seconds. However, the next moment, ding, God tier passive Chaos Blessing activated, granting you immunity to this negative effect. The violent sound waves swept past, mud churned, withered trees collapsed, But the young man in the golden light remained completely unmoved. Su Xing stood unharmed. But Yingsha beside him was in for a world of trouble. This seventh-tier powerhouse suddenly froze. His deep, usually playful eyes became vacant and chaotic in an instant, as if his soul had been brutally torn away. The terrifying aura he normally kept perfectly restrained showed chaotic fluctuations for the first time he, too, had fallen victim. And this was merely the beginning. The shriek, like tearing metal, knew no bounds of distance, instantly crossing dozens of kilometers to strike Nanjiang Sanctuary. Buzz. The massive magical defense shield covering the entire city was passively activated, its translucent barrier violently trembling with rippling waves. Even after weakening the impact by a full 99, the shriek still penetrated the shield and poured directly into the city. Boom. In a split second, countless professionals walking the streets were struck as if by invisible hammers to their skulls, groaning in unison as they clutched their heads in agony. Those with weaker abilities immediately rolled their eyes back, foaming at the mouth, staggering about in instant chaos. Only those of fourth tier and above could barely maintain their sanity through sheer mental fortitude, resisting that terrifying sonic assault. Inside the military headquarters, Lei Jinshan and other high-ranking officials' faces turned ashen. What's happening? What on earth is occurring outside the city? Just one sound wave, and it still has this effect after passing through the wall of size? What level of monster could this possibly be? The entire Nanjiang Sanctuary plunged into panic and terror. The next second, a cold, emotionless system notification forcibly exploded in everyone's minds. Regional warning. Due to the devastating slaughter of the Weeping Wraith Swamp ecosystem in an extremely short time, resentment has surged, awakening the national-level boss slumbering within Kajura, god of spectral whales. Warning, warning, warning. A national-level disaster is imminent. All professionals must immediately proceed to the Weeping Wraith Swamp to prevent the god's awakening. Otherwise, the awakened god of whales will unleash endless and terrible vengeance upon the nearest sanctuary. Boss intelligence. Kajura, god of spectral whales. LV.100 Diamond Tier World Boss. Status. First Form Resentment Amalgamation. HP. 10, 000, 00010, 000, Attack Power. 238,000. Defense. 120,000. Description. A fallen god of compassion from ancient times, whose divine realm crashed here and became a swamp. After countless years of absorbing endless resentment and sorrow from living beings, it ultimately fell into corruption, becoming a terrifying existence that knows only slaughter and wailing. Final warning. God's Awakening Countdown, 10 minutes. Stop it immediately. When that cold, emotionless system announcement laden with the weight of final judgment echoed through every corner of Nanjiang Sanctuary, the entire world seemed to freeze. The city, which had been thrown into chaos by the sudden sonic attack just moments before, was now plunged into an even more terrifying silence. What? A national-level boss. Oh my god. A level 100 diamond tier boss. It has 10 million HP, 230,000 attack power, 120,000 defense. Tell me, how the hell are we supposed to fight this thing? Am I seeing things? Is this data even real? Terrified screams erupted one after another, sweeping through the entire sanctuary like a volcanic explosion. People quickly snapped out of their brief stupor, realizing that disaster was inevitable. Nanjiang Sanctuary was doomed. Run for your lives. Get to the teleportation array. Get out of this hellhole. On the streets, every able-bodied professional completely broke down. They cried, screamed, and shoved each other, rushing toward the central teleportation hall like headless chickens. In mere seconds, the order that Nanjiang Sanctuary had relied upon completely collapsed. Inside the highest command room of Nanjiang Sanctuary's military headquarters, bang! Lei Jinshan slammed his palm down hard on the conference table, leaving a clear handprint dent in the specially made alloy surface. He stared at the suffocating string of terrifying data on the light screen, his usually dignified square face now deathly pale. Who the hell was it? His roar was like that of a wounded lion, his eyes bloodshot. Which goddamn bastard? Which brainless idiot? Who the fuck slaughtered the Weeping Phantom Swamp? Does he have any idea what he's done? He's going to destroy the entire Nanjiang Sanctuary. Lei Jinshan trembled with rage, his words unfiltered. He didn't realize that anyone capable of slaughtering Nanjiang's forbidden zone, the Weeping Phantom Swamp, must possess terrifying power, something even he couldn't accomplish. If he were to face such a person directly, he would never dare roar like this. Beside him, guild leaders like Liang and Songlong had just arrived through teleportation arrays, while the Li family patriarch, though not yet back to max level, had been urgently summoned as a fourth-tier professional. Every face was etched with fury and despair. Find them for me. Lies Han, the Liang guild leader, roared. Even if we have to turn Nanjiang Sanctuary upside down, we must root out the culprit. I'll cut him into 1,000 pieces. Find them my ass. The system announcement was crystal clear: slaughter of a forbidden zone. Someone shot back, slamming the table. Our regular grinding never counts as slaughter. Whatever existence could trigger a diamond tier boss is basically asking for death. They could never have imagined that the bastard and idiot they were cursing was none other than the young man they had all joined forces to persecute. Though the Li family patriarch dared not speak up, he knew Su Xing's capabilities better than anyone, and a chill crept through his heart. At the Weeping Phantom Swamp. Damn it! After 3 seconds of paralysis, Ingsha's figure suddenly trembled as he regained his clarity. His face, which always carried a hint of playful amusement, was now etched with fear and gravity. What a terrifying mental assault. Even he had nearly fallen victim to it. He quickly scanned the depths of the swamp amid the churning muddy waters. Endless resentment and vengeful spirits were violently converging, forming a massive shadow that slowly took shape, blocking out the sky. The outline of a scythe and tattered cloak became faintly visible. A diamond-level world boss? This had to be a joke. With his current strength and without proper preparation, taking on such a monster solo would be suicide. Fortunately, its level was still low. Otherwise, he and his companion would truly meet their end here today. In a flash of thought, he reached out and grabbed Su Xing, who stood beside him unharmed, curiously staring at the dark shadow. Kid, we can't stay here. Let's go? We're not getting involved in this mess. Getting caught in the crossfire would be the real disaster. But it was too late. An invisible domain infused with divine law instantly expanded, sealing the entire swamp and the surrounding 100-mile radius. Divine domain. Until the deity fully awakened or was slain, all spatial teleportation was forbidden. Damn, Shadowkill cursed under his breath. He had only come to watch the show. Did he really deserve such rotten luck? Meanwhile, in the military headquarters, Lei Jinshan stared at the countdown on the light screen, showing less than 8 minutes, his eyes flashing with resolve and madness. He shot to his feet, his tone brooking no argument. Activate the highest level war protocol. Order the wall of size defense system to maximum energy output. All 4th tier and above personnel, assemble at the south wall immediately. Communications, connect to the Supreme Command Center of the Capital Sanctuary and send an SS-level distress signal. With his orders issued, the once peaceful Nanjiang Sanctuary instantly transformed into a high-speed war machine. Piercing alarms tore through the sky as powerful auras erupted from all corners of the city, converging on the south wall. The teleportation hall in the city center had descended into chaos. Countless families and factions desperate to flee clashed violently, with military forces enforcing martial law. Get out of our way. Let us through. What right do you have to stop us? Do you want us to stay here and die? Martial law is in effect. Anyone who dares assault the teleportation array will be executed on sight. What? Space is sealed and the teleportation array won't work? Liars. Let me out. Shouts, gunfire, and bloodstains intertwined as blood quickly stained the hall floor red. An apocalyptic atmosphere completely enveloped the entire city. In less than 8 minutes, Lei Jinshan led all the 4th-tier powerhouses still capable of battle to the outskirts of the Weeping Wraith Swamp. What greeted their eyes was a hellish scene. The shadow formed by condensed resentment grew increasingly solid, with the clear outline of death itself visible, wielding a scythe and draped in tattered robes. Only 3 minutes remained on the countdown. We cannot let it fully awaken. Lei Jinshan's eyes were bloodshot as his furious roar shook the night sky. Everyone, use your strongest skills attack. Boom, boom, boom. In the next second, dozens of attacks representing the strongest combat power of Nanjiang Sanctuary streaked across the sky like brilliant meteors, crashing down mercilessly upon the massive dark shadow. Lei Bao's Thunder God's Hammer, Lai Shan's Blazing Sun Heaven-Burning Slash, Lang Ya's Celestial Wolf Howling Moonwave. Each skill was powerful enough to move mountains and fill seas, with explosive flames dyeing half the sky brilliant white. However, after the impacts swept over the dark shadow, everyone simultaneously witnessed those cold, menacing numbers. 111. Force damage. Even with their full strength, they could only chip away a symbolic point of health. Against a boss with tens of millions of HP, this was essentially a death sentence. It's over. Lei Jinshan's throat went dry. He could feel the increasingly violent divine power within that dark shadow, as if it would engulf all of Nanjiang in the next moment. His tower-like frame swayed helplessly for the first time. Nanjiang was doomed. Just as everyone sank into deepest despair, a dazzling golden beam shot up from the depths of Nanjiang Sanctuary, instantly tearing through the dark clouds and forming golden characters in the sky. Beijing Sanctuary has received the SS-level distress signal. Maximum level reinforcement forces have departed. First Squad, Godslayer Special Operations Team. Captain, 6th Tier Dragon Knight. Members, 5 5th Tier SS Rank Gifted Professionals. Second Squad, Yun Family Mage Corps. Commander, 6th Tier Elemental Sovereign. Members, 5 5th Tier SS Rank Gifted Professionals. Third Squad. Those lines of text, formed from pure golden energy, rose like the only sun in the darkness, instantly illuminating the despair-soaked eyes of all the professionals. We're saved. It's Beijing's sanctuary. The Godslayer Guild and the Yun family are coming Dragon Nation's top combat forces. Ha, we're saved. The previously chaotic crowd in the sanctuary instantly fell silent, their despair-torn hearts seemingly forcibly mended by the absolute sense of security that 6th-tier SS rank gifted individuals brought. Even the weakest reinforcement member was stronger than Nanjiang's strongest warrior. Looking at those legendary names that had only appeared in news reports, Lei Zhinshan could no longer hold back. This iron-willed man found tears flooding out uncontrollably. They were saved. Nanjiang's sanctuary was saved. Brothers, hold on. He fiercely wiped away his tears, his eyes reigniting with flame. Before the boss fully awakens, we must hold it back. Once the spatial lockdown is lifted, those powerful squads can break through. The 4th-tier powerhouses who had felt dead inside from the force damage were now reignited by this hoarse roar. Lei Zhinshan spun around, veins bulging, his shout echoing through the ruins and night sky. Everyone get your damn spirits up. Reinforcements. Our Dragon Nation's strongest reinforcements are almost here. Before they break the spatial lockdown, our only mission is to hold back this beast. Even if it costs us our lives, we absolutely cannot let it get within a single step of the Nanjiang sanctuary. Hope is the greatest stimulant. The Nanjiang warriors who had been crawling on the ground like dying dogs just moments before suddenly seemed struck by lightning, their blood boiling anew throughout their bodies. They gritted their teeth, forcing their battered and scarred bodies upright, their gazes locked deadly onto the massive dark shadow that was slowly taking form. It was a diamond-level boss. With their broken formation, completely blocking it from the sanctuary was nothing short of a fool's dream, but no one retreated. Charge! For Nanjiang! Their roars tore through the night sky. Eyes bloodshot, they unleashed every last trump card skill they possessed. Flames, ice, lightning, blade energy, lights of every color crisscrossed in midair like an impenetrable net, violently engulfing the dark shadow. Yet when their skills struck the shadow, all that appeared was still an endless series of mocking damage numbers. 1. However, at this moment, every single one represented precious delay in their eyes, a thread of desperate hope to cling to life. On this battlefield filled with tragic heroism and hope, Li Hai, head of the Li family, suddenly trembled violently, as if someone had stabbed him through the chest. His eyes, bloodshot with terror, locked onto that solitary figure in the distance. It's him, that demon god who cast the Li family into the abyss. How could he be here? Following Li Hai's horrified gaze, Lei Zhinshan also spotted Su Xing. In an instant, the glimmer of hope brought by reinforcements was drowned by towering rage. Lei Zhinshan had no idea that it was Su Xing's slaughter that had brought today's catastrophe. If he had known, he would have wanted to cut Su Xing into 1,000 pieces. All he saw was that criminal he had personally ordered expelled, now standing like a mere spectator at the edge of blood and fire, coldly watching their desperation and struggle with detached amusement. Su Xing! Lei Zhinshan let out a furious roar, his voice filled with accusation and contempt. The Nanjiang sanctuary doesn't welcome you. What are you doing here? Did you come to watch us all become a laughingstock? To see how this sanctuary that banished you crumbles under divine catastrophe? His thunderous bellow instantly exploded across the battlefield. Hundreds of professionals stopped their movements in unison, their gazes locked firmly on Su Xing. Taking sides was paramount without questioning right or wrong. They had to unconditionally stand with General Lei. Almost all the powerful figures who didn't know the truth glared at Su Xing with hostility. However, the few who had witnessed that massacre outside the fallen mine remained silent as cicadas in winter. The scene of Su Xing casually killing the Li family patriarch, a 4th-tier max-level powerhouse, with a single arrow was still vivid in their minds. They even lightened their breathing, afraid of provoking this harbinger of death. Lei Zhinshan dared to roar for 2 reasons: his stubborn nature and his pride as a 5th-tier powerhouse. But they didn't dare. Facing this righteous interrogation, Su Xing didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. A mere 5th tier wasn't worth his direct attention anymore. Ever since he rejected 3 SS rank talents and chose the least favored drank talent instead, this stubborn old fool had been displeased with him at every turn, never ceasing his roaring and suppression, as if the whole world owed him something. Su Xing couldn't be bothered with idle chatter. His attention was solely focused on that slowly condensing diamond-tier prey in the distance. Perfect timing to test how far I am from a so-called god. 10,000 free attribute points. Strength 8,000. Constitution 2,000. His stats instantly jumped to a terrifying 67,452 attack power, like a numerical bomb. He gripped the silver moon bow and slowly drew the string. The moonlight white bow body reflected cold light, and this small action was more intimidating than any enemy, drawing all eyes to him. What's he trying to do? Has he lost his mind? Even we 4th-tier fighters can only deal force damage. And he's just 30 Erdos he think he can break through its defense? Someone mocked in a low voice. Su Xing's expression remained cold as he released the string. Swift Step's first attack guarantees a critical hit. Whoosh. The arrow carried the rhythm of wind, like a silver thread tearing through the night, crossing 100 meters in an instant. Boom. It struck precisely on that massive black shadow. Immediately after, a blood-red 5-digit damage number 29000. Weak point critical hit shot skyward like a crimson battle flag, piercing everyone's hearts. Dead silence. Once again, dead silence. All the professionals who had been dealing scratch damage seemed petrified, their movements frozen, eyes nailed to that glaring number, their minds buzzing into blankness. A third-tier archer from the military looked down at his own 1 damage that had just floated up, then looked back at the 29,000. His professional faith instantly crushed to powder. And Lehigh. The moment he saw this number, his face already pale from his level drop turned completely bloodless in an instant. His body began to tremble violently, completely beyond his control. The devastating damage from that single arrow instantly brought back the humiliating memory of being shot down from level 200 to level 101 hit. Though the numbers were different this time, that soul-piercing, razor-sharp aura was exactly the same. Lei Zhinshan's usually dignified, square face froze completely, his tiger-like eyes bulging wide, nearly popping out of their sockets. 29,000? That was far beyond what he, a 5th transformation powerhouse, could achieve even with all his burst skills activated at full power. He couldn't even break through the defense himself. How on earth had this drank waste managed it? No, this is impossible. Lei Zhinshan's mind was in complete turmoil. He had firmly believed that Lehigh's instant death was the work of the mysterious 7th transformation expert, Shadow Kill, acting from the shadows, not Su Xing's own power. But now, with this undeniable damage number right before his eyes, how could he accept it? He shook his head violently, forcibly suppressing his shock, and quickly found the most reasonable explanation for both himself and Su Xing on item. It had to be a one-time super powerful attack item given to Su Xing by Master Shadow Kill. While he was busy convincing himself, Su Xing's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th arrows flew in rapid succession. This time, the floating damage numbers made everyone collectively sigh with relief. 12, 10, 10. There were those familiar, pitiful double-digit, forced damage numbers again. Hearts that had nearly jumped out of throats from the 29,000 shock finally settled back into their chests. Phew, so he can only do that once. I thought he could keep it up indefinitely. Now this makes sense. Otherwise, wouldn't we veteran powerhouses of Nanjiang be completely left in the dust by a newcomer? Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Though these 4th transformation max-level experts had already been surpassed by Su Xing, it wasn't so absurd as to be unacceptable after all. None of them could break the boss's defense either. Lei Zhinshan breathed a secret sigh of relief. Looking towards Su Xing in the distance, who was now dealing scratch damage, his face once again wore that superior, mocking expression. Clearing his throat, he deliberately spoke loud enough for everyone to hear. Drank trash will always be drank trash. So what if he got a little help from Master Shadow Kill? So what if he joined Dragon Country's top guild, Ascension? Against a true world-class boss, he's still nothing. This speech made him feel that his authority, shaken by that earlier arrow, was now firmly restored, and his confidence seemed to return. However, he had no idea that Su Xing's entire focus was locked onto the massive form taking shape in the distance, the Diamond Tier boss. In Su Xing's vision, the enormous shadow was in a special divine awakening state, shrouded in a grudge barrier, all damage forcibly reduced by 99. So it's not that I can't break the defense, but that it's being suppressed by the rules, Su Xing quickly calculated. Even if my basic attacks trigger weak point criticals now, they'd only deal just over 10,000 true damage. Against its 10 million total HP, that's completely insignificant. The only option is to wait for the moment it fully awakens and the grudge barrier disappears. His eyes blazed with intense light. A living, breathing Diamond Tier boss, this was the highest grade target he'd ever encountered. With his departure for the capital sanctuary approaching, whether he could dramatically increase his power depended entirely on this harvest. Final warning. Divine Awakening countdown, 3 seconds. Stop it immediately. Countdown 0. That final second flickered to completion in everyone's terror-dilated pupils, and heaven and earth seemed to have all sound instantly severed. The next moment. Roar. No longer a mere shriek, but a bellow containing boundless divine majesty and godhood, like a hammer striking the soul, exploding from the core of that massive dark shadow. The fog mass woven from endless resentment and wraiths violently collapsed and rapidly condensed. Boom. The mist dispersed, revealing a death godlike figure, a massive black scythe gleaming with cold light, a tattered yet star-glittering cloak billowing in the wind, its face shrouded in shadow, with only 2 crimson flames capable of burning the world dancing in its eye sockets. Phila, god of wraith, wails fully awakened. Simultaneously, The divine domain that had enveloped the entire swamp and sealed all spatial forces shattered like glass struck by a heavy hammer, cracks spreading before instantly collapsing. Space flowed freely once more. Excellent. The spatial blockade is lifted. Reinforcements. Reinforcements can arrive immediately. Lei Jinshan and the others rejoiced as if escaping death, but their smiles froze on their faces in less than a second. The newly born god moved. It slowly raised its head, its bottomless maw opening like a black hole. Divine lament. Ah! A black sonic shockwave erupted, more solid and 100 times more terrifying than any before, sweeping in all directions like an apocalyptic tsunami. No good. Defend quickly. Lei Jinshan's eyes bulged with fury, but it was already too late. The frontline professionals who had just been celebrating what they thought was mere scratching were instantly met with blood-red numbers the moment they touched the sound wave. 9,999. 9,999. 9,999. Their flesh and proud equipment dissolved silently like ice and snow under a blazing sun, becoming the most primitive particles, unable to leave even a flash of white light, complete and utter annihilation. Slaughter. Unquestionable one-sided slaughter. The sound wave's momentum continued unabated, charging straight toward the walls of Nanjiang's sacred city dozens of kilometers away, crashing hard against the sign wall's barrier. Bang! That impregnable shield shook violently, emitting deep and agonized wails. No! Lei Jinshan turned back to see the battlefield instantly cleared, witnessing comrades who couldn't even leave corpses behind, his tiger eyes immediately turning blood red. He immediately pulled up the boss information. Thulla, God of Wraith Whales. LV.100 Diamond Tier World Boss. Status: First Form Resentment Aggregate. HP: 10000000100000000. Attack Power: 238000. Defense: 120,000. Skill Divine Lament. Thulla releases 10,000 years of accumulated divine resentment, unleashing a piercing wail that echoes through heaven and earth. The sound waves materialized into a tangible black shockwave, spreading wildly in all directions, dealing massive psychic damage to all hostile targets within a 500-meter radius, with an extremely high chance of inflicting a deep confusion state lasting 30 seconds. Grasp of Resentment. Kajura manipulates the endless resentful energy within the swamp, causing several massive ghostly hands composed of phantoms and black mud to emerge from the ground, randomly seizing 35 hostile targets. Captured targets become imprisoned, unable to move, unable to use skills, and continuously drained of life force, taking true damage each second based on a percentage of their maximum health. The ghostly hands possess independent health pools and can only be destroyed through concentrated fire to rescue teammates. Phantom Swamp. Kajura completely merges her divine domain with the swamp, transforming a 1,000-meter radius area into a phantom swamp. Within this domain, all hostile targets suffer 50 reduced movement speed, 80 reduced healing effectiveness, and continuously accumulate stacks of resentment erosion debuff, reducing all attributes by 5 every 10 seconds. Meanwhile, the swamp continuously spawns level 100 Swamp Wraith elites as reinforcements. Final Wail. Divine Fall. When Kajura's health drops below 20, she enters a frenzied second form, gathering all remaining resentful energy and divine power into a single point. After a 10-second channeling period, she unleashes a devastating soul impact on all hostile targets across the entire map, regardless of distance, unavoidable and unmitigable, dealing massive true damage based on lost health. For abilities, each one devastatingly powerful beyond hope. However, what chilled hearts even more was yet to come. After releasing Divine Lament, the deity casually extended her massive hand formed of condensed black mist toward the ground. Grasp of Resentment. Boom, boom. The swamp earth suddenly exploded as several colossal ghostly hands that blotted out the sky burst forth from the ground. The wails of phantoms intertwined with the putrid stench of black mud as they locked onto several fourth-tier powerhouses from the Blazing Sun and Grey Wolf guilds with almost impossible reaction speed, seizing them in their grasp. Let me go. Guild leader, save me. The captured powerhouses roared desperately, their internal energy surging, yet they couldn't even move a fingertip. Their health bars visibly plummeted. 25,000. 25,000. Lei Jinshan's face turned ashen as he roared, striking his most powerful blow at the nearest ghostly hand. The sword light capable of cleaving mountains struck the hand's surface, leaving only a shallow white mark. 1, 2. Within mere seconds, the fourth-tier powerhouses who had always dominated the Nanjiang sanctuary were completely drained of life force, leaving behind withered corpses that the ghostly hands carelessly tossed into the mud. Invincible. This was a god. Absolutely impossible to resist. Having completed this task, the god of wailing seemed to lose all interest in these insignificant ants. She slowly raised her head, her crimson eyes burning with hellfire locking onto the brightly lit human city in the distance. She sensed there lay more delicious souls. In the next moment, she began to move. The earth thundered as the entire swamp trembled violently. She was about to begin her massacre of the city. Stop it. We absolutely cannot let it reach the Nanjiang sanctuary. Lei Zhinshan and his companions fought like madmen, their eyes bloodshot as they unleashed every skill and trump card simultaneously. Dense beams of light, blade winds, and thunderbolts erupted without pause, hammering relentlessly against the deity's pitch-black back. But it was useless. The terrifying defense of 120,000 points stood like an invisible iron wall. Each devastating blow that landed still only produced a mocking 1 damage. They couldn't even delay it for a single second, forced to watch helplessly as that colossal formous symbol of death and apocalypse drew ever closer to the Nanjiang sanctuary. Despair cut to the bone. Lei Zhinshan staggered, looking up at the sky where golden distress signals still blazed. His voice was hoarse and choked with tears. The spatial blockade, wasn't it already lifted? Why? Why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? Meanwhile, at the Nanjiang sanctuary's teleportation hall, the hall bore the scars of explosion-blackened cracks everywhere, with electrical sparks crackling chaotically from the damaged runic pedestals. A communications officer pressed his earpiece desperately, while several formation masters knelt among the rubble behind him, frantically repairing the core magical array. The sounds of tools striking metal rang out continuously. Urgent inquiries from the capital sanctuary never ceased, yet his face was paler than limestone. Reporting to General Lei, the main teleportation array was destroyed in the earlier uprising. The engineers say, repairs will take at least 5 more minutes. 5 minutes on the battlefield, that was practically a death sentence. In the outer city, Kajura, the god of wailing souls, was now only 100 meters from the Nanjiang sanctuary. 50 meters. 10 meters. Crash. The deity's massive form, wrapped in endless resentment, charged forward and slammed violently into the semi-transparent wall of size defensive barrier. The earth shook and mountains trembled. The entire Nanjiang sanctuary seemed to suffer in magnitude 18 earthquake. Streets cracked, spires tilted, and countless buildings instantly crumbled to dust. Cracks spread wildly across the barrier's surface like glass shattered by a heavy hammer, covering it in a grotesque spider web. On the city walls, the mage core maintaining the energy output simultaneously spat blood and collapsed. Alert! Alert! The wall of size energy reserves instantly lost 10. With just one impact, the barrier painstakingly crafted by high-level formation masters had been reduced by a full 10th. Without pause, Kajura continued. The second strike, the third strike. 20, 30, 90. The barrier had only 10 energy remaining, teetering on the brink of collapse, ready to shatter at any moment. The barrier dimmed like a candle flickering in the wind. Lei Zhinshan and all the Nanjiang powerhouses still standing on the city walls gazed at that thin layer of light, their faces ashen as ash. It was over. Everything was over. Just as the god of wailing souls raised his colossal scythe, high a weapon capable of tearing through the very heavens preparing to deliver the final, world-ending blow, the sky suddenly split apart. Crack! Above the Nanjiang sanctuary, 3 pitch-black rifts that seemed to devour all light tore open simultaneously, as if ready to shred the entire celestial canopy into fragments. The next second, roar! From the depths of the first rift came a deafening dragon's roar as an eastern divine dragon over 100 meters long, its body covered in brilliant golden scales, emerged with a thunderous cry. Atop the dragon's head stood a young dragon knight, clad in golden dragon armor, wielding a dragon courage silver spear, standing proudly in the wind. First Squad, Apotheosis Special Forces. Captain, 6th rank, Dragon Knight. Second Squad, Yun Family Mage Corps. Commander, 6th rank, Elemental Sovereign. The third rift remained silent as a tomb. Bone-chilling darkness and murderous intent seeped out as 5 ghostly figures floated soundlessly. Their leader nearly merged with the shadows themselves. Third Squad, Zhao Family Shadow Guard. Captain, 6th rank, Shadow Sovereign. It's reinforcements. Dear God. Apotheosis Dragon Knights. Yun Family Elemental Sovereigns. We're saved. The surviving Nanjiang warriors on the city walls gazed at these 3 legendary squads descending like divine soldiers from heaven, their faces just moments ago soaked in despair instantly exploding with wild joy. Iron-blooded General Lei Zhinshanth man, who hadn't even frowned at the beginning of the apocalypse now, looked up at the sky, his tense body finally swaying as 2 streams of hot tears rolled down his cheeks. We've held it. Nanjiang, we've held it. In the clouds above, the 3 captains exchanged glances, their eyes sparking with undisguised pride and competitive fire. Humph, those Yin family women only know how to play with flashy elemental effects, the Shadow Sovereign sneered coldly. Still better than you Zhao family rats hiding in the shadows. The Elemental Sovereign's voice was clear and melodious, yet filled with disdain. Despite their verbal sparring, All three moved with astonishing speed. Apotheosis forces, charge with me. The Dragon Knight pointed his spear directly at the god of wailing souls. Yun family, prepare the elemental torrent. The elemental sovereign raised her hand as four-colored magical orbs spun violently. Zhao family, find the weak points. Prepare for assassination. The shadow sovereign's form completely dissolved into the night. In an instant, dragon roars shook the heavens. Magic blazed brilliantly. Killing intent turned invisible. Those 15 elite warriors, each possessing at least 5th-tier SS-grade talents, unleashed power beyond Lei Jinshan's wildest imagination. As a mere ordinary 5th-tier from a backwater sanctuary, the gap between him and them was like an abyss compared to a shallow ditch utterly unbridgeable. Blades flashed and clashed in the air, magical brilliance surged with elemental forces, and killing intent permeated the atmosphere like bone-chilling frost. 3 squads representing the pinnacle of 5th-tier combat power finally launched their assault under the hopeful gaze of everyone at Nanjiang Sanctuary. Leading the charge were 5 5th-tier SS-grade prodigies from the Apotheosis Guild. Without hesitation, they simultaneously ignited their most powerful burst skills: wind, fire, thunder, earth, and holy light transformed into 5 streaks of light that tore through the air, hurtling toward the mountain-like form of Causality, the god of wailing souls, like precision-guided missiles. Close behind, 5 noble female mages from the Yun family's magic core raised their staffs in unison. Frost froze the heavens, flames scorched the clouds, thunder roared, storms raged, and meteors trailing blazing tails crashed down. A torrent of pure elemental destruction poured forth, so magnificent it made earthly fireworks pale in comparison. On the city walls below, the Nanjiang professionals raised their hands in celebration despite their eardrums ringing from the explosions, cheering as if they had narrowly escaped death. So powerful. These are true masters. Our General Lei is nothing compared to them. We've won. Victory is ours. However, as the smoke and dazzling effects gradually cleared and strings of damage numbers floated above the boss's head, all cheering instantly turned to deathly silence. 11, 12, 12. The same insultingly familiar forced damage reduction. That's it. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? All that spectacle, and it's still just scratching the surface? No. Impossible. Their SS-grade talents. Hope, barely kindled, was extinguished by even more crushing despair. The walls fell from uproar into abyssal silence. Just then, swish, 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 several barely visible shadows suddenly appeared behind Causality Zhao family assassins. They seized the brief half-second of stiffness after the boss absorbed the elemental barrage and launched their lethal backstabs without hesitation. 6,666. Critical hit. 6,543. Critical hit. A few blood-red, somewhat respectable numbers finally appeared. Yet against 10 million total health points, they were merely drops in the ocean. Rower. The repeated provocations finally ignited Causality's fury. He couldn't be bothered with complex divine arts, and simply swung his massive black scythe. Boom. A pitch-black crescent slash swept across the battlefield, striking the Zhao family assassins who had just landed their hits, and several Apotheosis warriors who had charged too close before they could dodge. 175,000. 175,890. A string of terrifying damage numbers floated above their heads. The 5th-turn SS-tier genius had his health bar instantly drained by nearly 70. Fortunately, though the boss's attack was devastating, it wasn't quite enough for an instant kill. The healers in each squad at the rear immediately raised their staffs and began chanting, and multiple streams of holy healing light poured down, barely managing to pull their dying teammates back from the brink. Phew, that was close. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. This guy's defense is absolutely insane, but at least his attacks aren't instantly lethal, someone muttered under their breath. Looks like we'll have to wear it down, bit by bit. Another voice chimed in, though everyone's expressions had grown grim. With 10 million HP staring them in the face, relying on their pitiful scratch damage would take forever. Besides, they couldn't count on critical hits every single time, could they? Just as despair was setting in, the 3 6th-turn captains in the sky finally made their move. Seems like it's up to us. Long Tian, the Dragon Knight, spoke in a deep voice as he raised his dragon gallant silver spear. The spear's edge gleamed with cold light, and a dragon's might far surpassing anything before erupted from him, sweeping across the battlefield. The last hope of Nanjiang Sanctuary rested on these 3. Even they couldn't break through its defense, the city would truly be doomed. On the ground, Su Xing set aside his casual demeanor for the first time, his gaze turning serious. He activated Law's gaze, locking onto the 3 figures in the air. Their stat panels immediately materialized. Long Tian. Class, Holy Dragon Knight 6th turn. Level, LV.600. HP, 699,600. MP, 259,900. Attack, 191,920. Defense, 139,920. Yin Xin. Class, Elemental Sovereign 6th turn. Level, LV.600. HP, 559,600. MP, 419,900. Attack, 155,920. Defense, 111,920. Zhao Qianying. Class, Shadow Sovereign 6th turn. Level, LV.600. HP, 359,620. MP, 169,900. Attack, 215,920. Defense, 71,924. Looking at these absolutely luxurious stats, even Su Xing, who had seen plenty of impressive sights, couldn't help feeling envious. These were truly SS tier talents who had reached the 6th turn. Their numbers far exceeded his own. If not for his hidden class's ability to gain free attribute points from killing monsters, his entire class wouldn't even qualify to be mentioned in the same breath as theirs. What about the 7th turn Shadow Kill predecessor, or 8th turn, or even the legendary 9th turn powerhouses? Just how overwhelming must they be? Su Xing wondered silently, his fists clenching even tighter. Not enough. The current me is still nowhere near enough. I must keep pushing forward, keep getting stronger, to catch up to their level. Only then will I have the right to go to the Yun family in the capital sanctuary to find that person. Just when everyone at the Nanjiang sanctuary thought this scraping-like battle would evolve into an endless war of attrition, the 3 6th-tier powerhouses hovering in the sky, like deities, finally made their move. The first to strike was the dragon Knight Long Tian. Vile beast. Die. His furious roar thundered as he raised his dragon courage silver spear high, its cold gleam instantly transforming into blinding golden radiance stretching 10,000 zhang. Ruer. A dragon's cry that pierced the 9 heavens erupted from the throat of the golden divine dragon beneath him. In the next moment, man, dragon, and spear merged into one, becoming a golden meteor that tore through the firmament, carrying world-destroying momentum as it dove straight toward the howling god Cthulhu. Terrifying pressure swept across the city walls, and all the professionals watching felt their very souls gripped by that overwhelming aura. Boom! The golden meteor struck Cthulhu's massive form with perfect precision. Immediately after, a string of blood-red numbers shot skyward. 72,000. Excellent. Lord Dragon Knight of the 6th tier truly lives up to his reputation as the strongest. Thunderous cheers erupted from the city walls. Next, Elemental Sovereign Yun Xin raised her hand. Her pale, delicate fingers gently closed in the air, heaven's hindrance starshaker. Instantly, the heavens tore open, and 100 meter meteor, burning throughout, trailing blazing flames, came howling down from the pitch-black fissure. Rumble. The meteor struck the ground, causing the entire city of Nanjiang Sanctuary to tremble. 56,000. Though the individual damage was slightly less, this apocalyptic spectacle still left everyone dazzled and mesmerized. However, the most terrifying attack had only just arrived. The invisible shadow sovereign Zhao Qianying made her move. No thunder, no flames. Cthulhu's massive shadow rippled like water, and a graceful silhouette that merged with the darkness silently stepped forth. She gripped a pitch-black, lightless dagger and, as casually as one might wave away insects in their own backyard, thrust it toward her target. Squelch. The dagger penetrated Cthulhu's back without any resistance. Thud. An extremely muffled explosion burst everyone's eardrums, and a blood-red critical hit number slowly rose like a demon's cold laugh. 312,212. Critical hit. 320,000. The entire scene fell into deathly silence. All cheers, all amazement, paled before this number. Holy shit. 320,000. One strike. This assassin, is she even human? Even Su Xing, who had maintained perfect composure throughout, suddenly contracted his pupils. His heart, which had always been as still as an ancient well, was stirred by towering waves for the first time. Too powerful. The moment that blade fell, the force of law condensed into something almost tangible, as if slicing through space itself, completely overturning everything he thought he knew about damage. With his current strength, he definitely couldn't withstand such an attack heat-in. This woman was far too formidable. With just this first exchange, the god of wailing's despairingly long health bar had been reduced by nearly 1/20th, and the once invincible boss was instantly left teetering on the brink. A cold gleam flashed in Su Xing's eyes as his mind raced. How could he steal the final blow right under the noses of 3 6th-tier powerhouses? High above, Long Tian looked down at the crowd that had erupted into excitement after Zhao Qianying's strike, then glanced at her eternally ice-cold face, feeling annoyed for the first time. I can't let her steal all the spotlight. He raised his hand, pointing downward, and roared, "Vile beast! Let me show you the true power of a holy dragon knight." As his battle cry echoed, he and his golden divine dragon beneath him shared perfect understanding. The dragon's massive maw opened wide, gathering all its spiritual energy, and a brilliant golden dragon's breath descended like divine punishment, crashing toward the earth. 72,322. 100,000. The mount's charged attack dealt explosive damage, and amid the flames and thunder, the god of wailing's form shook violently. Meanwhile, Yun Xion's magic never ceased. Freeze. Frost chains formed instantly. Thunderstorm. Lightning spread like a net, tearing through the air. Fire rain. Blazing meteors fell, igniting the entire battlefield. Wind blades. Razor-sharp currents of air whistled through the space. A relentless barrage of spectacular and deadly spells hammered the boss, forcing it into constant retreat with no chance to fight back. In just 2 minutes, Kajura's massive 10 million health bar had been brutally reduced by 1/10. Such a terrifying rate of health loss left the spectators at Nanjiang Sanctuary utterly stunned. Was this really the same invincible fortress that their combined efforts couldn't even scratch before? How had it suddenly become so weak? Was the gap between 6th tier and 5th tier really this enormous? Boom, boom, boom. The sky above had transformed into a dazzling, deadly elemental feast. Flames, frost, and lightning crackled and exploded between the clouds as 3 6th-tier powerhouses struck like gods taking turns. Each beat of the Dragon Knight's golden wings seemed to tear rifts across the heavens. The elemental master raised his staff, summoning storms and meteors that screamed down from above. The Shadow Master slipped into the void, delivering silent but lethal strikes to vital points. Under such fierce assault, the terrifying health bar of Kajura, god of wailing souls, with its full 10 million points, visibly plummeted. 80, 75, 70. Victory seemed within reach. Atop the city walls, the people of Nanjiang Sanctuary had transformed from initial despair to frenzied worship, their cheers shaking the heavens. But then a moment the boss's health dropped below the 70 threshold. Roar. A completely different shriek split the sky, weaving together spite and divinity in mad harmony. Kajura's massive form shuddered violently as the black miasma of resentment instantly solidified. For the first time, intelligence flickered in those crimson eyes burning with hellfire along with cruelty. Oh no! Dragon Knight Long Tian's face went pale, but his warning came too late. Crash. Kajura casually swung the massive black scythe in his hand, the dark slash teleporting toward Long Tian. 90,000. Crimson damage numbers erupted into the air. Immediately came the second strike, chopping down toward Elemental Master Yun Xian. 120,000. Her seemingly frail form was sent flying dozens of meters. Fortunately, the 15 5th-tier SS rank prodigies in the rear were prepared, their holy healing spells falling like precision missiles to drag both fighters' health back to safety. Haha, is that all you've got? Long Tian, relying on his monstrous defense and health pool, weathered several more heavy blows and prepared to countercharge. But Kajura let out a low, sinister laugh dripping with endless mockery. He raised his scythe high and plunged it into the churning, blackened swamp of resentment below. Summon, Phantom Marsh. Rumble. With the boss at its center, the entire Weeping Soul swamp awakened. The earth churned into a black quagmire that devoured everything, countless vengeful spirits writhing and shrieking in the mire. The sky was completely shrouded by impenetrable miasma, the air turning cold and viscous as negative energy spread instantly across thousands of meters. Ding! You have entered the domain. Phantom Marsh. Your movement speed is reduced by 50. All healing effects on you are reduced by 80. You are suffering from miasma corruption. All attributes decrease by 5 every 10 seconds. The cascade of system notifications made the faces of all 3 aerial squads turn ashen. What made things even more troublesome was the endless stream of level 100 elite marsh wraiths crawling out from the black swamp, their eyes glowing with crimson light. Damn it! Clear the ads. Healers, increase your output. The commander's furious roar exploded through the channel. For the first time, cracks appeared in the formation of the 3 squads, and before they could stabilize, Kajura had already caught that fleeting opening. Ah! Divine lament. The terrifying sound waves shattered the air. This time, it didn't sweep across the entire battlefield but locked onto the greatest threat that had been lurking in the shadows, the Shadow Sovereign, Zhao Qianying. Ugh! With a low grunt, the shadows surrounding Zhao Qianying twisted violently as her slender figure was forcibly dragged out of the dimensional space by an invisible force, undisguised shock appearing on her face. System notification, deep confusion, duration 30 seconds. Oh no, Qianying is controlled. Quick, protect, before her teammates' shout could finish. The boss's next skill was already pouring down like a torrential storm. Grasp of resentment. The boiling black swamp exploded, and 3 ghostly hands formed from pure resentful energy burst from the ground, covering the sky as they seized Long Tian, Yun Xian, and the confused Zhao Qianying without warning. 13,992. 2 max HP 9,600. 2 max HP 11,000. 3 health bars were continuously drained as red numbers flashed frantically. Having done all this, Kajura's cruel and mocking crimson eyes finally locked onto the prey that couldn't move or even dodge. It raised the scythe in its hand high, the blade black as night. Flash. The black strike came crashing down. 160,000. The massive blood-red damage number shot skyward, enough to make any assassin despair. Zhao Qianying's nearly full health bar instantly dropped to less than half, reaching the danger zone. Captain, destroy that ghostly hand quickly. Heal. Heal the captain. The shouts from Zhao family's fifth-tier members were almost roars. However, the rear healer's voice carried despair. It's no use. Healing effects are suppressed by 80. My holy light can only heal a few thousand points. It's nowhere near enough. It's over. This thought surfaced simultaneously in everyone's minds. If they couldn't shatter the ghostly hand or dispel Zhao Qianying's deep confusion before the boss's next attack, she would become the first 6th-tier powerhouse to fall in this boss battle. 30 seconds, a mere instant for mortals, but for Zhao Qianying at this moment, it felt like 30 long centuries. Deep confusion, imprisonment, resentment erosion, healing reduction. A series of negative effects bound this 6th-tier shadow sovereign like the most vicious shackles, nailing her to a pillar of shame. She could only watch helplessly as her health bar drained. Under the relentless drain of the grip of resentment, she slipped downward bit by bit, steadily and inexorably. She could clearly sense the gaze of the god of wailing descending upon her, once more crimson pupils blazing with hellfire, cold and deadly. It was over. On the walls of Nanjiang's sanctuary, hearts plummeted instantly. Just moments ago, they had witnessed her goddess-off death-like eruption, yet now she might become the first 6th-turn powerhouse to fall. However, the reason Dragon Nation's most elite genius squad stood at the pinnacle wasn't solely due to their world-shattering damage output, but rather their almost instinctive coordination. Roar. As Thula raised her second scythe high, a thunderous dragon's roar tore across the battlefield. Breaking free from the grip of resentment, Dragon Knight Long Tian didn't hesitate for a moment, spurring his golden divine dragon beneath him into the most ferocious charge. Golden dragon scales reflected wild light like a falling sun as they crashed heavily into the boss, forcibly pulling aggro onto himself. Elemental Torrent. Focus fire on the ghost hand. Elemental Sovereign Yun Xion's cold command echoed across the battlefield. Several 5th-turn SS-rank geniuses in the rear instantly understood, holding nothing back as their strongest single-target burst skills poured forth like an uncontrolled floodfire. Lightning, ice, and darkness weaving into pillars of destruction that bombarded the massive ghost hand restraining Zhao Qianying. Boom. After several seconds of relentless bombardment, the ghost hand exploded into resentful mist with an unwilling wail. Zhao Qianying broke free. Her form flashed as she melted into shadow, teleporting several hundred meters away to safety in the darkness, her face deathly pale. That brush with death had stirred towering waves in this top assassin's previously unruffled heart for the first time. Shame. Unprecedented shame. Her health bar had less than 2/3 remaining. She raised her eyes toward the massive figure battling Long Tian in the distance, her star-like eyes igniting with ultimate killing intent. She would have her revenge. Taking advantage of the boss being occupied with Long Tian, she struck again. All her strength, fury, and humiliation flowed into the dagger in her hand. Thunk. 310,000. Critical hit. This strike, the blade of vengeance, the blade of vindication. Thula had already fallen below 70 health, and under this world-destroying blow, her health bar plummeted like a cliff. 45, 35, 25. Excellent. The boss was entering execute range. Everyone prepare. Long Tian's warning wasn't even finished when the unexpected happened. The god of wailing suddenly froze in place. Its deep red health bar had clearly dropped to rock bottom. Yet under everyone's horrified gaze, it began to surge back up at an almost mocking speed, wildly, frantically, rising. Back. 20, 50, 80, 100. In an instant, a full 10 million health points were completely restored. No, impossible. On the city wall, Lei Zhinshan's soul seemed drained as he let out an inhuman shriek. The 3 squads high in the air, who moments ago had descended like gods themselves, were now plunged into deathly silence. Roar. The god of wailing unleashed a maniacal laugh mixed with mockery and cruelty. Its massive form quickly became ethereal as boiling resentment and divine power surged toward the giant scythe in its hands. A 10-second chant filled with apocalyptic aura began. Final wailing, divine annihilation. 10, 9, 8. Stop it. Stop it now. Long Tian attacked like a crazed beast, but all damage seemed to vanish into thin air. 10 seconds was too short to even dent that fully restored health bar. 3, 2, 1. The chant ended. A soul shockwave so pitch black it defied description erupted from the god of wailing as its epicenter, ignoring distance and defense as it forcibly swept across the entire map. Thud. Zhao Qianying, the goddess of slaughter, who had just dealt a terrifying 300,000 damage, was instantly struck. 207,000. Her health bar burst like a punctured balloon, immediately dropping to zero. In that critical moment, an inconspicuous accessory on her body shattered, and faint holy light wrapped around her remaining soul divine grace, forced immortality, leaving only a single drop of health. However, Krasu followed up immediately, deep confusion, grip of resentment. She was controlled again, unable to move. Captain, protect the captain. The Zhao family's fifth-tier members went completely berserk, no longer caring about the ghost hands as they threw their flesh and blood bodies between Zhao Qianying and the boss, desperately trying to block that fatal second side strike. Flash, flash, 170,000, 180,000. Everyone's health was already hanging by a thread, and with healing severely weakened, one more hit meant certain death. In that split second, two flashes of white light appeared as two fifth-tier SS-level geniuses fell with agonizing screams. It's over. This time it's really over. Worse yet, that soul shockwave announcing final judgment wasn't targeting only Zhao Qianying, but was an indiscriminate death sentence covering the entire map. The two berserkers from the Godslayer squad had already been critically wounded from tanking the boss's normal attacks earlier. When the shockwave hit them, they didn't even have time to grunt before turning into white light and returning directly to the capital. The Yun family's mage corps in the distance suffered even worse casualties. Of 5 fifth-tier members, 3 were sent back. Mages are inherently fragile. The moment the Phantom Swamp domain expanded, their health bars were instantly drained by 2/3. Under the vast sky, several female mages in long robes turned deathly pale, their breathing weak, their magic power for maintaining flight beginning to falter, let alone casting another spell. The omnipresent Phantom Swamp domain was like the most vicious curse. 50 movement speed, 80 healing effect, 5 all attributes, combined with continuous health drain, endlessly respawning elite wraiths, and virtually negligible healing. Everything was sucking the life out of them. These prodigies, who were usually held in high regard and revered by thousands, were now truly tasting despair for the first time. Damn it, the healing can't keep up. Dragon Knight Long Tian roared in fury, his silver spear vibrating as he thrust it forward, sending a charging swamp wraith flying. Yet he could clearly feel his attributes continuously declining, his health bar impossible to restore, as icy dread instantly gripped his heart. My mana is almost depleted. Elemental Master Yun Xian's usually cold and proud beautiful face was now filled with exhaustion. We're finished. This thought exploded simultaneously in everyone's minds. Earlier, they had been confident that with their 6th-tier strength, they could grind down Boss Thula through sheer persistence. But when the boss entered its second form, health bar fully restored, domain fully activated, and unleashed a map-wide forced massive damage ultimate attack, they realized how naive they had been. On the city walls, everyone from Nanjiang Sanctuary had already fallen into the deepest despair. Even the top talents from the capital sanctuary, where helpless Nanjiang was truly doomed. Zhao Qianying's eyes, usually cold as ice, now showed despair and unwillingness in the face of death. She quietly awaited the second fall of Death's scythe, prepared to accept complete annihilation. Just as the scythe came crashing down with destructive force. Sigh. A sigh filled with helplessness, impatience, and even an undertone of, "How can you all be so weak?" suddenly exploded in everyone's ears without warning. This sigh was completely out of place on the apocalyptic battlefield. Immediately after, a silver streak of light, as if falling from the ninth heaven, tore through the sky. Space was shredded, distance ignored, as that unreasonably domineering and terrifying power struck the death scythe from behind. Boom! The deafening roar seemed ready to overturn the entire world. The scythe forged from death and resentment was forcibly deflected by this single arrow. A blood-red number rose above Thula's head. 149,880. Critical weak point hit. 150,000 damage. A single arrow had exceeded the damage of any 6th-tier powerhouse. Who? Long Tian spun around sharply, his golden dragon eyes searching for the arrow's source. Yun Xian, Zhao Qianying, and all the survivors looked in the same direction simultaneously. They saw, on that distant hillside that had long been leveled by the battle's aftershocks, a solitary figure standing quietly. He slowly lowered a longbow emanating pale, golden light. Su Xing. Who is this? Nanjiang still has such a powerful expert. The arrogance on Long Tian's face froze in place. To deal this kind of damage while inside the boss's domain? Yun Xian's frost-like, beautiful face showed shock for the first time. Zhao Qianying stood stunned, her cold eyes reflecting the young man's figure, their light complex and indescribable. On the city walls, Lei Jinshan looked as if struck by heavenly lightning, mouth agape, pointing at that figure and stammering, but unable to form words. It was him, that young man he had mocked as drank trash, declaring him to be nothing special. One arrow had dealt more damage than the Dragon Knight and Elemental Master combined. What the hell? Who exactly was making a fool of whom? Dead silence. That lifeline, that silver streak of light that had torn through the veil of despair slowly faded before everyone's eyes. yet the shock of it burned like a branding iron, forever seared into the souls of all who witnessed it. On the city wall, Lei Zhinshan froze completely. His usually stern, stubborn square face turned ashen in an instant, drained of all color and filled with bewilderment. He had calculated countless possibilities. 1. The sixth-tier powerhouse from the capital would turn the tide, slay the boss, and save Nanjiang. 2. The sixth-tier powerhouse would fall, and all the professionals in Nanjiang Sanctuary would perish alongside the city under divine punishment. But he had never imagined in that moment of ultimate despair and helplessness, when even the capital's prodigies were powerless and barely able to protect themselves, that the one to step forward would be the very youth he had personally ordered to be blacklisted, the one he had cursed as drank trash and Nanjiang's disgrace. It was him who had saved the sixth-tier shadow dominator, Zhao Qianying, with a single arrow. It was him whose arrow had dealt such devastating damage, showing everyone a glimmer of hope. Lei Zhinshan's lips trembled violently. What have I done? He recalled his dismissive attitude at the Awakening Plaza, his prejudiced judgment that turned black into white, and the highest-level blacklist order he had personally stamped not long ago. Regret gnawed at his chest like a venomous serpent, was less than human. At the center of the battlefield, Su Xing had no time to spare for these insects and their shock. After rescuing Zhao Qianying, his cold gaze fell upon the endless stream of level 100 swamp wraiths spawning within the Phantom Marsh domain. A bunch of small fry. He raised his arm, drew the bowstring, taught 7 arrows in 1 second. The bowstring became a blur invisible to the naked eye, 7 silver streaks like death's calling cards shooting precisely into the monster horde. Thud, thud, thud. The crisp sounds of snapping vegetation echoed continuously. In mere seconds, the elite monsters that had given the capital's genius squad such trouble were completely cleared by him alone. Lowering his bow and raising his head, his tone was calm, yet brooking no argument as he issued an ultimatum to the 3 stunned teams in the sky. Long Tian stays. Everyone else, leave the boss domain. Instant uproar. By what right? Elemental Dominator Yun Xian shrieked first. Her usually frosty, proud, and stunning face was now written with fury. This boss they had fought desperately for it, even paying the price of several fallen teammates to push it to its second phase. Now this nobody, who came out of nowhere, wanted to monopolize their spoils. Delusional. They were SS rank talents. The Dragon Kingdom's elite forces, did they deserve such humiliation? Su Xing had zero interest in offering even half an explanation. He had never held any favorable feelings toward the Yun family from the beginning. He simply, slowly, drew his bow once more. He aimed at the arrogant queen who was hovering in midair, preparing to chant her next spell. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 streaks of cold light shot forth, barely half a breath apart. The first arrow mercilessly targeted her full left breast. The second arrow precisely pierced toward her perky right breast. 48,888. 49,999. Thud. The magical shield, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a 5th-tier expert, shattered like paper scraps under 2 muffled impacts. Magic fragments scattered in all directions before dissolving into nothingness. Simultaneously, 2 bursts of crimson blood exploded across her magnificent robes, the scarlet intertwining with purple and gold in a shocking display. An irresistible impact force sent her flying backward dozens of meters, her body spinning out of control through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Splurt. Another mouthful of blood gushed forth, staining her chin and chest. Yunxin pressed her hands desperately against her chest, the energy arrows still flickering in her wounds, her fingertips trembling from the excruciating pain. Her exquisite face displayed a mixture of shock, rage, and humiliation, ultimately turning deathly pale. This was too much. Absolutely too much. How dare he? However, anger couldn't change reality. Yunxin could clearly see her health bar flashing an alarming red light. Nearly depleted one more step, and she'd either be instantly killed by the boss or publicly humiliated to death by that mysterious archer. You just wait. She squeezed out these final harsh words through gritted teeth, then without hesitation called for her remaining team members to retreat. The group hastily assembled and fled in disarray, using their remaining speed enhancement spells. In the distance at the foot of the mountain, Long Tian watched clearly through the smoke and dust, suppressing laughter in his throat but not daring to let it out, forcing himself to hold it in until his handsome face turned slightly red. On the other side, Shadow Sovereign Zhao Qianying had already withdrawn her killing intent. She gazed intently at the figure standing with bow in hand on the hillside, a cold gleam flashing in her eyes before she bowed slightly in acknowledgement that arrow had saved her life. After completing this gesture, Zhao Qianying left without a sound, leading the Zhao family squad as they instantly melted into the shadows, as if they had never been there. This BOS, she was yielding it to him. After the Yun and Zhao family squads retreated like beaten dogs, the battlefield instantly became desolate, with dust and charred debris still swirling in the air. Su Xing slowly turned around, his cold gaze locking onto the only dragon knight still remaining in the sky. Long Tian. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable command. Long Tian, tank the boss damage with everything you've got. I'll handle the DPS. Long Tian was stunned on the spot. The Apotheosis Guild's top SS rank genius, a candidate for the 6th tier peak, and even a potential 7th tier breakthrough within 2 years, was being casually ordered around by some wildling without a guild badge. His arrogance flared as he retorted coldly. Who the hell are you, kid? You think I'll stay just because you say so? And you're giving me orders? If it weren't for that arrow of yours showing some real skill. Before he could finish, a lazy yet thunderously authoritative voice exploded behind him. Little Long Tian, if you're told to tank the boss, then tank it. Where's all this nonsense coming from? Looking for a beating? Long Tian's entire body stiffened as he whipped around. An ordinary-looking old man who had appeared silently behind him stood there. In an instant, all his arrogance and disdain transformed into respect and shock. Shadow? Shadowkill Sr.? How are you here? He quickly jumped down from his dragon and bowed respectfully. The surviving powerhouses of Nanjiang on the city walls were collectively petrified. The old man who had been staying by Su Xing's side, whom they'd taken for an ordinary bodyguard, was actually the legendary 7th tier master. In reality, Shadowkill's 7th tier identity was known to only a select few within the city, like Lei Zhinshan. Later, when Shadowkill disguised himself to better protect Su Xing, even Lei Zhinshan couldn't recognize him, so everyone assumed Shadowkill had already returned to the capital sanctuary. Otherwise, Lei Zhinshan wouldn't have dared to suppress Su Xing in Shadowkill's presence, even with 10 times the courage. Outside the domain, Yun Xian, who had just teleported out, saw this scene and was so furious her beautiful face contorted. Apotheosis. You despicable, shameless bastards. You agreed to fair competition below the 6th tier, yet secretly deployed a 7th tier? Unilaterally breaking the alliance? This isn't over. I'll make sure my family demands an explanation. Sensing the resentment from afar, Shadowkill seemed to feel something and merely glanced in her direction. He cleared his throat and spoke in a volume everyone could hear. Ahem, I just happened to be passing by to watch the excitement. Unless the monster completely loses control, I won't intervene. You'll still have to rely on yourselves. As for the boss, well, to the capable go the spoils. Like hell anyone would believe that. Everyone present, including Long Tian, instinctively believed that Su Xing's previous devastating attack must have been secretly assisted by the Shadow Assassin Master. After this brief interlude, the battle resumed. This time, the entire battlefield was starkly divided into 2 simple, yet shocking lines of offense and defense. 1. Long Tian the Proud Dragon Knight, now reduced to a single role, tank. Using his powerful physique and the damage reduction of his SS class profession, he locked all of Kajura's hatred onto his shield. 2. Su Xing transformed into a relentless mobile artillery unit. 15,021. 14,988. Each arrow precisely penetrated Kajura's 120,000 defense points, landing in exactly the same spot, carving what looked like a line of fire into the boss's body. To ordinary people, this was already miraculous. Even compared to 6th tier powerhouses, he drank freshman was terrifying enough. But what was truly horrifying was his attack speeds, even arrows per second. His damage per second instantly exceeded 100,000. In 1 minute, over 6 million points of terrifying damage output relentlessly devoured that health bar. Yet Long Tian felt increasingly frustrated as the fight went on. The Phantom Swamp's domain continuously reduced all his attributes, making his movements as sluggish as an armored turtle. Meanwhile, Su Xing in the distance remained at full strength, sprinting across the battlefield, as if completely immune to the rules, and indeed, he was immune. His god-tier passive skill Chaos's Favor made Su Xing immune to all negative effects, rendering the boss's domain useless against him. Roar! Accompanied by a steel-like bellow, Kajura's health bar plummeted at an unprecedented speed. For the first time, it caught the scent of death. When its health dropped below 3 million, survival instincts carved into its very genes finally made this deity face reality. It couldn't kill these 2 humans. Boundless fury consumed its reason, and its crimson eyes turned to lock onto that distant city Nanjiang sanctuary which humans saw as their last hope, but which it found utterly detestable. If I can't kill you, then I'll destroy everything you're protecting. Boom! Kajura transformed into a pitch-black shadow, tearing through the air as it charged toward the sanctuary. The wall of size was already precarious, and under its furious assault, the barrier shattered like broken glass with a sharp crack. In an instant, millions of civilians and professionals were completely exposed to the deity's wrath. On the city walls, every face was painted pale with despair. No! Lei Zhinshan's eyes blazed with fury. Watching that massive figure about to massacre the city, for the first time the old general's tiger-like eyes burned with the light of a death wish. He drew his sword and pointed it skyward, using every last ounce of his strength to roar. Nanjiang military. Everyone, follow me. Charge. By time for the waste, for the hero. Boom. What answered him was a casual swing of Kajura's pitch-black side slash. Lei Shan, along with the hundreds of military warriors who charged forward without hesitation, together with their pride as soldiers, all turned into countless points of light scattered across the sky. Boom. Lei Shan, the iron-blooded general who had guarded the Nanjiang sanctuary for decades, along with hundreds of loyal military warriors behind him, were swept away like grains of sand in crashing waves under that pitch-black scythe strike, instantly dissolving into countless points of light. Their lives had bought this city on the brink of destruction less than 3 seconds of respite. Roar! Kajura, the god of wailing souls, stepped into the city. With each stride, entire blocks collapsed like building blocks. With every footfall, dust and flames soared together. Civilians and low-level professionals who couldn't evacuate in time were forced to transform into flashes of white light under that divine pressure, returning to their respective respawn points. The Nanjiang sanctuary had become an apocalyptic inferno in the blink of an eye. Hold the line. Hold the damn line. The remaining members of various guilds charged forward with bloodshot eyes, desperately trying to block the deity's advance with flesh and blood. But it was futile. Divine lament. The pitch-black sound waves swept across again, and massive flashes of white light erupted once more. Even the survivors who didn't die fell into chaos, turning on each other in mindless slaughter. In a corner, Li Wei and Lin Qingya, already numb from repeated deaths, had just sprinted back from the respawn point. Before they could even take a breath of fresh air, they were caught by the sound waves again. With another flash of white light, this pair of prodigies tumbled back to the level 1 respawn point once more. At the battle's epicenter, Su Xing had become a silver lightning bolt weaving between death and destruction. His longbow was drawn to a blur, dodging Kajura's world-ending strikes, while simultaneously clearing the marsh wraiths that endlessly poured from the spectral swamp domain, forcing his damage output to drop significantly. But the results were equally astounding. Ding! Defeated LV.100 Elite Marsh Wraith. Gained 1 free attribute point. Ding! Defeated. In just over a minute, he had farmed a full 200 free attribute points. The boss's health had finally been whittled down to just a few 100,000, entering the execution threshold. Just when everyone thought victory was within reach, Su Xing's bowstring suddenly stopped. He hovered in midair, coldly observing the deity that was frantically slaughtering the city, as if waiting for some kind of opportunity. Why did he stop? Just a little more. Just the final bit. Long Tianyi desperately held the boss's attention while roaring, "Brother, what are you doing? Keep attacking." No one could understand. Without Su Xing, the greatest threat, Kajura became even more unrestrained, intensifying the massacre as the Nanjiang sanctuary slid toward true annihilation. The opportunity. Outside the domain, elemental sovereign Yunxin had long since recovered and been watching the battle. When she witnessed this scene, her phoenix eyes, which always carried frost and arrogance, suddenly blazed with scorching light. She felt she could make her move again. In her view, Su Xing's mana was depleted and all his trump cards exhausted. The fury from being humiliated by Su Xing in front of everyone, combined with her greed for the diamond tier boss drops, converged at this moment and completely overwhelmed her reason. Heaven's obstruction. Star Crusher. Without the slightest hesitation, Yunxin unleashed the world-destroying forbidden spell once more. Rumble. The heavens tore apart as dozens of meteors, larger than any before, plummeted down, trailing blazing tails like vengeful stars, heading straight for the critically wounded boss. She was going to steal the kill. She would snatch the final victory from Su Xing's hands right in front of everyone. 70,000. 72,000. 2 meteors struck precisely, and the boss's health bar plummeted, leaving only the thinnest sliver. A victorious sneer had just begun to form on her lips when the silent youth moved. Contrary to everyone's expectations, his target wasn't the boss, it was Yunxin. Seeking death. Su Xing coldly uttered these 2 words. Without even turning his head, he simply drew his bow backward and released the string toward the empty air behind him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 silver streaks of light tore through the air, instantly crossing several kilometers and intercepting Yunxin as if they had eyes. Oh no! Yunxin's expression changed drastically, but it was too late to react. Thud! The first arrow instantly shattered her magical shield. The second pierced through her chest. The remaining 5 followed closely, all striking the same wound. 50,123. 51,421. 49,887. A series of critical hit numbers danced above her head. That exquisitely beautiful face, usually marked by arrogance and frost, now showed only indescribable humiliation and shock. A flash of white light, and she, along with several teammates who were still cheering for her, were neatly sent back to the capital sanctuary. Only after completing this did Su Xing slowly turn around, his icy gaze sweeping over Dragon Knight Long Tian, who was equally eager to try, then glancing meaningfully toward the Zhao family assassins lurking in the shadows. His voice was calm, yet carried undeniable dominance. Anyone else who isn't afraid of death can continue trying to steal my kill. Capital Sanctuary, Resurrection Temple. Light flashed as Yunxin stumbled into view. The weakness from level loss and the supreme humiliation of being instantly killed in public struck her simultaneously. Uffed. A mouthful of blood sprayed forth. Su Xing. She let out a shriek filled with venomous hatred and madness. Good. Very good. I'll remember you. Next time we meet. I hope you can continue being this arrogant. If I don't grind you into the ground 100 times over. I, Yunxin, swear I'm not human. Fortunately, she had used protective items, preserving her important equipment and most of her levels. Otherwise, if she had dropped another 200 levels this time, she would have died of rage. Su Xing had no idea that far away in the capital sanctuary, within the Resurrection Temple, that proud queen was hysterically chanting his name over and over again. Even if he had heard it, he would have merely smiled faintly. The Yin family? Someday, he would personally visit them and return the pain they had inflicted on Yunxiang 100-fold, 1,000-fold. For now, he only planned to collect a small, insignificant amount of interest. At the scene, after sending away Yun Xian's little interlude squad, everything fell into an eerie, deathly silence. All eyes were locked on the young man who still stood there, but remained motionless. They were waiting for that arrow that would end everything, like a savior's final strike. But Su Xing remained unmoved. He coldly watched Cthulhu rampaging through the city, that godlike monster crushing streets and toppling buildings beneath its feet. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. The people of Nanjiang were on the verge of collapse. Why? Why isn't he making his move? Our homes, my shop, everything's gone. What is he waiting for? With every second of delay, hundreds and thousands of buildings crumbled to rubble under those iron hooves. With every moment of hesitation, countless innocent civilians and low-level professionals turned into white light under the indiscriminate assault. Atop the city wall, Lei Zhinshan's bloodshot tiger eyes were practically breathing fire. The rage that Su Xing's overwhelming power had forcibly suppressed was surging up again. What the hell is this kid trying to do? He almost blurted out, ready to pressure him with righteousness, but swallowed the words at the last second. He couldn't curse him out. He glanced around and noticed that while the people were anxious, they still held Su Xing in awe and hope. The current Su Xing was no longer that drank waste he could manipulate at will, but the sole and final hero of the entire Nanjiang sanctuary. If he dared speak disrespectfully, he'd probably be drowned in the city's collective spit. Worse yet, if Su Xing got angry and walked away, Nanjiang would be completely finished. At this thought, the usually stern and stubborn square-faced man forced out a pleasing smile that looked worse than crying for the first time in his life. Lowering his stance, he called out loudly for help. Hero Su Xing, please, act quickly, save this sanctuary, save us all. The only response he received was the young man's cold profile. Su Xing didn't even bother to glance at him. Lei Zhinshan's heart sank to rock bottom. He understood that his previous foolish criticism and blacklisting order had completely chilled the hero's heart. But what could he do? The city's destruction was accelerating, and Cthulhu's figure was drawing ever closer. Lei Zhinshan suddenly gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, making a decision that would shame him for the rest of his life. Thud. A dull sound. This supreme military commander of Nanjiang Sanctuary, this fifth-tier powerhouse, under the watchful eyes of millions of citizens throughout the city, he dropped heavily to his knees on the cold city wall. Hero Su Xing. Lei Zhinshan mustered all his strength to raise his voice. He bowed deeply towards Su Xing's direction, his head, which had never been lowered in decades, pressed against the cold brick crevices. His hoarse and mournful voice echoed atop the city wall. I was wrong before. I was blind and foolish. I shouldn't have suppressed you, let alone blacklisted you. I, Lei Zhinshan, hereby offer my sincere apology. Please, for the sake of millions of innocent people in Nanjiang, save us. This act of kneeling was like gunpowder thrown into an oil barrel, instantly igniting public opinion throughout the city. Countless citizens, upon learning of the injustices their hero had suffered in the past, directed their fury toward that kneeling figure. Lei Zhinshan, you old bastard, give our hero justice. Kneel down. Kowtow. Even those who had once worshipped him now gritted their teeth in anger, their curses rising like a tide. However, all the clamor seemed separated from Su Xing by a thick wall. His expression remained indifferent, not out of resentment, nor putting on airs, but simply waiting for that skill that could deliver the final blow and guarantee 100 boss ownership to finish cooling down. Swift step, cool down remaining. 3, 2, 1. When the familiar icon lit up again, Su Xing's calm eyes suddenly burst with intense killing intent. It's over. He raised his bow and drew the string. 1 second, 7 arrows. 7 arrows shot through the air, suddenly converging mid-flight into a massive silver-white beam of light thick enough to pierce heaven and earth. The core arrow, empowered by Swift Step, erupted with world-destroying power. Boom. 45,021. 44,899. 158,888. Critical weak point hit. The god of wailing, that had turned Nanjiang's sanctuary upside down, its health bar already depleted, melted away like snow under scorching sun in the burning light beam, instantly reaching zero. I will not accept this. A curse-laden shriek echoed as its mountain-like body crashed thunderously to the ground. The entire world, in this moment, returned to silence. When the colossal mountain-like form of Xalana, the god of wailing souls, crashed thunderously to the ground under Su Xing's final world-destroying arrow, it didn't explode like an ordinary monster. Instead, it slowly disintegrated. Billions of dark light particles, carrying overwhelming resentment, scattered across heaven and earth like dandelion seeds swept by the wind. At the very moment this avatar that had descended upon the Dragon Kingdom completely perished, a cold, venomous, and terrifying will seem to pierce through endless dimensions, plunging down from some supreme, divine realm. Mortal. The voice was neither male nor female, yet ancient and evil enough to make even high-level professionals shudder with terror. You very well. I shall remember your essence. When my true form descends, I will cast your soul into the sea of resentment, where it shall burn for countless eons, never to find redemption. In an unknown divine realm constructed from collapsed star systems and endless resentment, there towered an indescribable horror. Its eyes resembled two dying stars, and at this moment, it attempted to use the residual waves from its avatar's death to lock onto that mortal who dared commit deicide. However, the moment its will touched Su Xing, its divine heart, which had remained undisturbed for countless eons, suddenly erupted in towering waves. It could not see the mortal, only a patch of indescribable chaos, deeper than any abyss. Chaos. Impossible. How could a mere mortal vessel carry the essence of chaos? Su Xing naturally heard that blustering threat. He merely curled his lips in a cold sneer. A defeated underling dares to act fierce. He didn't even bother to lift an eyelid as he bent down to begin counting the luxurious spoils of war. At this moment, atop the walls of Nanjiang's sanctuary, silence reigned like a frozen hell. The next breath, boom, joy explosive as collapsing mountains and tsunamis erupted throughout the entire city. We won. We won. Nanjiang is saved. Our home is saved. Countless professionals dropped their weapons and embraced each other in tears. Countless civilians crawled out from the ruins, fell to their knees, and wept aloud, shouting toward that godlike figure on the distant hillside. Hero Su Xing. Ding. Congratulations on successfully defeating the Diamond-tier world boss Xalana, god of wailing souls, LV100. Gained 50 million experience points. Gained 200 free attribute points. Your hidden profession, myriad manifestations, progress 10. You have obtained Wailing God's Fallen Chestplate Diamond Tier, Wailing God's Fallen Greaves Diamond Tier, Wailing God's Fallen Bow Diamond Tier, Wailing God's Fallen Boots Diamond Tier, Wailing God's Fallen Helm Diamond Tier, Wailing God's Fallen Bracers Diamond Tier. You have obtained Diamond Tier Skill Book, Deathmark. You have obtained Diamond Tier Skill Book, Multi-Shot. You have obtained 500,000 copper coins. Looking at the equipment and skill books that had dropped from the boss's corpse, nearly covering the entire ground with their brilliant diamond radiance, Su Xing's heart pounded violently with overwhelming joy. A complete Seton entire Diamond Tier equipment set had just dropped right in front of him. What did this mean? Fortune. A true leap to heaven in a single bound. He practically dove to the ground, reaching out to grab the scattered, gleaming equipment when a crisp, stunning system notification rang in his ears. Ding. Your hidden class, Myriad Phenomena Forest, has reached 100 energy after absorbing divine resentment. Would you like to advance? Holy crap. Su Xing froze midair. Happiness had come so suddenly he'd only killed one boss and already maxed out his rank hidden class progress bar? Yes. Immediately. Right now? Advance. Boom. More magnificent and vast than ever before. Energy carrying the breath of primordial natural laws and life force exploded in his spiritual world like the first point of cosmic creation. The bronze divine tree that symbolized his class origin, its branches already extending into multidimensional space, now grew wildly, as if breaking free from all constraints, its branches and leaves spreading frantically, nearly covering the entire sky. Each leaf gleamed with cold, immortal metallic light, while golden divine blood that seemed formed from pure laws flowed through the veins. System notifications flooded the screen again. Your hidden class is undergoing its 4th tier evolution. Evolution direction confirmed laws and dominion. Congratulations. Your hidden class has successfully evolved to all laws returned to forest's rank. Constitution bonus 3000. New active skill Withering Woods domain. Deploy a domain where you gain absolute control over all plants within 1,000 meters. New active skill Law Projection. Temporarily manifest and project your understanding of wood element laws. Evolution trait. Leaves covered in metallic luster, veins flowing with golden energy fluid, capable of absorbing law fragments. Symbolic meaning. Flourishing branches and leaves shroud the sky, signifying your initial mastery over the natural laws of a realm. Seeing the line, Constitution bonus 3,000. Su Xing nearly fainted from pure bliss. 3,000 Constitution points meant 60,000 free health plus 12,000 defense. This boost was so incredible he wanted to take flight on the spot. Still buzzing with excitement, he quickly swept up all the equipment from the ground and began identifying the terrifying attributes of each diamond tier piece. Wailing Divine Meteor Bow Diamond Tier. Equipment requirement, LV.100. Attributes, Strength 1600, Agility 1600, Spirit 1600. Special effect Divine Meteor's Wrath. Normal attack stack 1 layer of Divine Meteor's Wrath max 10 layers. Each layer grants 2 attack speed and 3 critical damage. Lasts 10 seconds, refreshed on hit. Description. This bow was forged from the unyielding spine of a fallen deity and their endless resentment. Each arrow carries the wail of a soul devoured by the gods. When the bowstring sings, the target's fate is sealed. Su Xing gasped. 1,600 to 3 main attributes was one thing, but it even came with stacking effects absolutely ridiculous. Wailing Divine Meteor Chestplate Diamond Tier. Equipment requirement, LV.100. Attributes, Constitution 1600, Strength 1600, Spirit 1600. Special effect Resentment Barrier. When single instance damage exceeds 20 of maximum health, automatically consumes 500 mana to generate a resentment barrier that absorbs damage equal to 50 of maximum health. Lasts 10 seconds, 60-second cooldown. Description. This chest plate was forged from the shattered divine throne of a fallen god, its cold plates still echoing with the laments of a divine realm's destruction. Wear it, and you become a mobile fortress spreading fear and despair. Again, 1,600 to 3 attributes with special effects incomparably stronger than platinum tier equipment. Su Xing immediately grasped the pattern. Diamond tier equipment was where special effects began. Wailing Divine Ruin Leggings Diamond Tier. Equipment requirement, LV.100. Attributes, Constitution 1600, Strength 1600, Agility 1600. Special effect Phantom Step, passive effect. After using any movement skill, you gain Phantom Form for 1.5 seconds, becoming immune to all physical damage and gaining 30 increased movement speed. Description. Woven from the desperate shadows that closely followed a fallen deity's demise. It allows the wearer to move like a wandering specter in the mortal realm, silent and soundless, with each step heralding the arrival of death. Wailing Divine Ruin Boots Diamond Tier. Equipment requirement, LV.100. Attributes, Constitution 1600, Strength 1600, Agility 1600. Special effect Divine Stride, passive effect. Your base movement speed is permanently increased by 25. Description. Forged from the shin bones of a fallen god that once shattered stars, the patterns on the soles echo the earth's final lament when the divine realm collapsed. Wearing them, you can leap across even the abyss itself, and not even fate can bind your steps. Wailing Divine Ruin Helm Diamond Tier. Equipment requirement, LV.100. Attributes, Spirit 1600, Constitution 1600, Agility 1600. Special effect True Sight, passive effect. Your eyes can see through most invisible and stealth units, and when attacking, there's a 10 chance to completely ignore the target's physical defense. Description. A war helm reforged from the shattered skull of a fallen deity. Its hollow eye sockets seem to still gaze into the endless abyss. Wearing it, illusions and disguises will have nowhere to hide before you, granting you the authority to perceive truth. Wailing Divine Ruin Bracers Diamond Tier. Equipment requirement, LV.100. Attributes, Strength 1600, Agility 1600, Constitution 1600. Special effect Swift Soul, passive effect. Your base attack speed is permanently increased by 30. Description. Crafted from the finger bones of a fallen god that once gripped divine authority, each joint is inscribed with endless longing for power. Every attack infuses the deity's resentment into the enemy's soul, making their armor as fragile as rotting wood. Wailing Divine Ruin Set Effects. 26. All attributes 500. 46. Divine Ruin's Fury maximum stack count increases to 15 layers, with each layer providing an additional 2 critical hit chance. 66. Grants ultimate active skill Divine Ruin moment upon activation. Enter Divine Ruin form for 30 seconds. During this time, all attacks gain 30 life steal, critical hit rate increases by 50, and ethereal wings formed from pure resentful energy unfold behind you, allowing aerial flight. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Su Xing showed no hesitation. He reached out and picked up each piece of the Diamond Tier Wailing Divine Ruin set from the cold ground, one by one equipment that radiated an ominous yet powerful aura. The leggings, boots, helm, and bracers each piece glowed with a dark crimson light. He took a deep breath of the slightly sulfurous air and, with movements of almost pilgrimage-like reverence, donned the equipment piece by piece. When the metal touched his skin, it felt bone-chillingly cold, yet simultaneously as if molten lava was being injected directly into his veins. The moment the final Wailing Divine Ruin Bracer clicked into place, a torrent of power far more violent and pure than any previous trial awakened thunderously within his body. The sensation was like a volcano that had slumbered for eons suddenly bursting its banks, with magma surging through his meridians, scorching every inch of bone and muscle, yet bringing unprecedented strength. The abyssal fire of the Wailing Divine Ruin set, a divine radiance completely different from his previous Silver Moon set, erupted and shimmered across his body, ultimately fusing together in perfect harmony. Blazing white light cascaded down from his shoulders like a waterfall, seeping through his skin into his bones. His meridians and blood churned and reshaped under the overwhelming power, as if his entire being was being forged into a newborn weapon. Every inch of bone extended with deep, resonant humming. Every meridian swelled within the radiance, and every drop of blood boiled as if heated by raging flames. Ding! You have equipped the complete Wailing Godfall Set 66. Set effects activated. The mechanical, crisp system notification echoed in his ears as he immediately pulled up his attribute panel. With just a quick glance, the numbers that had skyrocketed due to the equipment upgrade made his heart leap. Constitution, Strength, and Agility each surged by 8,500 points. Spirit exploded upward by 5,300 points. Holy shit! Su Xing's breath caught. This attribute boost was even more terrifying than an SS class profession, gaining 300 full levels. Combined with the insanely powerful equipment effects and the ultimate moment of Godfall set skill, he truly felt for the first time what absolute security meant. Yet he still wasn't satisfied. A nearly blazing light flashed in Su Xing's eyes as he unhesitatingly poured all 800 free attribute points he'd accumulated from killing the boss and clearing the minions entirely into strength. After completing this, he took a deep breath and slowly opened his completely transformed attribute panel. Su Xing. Class, Scales of Causality Rank Level, 100. Constitution, 16,777. Strength, 23,413. Agility, 12,990. Spirit, 6,405. Health, 335,540. Mana, 64,050. Attack, 93,652. Defense, 67,108. Class Skills, Weakness Analysis, Energy Scan, Energy Siphon Passive, Root Entangle, Law Analysis, Spatial Rift, Life Drain, Thorn Armament, Causal Deduction, Causal Chains, Shadowwood Clone, Spatial Vines, Withering Forest Domain, Law Projection. Skills, Fortune Draw Divine Unique, Chaos Favor Silver Armor Silver Rank, Wind Step Silver Rank, Moonlight Gold Rank. Equipment, Wailing Godfall Chestplate, Wailing Godfall Leggings, Wailing Godfall Bow, Wailing Godfall Boots, Wailing Godfall Helm, Wailing Godfall Bracers. Hidden Class, all laws returned to Forest's Rank 0. Attack power had magnificently broken through the 90,000 barrier. Defense approached 70,000. Health had climbed to a terrifying 330,000 plus. Under the additional 30 attack speed boost from the Wailing Godfall Bracers, his firing rate exploded from 7 arrows per second to 10 arrows per second. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous to the extreme. In his mind, Su Xing instinctively ran a simulation. If he faced that phantom Wailing God again now. Wailing Godfall Bow, Wailing Arrow, Godfall Fury, his own attack power exceeding 90,000. With Law Gaze locking onto weak points, even without triggering critical hits, each arrow would deal at least 67,000 damage. 10 arrows per second meant instant burst damage of 670,000 per second. That thing's total health of 10 million would only take 15 seconds. Su Xing himself was stunned by this absurd conclusion. 15 seconds to single-handedly obliterated Diamond Rank world boss that had left the entire Nanjiang Sanctuary and even 3 top genius squads from the capital completely helpless? This was his true power now. This kid, the shadow assassin standing guard nearby, remained silent as always, yet his eyes, usually as still as stagnant water, now churned with towering waves. He couldn't directly peek at Su Xing's ridiculously overpowered attribute panel, but he could clearly sense the sudden transformation in his aura. The moment Su Xing donned that equipment, a razor-sharp presence erupted like a tidal wave, transforming into an abyssal pressure that could make even 7th-tier powerhouses feel uneasy, as if it would devour heaven and earth alike. The shadow assassin quickly ran calculations in his mind. Even a max-level 5th-tier SS class professional, without activating any burst skills, probably couldn't match his base stats. The moment he reached this conclusion, he himself found it unbelievable. A monster. A true monster. 5th-tier max level meant level 400. SS class gained 10 times the attribute points per level compared to class. Yet Su Xing before him was only level 100 and still class. Just from the aura difference alone, it was like an adult dragon facing a hatchling completely defying common sense. Su Xing slowly clenched his fist. He finally saw his greatest advantage clearly, that innate talent to ignore all defenses and strike directly at core weaknesses. From the moment he changed classes, it was as if he had been permanently blessed with a double damage buff. Combined with the heaven-defying effect of gaining free attribute points from killing monsters, he could continuously close the attribute gap with high-tier professionals, even surpassing them. Others had to calculate armor penetration and consider resistances. He only needed to do one thing: stack attack power to the absolute limit. As long as his damage output was fierce enough, there would be no enemy in this world he couldn't solve with one arrow. If there was, then he'd activate skills for critical hits. If there still was, then he'd send them to their grave with 10 arrows in 1 second. Su Xing's gaze shifted away from the Wailing Divine Ruin set that had already bonded with his bloodstream, settling on 2 skill books lying quietly in his backpack, their surfaces gleaming with brilliant diamond radiance. These were his greatest rewards from this deicide, even more valuable than his class, evolution, and equipment set. He reached out and picked up the first book. Death Mark Diamond Tier. Cost: 2,000 mana. Effect: applies a death mark to a single target for 10 seconds. 1. During this period, all damage dealt to the target by the caster is increased by 30. 2. When the mark expires, it triggers karmic retribution, dealing additional true damage equal to 50 of the total damage received during the mark's duration, completely ignoring defense and damage reduction. Cooldown: 90 seconds. Description: an ancient curse from the abyss that forcibly binds the target's soul to the causality of death through the power of law. Once marked by this curse, no matter where one flees, they cannot escape the caster's final judgment. Note: only those with mental attributes exceeding 5,000 points can harness this forbidden power from the abyss. His Su Xing's pupils contracted sharply. A 30 damage increase, followed by 50 true damage after 10 seconds. His supercomputer-like brain raced through the calculations. I currently fire 10 arrows per second, with roughly 1.87 million damage per second. With death mark applied, my DPS would increase to 1.87 million, 1.32.43 million. Over 10 seconds, that's 24.3 million. Karmic retribution would add another half of that, 12.15 million. A total burst of 36.45 million. The numbers swirled in his mind, making even his own scalp tingle. The Wailing God's avatar had only about 10 million total health. After accounting for defense, if he faced it again, he wouldn't even need 10 seconds. 8 seconds, maybe even less, and he could blast that divine avatar to pieces. At this thought, Su Xing's lips curved into a peculiar smile. Poor Wailing God. Even in death, he never realized he'd been reduced to nothing more than a combat power unit. From the initial 2-minute struggle, to 15 seconds after donning the diamond set, to the potential 8-second real man performance now, even if the avatar's health were boosted by another 8 million, it would still face the same fate of instant annihilation. He gently closed the Death Mark skill book and turned his attention to the second one. Multi-shot Diamond Tier. Cost: 3,000 mana. Effect: instantly fires 7 soul-seeking arrows imbued with wind law in a fan-shaped area ahead. 1. Each arrow automatically locks onto different enemies within range, dealing 100 physical attack damage. 2. Upon hitting the primary target, each soul-seeking arrow has a 100 chance to ricochet to another nearby enemy, dealing 50 ricochet damage. Cooldown: 30 seconds. This is an ancient elven archery technique, long lost to time, that perfectly combines an archer's agility with the power of wind elements, transcending the limits of mortal comprehension. The moment the bowstring whispers, the air seems to split apart, and the sky instantly fills with intersecting trails of death. For enemies caught in this arrow storm, escape becomes nothing more than a distant dream. This technique demands extremely high neural response speed from its user-only archers, whose agility surpasses 10,000 points, and who can truly dance with the wind may glimpse its essence. A perfect skill for clearing mobs. Su Xing's eyes lit up instantly. He quickly calculated. 1 arrow splits into 7, and each of those can ricochet once more, meaning a single arrow could simultaneously attack 14 different targets. With his attack speed of 10 arrows per second, he could deliver devastating strikes to 140 units in just 1 second. His clearing efficiency would improve by at least 20 times. Dungeons that previously took 20 minutes to complete might now be finished in under a minute. Terrifying. Though these 2 skills were only diamond tier, under the enhancement of his monstrous attribute panel, their power already rivaled any divine technique. The only drawback was, Su Xing glanced at multi-arrow's hefty mana cost of 3,000 points, then at his own mana pool of merely 64,000, his mouth twitching involuntarily. 64,000 mana, 3,000 per arrow, meaning he could fire at most 21 multi-arrows consecutively. At his attack speed of 10 arrows per second, He'd drain his mana bar in just 2 seconds. He couldn't even qualify as a 3-second man. An absurd thought uncontrollably surfaced in his mind. If Yinchang were here right now, she'd probably gently pat his shoulder and comfort him with an encouraging tone. "Ah, Xing, it's okay, 2 seconds is already very impressive." What the hell kind of consolation was 2 seconds is already impressive? Su Xing shook his head vigorously, casting aside all these ridiculous fantasies. The skills were good skills, what was there to hesitate about? He confirmed the learning without hesitation. Boom. 2 massive, completely different torrents of knowledge instantly flooded his mind. One contained abyssal secrets about manipulating causality and marking death. The other held elven mysteries of riding the wind and splitting arrows into 7 shadows. Countless techniques and combat instincts frantically reorganized within his neural pathways, ultimately becoming part of his own power. He felt himself growing stronger once again. After taking stock of this miraculous harvest, Su Xing felt his entire body surging with an unprecedented, explosive power. He slowly clenched his fist, veins bulging beneath his skin as his muscles swelled slightly under the armor, like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. Next, he only needed to return to the capital sanctuary, complete the 4th-tier advancement quest according to protocol, then power level straight to 400. At the thought of that moment, he raised his head toward the horizon, as if his gaze could pierce through layers of space to see the cloud-shrouded capital. The Yin family? Perhaps he now possessed the qualifications to pay them a visit. Ahem. A dry cough filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment interrupted his thoughts. Su Xing turned to see the proud dragon knight Long Tian staring at his diamond brilliant, wailing divine meteor, armor set with gleaming eyes, practically drooling. "Listen, brother," Long Tian shamelessly approached, rubbing his hands together rapidly. "Would you sell that armor set? We can negotiate the price. I'd even trade my diamond tier dragon courage silver spear for it." "Get lost." Before Su Xing could respond, a hand had already smacked Long Tian hard on the back of his head. Shadow Kill withdrew his palm and sneered. "You still have the nerve to ask for equipment? Tell me, who couldn't even handle a mere diamond tier boss this time? Who needed a 3rd-tier rookie to save his sorry hide? How embarrassing." "Huh." Long Tian clutched his head, looking up pitifully. "Senior Shadow Kill, what nonsense are you spouting? How could he possibly be 3rd tier?" Halfway through his words, he suddenly choked. Those golden dragon pupils contracted sharply, staring at Shadow Kill as if he'd seen a ghost. "Son? Senior? Did you just say he's only 3rd tier? Shadow Kill nodded matter-of-factly. "That's right, 3rd tier max level, just advanced." Boom. Those words struck like divine thunder from the 9th heaven, directly shattering Long Tian's proud soul that considered itself SS-tier genius material. "No, impossible." He let out a distorted shriek, pointing at Su Xing in near madness. "This is absolutely impossible. 3rd tier? 3rd tier attributes can break through the Wailing God's defense. 3rd tier attacks can deal over 100,000 damage with 1 arrow. I don't believe it. I'd rather believe he's a 5th tier powerhouse in disguise than accept he's only 3rd tier." Shadow Kill curled his lip. He just changed classes a few days ago, and it's only a drank profession. Believe it or not. Defeat, an unprecedented, worldview-shattering defeat, crashed over Long Tian like an icy tide. He, Long Tian, the pride of the Apotheosis Guild, the future hope of the Dragon Kingdom, had been utterly crushed by a 3rd-tier rookie he wouldn't have bothered glancing at before. Not only that, in the distance, Shadow Sovereign Zhao Qianying was quietly retreating with her remaining forces. Upon hearing this conversation, her usually ice-cold figure trembled violently, and for the first time, undisguisable shock flickered through her frigid eyes as she turned back. 3rd tier, yet already capable of god-slaying. Is the Dragon Kingdom about to witness the rise of another peerless prodigy capable of dominating an entire era? Shadow Kill watched the 2 thoroughly devastated prodigies and couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. It wasn't just them. Even he himself had been shaken to the core. They had agreed to protect a promising newcomer. But what happened? In just a few days, this kid had grown to such a terrifying level that even he, a 7th-rank powerhouse, seemed redundant. At Nanjiang Sanctuary, atop the crumbling city walls, the colossal shadow representing death and apocalypse crashed down with a thunderous roar. The black clouds covering the entire city were torn apart, and sunlight pierced through the smoke. The ecstatic joy of survival instantly ignited the whole city. "We won! We won! Nanjiang! We saved it!" Countless professionals and surviving civilians wept with joy, screaming themselves hoarse as they shouted that godlike name. "Su Xing! Hero!" Their cries merged into thunder, shaking the heavens. Lei Zhinshan gripped his battle-worn, chipped blade, gazing at the youth being revered by thousands in the distance, then looked down at the devastated streets below. His square face showed only bitterness, and Regrieve had once spoken rudely to this savior of Nanjiang, even tried to suppress him. He must have lost his mind. This was the greatest mistake of his life. However, while everyone was still immersed in their hard-won victory, Rumble, rumble. The deafening cheers still echoed in the air, yet the earth began to tremble with unprecedented violence. What? What's happening? An earthquake? No, that's not it. Look, on the city wall, a Sharpie professional's voice cracked as he pointed toward the horizon. Everyone followed his gaze, their pupils instantly contracting to pinpoints. At the edge of the horizon, a black tide blotted out the sky, surging toward Nanjiang Sanctuary. It wasn't a tsunami, but thousands upon thousands of monsters of various forms, all at least level 100 or above, their eyes glowing with crimson light. The apocalyptic beast tide. Roar. The roars of countless monsters merged into a sound wave capable of rupturing eardrums, thundering across dozens of kilometers. Why? Why is this happening? The cold system notification was drowned in despair. Regional announcement. Due to the fall of the wailing ghost god, its dying divine curse has triggered all abyssal rifts around Nanjiang Sanctuary. All monsters have entered ultimate berserk state. Nanjiang Sanctuary's defensive barrier has shattered, making it the primary target for all monsters. It's over these two words simultaneously surfaced in everyone's minds. The wall of size was gone. General Lei Jinshan's level had plummeted after death, his combat power no longer what it was. The city's high-end fighters had suffered heavy casualties in the previous divine catastrophe. Their levels also dropped. The current Nanjiang Sanctuary was nothing but an undefended, vulnerable empty shell. What could they possibly use to resist this overwhelming apocalyptic beast tide, which even contained numerous terrifying beings above level 200? It's over. A professional who had just been cheering for the hero moments before. The black tide surged closer, and the wild joy on his face froze instantly, replaced by ashen despair. We're doomed. Where's the hero? Where's our hero Su Xing? Come save us. There's only one hero. How? How could he possibly stop the beast tide alone? He can't be everywhere at once. Desperate cries rose and fell throughout the crowd. These Nanjiang citizens, who had just been pulled back from the brink of hell by Su Xing, now plunged once again into even deeper darkness, with not a glimmer of light in sight. At the center of the battlefield, Long Tian's usually arrogant smile was clouded with gloom. He glanced at his fellow fifth-tier teammates beside him, their faces equally pale and their auras weakened, then turned his gaze toward the beast tide surging like a natural disaster in the distance. His voice was hoarse. Prepare for a fight to the death. We'll save as many as we can. They lacked large-scale, clearing abilities. Against such overwhelming numbers, their once proud single-target burst damage was like cutting with a dull blade, laughable and powerless. Worse still, the only one with devastating AoE capabilities, the elemental sovereign Yun Xian, had been sent back to the capital's respawn point by Su Xing's arrow not long ago. Now, while the beast tide might not threaten these few high-tier powerhouses, it was more than enough to crush the entire Nanjiang Sanctuary behind them into ruins. Even the usually carefree Shadow Killer dropped his casual demeanor, his brow furrowed. This is trouble. With his abilities, escaping alone would be effortless. But to protect Su Xing, while single-handedly stopping an apocalyptic beast tide capable of leveling a small sanctuary even, he was powerless. The most absolute despair, like thick black fog, hung over everyone's heads. However, just as the deathly silence reached its peak, a calm voice tinged with excitement and anticipation suddenly rang out without warning. Beast tide. Everyone instinctively looked toward the sound. That young man, Su Xing, who had just slain the god of wailing, stood atop the hillside. He showed not a trace of fear or panic. Instead, his eyes burned with the scorching light of a hunter, like a starving wolf eyeing abundant prey. Under his law-enhanced gaze, the so-called apocalyptic beast tide wasn't a calamity, but a string of walking, tantalizingly glowing, free attribute points. 1. This is really. Su Xing slowly drew the wailing god's meteor bow in his hands. This was the first time he truly charged it up. The cold arc tensioned against the bowstring as a mad yet indifferent smile curved his lips. What I lack comes to me. This isn't a natural disaster, it's clearly the final gift delivered to me. Facing the black tide that could bring despair to the entire Nanjiang Sanctuary, his expression remained calm. The next second, with a thought, a ethereal, brilliant silver moon rose above his head, sacred moonlight cascading like a clear spring, completely enveloping him. Coolness and comfort quickly permeated his limbs and bones. Ding! You are now bathed in moonlight. Your spirit attribute is temporarily increased by 800 points. Your mana will continuously recover at a rate of 30 points per second. Effect lasts for 30 minutes. Mana, 64,050 72,050. After completing all preparations, Su Xing finally raised his eyes. His cold, profound gaze pierced through the city walls, locking onto the distant beast tide that surged forward like a black tsunami. In the next second, he raised his arm and drew the bowstring with crisp, decisive movements. Multi-shot. Whoosh. A seemingly ordinary silver arrow shot forth from the string. The moment it left the bow, cold light suddenly blazed as the arrow split mid-air. 1 became 7. 7 silver streaks of light, trailing blazing white flames like precision-guided missiles, pierced deep into the bodies of 7 targets at the very front of the beast tide. Immediately, a chain reaction erupted. The 7 streaks of light exploded again upon impact, each shooting out another thinner, yet equally deadly ricochet arrow that accurately struck another monster beside them. One arrow became 14. Boom. 14 massive blood-red damage numbers blazed above the dense black tide. 181,292. 179,999. 182,111. 88,654. 84,733. Ding. Killed LV.150 Abyssal Demon Elite. Experience 300,000. Free attribute points 1. Myriad Arts Convergence Progress 0.01. Ding. Killed LV.200 Swamp Corruptor Elite. Experience 400,000. Free attribute points 1. Myriad Arts Convergence Progress 0.01. Though ricochet damage was only 50 of the primary target's damage, before Su Xing's terrifyingly extreme attack power exceeding 90,000, this reduction was like scratching an itch for these monsters with typically only tens of thousands of health points. It was still an instant kill. And this was only the beginning. Su Xing could shoot 10 arrows per second. When he drew the bowstring into afterimages invisible to the naked eye, countless silver arrows poured down like falling stars, forming a torrential flood of death. In the next moment, heaven and earth seemed to hit the mute button. The vanguard of the beast tide that had been roaring and surging just a second before was directly erased by a divine hand in this second. The black tide was torn open into a massive fan-shaped vacuum zone, its edges churning with broken limbs and splattered black blood, a horrifying sight. In just over 2 seconds, 24 multi-shot arrows, 336 trajectories of death, 336 elite monsters, each at least level 100 or above, were transformed into scattered experience points and light particles before they could even touch the walls of Nanjiang Sanctuary. Atop the city walls, dead silence reigned. Long Tian's habitually arrogant face completely froze. He stared at the massive cleared fan-shaped area, then looked at his Dragon Courage silver spear that could only stab one target at a time, his entire worldview crumbling in an instant. He had always believed he could charge through beast tides 7 times over, as if entering an uninhabited realm. Yet Su Xing had cleared hundreds of high-level elites like harvesting wheat in just 2 seconds. This kind of area effect damage output was beyond his wildest imagination. What kind of perverted area attack ability is this? On the other side, Zhao Qianying, who had always remained hidden in the shadows, couldn't conceal the shock in her heart for the first time. She whispered to herself, not even noticing the bitterness seeping into her voice. This clearing efficiency. I'm afraid, even if Yun Xian from the Yun family, famous for her world-destroying AoE as an elemental sovereign, were here, she would have to respectfully call him Master Xing. The silver storm of death that swept across the entire battlefield, lasting only 2 seconds, came as suddenly as it departed decisively. Su Xing's godlike rain of arrows that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth abruptly ceased, leaving only an eerie, suffocating silence between heaven and earth. Huh? It stopped? Why did it suddenly stop? Why did it suddenly cut out? On the city walls, the people of Nanjiang who had just been immersed in shock and ecstasy were instantly dumbfounded. The young man continued to precisely eliminate monsters at the terrifying rate of 10 arrows per second. But in their eyes, this efficiency had been brutally reduced to a crawl compared to the divine miracle that had cleared the battlefield like harvesting wheat. It was like night and day. Come on, Master Xing. Keep going. Yeah, don't stop. Like just now, shoot fiercely. Finish off all these beasts. The crowd urged anxiously, but even after a full minute passed, the devastating rain of arrows remained nowhere to be seen. Just then, a quick-thinking high-level mage shrieked as if he'd seen a ghost. I know. It's mana. He's out of mana. Look at the number of his aroused. It's definitely decreased, because he lacks magical power support. Holy crap. That kind of arrow rain must be an extremely mana-consuming ultimate skill. Master Xing, he's actually out of mana. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire crowd erupted, followed by even more frenzied shouting. Then what are we waiting for? Quick, get Master Xing some mana potions. I have intermediate mana recovery potions here. Who can deliver them to the hero? Intermediate ones are useless. If we're sending them, send the best. Before the people could organize themselves, Lei Jinshan, who had just been slapped hard by reality, suddenly burst forth with unprecedented decisiveness. He whipped around and roared at his adjutant. Quick, immediately, right now, use the military's highest authority. Get all the high-level mana recovery potions from the warehouse. 100 bottles. No, 200 bottles. Deliver them respectfully to Hero Su Xing. No, I'll deliver them personally. Yes, sir. At this critical moment of life and death for Nanjiang Sanctuary, Those potions that were normally considered strategic resources of immense value now seemed insignificant. Soon, a box filled with potions glowing with deep blue light was presented to Su Xing by Lei Zhinshan with both hands. Su Xing didn't even lift an eyelid, flicked his wrist, and all the potions disappeared into his inventory. He immediately pulled out one bottle and drank it down in one gulp. Boom! Pure magical power surged instantly through his limbs and bones, and his completely depleted mana bar swelled to full capacity in a flash. All eyes, filled with endless anticipation and fervor, locked onto the young man. The next second, the silver storm of death that had lasted merely 2 seconds descended once again. Multi-shot. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 336 trails of death once again acted like a divine eraser, brutally wiping away a massive chunk of the dark beast tide. The arrows shrieked through the air, and the ground exploded into a slurry of flesh, blood, and sand, as if someone had painted a blank space directly onto the battlefield. Then, his mana was depleted. Su Xing expressionlessly pulled out a high-grade mana potion from his pack, twisted off the cap, and tilted his head back to drain it. The crystal blue liquid flowed down his throat, instantly refilling his mana. He didn't even give himself time to finish swallowing the bowstring, was drawn taut again. His mana was full once more. The apocalyptic rain of arrows poured down again. Piercing shrieks, explosive blasts, and the dying roars of magical beasts layered upon each other. The entire battlefield now resembled a furnace built from gold coins, burning both the beast tide and the astronomical cost of medical potions extravagant, yet breathtakingly overwhelming. Drink potion, shoot arrows. Drink potion, shoot arrows. Su Xing used the simplest, most brutal yet irrefutable rhythm to demonstrate unlimited firepower to its absolute extreme. Wave after wave of arrow barrages turned even vision into a white screen of silver light. The beast tide died in waves. They couldn't even advance a single inch forward. The frontline magical beasts would barely lift their hooves before being nailed into the ground the next second. Rear beasts would charge forward without even having time to roar before being shredded by the next volley of arrows. Holy shit, what the hell? Is he a mage? Spectators' exclamations rose one after another. Which mage chugs mana like that? Isn't he an archer? His mana consumption is more terrifying than a forbidden spell caster. Mobile heavy artillery. This is basically a ridiculously fast-firing, unlimited ammo, mobile heavy magical cannon. Another voice roared, speaking for everyone. Long Tian watched in stunned amazement. Zhao Qianying's face, frozen for 1,000 years, was filled with indescribable shock. While they might still compete with Su Xing in single burst damage, when it came to total damage per unit time and this unreasonable area clearing efficiency, Su Xing had already left them 108,000 miles behind. Those fifth-tier powerhouses who had barely survived, upon learning that this man performing miracles was merely a third-tier newcomer, felt their last shred of pride as strong warriors completely crushed to dust. No comparison. They could never, ever compete with this in their lifetime. How could they even try? What could they possibly use to compete with such a monster? Roars mixed with despair scattered in the bloody wind. In just 2 minutes, Su Xing downed a full 30 bottles of high-grade mana potions, his bowstring vibrating endlessly, firing nearly 9,000 arrows in total. Over 9,000 elite monsters above level 100 were eliminated, their corpses and dropped equipment covering the entire battlefield, each step producing the mixed sounds of blood and steel. Ing Sha stood before the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, gazing at that war godlike silhouette. His face, usually wearing a playful smile, now showed only the purest, most heartfelt satisfaction. Treasure, this time, achieving godhood. It's real, he had truly found a treasure. 6 minutes later, for a sanctuary being devoured by an apocalyptic beast tide, this should have been a desperate ordeal that felt like an entire century. Yet under Su Xing's overwhelming rain of arrows precise, to every inch of flesh those mere 8 minutes transformed into a completely one-sided bloody massacre. When the final volley of multiple arrows thundered down and the last cluster of monsters still putting up resistance was instantly vaporized, heaven and earth seemed to freeze simultaneously. The originally dense, seemingly endless beast tide now lay scattered, with only severed limbs and dim bloodstains remaining across vast stretches of empty ground. Those surviving monsters, having witnessed firsthand the catastrophe orchestrated by one man and one bow, found their last thread of sanity behind their fury completely consumed by more primal terror. A high-level demon wolf was the first to let out a terrified howl before turning to flee frantically. Like the first domino to fall, it instantly triggered a complete collapse. The monster army that had been fearless in the face of death just moments before crumbled thunderously, trampling and clawing at each other in their desperation to escape that humanoid demon. Su Xing didn't pursue them, simply standing quietly on the slope already piled high with corpses and equipment, exhaling a small puff of white breath as he opened his system panel. Total kills in this beast tied 37,428. Cumulative free attribute points gained 40,003. 40,000. Nearly a full 40,000 free attribute points. Seeing this number that left even himself parched, Su Xing's heart pounded uncontrollably. His current complete diamond tier, Wailing Meteor set had all its base attributes combined totaling just over 30,000. Yet the points he'd accumulated in those brief 8 minutes far exceeded his entire divine equipment set. Absurd, absolutely absurd. Thank you for this beast tide's generous gift. If I put it all into strength. The image of Long Tian's face, forever wearing that arrogant smile, involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Even that thick-skinned 6th-rank Dragon Knight probably couldn't withstand a single arrow from him now, could he? Su Xing shook his head lightly, pushing aside this dangerous thought as his gaze fell to the battlefield below. Looking out, the ground had transformed into a glittering ocean of equipment and materials. Even with just one person, it would take until the year of the monkey and month of the horse to collect it all. He turned his head toward Lei Zhinshan, who was watching him from nearby with a face full of awe and flattery, speaking as if to himself, yet deliberately audible. Sigh. Those mana recovery potions from earlier tasted quite good, just didn't last very long. Lei Zhinshan jolted violently, immediately understanding, and scrambled on hands and knees to Su Xing's side, putting on his most humble smile. Hero Su Xing, rest assured, we have plenty more in our military warehouse. I'll fetch them right away and bring them all to you. Su Xing nodded with satisfaction. This old fellow finally got a clue and knows how to play along. Then, he pointed to the endless treasure mountain beneath his feet and addressed the stunned staff members from the Nanjiang Professional Association. You're responsible for cataloging all the dropped items here. When the time comes, calculate everything at market recovery prices and transfer the money directly to my account. If you can't finish collecting everything, just convert it all to cash. Su Xing added casually. The staff members snapped back to reality with a start, staring at the equipment and materials scattered across the mountainside, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Su Xing quickly calculated in his mind. Even the most conservative estimate would be worth several hundred million. This was truly a moving mountain of gold. After giving his instructions, he headed toward the newly repaired teleportation array at Nanjiang Sanctuary, escorted by Yingsha and Long Tian. Outside the array, crowds surged like an ocean. Banners fluttered in the wind. Farewell to our hero Su Xing. Nanjiang will always be your home, filling the entire view as countless citizens waved their arms with tears in their eyes. In a corner of the crowd, Li Hai, Li Wei, and Lin Qingya stood side by side, watching the figure revered by thousands. They felt no resentment, only the relief of survivors. The nightmare was finally leaving, and they could finally level up in peace. Further away on the city wall, Lei Zhinshan leaned against the damaged battlements, his gaze fixed intently on Su Xing. This peerless prodigy who should have soared from Nanjiang to suppress an entire era had been driven away by his own actions. Regret crashed over him like a tidal wave, drowning him completely. As Su Xing lifted his foot to step onto the array, Lei Zhinshan finally made his decision. Thud! Under the shocked gazes of the entire city, he dropped to his knees once again, his forehead striking hard against the stone pavement. Hero Su Xing. I, Lei Zhinshan, personally apologize for all my previous stupidity and prejudice. I beg your forgiveness for my ignorance. Whether you forgive me or not, you will forever be Nanjiang's one and only greatest hero. Hero. The cheers shook the heavens once more. But Su Xing didn't even bother to turn his head. Forgiveness? Those few mana potions were nothing more than the payment you owed as military commander for defending the city, he thought coldly. I saved the city and received payment. What does that have to do with you personally? He had long grown tired of dealing with such opportunists. If he worried about every slight, life would truly be exhausting. He stepped into the center of the array, and silver-white light instantly engulfed his figure. At the exact moment Su Xing completely disappeared, a golden scroll silently materialized before Lei Zhinshan's symbol of the Dragon Kingdom military's highest directive. Regarding Nanjiang Sanctuary Commander Lei Zhinshan's personal prejudice, failure to recognize talent, and improper handling during the Divine Catastrophe incident, which nearly led to the city's destruction. By decision of the Military Supreme Council, the following disciplinary actions are hereby imposed. First, revocation of his general rank and position as Nanjiang Sanctuary Commander. Second, permanent ban from military service and promotion. As the cold verdict met his eyes, Lei Zhinshan's heart, which had found slight comfort in his heroic gesture, instantly plummeted into an icy abyss. He collapsed to the ground, regret gnawing at his heart like venomous serpents. The military's loss of such exceptional talent would be his lifelong shame. From now on, the more brilliant Su Xing became, the more Lei Zhinshan would become a target for everyone's criticism, and his superiors would never let him off easy. As the blinding white light from the teleportation array gradually faded before his eyes, Su Xing experienced the true weight of the word overwhelming for the first timite was indescribably immense. If the Nanjiang Sanctuary was merely a bustling small town, then the capital sanctuary before him was a colossal metropolis that spanned heaven and earth, merging steel and magic. Magical spires soared into the clouds, their foundations stretching beyond sight. Above the dome, airships cruised like giant whales, slowly passing overhead and casting broad shadows. The streets teemed with crowds, shoulder to shoulder, and every professional who brushed past radiated an astonishing aura. Holy crap, that high school-looking kid riding a griffin is actually fourth rank? The uncle selling grilled skewers on the roadside is also fourth rank? Even the city gate guards are at fourth rank peak. Su Xing felt his worldview completely shattered. Third ranks were as common as dogs. Fourth ranks walked everywhere. He even occasionally caught fleeting traces of fifth and sixth rank pressure. The strength that once allowed him to swagger through Nanjiang now seemed utterly ordinary here. Looks like I need to keep a low profile. He quietly restrained his outward aura. Senior Ingsha, how do we get to the Apotheosis Guild? Su Xing turned to look at Ingsha. Don't rush. Long Tian beside them revealed a mysterious smile, offering no explanation, only raising his hand to point at the sky. Look up. Su Xing followed his gaze upward, and his breath instantly stopped. High above the azure sky, beyond even the clouds, a magnificently indescribable floating divine city hung quietly suspended, its walls forged from white divine stone and gold, with Tenthasansang waterfalls cascading from its edges, transforming into rainbows in midair and interweaving with swirling mists. Countless splendid palaces and spires stood in rows, reflecting sunlight and radiating sacred majesty. This was not merely a city, but a divine realm suspended in the ninth heaven. This is the Apotheosis Guild. Su Xing's voice was slightly hoarse. Ingsha nodded with satisfaction. The group transformed into streams of light and shot skyward. However, just as Su Xing was about to set foot on that divine realm bus, an invisible yet unbreakable barrier of laws materialized, blocking him from entering. Ingsha froze, then slapped his forehead with a rueful smile of realization. I was so focused on traveling that I forgot the most crucial thing. He turned around and solemnly extended an invitation to Su Xing. Ding. Sequence 8 Elder Ingsha invites you to join the 9th tier Guild Apotheosis. Accept. Congratulations. You have successfully joined the Apotheosis Guild. Your current member level is Bronze tier. You have received the blessing of the 9th tier Guild Apotheosis. Your Constitution attribute is permanently increased by 9. You have received the blessing of the 9th tier Guild Apotheosis. Your Strength attribute is permanently increased by 9. You have received the blessing of the 9th tier Guild Apotheosis. Your Agility attribute is permanently increased by 9. You have received the blessing of the 9th tier Guild Apotheosis. Your Mental attributes are permanently increased by 9. Your Health regeneration rate is permanently increased by 9. Your Mana regeneration rate is permanently increased by 9. Your Experience gain is permanently increased by 9. Each week, you will receive an additional 9 hours of 9x experience time. A torrential downpour of system notifications crashed into Su Xing's mind like a violent storm, so dense he could barely make out the text. In just a few seconds, he was completely stunned. Just by joining the guild and getting the lowest black iron rank, he could receive such insane permanent buffs? No wonder guild professionals are always leagues ahead of solo players. Su Xing's eyes widened, his heart racing. With these buffs, if I still can't win fights, that would be absolutely outrageous. How's that, kid? So happy you're about to pass out. Long Tian stood nearby, watching Su Xing's dumbfounded expression with a grin stretching from ear to ear. He patted Su Xing's shoulder with the tone of an elder showing off. Don't get too excited yet. What you've got now is just the lowest black iron level buff. He held up his fingers, listing off numbers like reading from a catalog. When members rank up, the benefits multiply. Take me, for instance, diamond rank, a full 54 boost across the board. Senior Ingsha is even more impressive. Sequence 8 Elder with 72. As for the Sequence 9 Big Shots, and the legendary Sequence 10 Guild Masters TSK, those numbers are terrifying just to think about. 9 is just the beginning? It can go even higher? Su Xing's mind was reeling. Diamond rank could boost attributes by half, Sequence 8 by 70% if he could multiply his already terrifying foundation by 72. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. An intense desire to level up instantly took root in his heart. So, how can I rank up as fast as possible? He asked eagerly. Simple. Long Tian gestured casually. Complete guild missions, or turn in high-level equipment, materials, and skill books. All of that converts to guild points. Get enough points, and you automatically advance. Su Xing immediately opened his interface. A massive mission screen appeared before him, completely empty, pristine as fresh snow. What's going on? He stood frozen, his expression plummeting from anticipation to despair. Long Tian shrugged with a "you're too naive" look. Black iron missions are scarce to begin with. It's all about reflexes. Our guild has hundreds or thousands of black iron newbies all staring at these few missions like their lives depend on it. Be 1 second too slow and you won't even get scraps." Su Xing was speechless, his mouth twitching. How is this any different from competing for food delivery gig orders? Isn't there some kind of newbie protection period? There is. Long Tian's tone was matter-of-fact. But when everyone's a newbie, protecting everyone means protecting no one. Seeing Su Xing's face look like he'd swallowed a fly, he burst out laughing. "Don't worry. In 3 days, there's the annual newbie trial, tons of points up for grabs, and the top performers even get personal rewards from the guild master. Don't miss that opportunity." Before he'd finished speaking, he was already calling to his teammates, rushing toward the mission hall. "All right, I need to turn in this mission. After babysitting you through this whole Nanjiang trip, I'll probably just scrape together the minimum points." What a pain. After settling Su Xing in an exclusive courtyard within Fengshan Divine City, where spiritual energy was abundant and the environment serene, Yingsha finally let out a long sigh of relief. "All right, kid, my escort mission is complete." He patted Su Xing's shoulder, a long-absent ease appearing at the corners of his mouth. "From here on out, you'll have to figure things out on your own." Yingsha's gaze swept around the surroundings. This is Fengshan, the Dragon Kingdom's premier arena for top-tier talents. No one will give you a second glance, because of your past. Everything here is decided by fists and results. Seeing the clear yet determined look in Su Xing's eyes, he nodded slightly. "I still need to report back on my mission, or my guild points will hit rock bottom. If you need anything, contact me through the guild's friend channel." As his words faded, his figure seemed to be swallowed by the night, blending into the courtyard's shadows in the blink of an eye. Su Xing silently watched that patch of shadow, quickly reaching a conclusion. Even Yingsha, a 7th-rank cultivator with an elder's seat, had to hustle for mere guild points. The courtyard's vegetation was lush and green, with spiritual energy mist rippling outward like water waves. Su Xing sat cross-legged in his room, waiting for half a day, but no high-ranking officials appeared, nor were any exclusive resources delivered. His single-handed victory over a national-level catastrophe at Nanjiang Sacred Ground seemed completely forgotten here. Heh, he let out a self-mocking laugh. Within Fengshan Guild, talents were everywhere and prodigies clustered together. His achievements that could make him legendary in the outside world might only be considered not bad in this city. As just a new member still carrying a rank evaluation, without any follow-up breakthroughs, he would eventually be lost in the crowd. Understanding this, he abandoned all unrealistic fantasies. He didn't waste the half-day. Opening the guild mission panel, he used his near-supercomputer reaction speed to frantically refresh, trying to snatch those tasks that appeared for only an instant. Ding. Mission has been claimed. Ding. Mission has been claimed. In the end, he didn't manage to grab a single one. Harder to snag than crowdsourced orders? Ridiculous. He rubbed his temples in exasperation, then stood up, cold flames igniting once again in his eyes. Since this path was blocked, he'd take the most direct approach to boost his combat power, the class change temple, to begin his 4th transformation. Only strength serves as a universal passport in this world. Only by becoming stronger can I earn the right to step through the Yuan family's gates. Fengshan Guild's class change temple was 100 times more magnificent than the version at Nanjiang Sacred Ground. The entire structure seemed forged from pure starlight and faith energy, its dome blazing brilliantly, causing everyone who entered to instinctively hold their breath. More conveniently, the expensive scrolls required for the first 4th-rank transformation were fully covered by the guild. However, if one failed, subsequent costs would have to be figured out on their own. Su Xing looked up at the towering statue of the class change goddess, which stood mountain-high, several times larger than the one in Nanjiang. Sacred radiance cascaded from the goddess's fingertips, illuminating his face with a luminous glow. He took a deep breath and reached out to touch the floating authentication crystal, officially initiating his 4th transformation quest. The goddess's compassionate gaze, which seemed capable of seeing through eternity, remained unchanged, and system notifications appeared accordingly. It was still that familiar, grand and majestic system interface. 4th Ascension Trial Path of the Observer. 1st stage. Reach level 100 completed. 2nd stage. Foundation of Spacetime. Submit 10 specified platinum-grade spatial attribute materials. 3rd stage. Threshold of Destiny. Submit 10 specified diamond-grade temporal attribute materials. 4th stage. When Su Xing's gaze swept across the scrolling quest notifications and stopped at the 3rd stage, his thoughts felt like they'd been struck by a sledgehammer, leaving him frozen in place. Diamond-grade materials? A full 10 of them? And they had to be the rarest, most elusive temporal attribute ones at that? So far, he hadn't even laid eyes on a single piece of diamond-grade material. The few pieces of diamond-grade equipment currently gleaming with blue-purple radiance on his person had only dropped through sheer dumb luck when he'd killed world-class bosses. Asking him to gather 10 specified temporal attribute diamond-grade materials was almost more absurd than expecting him to solo clear a max-level abyss dungeon. A crushing sense of helplessness crept up his spine. For the first time, Su Xing began to doubt whether he could complete his fourth ascension. Clinging to the last thread of hope in his heart, yet filled with deep anxiety, he hurried toward the material exchange counter on one side of the temple. The guild had always promised to reimburse the first-class change, but whether these 10 diamond-grade materials fell within the scope of reimbursement was something he had no confidence about whatsoever. Function Guild Class Change Temple Material Exchange. The woman in charge of exchanges was named Lung Xin. She was tall and statuesque, with sharp features and thin, pressed lips. Her perfectly tailored uniform accentuated every curve with precision. True to her name, her every movement was like clockwork, precise, cold, and devoid of unnecessary expression. Whether facing First Ascension newcomers or Fifth Ascension powerhouses with profound auras, she maintained the same, "I'm busy, don't bother me" indifference. Su Xing approached the counter and shared his quest panel. Without looking up, Lung Xian mechanically reached out to access the shared interface. Her previously indifferent gaze trembled slightly the moment it touched the panel. Those eyes, usually calm as an ancient well, rarely showed such ripples. What a handsome man. The thought flashed like a spark before she quickly extinguished it. Her gaze continued downward, scanning the absurdly long material list. The ripples instantly froze into bone-chilling frost. Platinum-grade materials, 10 of them. Diamond-grade materials, also 10. And all of them specified the rarest space-time attributes. She suddenly lifted her head, her icy eyes filled with undisguised scrutiny and contempt. "Are you sure you're not here to stock up on supplies?" Her voice cut through the air like a frozen blade. A fourth-tier advancement quest requiring 10 types of diamond-grade materials. Even for an SS-level genius, a challenging class change was understandable, but this clearly went beyond the realm of difficult. When had the Apotheosis Guild become some charity organization for people to take advantage of? Did he think this was a place to freeload? A newcomer making such outrageous demands on his first-class change needed to be taught a lesson. Lung Xian's expression grew even colder. Her slender fingers flew across the virtual interface, preparing to verify the quest's authenticity. Seconds later, the search results appeared: quest verified, legitimate, and valid. Her brow furrowed as she reached a conclusion about the young man. Not a fraud, just an incredibly unlucky fool. Such a hell-level class change quest was truly unprecedented. However, rules couldn't be broken. A request to access this quantity of materials, especially 10 diamond-grade strategic resources, far exceeded her authority. "Your quest materials total value is too high and requires approval from higher-ups," she said coldly, while pulling up Su Xing's personal file to prepare a detailed report. Just as her finger was about to tap on the fili, a bright red warning pop-up suddenly appeared. "Warning. Your clearance level is insufficient. You are not authorized to view this member's information." Lung Xian's body stiffened. For the first time, her eternally frozen expression showed a look of complete bewilderment. Insufficient clearance? What kind of joke was this? She was Sequence 7. In the Apotheosis Guild's logistics hierarchy, she ranked just below the Sequence 8 elders and the elusive Sequence 9 leaders. A newcomer who had just joined and hadn't even warmed his bronze badge, yet his clearance was actually higher than hers. Was this some bigwig's illegitimate son coming down to experience mortal life? Her worldview shattered on the spot. No longer overthinking, Lung Xian numbly submitted the materials request through the highest priority emergency channel. She braced herself for rejection, bureaucratic limbo, or at least a 3 to 5 day wait. However, the very next second after submission, ding, a crisp green notification chimed. Approval granted. At the bottom of the application, several lines blazed in vermilion. Sequence? Lung Xian was completely stunned. She stared blankly at the calm-faced young man before her, her mind going blank. Sequence? A sequence level even she couldn't access meant at least a legendary tier leader, possibly even personally approved by the guild master himself. Impossible, absolutely impossible for it to be the guild master. It had to be one of the other leaders. For a newcomer's 4th tier advancement quest, even such a high-level veteran personally stepped in to approve it instantly. Lung Xian's expression could only be described as flipping pages, her long frozen face cracked in an instant. Seeing this, Su Xing cleared his throat gently and reminded her warmly. My materials? Yes. Yes. Lung Xian snapped back to reality like she'd suddenly returned to the mortal world, responding repeatedly while forcing the corners of her mouth upward, squeezing out a smile that looked worse than crying. The professionals waiting in line all turned their gazes over. The Ice Queen was actually smiling. "Lord Su Xing." Lung Xian's voice carried unprecedented humility. "We have all the platinum-grade materials you need in stock, and I'll prepare them immediately. As for those 10 diamond-grade space-time materials, they're extremely rare, but I've issued the highest-level emergency procurement order. Our branches everywhere are working overnight to gather them. Please wait a moment." In less than 15 minutes, she personally presented 20 precious materials that would make even large guilds wince. 10 platinum-grade items in stock, and 10 rare diamond-grade space-time materials, not one missing, all neatly arranged. Su Xing thanked her and turned to leave, with Long Xian's respectful, almost fawning gaze following him. Sigh, major guilds really are generous, he thought to himself. The service lady was beautiful with a sweet smile, giving materials without hesitation truly wealthy and powerful. Especially those 10 space-time attribute diamond materials, the foundation of a 9th-tier guild was indeed well-deserved. Returning to the job transfer goddess statue, he submitted all 20 materials. Ding. Second and third ring quests completed. Fourth ring, trial now open. Quest requirement. Clear any epic level dungeon solo. Epic level dungeon. These 5 weighty words pressed on his heart like a mountain. Su Xing knew this was the true insurmountable barrier on the path to 4th tier advancement. He didn't act rashly. Instead, he immediately found his recently separated tool person, Long Tian, in his guild friends list and initiated communication. Hello, brother Su Xing? What's up? Changed your mind about selling me that diamond equipment set? Long Tian's voice carried its usual teasing tone. Su Xing ignored the joke and got straight to the point. Long Tian, how much do you know about epic level dungeons? Epic level dungeons. The sound of a chair scraping came from the other end as Long Tian obviously jumped up. Oh ho, brother, you're something else. Going for epic at max 3rd tier? That's bold. Mistaking Su Xing's intention as forming a team for exploration, he excitedly spoke faster. Our Apotheosis Guild has a permanent level 60 epic dungeon, Lost Atlantis. The difficulty is about the same as the Wailing God you defeated, maybe even a bit harder, with your insane damage output plus my indestructible tank abilities. And if we recruit some top-tier healers and support from the guild to form a dream team, with good preparation, we might just clear it. We'll distribute the loot fairly based on contribution, you definitely won't get shortchanged. His enthusiasm poured through the headset, but Su Xing only responded calmly. Thanks, but this is my 4th tier advancement quest. I must clear it solo. With that, he cut the communication cleanly. On the other end, Long Tian's smile froze midair. After more than 10 seconds, he slowly blinked, picked at his ear, turned to his teammates, his voice full of confusion and disbelief. Did I hear that wrong? What did he say? Solo. Boom. These 2 words crashed down like planets capable of tearing apart the galaxy, mercilessly slamming into Long Tian's SS-rank genius Dao heart that had already been riddled with cracks because of Su Xing. Arrogance had always been this Dragon Knight's signature expression, but at this moment, all that remained was a face so bewildered it had lost focus. Solo a level 60 epic dungeon. The thought exploded in his mind. Bragging? No, Su Xing never spoke empty words. She was a monster-like existence. But still, that was an epic dungeon. He knew all too well the terror of epic bosses. Even if their levels weren't high, once they emerged from dungeons, they were enough to trigger maximum alerts in any nation. As for an entire epic dungeon, it was notorious for being unreasonable. Forget soloing Idavan, a perfectly coordinated team of 5 SS-ranked top-tier geniuses like themselves, with maxed-out resources, would only face total annihilation without massive quantities of top-grade potions and strategic-level items. Want to force your way through? Unless you gathered a complete set of the legendary equipment, you could only barely clear it. And now, Su Xing was only at his 3rd class advancement, yet claimed he would solo that dungeon as his 4th advancement task. This level of difficulty was more insane than even Long Tian's own 5th advancement task. This is madness. What have my decades amounted to? All fed to the dogs. Long Tian's pride was crushed to powder by this news. Su Xing remained oblivious to Long Tian's psychological collapse. Following the map's guidance, he arrived at the entrance of the level 60 epic dungeon, Lost Atlantis. There was no grand gate, nor any cave with interlocking fangs, only an enormous, slowly rotating deep blue whirlpool of seawater suspended in midair. Around the vortex, ancient stone pillars lay scattered and toppled, with broken walls covered in moss. The cold, briny scent mixed with a desolate sense of history hit him in the face, as if announcing that on the other side lay a forgotten divine kingdom that had been silent for 10,000 years. Within the Apotheosis Guild, epic dungeons were practically forbidden zones, while other dungeon entrances bustled with professionals coming and going. Only this area saw crowds stopping to gaze from afar, filled with awe and longing, yet none dared truly approach. Su Xing was merely a bronze-rank newcomer and initially drew no attention. Only when he shouldered his simple pack and walked straight toward the vortex did hushed whispers begin to rise. Hey, buddy, look at that newbie. What's he trying to do? He's not thinking of challenging Atlantis, is he? A heavily armored shield warrior nudged his companion, a man carrying a massive sword. The swordsman glanced up, looked at Su Xing dismissively, and scoffed. How could that be possible? Probably just some newbie who recently joined the guild and hasn't seen much of the world, just here to watch the excitement. You're right about that. The shield warrior chimed in agreement, shrugging his shoulders before showing a look of longing. But this batch of newcomers is really packed with monsters. Absolutely. His companion immediately picked up the conversation. The newcomer trials in 3 days, that's going to be a real battle of the gods. They began listing names one by one, their voices filled with awe. The Yun family's SS rank Forbidden Spell Mage can supposedly cast semi-forbidden spells independently. He's basically a walking nuclear bomb. The Zhao family's Shadow God of Death, with his spatial assassination techniques that appear and disappear like ghosts, no one at his level can withstand a single strike from him. And there's the Long family's Sacred Dragon Master, a true dragon knight. One man and one dragon equals an entire army. Even more outrageous was that these three had each solo cleared a level 100 diamond tier dungeon just a few days ago. TSK, the cream of the crop among SS ranks. We can only look up to them. Only monsters of this caliber deserve the resources of the Apotheosis Guild. Discussions rose and fell all around, filled with both envy and trepidation. Su Xing stood among them, his expression as calm as an ancient well. The Yun family, Zhao family, Long family, excellent. He thought to himself. The newcomer trials in 3 days will be very interesting. With that, he walked to the teleportation vortex and pulled out a full 1,000,000 copper coins at the guild exchange shop, trading them for a dungeon entry ticket shaped like a conch shell that emanated faint spatial fluctuations. Then, under the nearly petrified gazes of the crowd, Su Xing lifted his foot and stepped directly into the deep blue vortex. The crowd erupted. Holy crap, that kid actually went in. What kind of madman? I think he's got rocks in his head. Solo raiding an epic tier dungeon? That's a guaranteed way to lose levels and equipment. I bet he gets kicked out in 30 seconds, or I'll livestream eating crap. Come on, bro, don't try to scam food and drinks again. Boom. A massive, irresistible pulling force instantly enveloped Su Xing, his entire skeleton feeling as if it were being stuffed into a giant meat grinder. Sky and earth spun simultaneously as he was swept into an endless whirlpool. After an unknown amount of time, the impact suddenly ceased, and his feet finally touched solid ground. Su Xing slowly opened his eyes, and the sight before him left him momentarily speechless. He stood on the ocean floor, yet there was no seawater drowning him. Above was an entire canopy of heavy, deep blue seawater, glowing with an ethereal light like eternal twilight. Below his feet lay a massive underwater city. Temples built of crystal and white jade had half collapsed, their broken domes overgrown with luminescent seaweed. An ancient sea god statue thousands of meters tall had snapped at the waist, its upper half tilted into distant coral forests, those hollow stone eyes seeming to silently tell of past glory. Ruined, magnificent, desolate, and fraught with danger. Just as Su Xing took his first step, cold and malicious invisible forces surged from all directions, seeking to corrode his soul. Ding. You have entered Lost Atlantis. You are afflicted by the sea god's curse. Ding. All your attributes are reduced by 20. Ding. Damage taken is doubled. Ding. Casting time is doubled. Ding. Divine passive, Chaos's favor, as activated, immunizing you against all negative effects. Su Xing's body merely trembled once before returning to normal. Well now, worthy of an epic tier dungeon indeed, hitting me with a string of debuffs right off the bat. He chuckled softly. Good thing I have that divine passive, or coming in here alone would make every step a struggle. Su Xing slowly raised his head, his gaze turning icy as it fell on the figures emerging from the shadows of shattered walls and broken pillars. The first to step out from rubble and trailing seaweed were 1. Atlantis Wraith Guards, LV.60, Silver Tier Boss, HP 748,000, Strength 29,120, Defense 14,960. They were once the valiant defenders of a divine kingdom, but after it sank they were bound by the sea god's spite, condemned to never know release. 2. Deep Sea Naga Cavalry, LV.60, Gold Tier Boss, HP 984,000, Strength 38,560, Defense 19,680. Formed when the finest Naga warriors and their mounts fell together, they are the deadliest patrols in these ruins. 3. Tidal Giant Guardians, LV.60, Platinum Tier Boss, HP 3,276,000, Strength 86,160, Defense 43,680. War Colossi forged by ancient artisans from deathless coral and arcane metal. They are the temple's most loyal and most powerful protectors. 4. The Lost Sea God Priest, Calajuo, LV.60, Diamond Tier Boss, HP 5,400,000, Strength 142,800, Defense 72,000. Once Atlantis High Priest, he betrayed his faith when the divine kingdom fell, offering his soul to an abyssal dark god in exchange for immortality and a far more terrifying power. Silver is just cannon fodder. Gold is merely a captain, platinum, at best, a general, and diamond is only the warden of this sector. This is what makes an epic tier instance truly terrifying. In the ruins, each boss-level monster radiated a suffocating pressure. For the first time, the calm lake of Su Xing's heart rose into a storm. Feeling cocky here is suicide. He didn't hesitate and barked, "System, allocate all 40,000 free attribute points to strength." Boom. The moment his will settled, a ferocity he had never known erupted inside him, like a volcano sealed for eons suddenly blowing its crown, ripping and reforging his soul and flesh. His bones creaked under the overload, yet thrummed as if finally set free. His stat panel shattered into golden afterimages. Strength 25,520, 69,120. Attack 276 for 8,276,000 on the nose. The numbers were so obscene his scalp tingled. This is a little scary. He even suspected he could one-punch a small asteroid now. He couldn't wait to test this near-tripled power. His sights locked onto an Atlantis Wraith Guard, LV.60, silver tier boss, bursting out of a coral thicket. Su Xing slowly drew his bow. No skills, just a plain energy arrow. Whoosh. The arrow struck with deadly precision, piercing straight through the undead guardian's eye socket. Critical hit on weak point. The next second, a massive crimson damage number soared skyward with a string of zeros: 1, 090, 000. A staggering 1.09 million. Su Xing stood frozen in place, nearly forgetting to breathe. The undead guardian he had originally considered a mini-boss didn't even have time to let out a single wail before being completely obliterated by that single arrow. Ding. Defeated silver tier boss Atlantis Undead Guardian LV.60. Gained 30,000 EXP, 20 free attribute points. Myriad Arts Convergence Progress 0.1. Drops. Sea God Guardian Chestplate Silver. Sea God Guardian Boots Silver, 3,000 copper coins. What the hell is this explosive damage? Su Xing's head was buzzing. A level 60 silver tier boss couldn't even withstand a single arrow. He looked up toward the deep sea Naga cavalry LV.60 in the Distancia gold tier boss, commanding Naga soldiers on patrol. Another seemingly ordinary arrow. Thunk. 530,000. Weak point hit. The gold tier boss's health bar instantly evaporated by more than half. Just as it began to roar in agony, the second arrow had already pierced its heart, and white light flashed. Ding. Defeated gold tier boss Deep Sea Naga Cavalry LV.60. Gained 60,000 EXP, 40 free attribute points. Myriad Arts Convergence Progress 1. Drops. Sea God Guardian Chestplate Gold. Sea God Guardian Boots Gold. 6,000 copper coins. Su Xing was petrified once again. What? Now even a level 60 gold tier boss was just a matter of 2 arrows? It was so absurd it made him question reality. He even had a crazy thought. If the 6-star Dragon Knight, Long Tian, were standing here right now, a single arrow from him could probably send that guy straight back to the capital sanctuary. His gaze finally settled on the mountain-like tidal giant guardian LV.60, slumbering peacefully a platinum tier boss. Whoosh. 500,000. Weak point. The giant roared awake in fury, but before it could even see its enemy clearly, Su Xing's arrow storm had already blanketed the sky. 6 arrows in an instant. Boom, 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 boom. The giant couldn't even take a single step before being pinned to death on the spot. Ding. Defeated platinum tier boss, titled Giant Guardian LV.60. Gained 120,000 EXP, 100 free attribute points. Myriad Arts Convergence Progress 2. Drops. Sea God Guardian Leggings Platinum. Sea God Guardian Helm Platinum. 12,000 copper coins. Less than 2 seconds total. Silver, gold, platinum. 3 terrifying bosses that could trigger small-scale beast tides in the outside world had been consecutively obliterated by Su Xing in the most brutal and unreasonable manner. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Su Xing looked at his own world-destroying damage output and began to feel somewhat frightened. This is the charm of free attribute points, he murmured softly. Recalling the beast tide at Nanjiang Sanctuary, he finally understood. That wasn't a disaster at all, but the greatest blessing bestowed by the gods. It had directly catapulted him to new heights. In the system notifications, the line, defeating 1 platinum boss rewards 160 free attribute points, was particularly striking. Su Xing's eyes blazed with light more intense than a star. It seemed that million-coin entrance fee was worth every penny. Epic-level dungeon? Not quite. In Su Xing's eyes, this wasn't a dungeon at a was an untapped mine brimming with free attribute points. At this thought, he cheered inwardly. Here I come. Su Xing's eyes blazed like searchlights, his gaze seemingly able to pierce through anything. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged headlong into an ocean of monsters comprised of countless silver and gold-tier Basiza formation that would make even an SS-rank genius squad skin crawl. Moonlight. Silver armor. Windstep. All buffs activated at maximum capacity. Multi-arrow. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the next instant, he transformed into a silver storm of death. 1 arrow split into 14. 140 arrows unleashed per second. Rule analysis directly marked every boss's weak point. His terrifying attack power of 260,000 struck the level 60 silver and gold leaders, reducing these supposedly despair-inducing monsters to mere roadside trash. 540,123, 538,999, 265,432, 264,733. Six-digit red damage numbers cascaded like a waterfall across the monster horde. The 100-plus Atlantean soul guards charging at the front couldn't even touch the hem of Su Xing's clothes before being torn to shreds by the unstoppable arrow storm, their remains completely vaporized. 3 seconds. Su Xing fired 355 arrows. In just 3 seconds, he blasted a massive vacuum zone through the impenetrable boss army. Soul guards, Naga cavalry, and tidal giants surged from all directions, determined to defend their divine realm's dignity. Yet against this nearly bug-level arrow barrage, getting within 100 meters of Su Xing became a luxury. However many came, that many died. One man, one bow, an invincible army capable of sweeping through thousands. Su Xing advanced like the most efficient harvesting machine, quickly breaking through the outer defenses to stand before a half-collapsed magnificent altar. At the altar's center, the lost sea god priest Causality, diamond tier boss draped in tattered ceremonial robes, gripping a staff twisted from bone and coral reef, slowly opened his murky, malevolent eyes. Insignificant mortal, how dare you? The ancient, majestic opening line barely began. Whoosh! An arrow that had been charging struck with precision. 480,000. Weak point. Calaso's health bar instantly dropped a chunk, his dialogue stuck in his throat. The second arrow, third arrow, fourth arrow. In just over a second, 12 arrows containing terrifying power poured down like a torrential storm, completely engulfing the fragile mage's frame, followed by a short, sharp scream filled with bewilderment and disbelief. This level 60 diamond tier boss, with its 10th house and cultivated evil aura barely half displayed, crashed to the ground under Su Xing's long-charged finishing strike. Blood mist exploded outward as the deep-sea altar beneath cracked from the impact, and brilliant diamond light instantly illuminated the entire dim temple. Ding! Defeated diamond tier boss lost sea god priest Causality. Gained 2,400,000 experience points, 200 free attribute points. Myriad Arts Convergence Progress 5. Drops. Sea God Priest's Prayer Robe Diamond Tier. Ring of the Tide Controller Diamond Tier. Fallen Divine Kingdoms Will Amulet Diamond Tier. Calaso's Betrayal Staff Diamond Tier. Abyssal Gazer's Hood Diamond Tier. Heart of the Deep Sea Diamond Tier. Calaso's Fallen Divine Fragment Diamond Tier. Atlantis Astral Stone Diamond Tier. Immortal Coral Root Diamond Tier. Evil God's Whisper Crystal Diamond Tier. 2 full rows of system notifications flashed across the screen, their blue-gold text refracting wave-like patterns of light in the air. Su Xing stared at the dazzling array of loot, his heart skipping a beat, fingertips trembling slightly. When did even diamond-tier bosses become this easy to kill? He muttered to himself. His mind involuntarily drifted to the recent encounter at Nanjiang Sanctuary, where the god of ghostly whales had left 3 elite SS-ranked teams from the capital completely helpless. Back then, he could only watch from afar, yet now he had single-handedly slaughtered Calasoth. Difference was absolutely ridiculous. Especially after absorbing those 40,000 free attribute points, his power had swelled to such terrifying heights that even he couldn't believe it. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Apotheosis Guild, epic dungeon entrance. Holy crap, look at this. A gunner monitoring the crystal display slammed the table. That newbie status light is still on. 5 minutes. A full 5 minutes, and he's still not dead. Are you serious? Maybe he's just idling at the dungeon entrance. A nearby mage leaned over, incredulous. The swordsman who had earlier declared with absolute certainty that Su Xing would die instantly, and even boasted, "I'll livestream eating shit if he lasts half a minute," now looked like he'd swallowed molten iron, his face cycling between green and pale, unable to utter a word. News of the newbie soloing an epic dungeon and surviving several minutes spread like wildfire through the Apotheosis Guild's internal channels. That madman. He actually went in. In the mission hall, Long Tian, who was settling his quest rewards, shot up like a spring, abandoning his settlement stone to his subordinates. He transformed into a golden streak of light, racing toward the epic dungeon. This kid actually follows through on his word. Is he really planning to solo an epic boss? Long Tian roared mid-flight. How is he growing this fast? When Long Tian arrived at the entrance to the vanished epic dungeon Atlantis, the area was already packed with onlookers. The crowd buzzed with the kind of restless excitement that comes from watching someone else's potential disaster. He's lost his mind. This newbie is absolutely insane. A third-tier player attempting to solo an epic dungeon. Who does he think he is? Even the legendary guild leaders and top players wouldn't dare try something this reckless. There's a limit to showing off, right? I've opened a betting pull me monies on him getting killed by the entrance mobs within 10 minutes, and respawning back in town. Think bigger. Some people are betting on 30 seconds, and there's already a streamer ready to eat shit on live stream if he's wrong. Mockery, betting, and jeering filled the air, with schadenfreude written across every face. In a place like Fengshan, where talent was abundant, what they lacked wasn't skill, it was tolerance for anyone who dared to be more audacious than themselves. A newcomer who had just joined the guild was challenging an epic dungeon that even veteran members needed full teams to clear. Everyone was convinced this wasn't confidence, it was pure stupidity mixed with arrogance, nothing more than a publicity stunt. Long Tian listened to the chatter, his brow furrowed deeply. He had witnessed the entire battle at Nanjiang Sanctuary, and that guy simply couldn't be measured by conventional standards. If Su Xing dared to enter alone, it meant he was confident in his abilities. But still, an epic dungeon, a third-tier newcomer, going in solo, actually having a chance of success? Who would believe such news if it got out? He took a deep breath, pushed through the crowd to the front, and fixed his gaze on the deep, swirling dungeon entrance. His emotions were a complex mix. Part of him yearned to witness a miracle, while another part found the whole thing utterly fantastical. Inside the dungeon, the world was completely cut off from the chaos outside. On the streets of the ruined ancient city, a frost-colored figure flashed like lightning, each bowstring vibration accompanied by thunderous sounds. Su Xing didn't even bother activating Death Mark. Pure power and maximum attack speed were more than enough for the slaughter. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 consecutive arrows. 530,000. 500,000. The massive Atlantis Soul Guard didn't even have time to cry out before its enormous body exploded, transforming into experience points, several gleaming copper coins, and a system notification. Defeated Silver Tier Boss, Atlantis Soul Guard, LV.60. Gained 30,000 experience, 20 free attribute points. Myriad Arts Convergence Progress, 0.1. Su Xing's expression remained as calm as still water, as if he had just killed a stray dog blocking his path. His attention was already drawn to the surging wave of monsters approaching from the distance, living, breathing free attribute points. He pulled out a high-grade mana potion and drained it in one gulp, instantly restoring his mana to full. Drawing his bow again, his arms became a blur. Multi-shot. 10 arrows per second in an instant. 140 streams of deadly light scattered like celestial flowers, precisely covering the charging monster formation. 530,000. 545,000. 270,000. Ricochet 268,000. Launch. A dense cascade of damage numbers flooded Su Xing's vision like a crimson waterfall. The golden tier boss, Deep Sea Naga Cavalry, was torn to shreds by the arrow storm, its mount unable to even let out a dying cry. In the distance, the platinum tier, Tidal Giant Guardian, had its health bar emptied within seconds, its massive form crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact that sent dust and debris surging across the ruins like a tidal wave. The lost city was completely ignited by Su Xing's firepower. Alone, every monster's aggro simultaneously locked onto him as they surged forward from all directions like a flood. Roar. Accompanied by 4 distinctly different bellows of rage, 3 terrifying auras rose simultaneously from the east, south, and west, revealing the forms of 3 diamond tier bosses. 1. Fallen Sea God General Aegean LV.60 diamond tier boss. HP, 6 million. Attack, 150,000. Defense, 80,000. Skills. Trident charge locks onto the farthest target for an unstoppable, devastating charge, crushing all enemies in its path and sending them flying. After the charge ends, swings the trident to deal additional AoE damage. Tidal Force. Tsunami plunges the trident into the ground, summoning vengeful tsunamis from the battlefield's edges that slowly sweep across the arena, dealing massive damage to enemies hit and washing them away. General's command sounds the ancient conch horn, summoning Atlantean Soul Guards, Deep Sea Naga Cavalry from the ruins. As long as Aegean remains on the field, these guards gain the unyielding battle spirit buff, greatly increasing their attack and defense. Ultimate technique. Poseidon's Wrath. When health drops below 40, briefly channels the remnant divine power of Lord Poseidon, hurling the trident skyward to summon a thunderstorm in the designated area, continuously dealing physical and lightning hybrid damage while significantly slowing enemies. Description. He was once the most valiant general under Poseidon, single-handedly holding back 1,000,000 demons from the abyss until death. His battle spirit, bound by resentment and corrupted divine power, has forgotten all honor, leaving only the instinct to tear apart intruders. 2. Deep Sea Leviathan Shadow LV.60 diamond tier boss. HP, 5,400,000. Attack, 142,800. Defense, 72,000. Skills. Abyssal Maw opens its all-devouring jaws to deliver devastating bites in a cone-shaped area ahead, dealing massive physical damage with bleeding and armor-piercing effects. Sea God's Fury. Whirlpool strikes the seabed violently, summoning multiple high-speed, deadly whirlpools at random locations, Enemies caught within suffer continuous damage, are slowed, and cannot use movement abilities. Immortal Scale's passive all critical damage received is reduced by 50. When health drops below 30, enters Berserk mode with enlarged body size, greatly increased attack speed and power, but correspondingly reduced defense. Ultimate Breath. Annihilation Tide after a 5-second channel. Spews a destructive high-pressure water column that deals true damage ignoring defense to targets in a straight line while destroying terrain along its path. Description: it was Poseidon's most beloved war beast, capable of rivaling ancient titans. When the divine realm fell, it absorbed abyssal energy and merged with the ruins, transforming into the Leviathan shadow that knows only consumption and destruction. 3. The third Diamond Tier boss's information flickered briefly amid the roars, but Su Xing had no time to examine it closely. Its presence only served to escalate the battlefield's oppressive atmosphere further. The relevant attributes and skills remained fully recorded in the system log, yet were instinctively overlooked in this moment. 3 Diamond Tier behemoths closed in simultaneously, the entire lost city feeling as though it were grasped in the palm of an awakened ancient god. Su Xing gripped his longbow tightly. Magical energy blazing along the string knew this battle had only just begun. With every breath it took, towering waves would rise. With every roar it unleashed, even the bravest souls would tremble in fear. Siren Queen, Soul Songstress LV.60 Diamond Tier boss. HP, 7 million, attack, 150,000, magic defense, 60,000. 1. Song of Enchantment. The Siren Queen parts her lips slightly, releasing a haunting melody that spreads across the battlefield. Several random enemies instantly lose focus, their eyes glazing over as they uncontrollably turn their weapons against their own allies for several seconds. 2. Wail of Despair. She suddenly raises her head, unleashing a piercing shriek from her throat. The entire battlefield feels as if slashed by invisible blades as all enemies simultaneously suffer massive psychic damage, become silenced, and have their healing effects severely reduced. 3. Phantom Double's deep blue magical energy surges around her as 2 identical copies emerge from the waves. Though these duplicates have low health, they perfectly mimic her abilities. Only by destroying both phantoms can the true body be harmed. 4. Ultimate Symphony. Soul Requiem. If any charmed units remain on the field, she begins a lengthy channeling ritual. During this time, those entranced fighters gain dramatically increased attack power. When the channeling completes, all accumulated damage transforms into a devastating area effect attack that sweeps across the entire battlefield. Background: she was once Atlantis' most beautiful songstress, whose voice could calm Poseidon's wrath and make savage sea beasts bow in submission. However, on the day the divine kingdom fell, she witnessed the complete annihilation of her people. Grief corrupted her soul, transforming her sweet melodies into venomous curses. Now she wanders the ruined waters, using her broken songs to drag intruders into eternal despair. Any single Diamond Tier boss would require a top-tier 6th-ranked team to face with utmost caution, yet now they appeared simultaneously. Perfect timing. Su Xing's lips curved into a smile, excitement blazing in his eyes. He made no adjustments, maintaining his multi-arrow full coverage formation. Arrows poured down like a torrential storm. The health bars above the 3 menacing Diamond Tier bosses plummeted at a visibly rapid pace. The Siren Queen had barely begun gathering energy for her chant when 3 sharp arrows pierced her chest, forcibly interrupting her spell. Leviathan's shadow had just raised its tentacles when it was instantly riddled with holes like a sieve. Aegean stomped the sea surface preparing to charge, but was suppressed by a barrage of arrows the moment he began building momentum, his charge stillborn. In mere seconds, all 3 Diamond Tier bosses along with hundreds of their surrounding guardians were completely cleared by Su Xing alone. Ding! Defeated Diamond Tier boss Fallen Sea General Aegean LV.60. Gained 2,800,000 experience points, 200 free attribute points, Myriad Arts Convergence Progress 5. You have obtained the following items. Aegean's General Plate Armor Diamond Tier, Sea God Trident Fragment Diamond Tier, General's Command War Helm Diamond Tier, Charger's Iron Hoof War Boots Diamond Tier, Poseidon's Divine Power Crystal Diamond Tier. Ding! Defeated Diamond Tier boss Deep Sea Behemoth Leviathan's Shadow LV.60. Gained 24 million experience points, 200 free attribute points, Myriad Arts Convergence Progress 5. You have obtained the following items. Leviathan's Immortal Scale Armor Diamond Tier, Poseidon's Trident Fragment Diamond Tier, Abyssal Beast's Fong Diamond Tier, Vortex Heart Amulet Diamond Tier, Annihilation Dragon's Breath Ring Diamond Tier, Leviathan's Berserker Blood Diamond Tier. Ding! Defeated Diamond Tier boss Soul Songstress Siren Queen LV.60. Gained 2,800,000 experience points, 200 free attribute points, Myriad Arts Convergence Progress 5. You have obtained the following items. Poseidon's Trident Fragment Diamond Tier, Siren's Enchanting Silk Dress Diamond Tier, Soul Requiem Staff Diamond Tier, Despairing Songstress's Tear Crystal Diamond Tier, Phantom Mirror Diamond Tier, Siren Queen's Vocal Cords Diamond Tier. Equipment, materials, and skill books scattered across the ground, gleaming with cold light that shimmered brighter than the most brilliant stars in the sky. Su Xing took a deep breath. 17 Diamond Tier items in total, plus over 1,000 additional free attribute points. This was an explosive harvest. He cleared the surrounding monsters and was about to bend down to collect his spoils. Rumble. The underwater world suddenly trembled. The earth cracked open, and the magnificent ancient structures surrounding him collapsed before his eyes. Debris from the dome rained down like stones, crashing into the dark chasms below and stirring up clouds of dust and mist. A terrifying primordial pressure awakened from within the sealed palace at the city's center. Who has slaughtered my people? The ancient, majestic, yet mournful roar tore directly into Su Xing's soul, carrying the briny taste of the sea and a sovereign's fury, as if it had traversed countless ages. Su Xing's pupils contracted as he jerked his head up. Amid the violent tremors, the magnificent palace slowly rose, its gates creaking open with a groan. Deep blue light burst through the cracks, bathing the entire seabed in an eerie, cold hue. A massive figure sat upon a throne carved from a single block of deep-sea cold iron, frigid and imposing. The figure towered over 100 meters tall, nearly merging with the palace itself. Ancient coral and barnacles clung to its tattered golden armor. Its eyes were like abyssal whirlpools formed from ghostly blue flames. Just one glance made Su Xing feel as though his soul would be devoured. It slowly raised the trident in its grasp, the weapon's tip wreathed in visible threads of law power as deep as the night sky. Fury of the Deep Sea. Poseidon's wrathful avatar. LV.60 Epic Tier Boss. HP. Attack. Defense. Skills. Description. When Atlantis sank, Poseidon's final strand of resentment merged with the soul of the entire city's king, birthing this terrifying existence. It is both the monarch of the lost city and the eternal warden of this underwater tomb. An epic tier boss had finally appeared. The epic boss's information panel displayed a string of question marks, striking Su Xing's heart like a silent hammer blow. Since his class change, this was the first time he'd encountered a target that even the observer's initial analysis ability couldn't handle. The more obscured the information, the more it indicated that the opponent's rank and power exceeded the analysis threshold. That row of mocked him silently, reminding him this epic boss truly lived up to its name. Su Xing took a deep breath of the cold seawater air, his expression growing truly grave for the first time. His pupils flickered like gears as the ring of laws spun rapidly. Law analysis. In the next second, all data was forcibly torn open and exposed on his retina. Fury of the Deep Sea. Poseidon's wrathful avatar. LV.60 Epic Boss. HP, 40 million. Attack, 200,000. Defense, 500,000. Sovereign Domain. Poseidon's very existence embodies the laws of Lost Atlantis. Automatically deploys upon battle initiation, covering the entire dungeon space. Domain Effect, Endless Tide. Enemies within the domain suffer 30 movement speed and continuous water-type damage per second. Domain Effect, Divine Majesty. Poseidon is immune to all control skills below Epic rank. Domain Effect, Wrathful Resurrection. Atlantean units killed within the domain have a chance to return as vengeful spirits. Royal Trident Sea Splitter. The trident sweeps in a straight line ahead, dealing devastating piercing damage and leaving a deep-sea fissure lasting 15 seconds. The fissure continuously erupts high-pressure water streams on both sides, dealing massive damage and knockback to those who approach. Atlantis's Final Lament. Poseidon chants the dirge of the lost divine kingdom, summoning countless ghostly warrior phantoms from the seabed to launch an indiscriminate spectral charge across the entire map. Each phantom moves at high speed and can instantly eliminate fragile targets. Players must find extremely small safe zones amid the dense charge to survive. Abyssal Summoning Kraken's Fury. Poseidon plunges his trident into the ground, borrowing power from the abyssal evil god to summon a destructive kraken tentacle diamond rank unit at each corner of the battlefield. Tentacle ability, Entangle, randomly grabs a player, dragging them to the field's edge for continuous strangulation. Requires focused fire to break free. Tentacle ability, Ink Spray, sprays large area abyssal ink toward the field's center, obscuring vision while adding corrosion effects that cause continuous health loss and defense reduction. Divine Punishment. World returns to silence. When Poseidon's health first drops below 50, he enters an invincible state and drags the entire dungeon into his divine kingdom's memory of collapse. The sky crumbles, the earth sinks. He chants for 15 seconds, condensing an ever-expanding void singularity at the field's center. The cold data crashed against his heart like wave after wave. On the throne, that towering 100-meter figure finally rose slowly, armor scraping against coral palace walls with sharp groans. Debris fell from the underwater palace's pillars as cracks spread everywhere. He gazed down at the intruder, his voice rumbling like deep-sea pressure. Insignificant trespasser, state your name. I do not slay the nameless. I shall grant you. Poseidon's wrathful avatar was preparing to deliver his eternally unchanged opening speech, displaying his dignity as a divine incarnation. However, Su Xing had absolutely no interest in listening to some ancient ghost who'd been dead for countless years ramble on endlessly. Time was money, experience, and free attribute points. More importantly, it was his confidence for stepping into the Yun family and facing teacher Yin Shang directly. Anything that dared waste even a second of his time deserved to die. While his opponent was still chattering away, he would end this with a single arrow. The moment this thought formed, Su Xing had already drawn the wailing divine meteor bow to its full extent, the bowstring trembling from the excessive tension. Destructive energy blazed along the arrow shaft as a brilliant azure streak tore through the seawater, hurtling straight toward Poseidon's mountain-like chest. Insolence. Poseidon's will erupted in fury. A mere mortal less than an ant dared to interrupt a god's words. He couldn't be bothered to raise his hand in defense, letting the arrow strike his damaged golden armor. Clang. A deep metallic crash rang out, followed by a blood-red number that made Su Xing's eyelids twitch as it slowly materialized. 54,160. Something's wrong. Su Xing's brow furrowed sharply. After pouring all 40,000 free attribute points into attack power, his damage output had reached 270,000, theoretically enough to pierce through most epic-level bosses. Yet now, a single arrow had only scraped off 50,000 health. The damage reduction was absurdly extreme. Was this the terrifying power of 500,000 defense? Though his mind raced, his assault never ceased. 10 arrows per second rained down like a machine gun, each one precisely striking the same damaged section of armor. 54,160. 54,160. 54160. Damage numbers cascaded like a waterfall, but even with total damage exceeding 500,000 per second, against an epic-level boss with 40 million health, this barely qualified as a scratch. Su Xing had just begun to feel a twinge of disappointment at his pathetic damage output, unaware that if the outside world's prodigies witnessed this minor scraping, their jaws would hit the floor. Insect, you have successfully enraged me. Poseidon flew into a complete rage, raising his trident high as the ocean floor instantly erupted into chaos. Royal Domain activate. An invisible law expanded outward, and the seawater throughout the entire dungeon space suddenly became as thick as glue, layer upon layer of pressure bearing down on Su Xing's shoulders. Then, from the corpses of monsters Su Xing had slaughtered across the battlefield, ghostly blue resentment rose up, reconstituting into physical forms. Fallen Sea God General Aegean. Deep Sea Leviathan's Shadow. Soul Songstress Siren Queen. 3 diamond-level bosses were resurrected under the Royal Domain's enhancement. Though their auras were slightly weakened, they remained genuine diamond-tier threats. This is troublesome. Su Xing's gaze swept between the 3 revived bosses and Poseidon, whose overwhelming presence dominated the throne, 4 against 1. With the enemy receiving domain buffs while he faced constant suppression, this was the true difficulty of an epic-level dungeon. Ding! A system notification exploded in his ears. Divine Passive Chaos Favor, as activated, granting you immunity to all negative effects this time. Fortunately, the Divine Passive Chaos Favor once again activated at the crucial moment. At the entrance to the Lost Atlantis Epic Dungeon, headquarters of the Apotheosis Guild, the bustling crowd, initially drawn by curiosity and excitement, now seemed shrouded by an invisible cloud of tension, their conversations tinged with unease. On the light screen above the dungeon entrance, red numbers flickered coldly. 10 minutes 23 seconds. 10 minutes already. You've got to be kidding me. That kid must be hiding in some corner, right? Hiding? With patrol monsters everywhere, there are no safe spots in Atlantis. Shock, doubt, and mockery swirled together, but the undeniable truth remained. A mere third-tier rookie had ventured solo into an epic dungeon and somehow survived for 10 whole minutes, shattering every record for new guild members in the Apotheosis Guild's history. On the outskirts, Long Tion paced frantically like an ant on a hot pan, gripping his communicator so tightly his knuckles turned white and veins bulged. He knew Su Xing was strong, but this was an epic-level dungeon. Hey, Qingshan, get over here right now. In desperation, he dialed a number. A voice laced with drowsiness and arrogance came through the communicator. Bro? What's so urgent? I was just about to tackle the Dragon Soul Secret Realm. Forget that. Get to the Lost Atlantis dungeon entrance immediately. Something huge is happening. What could possibly be so important at that dump? Wait, it's not about that rookie you brought back from Nanjiang, is it? I heard he wants to solo an epic dungeon. Bro, please tell me you don't actually believe that. A third tier? Are you drunk, or am I still dreaming? The sneer from the other end was unmistakable. The speaker was none other than the most outstanding genius of the Long family's current generation, Long Qingshan, blessed with the sacred Dragon Master talent, a full tier above Long Tion's SS rank Dragon Knight class, and considered one of the absolute powerhouses among this generation's rookies. His arrogance was well earned. Cut the crap. He's been in there for almost 11 minutes. Long Tion's roar nearly shattered the communicator. After a half-second of silence, Long Qingshan's voice wavered for the first time. What did you just say? The news spread like wildfire. Elite rookies who had been busy with their own missions dropped everything and streaked toward the epic dungeon entrance, like shooting stars they had to see with their own eyes. Which fool was making such a spectacle? Even some Sequence 8 elders turned their attention to the scene. Outrageous. With a majestic dragon's roar, a sacred dragon several times larger than Long Tion's mount, its body radiating golden light, descended from the sky. Atop the dragon's head stood a handsome young man with defiant eyes, sacred dragon master Long Qingshan. Before he even landed, the surrounding geniuses gasped in awe. He leaped down gracefully, landing steadily at the dungeon entrance. After glancing at the timer and surveying the grave expressions of the gathered talents, his brow furrowed deeply. So it's actually true. Bro, what the hell is going on? He asked in a low voice. Long Tian quickly recounted the entire situation. Long Qingshan fell silent after hearing this, but his mind was in complete turmoil. As the pride of the Long family, he had studied the long-vanished Atlantis dungeon inside and out, from the entrance to every single checkpoint, even memorizing the spawn points of every minor mob along the way. He was confident he could solo the early mobs and the first boss, but the real challenge began in the second phase. After defeating one diamond tier boss, 3 diamond tier bosses would spawn simultaneously. Once those 3 monsters joined forces, they had perfect crowd control, burst damage, and support capabilities, coordinating as if controlled by a single invisible hand. Even elite teams of 6th rank candidates, like themselves, would break into a sweat fighting them. But the most terrifying was the final epic tier boss, the avatar of Poseidon's wrath. Its sovereign domain was every challenger's nightmare: continuous health drain, permanent speed reduction, immunity to crowd control, plus a disgustingly overpowered resurrection mechanism. Forget soloing Idavan, a full team of 6th rank players in epic gear might not make it out alive. His original plan was to wait until he reached 4th rank level 200, borrow some legendary equipment from his family, then team up with those 2 monsters from the Yun and Zhao families. Even with all 3 of them together, they'd only have a maybe chance of clearing it. But now, a mere 3rd rank newbie had ventured in alone and was still alive? This wasn't just absurd, it was completely shattering his worldview. Ridiculous. Absolutely, utterly ridiculous. While Long Qingshan was reeling in shock outside, the final battle had already erupted within the dungeon. On the underwater throne, the massive 100-meter figure truly moved for the first time. Ghostly blue flames blazed in its eye sockets as its cold, savage gaze locked onto the tiny yet arrogant figure below. Resurrection? Excellent. Su Xing showed no trace of fear. Instead, a cold smile curved his lips. Perfect. Let me see just where my limits lie now. Before his words faded, the godfall bow in his hands suddenly blazed with blinding light. Multi-shot. Whoosh. The first arrow left the string, instantly splitting into 7 silver-white streaks that covered the fan-shaped area ahead like scattered petals. The second arrow followed, then the third. In just 1 second, he had fired 10 arrows. Ricochet, ricochet, ricochet again. In an instant, the entire underwater palace was filled with endless silver arrow rain. The 3 diamond tier bosses that had just resurrected and were charging towards Su Xing couldn't even cast a single skill before being riddled by the dense barrage. Their health bars drained like spilled mercury, instantly hitting 0. 3 seconds. The 3 diamond tier bosses that could put any elite team through hell, along with the entire army of undead guards that had just been revived, were once again reduced to dust in the torrential arrow storm. Ding. Defeated Vengeful Soul Diamond Tier. You have obtained Poseidon's Trident Fragment Diamond Tier. Ding. Defeated Vengeful Soul Diamond Tier. You have obtained Poseidon's Trident Fragment Diamond Tier. Ding. Defeated Vengeful Soul Diamond Tier. You have obtained Poseidon's Trident Fragment Diamond Tier. The system notifications rang out continuously, but Su Xing didn't spare them a glance. With the area cleared, he looked up, his cold gaze locking directly onto the massive figure on the throne. Now, only you remain. Foolish insect who knows not death. The wrathful incarnation of Poseidon let out a soul-piercing roar, finally realizing that this intruder was unlike any who had come before. He raised the Trident of Dominion high, and abyssal law power gathered at its tip. In the next moment, Trident of Dominion, Sea Splitter, howled forth no flashy effects, just a single deep blue beam that tore through space itself, cutting across the void and instantly piercing through Su Xing's chest. Where the beam passed, pitch-black fissures split the seabed, and deep ocean currents roared through the cracks, continuously corroding everything that drew near. Boom. 210,000. A terrifying blood-red number exploded above Su Xing's head as his health bar instantly evaporated by more than half. His body flew backward hundreds of meters in a spray of shattered water, crashing hard into the palace wall as debris and coral scattered everywhere. Such devastating damage even, with his full set of diamond-grade armor. He had nearly been killed in one hit. His heart racing. The moment he landed, he pushed off with his toes, becoming a blur as he darted away to create distance from the boss. Simultaneously, green numbers began cascading upward. 18,000. 18,000. Lifesteal frantically restored his health. Flee? In my domain, there is nowhere to run. Poseidon pressed on relentlessly, pointing his trident at the ground. Abyssal summoning. Kraken's wrath. Rumble. The ground shook like thunderous drumbeats. Dozens of massive tentacles burst from the fissures, their suction cups writhing as viscous fluid splattered everywhere. Like frenzied serpents, they swept across with enough force to crush platinum-tier bosses. Su Xing pushed his agility to its absolute limit, his ghostly figure weaving through the forest of tentacles as water currents left faint trails in his wake. His bowstring remained taut, each draw accompanied by cold light cutting through water. Arrows traced bizarre arcs, striking that colossal divine form again and again. 54,160. 54,160. 54,160. 10 arrows per second, over 500,000 damage per second. In just 37 seconds, the towering incarnation of Poseidon's wrath had already dropped below 50 health, golden divine blood flowing from its wounds as its divine power fluctuated chaotically. Mortal, you shall pay for your arrogance. Witness divine punishment. This world shall return to silence. He roared, driving his trident deep into the ground. In that instant, the entire underwater world fell still, as if even the water currents had been frozen in time. At the very center of the palace, a pitch-black singularity rose with a low, ominous hum, devouring light and sound. The void singularity. System alert. Boss has triggered ultimate skill, divine punishment. World returns to silence. Response mechanism. Deal sufficient damage to the void singularity within 15 seconds to destabilize it. Failure penalty. If damage threshold is not met, the singularity will fully detonate, inflicting true death damage across the entire map that ignores invincibility, health locks, and all other survival skills. Success reward. If successfully interrupted, Poseidon will suffer severe damage and enter a 10-second weakened state, during which all damage dealt to him is increased by 100. 15 seconds. Instant death judgment. Su Xing's pupils contracted, yet his heart remained utterly calm. Fortunately, he had prepared a contingency plan. He raised his eyes, locking onto that abyss-black singularity, and without hesitation crushed his trump card skill death mark. In the next moment, a gray-white ethereal chain snaked out from his palm, carrying the power of laws, instantly piercing through the darkness and forcibly binding Su Xing to the Goetiu singularity. No matter where it fled to the ends of the earth, this karmic chain would never break. Now was the time. He took a deep breath and gripped his longbow with complete focus. Swift step. Moonlight. All buffs activated simultaneously within a single heartbeat. The bowstring trembled, and the first arrow whistled forth. Critical hit. 601,632. Weak point critical. Su Xing's gaze darkened. This singularity actually shared defense with an epic-level boss. The thought flashed through his mind, but he didn't pause. His bowstring became a blur as a storm of rapid shots followed. 70,408. 70,408. Under death marks 30 damage boost. Each arrow exceeded 70,000 damage. Excluding the initial critical hit, his damage per second reached 700,000. 10 seconds. In just 10 seconds, he had unleashed over 7 million devastating total damage on the singularity. As the 10th second's final note fell, Deathmark's ultimate effect Karmic Reckoning suddenly detonated. Boom! A massive true damage number exploded above the black singularity. 352,0800. In the remaining 5 seconds after the true damage, Su Xing's bowstring accelerated again, pouring in another 2.5 million damage. Thus, within 15 seconds, he had unleashed over 13 million destructive firepower. If the prodigious talents outside witnessed this scene, their Dao hearts would likely shatter on the spot. Some of them were instantly killed by bosses upon first appearance, or couldn't even break through defenses. Yet here they witnessed a third-tier newcomer beating up a boss. Even the top figures from the previous session, now 6th tier, could only fall silent in shame. Crack. With the final arrow's impact, that singularity radiating destructive aura could no longer hold and shattered with a thunderous crash. System notification, skill interruption successful. Boss Wrath of the Deep Sea Poseidon's vengeful incarnation has entered a weakened state, lasting 10 seconds, taking 100 increased damage from all sources. The opportunity had come. Su Xing's eyes gleamed like cold stars, killing intent fully revealed. Under the weakened state, Poseidon's defense plummeted, and with the additional 100 vulnerability, each of his arrows dealt over 600,000 terrifying damage. 608,320. 608,320. His damage per second exceeded 6 million, with almost every arrow being a weak point critical absolutely exhilarating. In just 2 seconds, the boss's health bar was brutally carved away by over 12 million. No, impossible. Poseidon let out a soul-rending wail as his divine form crumbled and torrential divine power scattered in all directions. Atlantis' final requiem. At life's end, he launched his last counterattack, countless divine power-infused light beams pouring down like a torrential storm, covering the entire palace. Su Xing was forced to devote most of his attention to dodging, causing his damage output efficiency to plummet. But this no longer mattered before absolute damage supremacy. All struggles were futile. Another 2 seconds later, with a cry filled with unwillingness and venomous resentment, the former sea god, now an incarnation of pure malice, saw his massive form finally dissolve completely into countless points of light that scattered into the dark waters. The moment those light fragments exploded outward, the entire sea region blazed as if ignited by 10,000 suns. The chaotic underwater currents ceased, and the dark tides rapidly receded. The wrathful incarnation of Poseidon, that mountain-like colossus, shattered thunderously under Su Xing's apocalyptic arrow storm, its roars mixing defiance with sorrow until, with one final bellow of rage, it transformed into countless brilliant fragments. The purification came with overwhelming force. The resentment and tides that had churned for 10,000 years seemed to vanish simultaneously. The heavy dome of seawater that had stretched endlessly above began to crack slowly, allowing a ray of warm sunlight from the real world to penetrate the depths and illuminate this lost divine kingdom that had slumbered in silence for millennia. Then, as if celebrating the end of this ancient grudge, an unprecedented shower of light cascaded from the collapsing throne. Each beam formed from the scattered remains of the boss, carrying pressure that rivaled the ocean depths themselves. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the epic boss wrath of the deep sea. Poseidon's incarnation of resentment, LV.60. Gained free attribute points, 400. Hidden class master of all arts, progress 8. Obtained. Fragment of Poseidon's trident epic. Obtained. Poseidon's crown of the fallen epic. Obtained. Poseidon's wave-splitting battle armor epic. Obtained. Final relic of Atlantis epic special accessory. Obtained. Heart of the sea god epic material. Obtained. Fragment of the world core epic material. Obtained. Immortal divine iron epic material. Obtained. Sands of time and space epic material. Obtained. Copper coins 600,000. The dense cascade of system notifications flooded Su Xing's mind almost to the breaking point. Meanwhile, the shower of light formed from the boss's remains grew ever more intense, with at least several pieces of equipment and materials floating within, each radiating a profound, majestic dark golden glow that illuminated the entire seabed like a true divine realm. I've struck it rich. Even Su Xing couldn't help but take a deep breath, his heart pounding wildly. He flashed into the center of the light shower, his gaze sharp as an eagle's as he swiftly collected every piece of loot from the battlefield without missing a single item. Epic equipment, massive quantities of materials, 600,000 copper coins. Any one of these rewards would be enough to make even 7th-tier powerhouses green with envy. In just a few short days, he had transformed from that drank waste in Nanjiang Sanctuary who could barely survive, to now wielding multiple epic-grade equipment, a metamorphosis that could only be described as earth-shattering. Having arrived at the capital sanctuary mere moments ago, he already stood at heights he had never dared to dream of before. The Apotheosis Guilda had chosen correctly. Without the intelligence and that million-value entry ticket provided by the guild, he would have been left to hunt alone in the wilderness, not knowing when he might encounter dungeons and equipment of this caliber. At this thought, excitement and gratitude intertwined in his heart, transforming into an even more burning desire for the future. Outside world. The entrance to the Lost Atlantis dungeon had long been surrounded completely. Thousands of Apotheosis Guild members stood in formation keeping watch, and even several Sequence 8 elders with auras as deep as abysses, who rarely showed themselves, had appeared at the scene. Everyone's gaze was fixed intently on the massive dungeon record monument suspended above the whirlpool. Lost Atlantis clearance records. First place, Phantom Squad, clear time, 2 hours 45 minutes 13 seconds. Second place, Dragon Fong Squad, clear time, 3 hours 12 minutes 28 seconds. Time ticked by second. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. In the observation hall, every gaze was glued to the timer screen. That rookie was still inside the dungeon. Monster. He was an absolute monster. Could he actually be trying to clear it? Just as everyone was still reeling from the shock of Su Xing's incredibly long survival time, something extraordinary happened. The dungeon record monument, silent for years, suddenly erupted in brilliant golden light, so blinding that no one could keep their eyes open. In countless pupils that looked as if they'd seen a ghost, Horror and disbelief intertwined. The first-place record was forcibly pushed down by an even more dazzling, more dominating beam of light. First place, Su Xing. Clear time, 16 minutes 20 seconds. Dead silence. It was as if all sound had been instantly sucked out of the world, as though someone had hit the pause button. People's minds went blank, only able to stare numbly at that line of refreshed numbers. 16 minutes. After what felt like an eternity, someone finally managed to stammer out those words in a voice that sounded like sleep talking. Then, boom, an uproar like a volcanic eruption swept across the entire venue. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? 16 minutes? And he did it solo? He cleared an epic dungeon like this? That's over 2 hours ahead of the previous record. Impossible. He must be cheating. 30 minutes early, I could understand, but 2.5 hours? Solo? That's beyond human limits. After gathering all the loot, Su Xing felt no attachment and decisively chose to exit the dungeon. As the teleportation light rose from beneath him, enveloping his entire being, he was stunned into place by the sight before him the very next second. At the dungeon entrance, the previously empty space was now filled with a dense crowd. Heads bobbed together, shoulder to shoulder, feet packed closely. A sea of people, utterly jammed. Hundreds upon thousands of members from the Apotheosis Guild surrounded the area in layers upon layers, all eyes fixed intently on the dungeon exit. When the teleportation light flashed and Su Xing stepped out of the portal carrying his bow, the air seemed to be instantly sucked away, as if the world had been muted. Everyone's breathing stopped in unison, their eyes wide as saucers, bloodshot with shock, terror, disbelief, and even a hint of fanaticism. Feeling uncomfortable under those burning gazes, Su Xing instinctively touched the back of his neck. What's going on? What do these guys want? The silence lasted less than a second before the crowd exploded like ignited gunpowder. Holy shit. He's out. He actually came out. He cleared it. Solo cleared an epic-level dungeon. Solo, and 2.5 hours faster than an elite team? Is this guy even human? He's definitely cheating. I don't believe it. I'm going to try too. There must be a bug in solo mode. A hot-headed berserker roared as he crushed his dungeon ticket and charged into the portal like a cannonball. The crowd instantly fell silent, everyone holding their breath as they watched the timer. 10 seconds, 11 seconds, 12 seconds. Whoosh. A white flash, and the berserker was ejected from the dungeon, pale-faced with just a sliver of health remaining. If he hadn't crushed a life-saving scroll beforehand, he'd already be losing levels at the respawn point. Damn, that's insane. The monsters inside went berserk. Their damage is ridiculously high. How the hell did he survive that? With someone having tested the waters, no one else dared to act rashly. The way everyone looked at Su Xing completely changed, no longer sizing up a newcomer, but staring at a monster that defied all logic. Long Tian pushed through the crowd and was the first to rush up to Su Xing, as excited as a husky wagging its tail. Brother Xing. Star God. Big bro. How did you do it? Share some tips with your buddy. What's the secret to that epic boss? Su Xing looked at his fawning face, thought seriously for 2 seconds, then shrugged. Strategy? There's no real strategy. Just keep shooting. As long as you shoot fast enough, it works. Uffed. The surrounding crowd nearly spat blood. Shoot fast enough? Can you speak like a normal person? No matter how fast we shoot, we can't even break through its defense. At that moment, Divine Dragon Envoy Long Qingshan pushed through the crowd, his handsome face filled with gravity and confusion. He stared intently at Su Xing and asked in a low voice. Shoot fast? Fine. Let's say your attack is high enough. Let me ask you this: Poseidon's ultimate skill, Divine Punishment. World returns to silence. Requires dealing 10 million damage to the singularity within 15 seconds, or it's an instant death judgment. Even our guild's top 4th-tier teams can't consistently hit that threshold. How did you handle this mechanic alone? The question struck at the heart of every player who understood the dungeon, and they held their breath waiting for an answer. After hearing this, Su Xing suddenly showed a look of realization and raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, so I just needed to exceed 10 million? He seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, patting his chest with a look of lingering fear as he said, had me worried for nothing. There was no indicator at the time, so I was afraid the damage wouldn't be enough and didn't dare stop. I went all out and dealt over 13 million damage. I thought I barely made the cut. The moment Su Xing finished speaking, the world seemed to have all its air suddenly sucked out, falling into deathly silence. Everyone appeared to be under a petrification spell, frozen mid-gesture, eyes locked on Su Xing, minds completely blank. 13 million? In 15 seconds. Uffed. Long Qingshan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, crimson splattering across his chest. As if struck by lightning, his body went rigid, mouth half open, finger pointing at Su Xing while his lips trembled violently. You. His voice caught in his throat, so dry he couldn't squeeze out a single word. Staring at Su Xing's expression of, thank goodness I didn't mess up, he felt his blood rushing straight to his head. Close call? How much total health did the boss even have? If this guy could just stand there and attack, he could kill an epic-level boss in just over 40 seconds? Even he wouldn't dare make such an outrageous claim. Yet the merciless 16 minutes and 20 seconds clear time glowing on the screen slapped him across the face like a resounding blow. It was all real. His vision darkened as Long Qingshan staggered back 2 steps. His pride in his talent, his hard-earned strength, his confidence as the prodigy of the Long family's generation all crumbled to dust at Su Xing's casual remark. His Dao heart shattered. Seeing his younger brother's devastated state and comparing it to Su Xing's innocent face that read, "Oh, I see." Long Tian nearly couldn't hold back his laughter, forcing it down until his face turned red. Now he understood reasoning with a monster like Su Xing was completely pointless. The guy's logic operated on an entirely different frequency from normal people. You tell him about insurmountable barriers. He asks if one kick could flatten them. You mention limits, and he casually asks back, "Is 13 million damage enough for a warm-up?" How could anyone even have this conversation? Just shoot fast enough? Only dealt an extra 3 million. Su Xing's explanation, dripping with humble bragging, left Long Tian completely petrified. He really wanted to rush in and just shoot, like Su Xing, but he wasn't an idiot. If epic-level dungeons were really that simple, they wouldn't deserve to be called epic. The problem wasn't about shooting or not shooting, it was about what kind of monster the person doing the shooting actually was. With this realization, Long Tian suddenly threw his arm around Su Xing's shoulder, so excited he could barely speak coherently. "Brother Xing, you're my real brother. From now on, you're Long Tian's blood brother. Anyone who dares disrespect you, I'll be the first to smash their skull in." Su Xing was caught off guard by this sudden enthusiasm, nodding dismissively while his gaze swept across the crowd. Strange, why was everyone staring at him like he was some prehistoric beast? He had just cleared a dungeon. Was it really that big a deal? He had no idea that his casual remark had stirred up a tsunami in the hearts of these prodigies from the Fengshan Guild. Did I hear that right? 15 seconds, 13 million damage. What the hell kind of damage is that for a 3rd-tier player? I'm 6th tier max level with burst skills activated, and I can't even deal a fraction of that damage. This is beyond prodigious, this is monstrous. A walking human catastrophe. Mom's asking why I'm watching this master on my knees. Meanwhile, the Fengshan Guild's internal forum had completely exploded. The most prominent position on the homepage was occupied by a pinned post highlighted in red, followed by a long string of explosion symbols. Breaking news. Newcomer Su Xing with Drank talent has solo cleared the epic dungeon, the Lost Atlantis, in 16 minutes and 20 seconds, breaking all historical records. The post instantly generated tens of thousands of replies. Holy shit. Is this real? Is this the kind of power a Drank talent should have? Mindblown.jpg. I just got back from the dungeon entrance, saw it with my own eyes. Absolutely true. 16 minutes? Dude, did you maybe see 160 minutes? Bullshit. I saw it crystal clear. 16 minutes. Master Long Qingshan's confidence was completely shattered on the spos, still standing there in a daze. His 7 Long Qingshan was devastated? What's this newcomer's background? You guys didn't Photoshop this, did you? Su Xing? Who's that? Never heard of him. Investigate. Quick, investigate. Dig up all his information. From bronze tier newcomers to diamond tier core members, even the secluded sequence 8 elders were left restless by the sudden emergence of the name Su Xing. The newly joined rookies were first shocked, then fanatical, treating the young man who single-handedly created this legend as their sole idol. Meanwhile, those from Su Xing's cohort originally considered prodigies fell into collective silence. The online explosion quickly spilled into reality. Long Qingshan refused to accept it. How could a 3rd-tier newcomer crush him so decisively? Impossible. I don't believe it. There must be a bug, he roared, activating his dungeon ticket. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a golden dragon soared into the sky as he charged alone into the Lost Atlantis. Half an hour later, a frustrated and unwilling dragon's roar pierced through the teleportation beam. Long Qingshan was ejected, his dragon-patterned armor dulled, and his strength completely drained. He had failed. Though he hadn't died or lost levels, his disheveled appearance formed a stark contrast to his earlier confidence. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, his face ashen. The monsters in there are completely unreasonable. Solo clearing is absolutely impossible. 3 diamond-tier bosses had attacked him in succession, and he was forced to retreat without even seeing the final boss. This news struck everyone's hearts like another heavy blow. If even Long Qingshan couldn't do it, how did Su Xing manage? Word quickly reached the ears of the Yun family prodigian, Che, who was preparing for other dungeons. 16 minutes? Solo clear? Yun Che, an SS rank forbidden curse mage, had possessed 10 times damage amplification when he was 3rd tier. After the 4th class advancement, the damage amplification reached an astounding 20-fold increase, earning him recognition as the undisputed top mage among this year's newcomers. As his level continued to rise, the amplification would soar even higher, making his title as a forbidden spell mage truly well-deserved. When Yunshe heard this news, he merely snorted with disdain, a cold sneer curling at the corner of his lips. Nothing but a cheap trick to grab attention. He must be exploiting some unknown bug. Despite his words, he immediately assembled his elite squad and stormed into the epic-level dungeon, the Lost Atlantis. More than 3 hours later, at the dungeon's end, Yunshe's team had indeed cleared it successfully, but everyone was utterly exhausted. Their potions and scrolls were nearly depleted, and they collapsed on the ground like hunting dogs drained of all strength. The leaderboard instantly appeared. 3 hours and 1 minute. Third place. First place 16 minutes and 20 seconds. The red text particularly glaring, and it was a solo clear. Yunshe's face turned ashen, as if water might drip from it. The difference in strength was crystal clear. Cheating. This is absolutely cheating. He vented his fury on his teammates. Such attention-seeking tactics are meaningless. Not worth wasting our time on. With those words, he pushed past everyone and left without looking back. Meanwhile, the Zhao family prodigy, SS rank killing god Zhao Wuji, upon hearing the same record, merely wiped his dagger in silence, his eyes as calm as an ancient well. Childish. With those 2 words, he closed his eyes again. To him, competing in such trivial dungeons was nothing more than child's play. The newcomer trials in 3 days would be the real stage. Thus, Su Xing turned the newcomer circle of the Apotheosis Guild completely upside down. Countless newcomers flooded into the Lost Atlantis, only to be carried out one by one, battered and defeated. Su Xing's name became legend, myth, an unreplicable miracle. However, the man at the storm's center had long since cast all of this aside. Amidst the clamoring crowd, he ignored those gazes filled with admiration, jealousy, or curiosity, and walked straight toward his true destination, the class advancement temple. Fame, records, other shock, none of it mattered to him. Only one thought remained in his mind. Not enough. Still not enough. His current strength was far from sufficient. He had to become stronger. Stepping into the temple, he took a deep breath and stood beneath the magnificent dome, gazing up at the statue of the merciful goddess, his eyes burning with an unprecedented blazing flame. The path to the 4th advancement officially began. Ding! The 4th trial has been completed. Detection shows you have completed all 4th advancement tasks. Do you wish to proceed with the 4th class advancement immediately? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xing selected yes. Inside the Apotheosis Guild's class change temple, Su Xing stood before the magnificent goddess statue. Starlight flowed like silk, creating an invisible curtain that completely shut out the outside world's clamor. The various commotions stirring outside because of him were nothing more than background noise to his ears, with only one thing echoing in his mind. Ding! Choice confirmed. 4th class change initiated. Boom! Starlight like the Milky Way cascaded down from the 9 heavens, instantly engulfing Su Xing. Endless energy surged through his limbs and bones as his soul was dragged into the torrent of universal laws, undergoing the deepest level of refinement and reconstruction. The most dramatic changes concentrated in his eyes. A cool sensation spread from deep within his eye sockets, and the once clear world fractured into layers upon layers of images. Blurred after images flickered at the edges of his vision, as if he could see the flow of time itself and touch the very fabric of space. Warning. Observer class detected undergoing 3rd tier evolution. Evolution direction confirmed time and space with dimensional aspects. Congratulations. Your class has successfully evolved to Eye of Time and Space, a rank. Additional mental attribute bonus, 2,300. New active skill. Temporal rewind can replay like a recording all events that occurred within a designated area in the past hour. New active skill. Space-time anchor can forcibly lock a space-time field with a 5-meter radius, causing everything within to fall into absolute stasis. Evolution trait. Iris displays magnificent swirling nebula patterns, occasionally allowing brief glimpses of parallel universe fragments. Symbolic meaning. Pupils reflect the river of time and space, proving you have gained preliminary control over higher dimensional space-time forces. As the system notification ended, Su Xing slowly opened his eyes. 2 profound beams of light, as if containing entire starfields, flashed briefly before fading. Success. Joy filled his heart, but he didn't stop there. Practice makes perfect, and each class change was an opportunity to intimately touch the universal law. Certainly couldn't abandon this old tradition. Without hesitation, Su Xing activated his newly acquired Eye of Time and Space, once again gazing at the goddess statue. His sight pierced through dimensional barriers, reaching directly into that mysterious divine realm. This time, what met his eyes was no longer vague, half-glimpsed curves, but a mist-shrouded hot spring glowing with celestial light. In the spring waters, a face of perfect, flawless beauty reclined lazily against white jade stones, allowing the divine waters to caress her form. Holy shit! The goddess is actually taking a bath. Almost the instant he saw her, the goddess of fortune in the hot spring detected that brazen gaze. Ah! You damned, shameless, despicable mortal. You must die. Rumble. A shriek powerful enough to shatter souls crossed infinite dimensions, exploding directly within the depths of Su Xing's very soul. A pitch-black divine thunder containing the law of annihilation tore through space like spilled ink. Lightning cascaded like a waterfall, crashing down from the heavens and locking onto Su Xing's head, carrying terrifying power capable of instantly vaporizing seventh-tier powerhouse's divine punishment. In this moment, the goddess had truly unleashed her fury. Before the thunder pillar could even make contact, a hazy chaotic glow quietly emerged around Su Xing's body. Chaos's favor activated. When the golden divine thunder touched the glow, it melted away like snow under scorching sun with a soft hiss, transforming into pure law energy that flowed back into his body. Ding! You have received divine punishment from the goddess of fortune. Chaos's favor has granted you immunity to all negative effects. Ding! Massive divine punishment energy detected with no outlet, converting to rewards. Ding! Divine punishment energy converting. Congratulations! You have obtained a brand new God tier unique passive skill Absolute Evasion. Absolute Evasion God tier passive. Influenced by luck value. You have an extremely low probability of evading any form of attack, including but not limited to physical attacks, law attacks, instant death effects, and causality skills. As vast streams of information flooded his mind, Su Xing clearly sensed the new power within his body. Recalling the fleeting glimpse of lightning and the goddess's exasperated expression, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This goddess, she really is its Sundara benefit dispenser. Gets furious every time, but the rewards she gives are always top tier. Next time, I'm definitely coming back." With the class advancement ceremony complete, his level cap was officially raised to 200. Without hesitation, Su Xing opened his attribute panel and dumped all the experience he'd gained from the beast tied outside Nanjiang Sanctuary, plus the experience from the epic dungeon that was nearly overflowing. Ding! Your level has increased to LV.101. Ding! Your level has increased to LV.102. Ding! Your level has increased to LV.110. The system notifications formed a pleasant melody as light flashed wildly across his body, the rush of surging power nearly making him groan with pleasure. Finally, his experience bar stopped at LV.110 with just one class advancement. He had forcibly jumped 10 whole levels. Satisfied with the surging power within him, he nodded approvingly. Pushing open the doors of the class advancement temple, he found the crowd outside had grown numb, staring at him as if he were a living deity. Su Xing paid them no mind and raised his hand to activate today's fortune draw. Brilliant golden light flashed great fortune. Excellent. His lips curved upward. Since his luck was off the charts, it was time to add some pieces to his first epic equipment set. Under the bewildered gazes of the crowd, he turned and once again headed toward the dungeon entrance he had just turned upside down the Lost Atlantis. Not only did it offer rich experience and generous free attribute points, but more importantly, his epic Sea Emperor set was still missing several pieces that could only be obtained there. Leveling up, getting equipment drops, and gaining attribute points, 3 birds with 1 stone. The only downside was the expensive entrance fee. But for an epic dungeon, the 1 million yuan ticket price was nothing compared to the rewards. The profits from the recent Nanjiang Sanctuary Beast Tide had just arrived 130 million yuan total. He was now officially worth over 100 million. The key was converting that money into real power. The Fengshin Gilda, magnificent floating island suspended above the sacred grounds of the capital. Deep within the island lay a secret chamber that no outsider had ever entered, where causality was in chaos and time nearly stood still. There were no visible boundaries of heaven and earth, only countless stars converging into a slowly flowing river of starlight, with silver radiance rippling beneath one's feet. Beside this stellar river stood an ancient library forged from primordial light, as if it had remained unmoved since the world's creation. At the center of the library's steps sat a petite figure suspended in midair. She was completely wrapped in a cloak of stardust, her appearance and age indiscernible, leaving only an ancient aura that seemed as eternal as heaven and earth itself to reveal her transcendent status. For countless eons, she had barely moved, yet now she suddenly raised her head, her gaze piercing through layers of barriers toward the direction of the class change temple. There, the phenomenon caused by Su Xing's class change appeared in her vision with extraordinary clarity. The temple's dome pierced by brilliant light, ice, thunder, wind, and fire rising simultaneously, divine scripts swirling through the air. She raised a slender fingertip and lightly touched the void, causing a light screen to unfold displaying the complete recording of Su Xing's solo clear of the Lost Atlantis. In the footage, Su Xing swept through minor monsters with devastating force, then unleashed nearly 10 million damage in 15 seconds, forcibly interrupting the boss's divine punishment. Every dodge, every attack was presented with perfect precision on the light screen. She watched quietly, her emotions as calm as if she were reviewing files whose outcomes she already knew. When the recording ended, the light screen dissolved into particles of light. The next moment, the Fengshen Guild's highest authority member information panel appeared before her. Her finger landed directly on a recently joined new named Su Xing. The authority level rapidly jumped upward from bottom to top, stopping at Sequence 7, High Command, a height that countless members could never reach despite lifelong struggle. Having done this, she casually added Su Xing to the highest authority internal group chat of only dozens of members, whose name carried obvious mischief. Share fortune together, abandon ship when trouble comes. An interesting fellow. A ethereal, pleasant voice that revealed neither joy nor anger echoed through the library. Then everything returned to silence once more. Meanwhile, Su Xing, who had been striding toward the epic dungeon entrance, suddenly stopped. The guild emblem on his chest began vibrating violently without warning, piercing light bursting through his clothing, its heat searing his skin. Almost simultaneously, system notifications fired like machine gun rounds in his mind. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He hastily opened the guild panel and was completely stunned by what he saw. Congratulations. Your member level has been upgraded. Current member level, Bronze. Congratulations. Your member level has been upgraded. Current member level, Silver. Congratulations. Your member level has been upgraded. Current member level, Gold. Congratulations. Your member level has been upgraded. Current member level, Platinum. Congratulations. Your membership level has been upgraded. Current membership level, Diamond. Ice blue system panels flickered rapidly before Su Xing's eyes. The membership level that previously required grinding through guild missions bit by bit was now skyrocketing, as if someone had slammed the fast-forward button, jumping 5 levels in an instant. But that wasn't the end. The upgrade glow on the panel seemed equipped with rocket boosters, trailing blazing white flames as it smashed through the ceiling of conventional levels. Congratulations. Your membership level has been upgraded. Current membership level, Sequence 7 High Rank. Only when this line of golden text settled firmly in the center of the panel did the frenzied upgrade notifications finally come to an abrupt halt. The inherent pressure from the golden characters felt almost tangible, leaving Su Xing standing frozen in place, his brain temporarily short-circuiting. What the hell? Wasn't guild membership supposed to require grinding missions, donating materials, and accumulating points just to squeeze out a tiny bit of progress? And here he was, reaching the heavens in one step? Before his heart could recover from the shock, an even more outrageous notification hit him heat in as his membership level soared. The guild blessings were simultaneously maxed out. You have received the blessing of the 9th tier Guild Ascension. Your Constitution attribute is permanently increased by 63. You have received the blessing of the 9th tier Guild Ascension. Your Strength attribute is permanently increased by 63. You have received the blessing of the 9th tier Guild Ascension. Your Agility attribute is permanently increased by 63. You have received the blessing of the 9th tier Guild Ascension. Your Spirit attribute is permanently increased by 63. Your Health regeneration rate is permanently increased by 63. Your Mana regeneration rate is permanently increased by 63. Your Experience gain is permanently increased by 63. Each week, you will receive an additional 63 hours of 63x experience time. Row after row of numbers jumped from their original 9 straight up to 63. The red, orange, yellow, and green upgrade arrows on the panel nearly burst the screen. Su Xing felt like happiness had hit him like a club. It came too hard and fast, leaving him dizzy. Was this a system glitch? A bug? Or did some big shot accidentally click the wrong thing? The attribute points and equipment he'd risked level drops to farm and fought tooth and nail to obtain were now instantly amplified several times over by the brutal 63% boost. The rush was even more thrilling than winning the lottery jackpot. However, before the panel could disappear, another notification appeared out of nowhere. Seek the Wise One invites you to join the group chat. Share the fortune, bail when trouble comes. Do you accept? Su Xing stared at that line of text, stunned. The inviter was called Seek the Wise One. The group chat was named Share the Fortune, Bail when Trouble Comes. Was this really how the high-ranking members of the Ascension Guild operated? Was this group even legitimate? Curiosity and confusion twisted together into a knot. He tapped his finger accept. Ding. You have joined the group chat, Share the Fortune, Bail when Trouble Comes. While he was at it, he changed his group nickname to Ascension Newbie. Ding. Seek the Wise One has invited Ascension Newbie to join the group chat. The moment he stepped into the group chat, he was nearly knocked flat by a flood of messages. Wise One, welcome newcomer. Everyone. Fist shatters mountains. Holy crap. Another newcomer reached Sequence 7? What a rare sight. What's this newbie's background? Fool's thousand thoughts. Welcome newcomer. Show us your pick. Flowers bloom with fortune. Welcome, newcomer celebration gif. Emotionless assassin. Newbie, show your pick. Measurements. Gender. Hobbies. If you don't spill everything, prepare to be hunted to the ends of the earth. Su Xing stared at the scrolling messages on his screen, completely speechless. Fist shattering mountains? Fire Cloud God. Mighty Mage Supreme? These bizarre usernames flickered in the chat box, bearing absolutely no resemblance to legendary powerhouses and looking more like a bunch of trolls joking around on gaming forums. Su Xing wondered if he'd clicked the wrong link. To avoid saying something stupid, he decided to stay silent and lurk in the corner. Sensing the newcomer's nervousness, the veteran Big Shots in the group tactfully changed the subject. Emotionless killer. This newbie seems a bit shy. Prosperity blooms. Like you were any different back in the day, you didn't dare speak up for half a month after joining. Fool less wisdom. Let's not focus on the newcomer for now. Give him time to adjust. Fool less wisdom then tagged the sage in the group. Sage, what's the deal with this newcomer trial? Any new rules? The sage quickly replied. The guild master says business as usual, but he's in a good mood this time and added some extra rewards for first place. Fist-shattering mountains immediately exploded. Holy crap! The guild master personally added rewards? This batch of newcomers hit the jackpot. I'm so jealous I'm crying tears of joy. If an entire group of top-tier players was getting this excited, the guild master's reward had to be substantial. Su Xing's curiosity was completely piqued. Fool less wisdom sweetened the pot further. Nice. The guild master's generous as always. I'll throw in something extra to whoever gets first place in this newcomer trial. I'll personally sponsor them a level 200 legendary equipment piece. That single sentence silenced the group chat for a full second, followed by a barrage of spam-like responses. Sage, fool less wisdom, generous. Fist-shattering mountains, fool less wisdom, generous. Damn, old fool, have you lost your mind? Giving away legendary equipment just like that. Prosperity blooms, fool less wisdom, generous. Fool bro is amazing. Fire cloud god, fool less wisdom, generous. The words legendary equipment flashed on screen, making Su Xing's eyes light up and his heart race. Right now he had to risk his life grinding dungeons just for a few epic tier pieces. Yet these big shots casually gave away legendary gear. This was the true power of the Apotheosis Guild's upper echelon. He quietly etched the words newcomer trial into his memory. First place would be his, no question about it. After lurking a bit longer and seeing no more crucial intel in the chat, Su Xing exited the interface. The most pressing matter remained his strength. On his character panel, his level was stuck at 110. After the 4th class advancement, the level cap had opened to 200, leaving him plenty of room to grow. Where could he level up fastest? The answer was obvious: the entrance to the Lost Atlantis dungeon. The monsters there were all bosses, offering double experience, double attribute points, and epic equipment drops. It was a leveling paradise. Without hesitation, Su Xing stepped once again into that deep vortex. On the ocean floor, in the lost city of Atlantis, freshly spawned Atlantean soul guards patrolled in formation, their iron boots clanking against the cracked marble pavement. Suddenly, they froze in unison, the soul flames in their hollow eye sockets flickering violently. That harbinger of death, that man who had just slaughtered them all, had returned. This time, Su Xing didn't even bother with stealth. He stood at the palace entrance, immediately activating Swift Step and all his other skills, emanating an aura far more terrifying than before. Whoosh! The bowstring vibrated, and the air trembled as if being torn apart. In the next instant, multiple arrows burst forth. In 1 second, 140 silver arrows wrapped in the aura of death transformed into a storm, sweeping through the entire front hall. 1,150,000. 600,000. Even higher and denser damage numbers exploded in midair. Silver tier and gold tier bosses didn't even have time to raise their hands before falling in droves, turning into pure experience and free attribute points. Instant kill complete annihilation. Su Xing's steps never ceased, accompanied by the azure glow of Swift Step as he pushed forward relentlessly. Where the arrow rain fell, the ground was instantly hollowed out, with battle flags, stone pillars, and corpses all shattering together as everything withered away. Upon the throne, the newly formed vengeful incarnation of Wrath of the Deep Sea Poseidon witnessed the slaughter of its subjects and let out an enraged roar. Before it could even finish its customary opening speech, it was brutally consumed by the arrow storm. As Divine Punishment World returns to silence passive triggered, the death mark lit up 10-second burst. The Singularity core was shattered by a single arrow, followed by a tempest of attacks that visibly evaporated the health bar. In just 30 seconds, the battle was over. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the vengeful incarnation of epic tier boss Wrath of the Deep Sea Poseidon LV.60, gaining 400 free attribute points. Your hidden class, all laws returned to Forest Progress 8. Your level has increased. Current level, 112. You have obtained Poseidon's wave-splitting Greaves epic tier. Ding! You have cleared the epic tier dungeon, the Lost Atlantis. Clear time, 14 minutes 3 seconds. You have broken your own record. Looking at the loot scattered across the ground, glowing with ethereal light, and the cascading system notifications, Su Xing nodded with satisfaction. This leveling speed was absolutely incredible. The free attribute points gained this time, combined with what he had accumulated before, totaled a staggering 8,000 points. The newcomer trial, the Yun family, Zhao family, Long family, and that mysterious guild leader with the legendary reward suddenly felt that this upcoming trip to the capital was becoming increasingly interesting. Outside the dungeon, the massive magical crystal monument that displayed real-time completion records had become the hottest check-in spot in the Apotheosis Guild's novice area. Initially, people gathered with a spectator's mentality, curious to see how long that fierce player who could solo epic dungeons at only 3rd advancement would last. Now, their expressions had shifted from shock to bewilderment, and finally to complete numbness. Again, another record broken. 11 minutes and 45 seconds. The guild clerk responsible for recording data spoke with a trembling voice, barely able to grip his pen. His colleague beside him stared fixedly at the constantly flickering name on the crystal monument. Su Xing muttering to himself. How many times has this happened today? The 7th? Or 8th? Who's even keeping count anymore? I've been standing here since morning, my legs are numb. A hot-tempered berserker couldn't help but roar. Just watching the record drop from 16 minutes all the way down to 11. What the hell? Doesn't he need to restore mana or health? Is he some kind of perpetual motion machine? In the crowd, the Long brothers, Long Tian and Long Qingshan, were also present. Long Qingshan, usually cold and stern, now wore a complex expression, his gaze locked onto that glaring completion time as if his worldview was being repeatedly shattered. Brother, tell me, how does he do it? His voice was hoarse. Epic level Dungeon 7. If we teamed up and chugged top-tier potions, we'd barely survive one run, and that's not even guaranteed. For him, it's like going home for dinner. Long Tian smiled bitterly and patted his brother's shoulder. Don't ask me. I have no idea either. I just feel that latching onto that powerhouse back at Nanjiang Sanctuary might be the best decision I've ever made in my life. What he didn't say aloud was that he used to be Su Xing's dedicated tank. Before the crowd's discussion could die down, the crystal monument suddenly blazed with light again. Dungeon, the Lost Atlantis. Difficulty, epic level. Completion mode, solo. Cleared by Su Xing. Time, 9 minutes 2 seconds. Hiss, 9 minutes. An invisible sledgehammer struck everyone's heart. The 10-minute barrier had been crushed with devastating force by a 3rd advancement newcomer. Madman. This is absolutely a madman. I don't believe it. The system must be bugged. I'm reporting this. Report what? Even the Sequence 8 elders have come by several times, and after watching, they just shake their heads and leave without saying anything. This is beyond the realm of genius. This is a monster. The crowd erupted completely, while Su Xing, at the center of this storm, remained oblivious to it all. He found dungeon grinding rather tedious, actually. Ding. Your level has increased. Current level, 129. Another incarnation of Poseidon's resentment fell unwillingly to the ground as the level-up notification chimed in his ears. The experience bar showed just one final segment remaining before level 130. After a full day of intensive dungeon runs, even he felt a trace of fatigue, though the rewards had been immense. He opened his backpack and gazed at the mountain of epic-grade materials inside, along with 20 fragments glowing with golden light, a slight smile crossing his face. 20 fragments of Poseidon's trident finally, the complete set. Without hesitation, he chose to fuse them. The fragments exploded in his palm, transforming into 3 intersecting streams of light. Golden radiance surged like a tide, illuminating the entire dungeon space. Ancient oceanic divinity seemed to pour from the void, heavy, magnificent, instantly filling the surroundings. As the light converged, a golden spear floated before him, its 3 prongs crackling with blue arcs of electricity like living creatures. Poseidon's trident, epic grade. Equipment requirement, strength 30,000. Attributes, Constitution 3,200, Strength 3,200, Spirit 3,200. Special effect, Tidal Force passive. All your attacks deal an additional 10 water damage and have a chance to trigger paralysis. Description, once the weapon of the sovereign who ruled the 7 seas, though retaining only 1/10 of its original power, it remains capable of destroying all things. These stats are insanely powerful. Su Xing gripped the spear tightly as overwhelming force surged up his arm, clearly surpassing his previous wailing meteor bow. The only regret was that it was a melee weapon. An epic-grade longbow would have been perfect. He opened his equipment panel. The Poseidon set was missing only one final piece, Poseidon's riptide bracers. One more time. His eyes focused as he re-entered the dungeon. 10 minutes later, he stood beside the boss's corpse, holding deep blue bracers that dripped with sea-like luminescence. His tense expression finally relaxed, revealing a genuine smile from the heart. Persistence pays off. Ding. Your level has increased, currently level 130. Poseidon set complete. Without hesitation, Su Xing removed his somewhat outdated wailing meteor set and replaced each piece with the Poseidon equipment. The moment the final bracer clicked into place, blue radiance exploded from his body, rippling outward in waves. Poseidon's crown of the sunken epic grade. Equipment requirement. Spirit 30,000. Attributes. Spirit 3,200. Constitution 3,200. Strength 3,200. Special effect. Royal Majesty passive aura. All enemies within a 50-meter radius are continuously intimidated, reducing all their attributes by 5. Description. When Atlantis sank, the despair and resentment of its people crystallized into this crown, later blessed by Poseidon himself. It no longer symbolizes glory, but represents downfall and vengeance. Wear it, and you shall gain royal authority while bearing the weight of a fallen divine kingdom. Poseidon's Riptide Armor Epic Great. Equipment requirement. Constitution 30,000. Attributes. Constitution 3,200. Strength 3,200. Agility 3,200. Special effect. Immortal Divine Body passive maximum health 30. Regenerating 2 of maximum health per second. Description. Forged with Poseidon's ribcage as the frame, fused with Tintho-Sandy-rolled black ice and volcanic core. It once blocked a fatal strike from an abyssal evil god and was stained red with the blood of the divine kingdom's people. The strongest protection, yet the heaviest sorrow. Poseidon's Riptide Greaves Epic Great. Equipment requirement. Agility 30,000. Attributes. Agility 3,200. Constitution 3,200. Strength 3,200. Special effect. Phantom Current passive effect. When you move, you leave behind a phantom water trail that lasts for 1.5 seconds, with a 20 chance to cause enemy-targeted attacks such as homing arrows and spells to strike the illusion instead. This effect originates from leg armor crafted from the leg bone of Poseidon, god of the sea, and the hide of the fastest phantom ray eel from the deepest ocean. Ancient water-controlling runes shimmer along the bone's natural patterns, as if ocean tides surge across the armor. Any wearer who steps onto the battlefield becomes surrounded by the sea's blessing. Neither raging winds nor towering waves can impede their stride, while enemy sight and targeting become completely disrupted by the churning water phantoms. Poseidon's Wave-Splitting Boots Epic. Equipment requirement. Strength 30,000. Attribute bonuses. Strength 3,200. Agility 3,200. Constitution 3,200. Special effect Raging Tide Power passive. All knockback, knockdown, stun, and other control effects have their duration extended by an additional 0.5 seconds. The boot materials are selected from Poseidon's foot bones and the shell of an ancient black tortoise. During forging, the sound of crashing waves and the rhythm of turtle breathing both seeped into the divine metal. These boots once trampled rebellious city-states and shattered the foundations of the abyss. Each step carries a sovereign's wrath. Each charge heralds the enemy's doom. Poseidon's Wave-Splitting Bracers Epic. Equipment requirement. Agility 30,000. Attribute bonuses. Agility 3,200. Strength 3,200. Constitution 3,200. Special effect Raging Tide Combo passive. Normal attacks have a 25 chance to trigger a Raging Tide combo, immediately following up with an additional normal attack. The bracers are forged from Poseidon's arm bones and the claws of deep-sea rippers capable of tearing through space-time. The razor-sharp edges of the claws are perfectly preserved, transformed into intricate cracks surrounding the wrist guards. The ocean's most violent and swift forces resonate within, making every strike by the wearer transform into relentless crashing waves that continuously assault enemy defenses, corroding, tearing, and ultimately destroying them. You have equipped the complete Poseidon set, and the set effects are now active. 2-piece bonus. Water Elemental Resistance 50. 4-piece bonus. All attributes 50 when in aquatic environments. 6-piece bonus. Unlocks ultimate skill, Wrath of Poseidon. Wrath of Poseidon summons the Phantom of Poseidon to descend and unleash a devastating strike on the designated area, dealing massive water-based damage across a wide range while inflicting multiple debuffs, including slow and armor break. Surging power swept through Su Xing's entire body like a tsunami, his bones seeming to resonate in harmony, making his breath burn hot and his blood boil. Epic tier equipment was absolutely incredible. The ability to possess inherent traits was something that equipment below epic tier could never offer. With this thought, he immediately pulled up the panel for that special accessory he had obtained from his first epic dungeon clear, and all its information appeared before him. Final Relic of Atlantis. Tier Epic. Base attributes. All attributes 3,200. Special effect Divine Sanctuary passive. When you receive fatal damage, negate that damage and immediately recover 50 of maximum health and 50 of maximum mana. This effect can only trigger once per battle and resets upon leaving combat. Special effect Whispers of the Departed passive. Each enemy killed allows you to absorb a fragment of their soul, permanently increasing constitution and strength by 1 point each, with a maximum limit of 10,000 points. Special effect The Last Sovereignty Unique active. Upon activation, consumes 50 of current health to summon the glorious Phantom of Poseidon to fight for 30 seconds at your current location. The Phantom inherits 100 of your attributes and can cast some of Poseidon's abilities. Cooldown, 3 hours. Description: this is not merely equipment, but the final relic forged from the collective hopes of all citizens, the king's will, and the god's final blessing as the lost divine kingdom of Atlantis faced its twilight. It bears the weight of an entire civilization and carries the ultimate hope for restoration. Only those chosen by fate and beloved by the era are worthy of bringing this will, dormant for 10,000 years, back into the light. The 3200 to all attributes isn't even worth mentioning. Just these 3 special effects alone are absolutely insane. Su Xing clenched his fists, feeling as if tides were surging within his chest. The number of special effects was equivalent to him opening his attribute panel and witnessing those explosively increased values. Su Xing's status: profession, Eye of Time and Space, a rank, level 130. Constitution, 50,663, Strength, 126,460, Agility, 33,838, Spirit, 21,858, Health, 1,321,155, Mana, 218,583, Attack, 505,841, Defense, 202,654. Professional skills: Weakness Analysis, Energy Scan, Energy Siphon Passive, Root Entanglement, Law Analysis, Spatial Rift, Life Drain, Thorn Armor, Causality Deduction, Causality Chain, Shadowwood Clone, Spatial Vines, Withering Forest Domain, Law Projection, Temporal Rewind, Spacetime Anchor. Skills: Fortune Draw Divine Unique, Chaos Blessing Divine Unique, Absolute Dodge Divine Unique, Silver Armor Silver Rank, Swift Step Silver Rank, Moonlight Gold Rank, Deathmark, Multi-Arrow. Equipment: Poseidon's Trident, Poseidon's Crown of the Depths, Poseidon's Tide-Splitting Armor, Poseidon's Tide-Splitting Greaves, Poseidon's Tide-Splitting Boots, Poseidon's Tide-Splitting Bracers. Hidden profession: Master of All Laws, rank 95. With the 30 boost from the Immortal Divine Body effect, his health had skyrocketed from over 300,000 to a terrifying 1.32 million. His attack power had doubled, reaching 505,000, while his defense had climbed to 200,000. The Poseidon armor set focused on strength and constitution. Each piece gleamed with cold light through dark blue tidal patterns, wrapping his entire body like an armored war god. With this terrifying defense, he wouldn't fear facing Poseidon's vengeful incarnation Hedon. At the bottom of his status panel, a row of golden numbers caught the eye: 60,000 free attribute points. These were the spoils from a day of dungeon sweeping, and his greatest confidence at this moment. Su Xing looked up at the void, sighing inwardly. Without realizing it, he had reached heights he never dared imagine before. It was already late at night when he left the dungeon. Under the moonlight like water, he stepped out of the teleportation array and returned to the dormitory the guild had arranged for newcomers. The alloy door slammed shut with a bang, and only then did he have time to open the group chat named Share the Good Times, Leave When Trouble Comes. The message bar was blindingly red, with 99 unread messages, almost all mentioning his name. Mountain Crushing Fist. I'm stunned, guys. Who understands this? 9 minutes and 2 seconds. This newcomer turned an epic dungeon into a speed run. Blooming Fortune. I'm completely amazed. From today on, Su Xing is my only idol. Handsome and strong, absolutely ridiculous. Fire Cloud Deity. Cough cough. Though it's impressive, let's not forget that the newcomer trial isn't about dungeon clearing. The Yun family's Forbidden Spell Mage and the Zhao family's Killing God aren't pushovers. Real combat is completely different from fighting fixed pattern bosses. Fool's wisdom. Firecloud has a point. Su Xing's potential is undeniable, but he's still just one person. Team coordination and adaptability are key in the trials. I still favor Long Shan and his group theory from great families and have trained for this since childhood. Emotionless killer. I bet on Su Xing taking first place. Those few words hit the group discussion like a heavy hammer, bringing it to a dead stop. No one dared respond given Su Xing's current performance. His taking first place wasn't just wishful thinking. Su Xing scanned through the chat history, his lips unconsciously curving upward. The Yin family? The Long family? Excellence looked forward to a direct confrontation. As the night deepened, only dim yellow halos remained around the streetlights outside. Su Xing closed the high-level group chat with its bizarre dynamics, leaving only the faint sound of electrical current in the room. The praise and speculation from the big shots in the group were merely passing clouds to him. True powerhouses never live in others' words. He glanced at his level, 130. Although this level was already considered a crushing advantage among newcomers, Su Xing wasn't satisfied. Epic Dungeons maxed out at level 60, and the experience decay was ridiculous while killing higher-level monsters gave bonuses. Being overleveled resulted in severe system penalties. He calculated silently. Running the Lost Atlantis now gave him less experience than casually clearing a few level 60 elite monsters outside. with efficiency so poor it made his scalp tingle. A change of venue was absolutely necessary. In the past, he might have had to rack his brains over leveling routes, but now with Sequence 7 authority, the entire investiture of the gods guild had essentially become his personal playground. Su Xing pulled up the guild map, skipping past the public areas open to regular members and clicking directly into this special facilities section reserved for high-ranking officials. A string of gray lock icons flashed by before his eyes were drawn to a line of golden text, Diamond Tier Dungeon, Beast Trial Arena. The description was brief but stunning. A realistic training space custom-built for high-ranking members, housing magical creatures captured from various high-risk dimensional rifts, ranging from level 150 to 200, with a Diamond Tier regional boss guarding the deepest areas. Seeing this information, a cold gleam of excitement flashed in Su Xing's eyes. This was exactly what he needed. The next day, during the routine lottery draw, he incredibly pulled Supreme Great Fortune. Without further hesitation, he teleported directly to the entrance of the Beast Trial Arena. Stepping into that vast plain shrouded by an enormous barrier, waves of scorching air mixed with blood, sulfur, and primal wildness came howling toward him, nearly suffocating. The dark red sky hung oppressively low, and the cracked earth looked as if it had been split by a giant axe, with black smoke columns continuously rising from the fissures. In the distance, a colossal beast the size of a small mountain, covered entirely in molten lava armor, lay sprawled on the ground napping. With each breath, it expelled blazing sparks from its nostrils, charring the ground black. The Infernal Flame Tiger, a level 200 Diamond Tier boss, boasted 18 million HP, 481,200 attack power, and 241,200 defense. High above, flocks of two-headed griffins circled menacingly, their talons gleaming with cold metallic light under the sun. These storm griffins were level 190 elites with 103,500 HP, 27,480 attack, and 13,800 defense. For ordinary adventurers, this place was forbidden territory where even top-tier parties had to proceed with extreme caution. But in Su Xing's eyes, this dangerous land was nothing more than an experience point paradise. With calm composure, he first sheathed the Poseidon Trident on his back and drew his diamond-grade longbow's wailing meteor bow. Though the Poseidon Trident was powerful, it was a melee weapon. For situations requiring efficient area clearing like this, ranged archers remained the eternal top tier. Let's begin. Before the words had fully left his lips, the bowstring was already drawn to full moon. Whoosh! A simple iron arrow was knocked, and the multi-shot skill activated instantly. The arrow split violently after release, 14 silver streaks spreading in a fan pattern like death's cold light, precisely covering the circling griffin flock. 2,009,900. Critical weak, 0.993,442. Weak, 0.993,322. Weak, 453,445. Split, 443,223. Split. Blinding 7-digit damage numbers exploded in the air, with even the lowest hitting over 400,000. The brilliant numbers burst like fireworks throughout the griffin flock. The elite monsters couldn't even cry out before their health bars were instantly depleted, their bodies crashing to the ground like falling rain. Ding. Storm Griffin LV, 0.190 defeated. Gained 190,000 experience points. Free attribute, 0.1. Ding. Defeated. Ding. Level up. Current level, 131. In just 3 arrows, the sky was cleared to a vacuum. The experience bar visibly surged upward. Such commotion awakened the distant infernal flame tiger from its slumber. Roar. It suddenly opened its molten lava eyes, its earth-shaking roar locking onto Su Xing. The next second, flames erupted from its hooves as its massive body transformed into a crimson meteor, charging forward with the force to burn mountains and boil seas. Yet Su Xing remained perfectly still, his face calm as ancient waters. As the infernal flame tiger closed in, he drew his bow once more for a single shot. One arrow swift to the extreme, precise to perfection. Target, that burning single eye. Thunk. 770,000. Weak point. The charge that could have shattered city walls instantly halted. The infernal flame tiger's massive body crashed to its knees with a thunderous impact, roaring in agony. Its single eye had been completely destroyed by that one arrow. Then came the second arrow, the third arrow. Su Xing operated like a precision rapid-fire machine, arrows flying one after another without a single miss, each one striking the same vital spot on the purgatory flame demon tiger. Within mere seconds, this diamond-tier boss that could trouble even 7th-rank powerhouses let out its final wail before crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact, blood pooling across the floor as its massive body rapidly dissolved into rolling waves of experience. Ding. Defeated diamond-tier boss Purgatory Flame Demon Tiger LV.200. Gained 20 million experience points, 200 free attribute points, Myriad Arts Convergence Progress 5. Ding. Your level has increased. Current level, 132. Simultaneously, the hidden class section on his character panel suddenly flashed with brilliant light. The progress bar that had been infused with massive amounts of essence in the Lost Atlantis and was nearly full finally shattered under the impact of this new surge of progress. A crisp sound, like breaking glass, echoed deep within his consciousness. Hidden class progress bar complete. Ding. Detected that your hidden class myriad arts convergence has reached the advancement threshold. Proceed with advancement? Yes. Su Xing answered without hesitation. Hidden class 5th tier evolution officially commencing. Rumble. An irresistible force tore away his perception as Su Xing's consciousness instantly left his body, returning to that exclusive spiritual realm. The bronze divine tree that symbolized his class origin now towered sky-high, with miniature spatial rifts floating between its branches. It was growing toward the endless void at a speed that defied all natural laws. Its roots pierced through dimensional barriers, greedily absorbing the purest stellar essence from the cold darkness of deep space. Its branches burst through celestial constraints, reaching toward the distant and ancient sea of stars. Finally, when the crown expanded to rival a small planet in size, at its very peak, a sacred bud constructed entirely of crystal with cosmic star charts flowing across its petals slowly began to bloom. The flower opened silently, yet Su Xing seemed to hear the resonance of universal laws themselves. System notification. Detected that your hidden class is undergoing 5th tier evolution. Evolution path confirmed time-space and transcendence. Congratulations. Hidden class successfully evolved to stellar cosmic bloom S rank. Constitution bonus, 3000. New active skill temporal bud. Instantly bloom a time-space flower, freezing the temporal spatial domain within a 100-meter radius. New active skill causal rewind. Consume massive mental energy to rewind all events that occurred within a designated area over the past 12 hours. Evolution trait. Crystal flower blooms at the crown's peak, with cosmic star charts manifesting on its petals. Symbolic meaning. The moment of blooming resonates with universal laws, marking the first ultimate awakening as power transcends from the material plane to higher dimensional law realms. The energy fluctuations released by this miraculous evolution phenomenon were so immense that every monster throughout the entire dungeon instantly prostrated themselves, trembling as if paying homage to a deity. Interesting. Far away in the mysterious space of the Apotheosis Guild, the enigmatic guild leader who always kept her graceful form concealed beneath a hooded cloak clearly sensed the anomaly occurring here. For an entire day, Su Xing unleashed a complete one-sided massacre across the beast trial grounds. In just 24 hours, his level skyrocketed from 132 to 135. The experience required for latest-stage leveling had long since become astronomical, but he paid no mind to the numbers. Sheathing his blade and exhaling slowly, he felt the power within him surge even more violently than the day before, followed by an indescribable sense of calm. He pulled up his attribute panel for a quick assessment. Based on raw stats alone, he now matched those who had just reached the 7th tier level cap, perhaps even surpassing them. If those 7th tier masters stripped off their equipment and relied solely on base attributes, the outcome would be anyone's guess. 60,000 free attribute points, top-tier equipment, and countless heaven-defying passive abilities stacked together. No wonder he'd been directly invited into the high-level group. What's more, he still had a full 70,000 in used attribute points, 60,000 from last night's epic dungeon reward, plus another 10,000 earned today in the beast trial grounds. If he allocated them all at once, even he found the prospect terrifying. The third morning arrived. Clang, clang, clang. 3 thunderous bell tolls echoed across the magnificent floating city, penetrating every ear like divine commandments. The system announcement that followed was clear and authoritative. Ding. The Apotheosis rookie trial is about to begin. All new members must gather at the central arena within 10 minutes. In his room, Su Xing slowly opened his eyes from his meditative position, a flash of lightning flickering in the depths of his pupils. He rose and stretched, his joints crackling like war drums. The surging power within him crashed like a tsunami, giving him the illusion he could shatter the heavens with a single punch. Finally, it's time to begin. He pushed open his door and strode toward the temple-like massive structure at the floating city's center, bathed in the morning sun's golden radiance. A 4th-tier body challenging 7th-tier power. Now was the moment to make all of Apotheosis remember his name. The Apotheosis Guild Central Arena was a vast plaza capable of accommodating 100,000 people simultaneously. The ground was paved with seamless white jade that gleamed like mirrors, while 9 energy pillars soared into the clouds, their runes blazing with heart-stopping pressure. Today, the space was no longer empty, but filled with a boiling sea of humanity. Elite rookies from across the Dragon Kingdom and around the globe had gathered, each one capable of dominating their region. Yet here, they were merely ordinary participants. Excitement, tension, and fervor intertwined across every face. all eyes instinctively drawn to the plaza's center, the true stage. There, three distinctly separate small groups stood out like cranes among chickens. Look, it's the Long family. The one leading them must be Long Shan, the sacred dragon summoner. My god, that armor set he's wearing has to be at least diamond-grade premium equipment. His presence is overwhelming. That's nothing. The Zhao family's group is truly terrifying. That figure standing in the shadows is Zhao Wuji, the shadow assassin god. Legend has it that he single-handedly eliminated all the high-ranking members of its class guild that had been terrorizing the region all within 3 days. Look around him. No one dares to get close, someone whispered, only to be countered by another voice. If you ask me, Yun Che from the Yun family is still the strongest. A forbidden spell mage. He's basically a walking natural disaster. A third voice quickly joined in. I heard he teamed up to clear the Lost Atlantis a few days ago and smashed the record down to 3 hours second only to that cheater. In just a few sentences, the plaza erupted with discussions about these three prodigies, their awe and admiration practically suffocating the air. At the center of the crowd, Long Shan stood ramrod straight. His dark gold dragon-patterned battle armor gleamed with a cold luster in the sunlight, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, every gesture radiating the aura of a king. Zhao Wuji was shrouded in his black robes, his form ethereal, as if he had merged with the shadows themselves. The two daggers at his waist, emanating a ghostly glow, were the only proof of his lethal presence. Yun Che wore pristine white robes, his handsome face carrying a faint smile that suggested he regarded no opponent as worthy of concern. Each of the three was surrounded by their respective followers, standing in the most prominent positions like stars orbiting the moon. Every spectator was convinced that this year's rookie trial championship would undoubtedly go to one of them. Just as everyone had accepted the established battlefield hierarchy, a commotion suddenly arose from the outer edges. A young figure emerged from the plaza's periphery, walking at an unhurried pace, neither fast nor slow, as if strolling through his own backyard. He wore no magnificent armor, had no entourage, and showed not the slightest emotional fluctuation on his face. Yet the moment he stepped into everyone's line of sight, the clamor was instantly snuffed out as if by an invisible hand, and countless pairs of eyes focused on him in unison. It's him, Su Xing, that monster who treats epic-level dungeons like his personal garden. I can't believe he actually dared to show UP. I thought he'd avoid crossing paths with the three great prodigies. Su Xing's terrifying achievements made any contempt seem laughable. However, the rumors about his mysterious origins and level talent made him seem completely out of place among this gathering of powerhouses. Murmurs rose again from all around, but people deliberately kept their voices low, afraid of disturbing this anomaly. Yun Che was the first to act. His gaze locked onto Su Xing like chains, contempt and jealousy intertwining without disguise. Huh. So this is that guy who got lucky and doesn't know his place, he sneered quietly, yet made sure everyone around could hear him. Yun Che's lackey immediately understood, stepping forward to block Su Xing's path and shouting, "Kid, this is where prodigies gather, not a place for any random nobody to stand. If you know what's good for you, get to the back." Su Xing's steps paused. He didn't even glance at the lackey, merely lifted his eyes slightly, his calm and profound gaze passing directly over the man to land on Yun Che's face. That look contained no anger, no contempt. It was as empty as the deep sea, like a deity observing chattering ants. Under that stare, Yun Che's heart skipped a beat. His innate sense of superiority felt as if it had been punctured by a sharp needle, filling him with humiliated rage. "What are you looking at?" He stepped forward, snorting coldly. "Don't think that breaking a few dungeon records puts you on the same level as us. In the trial grounds, it's real strength that matters, not your opportunistic tricks." Noisy. Su Xing finally spoke, uttering just 2 words. Though his voice wasn't loud, it struck like 2 dull yet crisp slaps across Yun Che and his lackey's faces, the stinging pain instantly spreading. "You're asking for death," the lackey roared furiously. His 5 fingers spread wide as the demonic power within him surged violently. Black-purple energy waves rolled up like raging tides, clearly reaching the critical point of striking at any moment. In the distance, Long Shan stood with his arms crossed, a playful smile curving his lips as he leisurely watched this farce unfold. Zhao Wuji remained hidden in the shadows, seemingly indifferent to the affair, though a cold glint flickered inadvertently in his pupils. The air in the plaza suddenly grew taut, as if the entire space would explode the moment a single spark fell. Boom! Without warning, an indescribable terrifying pressure descended from above, crashing down like a colossal hammer. The space of the central martial arts arena seemed instantly frozen, with floating dust suspended in midair. Everyone's movements and thoughts were as if someone had pressed the pause button. Tens of thousands of newcomers, along with the arrogant Yun Che, all felt an ancient divine mountain pressing down on their chests, making even breathing require tremendous effort. Terrified gazes slowly lifted upward. Above the martial arts arena, like a shattered mirror, A pitch-black crack suddenly tore open without any warning. A foot slowly stepped out from the crack. Black silk stockings tightly wrapped around a perfect jade foot, with blood-red heels reflecting dangerous, cold light. The moment the high heel touched the air, the surrounding atmosphere seemed sliced by a sharp blade, emitting a subtle, piercing hiss. Next, a graceful and alluring figure elegantly emerged from the fissure. She wore an exquisitely tailored black women's suit that outlined her slender waist, curved hips, and long legs perfectly. Her waterfall-like black hair cascaded freely, with gold-rimmed glasses quietly perched on her elegant nose. Behind the lenses, her eyes were indifferent and profound, as if they could reflect the birth and death of cosmic stars. The moment she appeared, all colors in heaven and earth were stolen away, leaving only her ultimate black and red in the plaza. Two figures followed closely behind her, a hunched elderly man with a kind smile, appearing as simple as a neighborhood grandfather the fool, and another with flaming red hair, his entire body wreathed in blazing fire, his gaze as violent as erupting magma the fire god. 3 of the 9 sequence giants had descended simultaneously. Deathly silence spread everywhere. Tens of thousands of newcomers instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to breathe heavily. Su Xing narrowed his eyes of space-time, and through the refraction of light and shadow, layers of information about the Wise One were instantly stripped away and seen through. However, his heart was churning with shock. This person who was called Wise One in the high-level group chat and liked to send cute.jpg images while chatting casually with everyone was actually this stunningly beautiful Sequence 9 giant who commanded heaven and earth. This contrast was simply too terrifying. The woman known as the Wise One gazed indifferently across the entire scene, her eyes finally pausing for 0.1 seconds at the confrontation between Su Xing and Yun Che. Yun Che felt as if ice water had been poured over his head, cold sweat streaming down his back as all his previous arrogance vanished without a trace. Silence. The Wise One's red lips parted slightly, her cold voice carrying unquestionable authority that penetrated everyone's eardrums. She paid no attention to the minor incident below, merely raising her hand and extending one pale finger, casually pointing toward the center of the plaza. Hiss! The space above the plaza was torn apart once again. This time, it was no longer a small crack, but a massive black hole that covered the sky. Under the horrified gazes of everyone present, a colossal black tower whose peak could not be seen slowly descended from the black hole, finally crashing down heavily in the center of the plaza with an earth-shattering roar. A complete dungeon instance had been forcibly transported here through her supreme power, its weight causing the very air to tremble with muffled vibrations. The trial begins. The sage's cold, emotionless voice echoed once more. This is the Tower of Ascension, consisting of 9 floors. Your task is to climb as high as possible by any means necessary. The rules are simple. The higher the floor, the longer you stay, the higher your final score. Now, enter. As soon as she finished speaking, she snapped her fingers lightly. Gentle yet irresistible white light burst forth, instantly engulfing the entire plaza and enveloping every trial participant. Su Xing's vision suddenly blurred, and in the next moment, an unstoppable spatial force pulled him away. When the light faded, he found himself standing firmly in a vast circular stone hall. The dome soared high above, carved with obscure ancient star charts. Rough walls curved around the perimeter, with stone guardian statues wielding war spears and bearing fierce expressions standing every few meters. The stench of decay and death rolled through the air, making even breathing feel heavy. Ding! Welcome to the first floor of the Tower of Ascension. Floor objective: defeat all awakened stone guardians. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Countdown complete. Crack, crack, crack. The harsh sound of grinding stone erupted from all directions. The 99 stone guardians that had been silent suddenly blazed with crimson flames in their eye sockets. They stiffly twisted their necks, their cold gazes instantly locking onto the only living being in the center of the hall, Su Xing. Stone War General. LV.10 Special Platinum to your boss template. HP, 144,000. Attack, 2,640. Defense, 1,920. Skills, Stone Skin, War Charge. Description: Guardians bound by ancient restrictions, possessing terrifying combat power far beyond their level. Roar. A unified bellow shook the air as the 99 stone war generals, like a resurrected terracotta army, shattered the ground and charged from all directions. The tremors from their heavy footsteps made the entire hall shake, like an earthquake. The terrifying pressure woven together by nearly 100 platinum-tier bosses would be enough to instantly break the spirit and resolve of any team below S rank. However, Su Xing's expression remained calm and unruffled, with even a hint of an incomprehensible smile of delight curving his lips. Platinum-tier bosses? No. Through his eyes of space-time, what charged toward him wasn't a monster army at a lit was clearly 99 glowing, walking attribute point deliveries, lining up at his doorstep. Others come here to clear floors, but I. I'm here for inventory restocking. Su Xing chuckled inwardly, raising his hand to draw back the string of the wailing divine meteor bow with composed movements. Meanwhile, outside the Tower of Ascension, in the massive plaza, the crowd's attention was fixed on the giant light screen in the air. The screen displayed a dense list of all trial participants' names, with their current floor and ranking shown in real time beside each name. Just as the trial began, at the top of the light screen, 3 names suddenly blazed with brilliant radiance almost simultaneously. First place, Yun Che, second floor. Second place, Long Qingshan, second floor. Third place, Zhao Wuji, second floor. My god, total annihilation. Absolute annihilation. Exclamations erupted like a string of firecrackers. Has it even been 10 seconds since the start? They've already cleared the first floor? Is this the power of the 3 great prodigies? Terrifying. How can anyone catch up to that? On the light screen, a blazing flame rose beside Yun Che's name. Next to Long Qingshan, a golden dragon shadow coiled, while Zhao Wuji's name flickered between reality and illusion, mysterious and unpredictable. The 3 major powers had clearly employed divine-level observation techniques, projecting the performances of these top prodigies as special effects. Ha! See that? Young Master Yun Che is always first. Yun family followers raised their arms and cheered wildly. Bullshit. Our young master Long Qingshan just doesn't want to go all out from the beginning. Long family supporters immediately shot back. On the high platform, the fire god with hair like blazing flames stared at the light screen and rumbled his assessment. Not bad. These youngsters all show promise. Especially that Yun family boy's explosive fireballs have great range and devastating power, perfect for clearing the field. The fool beside him stroked his beard and chuckled softly. The Long family child isn't bad either. Human-dragon unity, balanced offense and defense, steady and methodical. That Zhao family kid is even better as an assassin, silent and invisible, killing without a trace, equally efficient. Only the sage wearing gold-rimmed glasses remained silent, calmly scanning the rankings as if searching for something. Hey, where's that Su Xing? The crowd finally remembered the fierce character who had dared to challenge Yun Che before the trial. Found him. Holy crap. His ranking, beyond the 1000th place. No way. He's still on the first floor? What's he doing? I thought he was so tough. All bark and no bite. Just a pretty face with no substance. I told you so. Breaking dungeon records means nothing. When it comes to real combat, his true colors show. Mockery and disdain rose and fell in waves. Even the fire god frowned and muttered. I thought he was someone remarkable. This is it. Inside the tower, first floor. Su Xing knew nothing of the outside discussions, and wouldn't have cared if he did. Rankings? Just empty fame. Only attribute points that could be absorbed into his body represented true power. Facing the stone statue legion capable of crushing steel, he simply drew his bowstring calmly. Multi-shot. Whoosh. The bowstring trembled lightly as 14 silver streaks of light shot out like death's scythe, instantly piercing into the frontmost group of stone statues. Then came the second arrow, the third arrow. In the blink of an eye, 7 arrows were fired. Within 1 second, 99 arrows containing terrifying power radion plus 18 more swept through the entire hall, unleashing a devastating metallic storm. Ricochet. Ricochet. Ricochet again. Each beam of light bounced between the stone statues, shattering stone armor, blasting off limbs, and stirring up clouds of dust. Those seemingly indestructible stone warriors proved as fragile as paper before Su Xing's arrow rain. Their stone-skin defenses proved utterly useless against an attack power of 500,000. 1,024,678. Critical weak point hit, 504,223. Weak point. Dense volleys of arrows tore through the air, damage numbers flashing wildly, nearly filling Su Xing's entire field of vision. Each bowstring's twang was accompanied by a stone warrior general instantly crumbling to pieces, debris scattering everywhere. In mere seconds, all 99 stone warrior generals were completely eliminated without even touching the hem of Su Xing's robes, instantly reduced to dust covering the stone brick floor. Ding. Stone warrior general defeated. Gained experience 1000. Gained free attribute points 60. Ding. Stone warrior general defeated. Gained experience 1000. Gained free attribute points 60. System notifications flooded in continuously, like a pleasant sonata echoing in his mind. Su Xing glanced at his attribute panel. His free attribute points had increased to 5,940. Perfect. He nodded with satisfaction, shouldered his bow, and walked calmly toward the teleportation array leading to the second floor. Outside, the crowd before the light screen was buzzing with excitement. Just as everyone was mocking and ridiculing Su Xing, his name suddenly jumped on the rankings. Rank 1024, Su Xing, second floor. Without pause. Rank 567, Su Xing, third floor. His name climbed steadily and sharply, and while it didn't match the explosive pace of the 3 prodigies, it carried an unstoppable rhythm all its own. Meanwhile, Many names on the leaderboard dimmed or disappeared entirely. What's happening? Is the third floor that difficult? Nearly half the participants have been eliminated already. Of course, the third floor has 99 level 100 monsters with platinum boss templates. Without massive area clearing abilities or godlike defense, you can't survive. At this moment, even Yun Che and the others who had originally held the top 3 positions noticeably slowed their ascent. It took them nearly a full minute to break into the fourth floor. Before they could catch their breath, a new line quietly appeared. Rank 7, Su Xing, fourth floor. The crowd before the light screen fell into stunned silence. Everyone who had been mocking Su Xing felt their cheeks burn as if they'd been slapped hard across the face. Holy shit. How did he make it up there too? And did you notice? His speed has barely changed from the first floor until now. That's impossible, right? Those 99 level 100 monsters on the third floor were no different from the first floor for him. On the high platform, the fire god's usually fierce expression showed bewilderment for the first time. The fool paused mid-stroke while stroking his beard, his eyes suddenly brightening. The sage, who had remained silent for so long, curved his lips into a barely perceptible, intrigued smile. Interesting. The heaven-climbing tower, fourth floor. The moment Su Xing stepped through the teleportation portal, a terrifying pressure 10 times more intense than the previous 3 floors crashed down upon him, making his bones creak and groan. Beneath his feet was no longer a spacious stone hall, but a scorched hellscape consumed by raging flames. The cracked earth glowed red-hot, occasionally spurting molten bubbles. The air reeked of sulfur, each breath like swallowing a burning blade. Hissed the lava churned. 99 infernal golems, each over 10 meters tall and forged entirely from obsidian, slowly rose from the ground at level 200. Molten rock dripped along their forms, spattering sparks. They simultaneously raised their massive lava axes as rolling data burned into Su Xing's vision. Infernal Golem LV.200 Platinum Tier Boss. HP, 10 million. Attack, 270,000. Defense, 130,000. Skills, Molten Body, Demonic Heavy Punch, Flame Eruption. Description, war weapons forged by ancient flame demons using hell's purest demonic fire and obsidian. Soulless beings that follow only destructive instincts. They once served as vanguards for an abyssal lord, crushing city walls with their massive frames and burning everything to ash with flowing lava. Roar. The deafening bellow seemed to tear its souls. Holy crap. How do you fight this? Su Xing's pupils contracted sharply as he unleashed his strongest skill, but the damage numbers didn't even reach 3 digits. This doesn't even count as scratching them. The next second, a giant axe fell, shattering his life-saving artifacts to pieces. Almost simultaneously, the light screen outside the tower dimmed dramatically. Over 90% of the newcomers' names flickered out like candles blown by wind. Their owners teleported out with faces full of terror and unwillingness. The fourth floor had become a true chasm between genuine prodigies and ordinary talents. Only a dozen or so remained inside. All eyes focused on the names at the top of the rankings. Yun Che was still there, and still dealing massive damage. The screen zoomed in, revealing Yun Che's image clearly. His face was pale, fine sweat beading his forehead, multiple magical shields created from expensive scrolls flickering violently around him as he endured the infernal golem's relentless barrage. Die for me. Yun Che's eyes turned blood red as he bit his tongue, spitting essence blood onto his staff. Homeworld-ending magical fluctuations exploded outward with him at the center doomsday meteor storm. A fourth-tier mage's full power strike, amplified 20-fold, possessed terrifying might. The dark sky was torn open as countless massive meteors wreathed in black flames streaked down with long tails, crashing toward the earth like divine punishment. Boom, boom, boom. The entire fourth floor shook violently, flames shooting skyward as those seemingly invincible infernal golems were consumed by black fire, wailing as they crumbled to ash in waves. 1 minute later, the residual flames died down. Yun Che staggered half a step, nearly exhausted, yet gazed at the now empty battlefield with a victor's arrogant smile. First place, Yun Che, 5th floor. He won. Young Master Yun Che is the first to reach the 5th floor. So powerful. Is this the might of a forbidden spell mage? He's practically a walking human disaster. Yun Che's followers erupted in deafening cheers. Amidst the boiling roars, Zhao Wuji's figure suddenly darted out. He lacked Yun Che's earth-shattering forbidden spell theatrics, but his combat was more like a precisely timed art of death. 99 purgatory demons formed a chilling bronze wall, yet he flickered among them like a phantom. One flash, one blade gleam. Cold light pierced into the demon's chest, striking the core with deadly precision. One strike, one kill. The damage numbers leaping each second were terrifyingly high, and the clearing speed was even more astounding. Less than 10 seconds after Yun Che entered the 5th floor, Zhao Wuji also declared his battlefield cleared. Second place, Zhao Wuji, 5th floor. Following closely was Long Qingshan. His fighting style was the most steady, a massive sacred dragon coiled beside him, transforming dragon scales and holy light into an unbreakable barrier, tanking all demon attacks. He himself wielded a dragon spear, charging in straight lines to topple enemies. Though half a beat slower, his momentum remained fierce. Third place, Long Qingshan, fifth floor. The three great prodigies left all other contestants in the dust with their absolute strength. Wait, where's Su Xing? Why is he still on the fourth floor? Haha, I told you he'd reached his limit. He can't even break through the defense of monsters at this level. Yunche's lackeys seized the chance to mock and gloat. However, on the high platform, the fire god and the fool watched with grave expressions, their eyes fixed intently on that perpetually composed figure in the light screen. In the scene, Su Xing hadn't moved a single step. The silver longbow in his fingertips had almost become a phantom. 1 second, 12 arrows. Each arrow nailed into a purgatory demon's skull. The ricochet light chains of multiple arrows crisscrossed in the air, weaving the entire battlefield into a web of death. 850,000. Weak point 860,000. Numbers jumped frantically. Though each shot wasn't as explosive as Zhao Wuji's, they excelled in their relentless continuity. The terrifying firing rate elevated his damage per second to an incomprehensible level. Purgatory demons with 10 million health could only withstand 12 arrows, that is, 1 second. This is called precision shooting. The fire god's eye twitched as he cursed. The fool's gentle smile completely froze. They could see clearly. Though Yunche's forbidden spells had wide range, they had long casting times and massive consumption, becoming mere scratches if the damage wasn't enough for instant kills, while Su Xing's every arrow was genuinely lethal. 1 minute later, while everyone was still marveling at the three great prodigies, a new notification appeared on the light screen. Fourth place, Su Xing, fifth floor. The fifth floor was a frigid world locked in ice and snow. Wind cut like blades, cold piercing to the bone. 9,900 Maternal Frost Titans, level 400 platinum grade bosses, opened their eyes from slumber, their tintho-sandy-rolled ice bodies rising from the ground with crackling sounds. Health, 30 million. Attack, 400,000. Defense, 400,000. Skills, Extreme Cold Domain, Glacier Spikes, Titan's Wrath, Ice Age. Description, born in the deepest reaches of the world's spine, these are primordial guardians formed by the fusion of Tintha-sandier glacier souls and Titan divine power. They have slumbered for countless eons, embodying ice, snow, and winter itself. Each breath can extinguish volcanoes, and each awakening heralds a long and desperate ice age. This was true purgatory. Yunche, who had just stepped onto the fifth floor, was slapped into scattered ice crystals by a frost titan before he could even begin chanting his second forbidden spell, instantly killed and eliminated. Outside the light screen, he appeared in the plaza with an ashen face, watching his ranking immediately drop to second place, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked. Next came Zhao Wuji. His explosive damage output, which he took such pride in, proved utterly powerless for the first time against the Frost Titan's ridiculously massive health bars and overwhelming defenses. Even with his full burst potential, Zhao Wuji could only eliminate one Titan in a split second before being simultaneously struck by the ice hammers of the remaining two Titans. In less than half a minute, his health was completely drained, and he was unceremoniously teleported out by the beam of light. The first-place position he had barely warmed was already changing hands. At this moment, only two remained inside the tower, Long Qingshan with his impenetrable defenses and the unfathomable Su Xing. Surrounded by frost titans under the protection of his sacred dragon, Long Qingshan's silver armor cracked inch by inch, yet he maintained his steady approach, gradually whittling away at the titan's health. Meanwhile, Su Xing's score was climbing frantically. Second place, Su Xing, fifth floor. Holy crap, he's overtaken them. Su Xing has pulled ahead. The spectator stands erupted instantly. With Yunche and Zhao Wuji both eliminated in seconds, how could he possibly still be holding on? On the light screen, Su Xing remained motionless in his position, his bowstring becoming a blur as arrows rained down on the Titans like a torrential storm. Though his damage was reduced, it remained terrifying. 590,323. 583,799. Explosive damage numbers in the hundreds of thousands cascaded one after another, while the Titan's counterattacks against him only produced pitiful damage of 220,003. This time, everyone understood. His defense was actually higher than Long Qingshan's. 2 minutes later, the sacred dragon summoned by Long Qingshan was shattered under the concentrated fire of multiple Titans. As white light flashed, he too was teleported out of the tower. Just seconds afterward, the name at the very top of the leaderboard suddenly changed. First place, Su Xing, fifth floor. As Long Qingshan's name dimmed, the central arena fell into an eerie silence. Tens of thousands of eyes locked onto that solitary name hanging at the top, Su Xing. All voices of doubt and mockery vanished in that moment, leaving only two words invincible. The next second, boom. Like thunder tearing through the heavens, The oppressive silence was completely ignited by tsunami-like roars of amazement. First place has changed hands. Su Xing. He's taken first place. The three great prodigies Yunche, Zhao Wuji, Long Qingshan were all surpassed by him alone. If Su Xing overtaking Yunche and Zhao Wuji was shocking enough, then at this moment, having trampled even the final barrier Long Qingshan with his supreme defense underfoot to ascend the throne alone, he left the crowd with nothing but bone-deep terror and speechless awe. In the plaza, Yunche, who had just been teleported out, no longer had an ashen expression. His face was now completely black as the bottom of a pot. He stared fixedly at that glaring name on the light screen, his handsome features completely twisted by jealousy and rage, no longer bearing any trace of his former noble demeanor. The fifth floor, that was the fifth floor. 99 level, 400 Frost Titans. How could the opponent's defense be even higher than Long Qingshan's Sacred Dragon Guardian? How could he possibly withstand that? He couldn't understand it, couldn't accept Ida, dignified forbidden curse mage of the Yun family, with talent a tier above SSS level. A peerless prodigy forged by countless resources since childhood, had been effortlessly crushed by some unknown kid. This defeat was a lifelong humiliation for him. Not far away, Zhao Wuji's expression was equally dark as storm clouds. His fists were clenched so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms, yet he couldn't utter a single word. He had lost without any room for complaint. The explosive power he had always been proud of seemed pale as paper before that terrifying monster tide, while that man called Su Xing was still inside strolling leisurely, as if in his own garden. Brother, I lost. Long Qingshan walked to Long Tian's side, his expression complex, but without jealousy, only relief and heartfelt admiration. I'm no match for him. Whether in attack, defense, or combat wisdom, I'm far inferior to him. He had personally experienced the terror of the fifth floor. It was simply not a domain that newcomers could set foot in, yet Su Xing had not only entered but stood firm. On the high platform, the three sequenced nine giants, renowned for their deep composure, now had faces filled with astonishment. The fire god's rough voice was lowered for the first time. This kid is a monster. More than just a monster. The fool stroked his beard, shaking his head with a bitter smile. In all my years, I've seen countless geniuses, but someone like him, it's unheard of. The sage adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on her nose bridge, her beautiful eyes behind the lenses sparkling with unusual light. Her gaze seemed to transcend space, clearly capturing the battle situation in the fifth floor's icy world. Inside the tower, fifth floor, Su Xing's figure transformed into a phantom racing through the ice and snow. With wind step at full power, his agility pushed to its limits, his combat boots barely left traces on the ice surface, leaving only afterimages that traced deadly trajectories between the 99 towering Frost Titans. Roar! A Frost Titan swung its fist like a battering ram, carrying bone-chilling cold as it smashed toward where he had been standing. Boom! The ground exploded, ice crystals shooting skyward. But Su Xing had already flashed 100 meters away, not even bothering to look back. While dodging at his limits, the longbow in his hands never ceased. Whoosh! 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 12 arrows per second. Silver streams of light weaved through the air like precision cruise missiles, bypassing other titans to strike their predetermined target. 620,000. Weak point 610,000. Weak point. Even against the Frost Titan's terrifying defense of over 400,000, though his damage was reduced by nearly half, it was still frighteningly high. Initially, facing the siege of 99 titans, his movement space was compressed to the extreme, leaving virtually no room to maneuver. He could only rely on his incredibly high defense to tank a few attacks before quickly pulling back. At that time, it took him over 10 seconds of grinding to kill a single titan. The efficiency wasn't particularly impressive. However, as the first, second, and third titans crashed thunderously to the ground, the open area rapidly expanded. Shattered ice armor fragments and shockwave aftermaths scattered across the floor, and his movements transformed from desperate dodging into a leisurely stroll. Now he resembled a master blade dancer, weaving through countless deadly gaps, performing the most elegant yet lethal dance of death. When only a dozen or so Frost Titans remained on the field, Su Xing's hunt entered full berserker mode. He no longer needed wide evasive movements relying on his absolute dodge, passive, and microscopic level prediction. He could avoid all attacks with the tiniest steps, pouring all his energy into pure damage output. Die! In his ice blue vision, he locked onto the final Frost Titan. Drawing his longbow to full moon, silver light exploded as the bow's shadow became a flowing phantom. 1 second, 12 arrows, every single one striking the core. This Frost Titan's health bar over 30 million HP instantly collapsed. 600,000. 1,640,000. 610,000. For seconds. In just 4 seconds, this behemoth that could drive top-tier teams to despair let out a final wail, crashed to the ground, and dissolved into countless ice crystals. His damage per second had broken through 7 million. What the hell kind of damage output can a human even produce? Outside, a knowledgeable guild executive stared at the exaggerated damage calculations on the light screen. His water glass slipped from his hand, shattering on the floor with scattered fragments. Every spectator felt their scalp tingle from shock at those numbers, and this was only the beginning. 10 minutes later, Su Xing fired his final arrow, pinning the last frost titan firmly to the ice surface. The fifth floor returned to deathly silence. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the fifth floor of the Heaven Ascending Tower. You are the only challenger in this trial to reach the sixth floor. Su Xing put away his longbow, glanced at his status panel several thousand more free attribute points, then stepped into the teleportation portal leading to the sixth floor. On the light screen, the name representing Su Xing briefly lingered on the fifth floor before resolutely lighting up on the sixth floor roster. The central arena fell instantly silent, countless gazes fixed on that solitary name, minds filled with the same thought. We're all supposed to be rookies. How can the gap be this enormous? Where exactly is his limit? When Su Xing's figure vanished into the light gate leading to the sixth floor, the central arena remained dead silent, no longer from shock, but from a bone-deep sense of helplessness spreading through everyone present. The sixth floor? He actually made it to the sixth floor. A newcomer muttered, his voice bitter. We're all newcomers, so why is the gap so enormous? We can't even pass the fourth floor, yet he's already challenging the sixth. Stop talking, or I'll really want to delete my character and start over. Monster freak. I can't find words to describe him anymore. In the center of the crowd, Yunche's face shifted from black to white, then from white to green, like a churning palette. He stared fixedly at the light screen, his eyes filled with unwillingness, venom, and a trace of something he wouldn't even admit to himself: fear. He had lost, utterly and completely. The guy he'd dismissed as a country bumpkin, an ant, now stood at heights he could never reach, looking down on him. Zhao Wuji closed his eyes, hiding all emotions in shadow, but his slightly trembling fingertips betrayed the turmoil. Within the gap was so vast he couldn't even muster the thought of catching up. Only Long Qingshan let out a long breath, admiration and reverence filling his eyes. From childhood, he had been a prodigy wrapped in glory, never truly bowing his head even before his six-star brother Long Tian. But today he finally understood what it meant that there are always people beyond people, skies beyond skies. Su Xing's name pressed against his proud heart like a mountain, yet also tore open a broader world. Climbing Heaven Tower, sixth floor. The dizzying sensation of spatial distortion had barely faded when the ice beneath Su Xing's feet transformed into a ghastly white wasteland paved with countless twisted bones. Overhead stretched in eternal blood-red twilight. The air hung heavy, death and resentment pressing against his chest like a tide. Crash. The bone sea churned as 99 undead tyrants, each towering over 50 meters tall, slowly rose. Their tattered black heavy armor was riddled with cracks. Rust-stained, broken giant axes swept through the air with ear-piercing metallic scraping. Their eye sockets burned with ghostly blue soul fire, and just that one cold gaze was enough to plunge any newcomer with SS-rank talent into soul-freezing suffocation. Undead Tyrant LV point 700 Platinum Tier Boss. HP 55,980,000. Attack 746,400. Defense 746,400. Description: once undead commanders who perished on ancient battlefields, they use millions of bones as their bodies, wielding the laws of the undead and tyrannical authority, possessing both wide-area destruction and undead summoning abilities. When this string of despairing numbers fed back to his mind through the eye of time and space, even Su Xing felt unprecedented pressure. Nearly 60 million HP, over 740,000 attack and defense. This was no longer just attribute crushing, but qualitative change. Any single one could annihilate a well-equipped rank 6-star squad. Roar. Without giving him any chance to catch his breath, 99 undead tyrants launched their charge simultaneously. Their steps weren't swift, nor could they be called agile, yet 99 mountain-like forms crushing across the stone slabs in unison created a thunderous roar like collapsing mountains and raging tsunamis. The very air trembled and buzzed under the pressure, enough to instantly shatter anyone's nerves. This is trouble. For the first time, Su Xing dropped his playful smile, his eyes dark as an abyss. The next second, he decisively activated Wind Step, transforming into a streak of cyan and white light. Weaving through the gaps between the colossal shadows' feet, he charged toward the thinnest point in their encirclement. He knew better than anyone. Once these monsters formed a complete circle, even with his total health exceeding 1 million, he wouldn't survive more than a few rounds of concentrated fire. I must kite. I must maintain distance. The thought flashed through his mind like lightning, but he realized his escape routes were almost completely blockhead Nenetine Platinum Tier bosses, overwhelming and relentless, with no gaps to exploit. He had no choice but to force his way through. A fierce light exploded in Su Xing's eyes as he locked onto the weakest position, his longbow becoming a blur of motion. 1 second 12 arrows. The rain of arrows tore through the black mist, all striking the chest armor of the two undead tyrants blocking his path. 284,983. 285,124. Armor penetrated. The numbers were significantly lower than before, but still dealt nearly 300,000 damage per shot, translating to 3.36 million damage per second. But it still wasn't enough. Two massive axes, wrapped in ear-splitting air explosions, came crashing down from above, as if to cleave the entire space into fragments. Su Xing's pupils contracted sharply, pushing his agility to its absolute limit. His body twisted midair, barely dodging one of the giant axes. The other, however, was already at his chest, unavoidable. Boom. 542,987. A massive crimson damage number floated above his head. A single strike had wiped out nearly half his health. 65,332. 65,332. His life drain passive activated instantly, restoring 2 chunks of his health bar each second. That was close. Su Xing's back was drenched in sweat. Taking advantage of the brief window as the axes withdrew, he rolled out of the encirclement. The crowd watching from outside the tower erupted instantly. Holy shit. He actually survived? He took a direct hit from a level 700 boss's heavy axe and didn't die. 540,000 damage, bro. If that hit me, I'd die 100 times over. Look at his health bar, it barely dropped. Could his total HP actually exceed 1 million? Is this the kind of stats a 4th-tier newbie should have? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Long Qingshan stared at the screen, his heart filled with nothing but admiration and fervent worship. Yun Che and Zhao Wuji were completely speechless. They even began to doubt whether they had challenged the same dungeon. On the high platform, the fool's usually gentle face was written with shock as he murmured softly, "This young man. What kind of prodigy is he? A 4th-tier player soloing a group of level 700 platinum bosses and still managing to maneuver around them." The fire god was so excited his face turned red, slapping his thigh hard. "Excellent. What a lad. That's the spirit. I love it." Only the sage lazily crossed her silk-stockinged legs, her enchanting eyes half closed as she watched the screen with interest, her lips curving into a captivating smile. As long as you can penetrate their defense, no monster is unsolvable. How interesting. Inside the tower, the battle continued. After successfully creating distance, Su Xing's pressure decreased dramatically. He moved like the most elite hunter, using extreme agility to constantly maneuver around the undead tyrant's legion, his arrows serving as death's calling cards, precisely harvesting one life after another. After nearly 50 seconds of fierce battle, the first level 700 undead tyrant crashed to the ground. As the monster count dwindled, his offensive pace visibly accelerated. Ding. Your level has increased. Current level, 136. The surge in attributes made his steps lighter and his strength more abundant. 22 seconds, 20 seconds, 18 seconds. Each round of slaughter broke new records. When only the last undead tyrant remained on the field, Su Xing simply stopped dodging, drew his bowstring to full moon, and engaged in a raw contest of brute force with the giant beast. 16 seconds. The level 700 guardian that would drive countless powerhouses to despair crashed down heavily. Ding. Your level has increased. Current level, 137. Collecting his spoils of war, he stepped through the light gate leading to the 7th floor without hesitation. At the Apotheosis Guild, all eyes watching the trial focused at this moment. So this is the madman who solo clears epic dungeons. Well deserved. On the high platform, the fool and the fire god exchanged glances, their eyes filled with unstoppable curiosity. The 7th floor. I don't think anyone from our generation ever made it in, right? Who knows what's hidden in there? The sage gazed at the light screen, as if caught by distant memories, his expression distant. When Su Xing stepped through the 7th floor's light gate, his name flickered briefly on the 6th floor leaderboard, then leaped to an entirely new realm. First place, Su Xing 7th floor. Tens of thousands of newcomers in the central arena, including the fallen prodigies who had already been eliminated, collectively held their breath, staring intently at that solitary name. Hearts pounded uncontrollably. He's here. He made it in. This was the legendary zone that even the sage's generation rarely reached, the heaven-climbing tower, 7th floor. Inside the tower, 7th floor. In stark contrast to the bloody chaos of the previous 6 floors, this place was filled with a bone-chilling silence. Su Xing stood within a magnificent temple of pure white that seemed almost surreal. The jade floor reflected like a mirror, showing the ethereal galaxy floating on the dome above. Hundreds of towering pillars stretched to the heavens, their surfaces carved with divine manifestations. The space was sacred and solemn, yet oppressive enough to make breathing difficult. No monsters, no enemies, nothing at all. However, the eye of time and space flickered frantically. Su Xing clearly detected the entire temple was saturated with terrifying law power as solid as substance. Suddenly, the eyes of 99 divine statues seated on thrones in the deepest part lit up simultaneously. That platinum light contained not a trace of emotion. Crack! Stone shells shattered. 99 beings clad in platinum holy armor, with energy wings spread behind them and judgment spears in hand, stepped forth from the statues. Celestial Arbiter LV. 1200 Platinum Tier Boss. HP. 64,350,000. Attack. 1,286,400. Defense. 858,000. Description. Guardian of the Heaven climbing tower's 7th floor, condensed from pure law power, possessing the authority to arbitrate all things. The data flooded into Su Xing's mind through the eye of time and space, simultaneously sinking to the external light screen. Hiss! The central arena instantly erupted with a collective gasp. 1,200 level. 64 million HP? 850,000 defense. The system must be bugged. 1,280,000 attack. Heh. The kind that could one-punch a 6th rank master. Despair spread like a cold tide, drowning the crowd. This isn't a trial. This is an execution. The gap was so vast it shattered dimensions the numbers alone were enough to crush all fighting spirit. Yet inside the tower, facing this legion that might make even gods tremble, Su Xing took a long, deep breath of relief. Thank goodness. Su Xing muttered to himself. The defense hasn't reached 1,000,000 yet. I can break through. As long as I can penetrate its defenses, there's still hope. As long as I can deal damage, no matter how thick that health bar is, it will eventually be worn down. Outside the tower, tens of thousands of newcomers were watching the life and death struggle inside through the light screen. If they could hear Su Xing's inner monologue at this moment, they would probably cough up blood in frustration. Were sweating bullets for you, and you're celebrating that you can still deal massive damage to the boss. Are you even human? Boom. The 99 celestial arbiters gave no time for contemplation. They moved in absolute silence, without roars or charging cries, simply raising their judgment spears in perfect unison and locking onto Su Xing from afar. 99 platinum-colored energy beams instantly tore through space, weaving a deadly net like razor-sharp blades that sealed off all of Su Xing's escape routes, hurtling toward him with devastating speed. In that moment, Su Xing's scalp tingled with dread. He pushed his agility attribute to its absolute limit, activating both swift step and absolute dodge simultaneously. His figure became ghost-like, leaving behind a series of afterimages barely visible to the naked eye as he weaved through the rain of light beams. Dodge! 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 He danced on the edge of a blade, threading through the gaps between death's scythes, each evasion brushing against the boundary between life and death. Too fast. There's no chance to attack. Su Xing's heart sank. The Arbiter's light beams weren't just terrifyingly powerful, they were incredibly swift and covered nearly every angle. Even with his full effort focused on dodging, he was barely keeping up, with no opportunity to counterattack. At this rate, he'd eventually be worn down to death. He had to break the deadlock. After a decisive dodge, he gritted his teeth and abandoned pure evasion, risking being grazed by a light beam as he forcibly drew back his longbow, targeting the nearest arbiter. Thud! The moment his arrow left the string, a light beam grazed his shoulder. 1,088,734. A 7-digit crimson damage number instantly floated above his head, and his health bar plummeted to nearly empty. Life drain passive activated. 64,823. 64,823. His health visibly surged back up. Holy crap! The crowd outside the tower collectively jumped to their feet in shock. One shot, almost one-shotted. Over 1,000,000 damage. And that was just a graze. What would happen with a direct hit? His health bar. Look, he's not dead. He survived it. Everyone went wild with excitement. Before their very eyes, after taking 1,000,000 points of damage, Su Xing's health had miraculously recovered with massive healing numbers. What kind of heaven-defying survival ability was this? On the high platform, the fire god shot to his feet, his bronze bell's-eyed eyes flashing with shock. The fool's hand froze mid-beard stroke, his mouth agape for a long moment. Only the sage remained composed, though her beautiful eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses blazed with unprecedented brilliant light. Interesting. Truly interesting. Inside the tower, having traded a hit for a brief respite, Su Xing wasted no time applying death mark to the targeted arbiter, then unleashed a torrential barrage of arrows from his longbow. 160,430. 160,540. The damage wasn't high, but it was steadily chipping away at their health bars. For 10 agonizing minutes, Su Xing fought like the most tenacious hunter, expending every last ounce of strength and wit in a relentless battle against those divine apostles. 10 minutes. A full 10 minutes later. Bang! With the final explosion of the death mark, the first celestial arbiter let out a cry of unwillingness before its form shattered instantly. dissolving into countless points of light. Ding! Celestial Arbiter defeated. Free attribute points 60. The notification chimed as the light particles fell. Su Xing nearly collapsed from exhaustion, but as he gasped for breath, he lifted his head. The flames of war reignited in his eyes. There was hope. With the first one dead, the pressure dropped dramatically. As long as this glimmer of hope remained, he could grind down every single guardian here, one by one. Outside the tower, as the first light representing an arbiter dimmed on the screen, tens of thousands of spectators sat stunned, as if struck by lightning. After a moment of silence, only one thought remained in their minds. This man, he's truly defying heaven itself. On the elevated platform, the woman nicknamed the Sage slowly leaned back in her chair, her long legs elegantly crossed beneath black stockings. She closed her eyes and calculated, data racing through her mind. Moments later, she reached her conclusion. Su Xing's probability of clearing the 7th floor, 80. His damage, is it starting to fall short? Watching the gradually declining damage curve on the screen, she murmured to herself. It seems the 7th floor is your limit. With insufficient damage, clearing the 8th floor is virtually impossible. Die for me. Inside the 7th floor's pure white temple, his roar thundered as 98 platinum beams capable of destroying heaven and earth instantly interwove. Su Xing's eyes were bloodshot. His former composure pushed to the breaking point like a bowstring about to snap, leaving only the razor-sharp focus of dancing on death's edge. Faster. Move faster. His toes touched the ground in rapid succession as his figure darted between the beams, leaving afterimages that were nearly impossible for the naked eye to track. Each dodge brushed against death itself. Damn, luck's on my side today. A positioning mistake nearly got him locked onto by 3 beams, simultaneously certain death. In that split second, his god-tier passive absolute evasion triggered. Miss. 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 3 crimson words rose above his head like blades severing death's scythe, and he survived. The adrenaline rush from this deadly dance made Su Xing's lips curve into a slight smile. Outside the tower, the audience erupted. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. He dodged it. That concentrated fire didn't even scratch him. That's not just skill. That's luck. Divine favor. Everyone was terrified by this heart-stopping scene, then burst into frenzied cheers. Too strong. Too thrilling. Su Xing's ultimate performance delivered an unprecedented, soul-deep shock to all the newcomers, and even to top-tier prodigies like Yun Che and Long Qingshan. As he methodically wore down the celestial arbiters one by one in the center of the battlefield, the scales of the 7th floor began to visibly tip in his favor. When the number of arbiters plummeted from over 90 to fewer than 60, the crushing pressure on his shoulders instantly lifted by more than half. With his strength flowing back, his offensive surged dramatically as longbow sang. The sound of arrows cutting through air formed a continuous line, and his arrow rain transformed into silver-gray tides that crashed wave after wave against his opponents. Those once surrogate divine apostles, watching their comrades fall continuously, showed fear in their eyes for the first time. Their originally frenzied charge came to an abrupt halt. Their formation quickly contracted, shifting from active slaughter to hasty defense, resisting desperately like cornered beasts. Want to defend? Su Xing's lips curved into a chilling arc. Too late. The tide of battle had turned. He no longer dodged, but charged straight into the enemy formation. Longbow in hand, he became like a reaper of death, his arrows tearing through the air and precisely striking every arbiter's vital points, a silver-white torrent that engulfed the rapidly collapsing defensive line. Outside the tower in the plaza, the newcomer's blood boiled with excitement. Fight! Just like that. Damn, this is so satisfying. We got chased around like dogs on the 3rd and 4th floors, and now watching boss Su Xing grind them into the ground feels even better than getting revenge ourselves. Incredible. He's venting all our pent-up anger. They seem to become one with Su Xing on the battlefield, watching the guards who once filled them with despair fall in droves, releasing all their suppressed fury through their cheers. In a corner, Yun Che's face was deathly pale. Initially, he had gritted his teeth and cursed for Su Xing to be eliminated the next second. Later, seeing Su Xing struggling to survive in desperate straits, he felt some schadenfreude. But now, witnessing the battle completely reversed, he felt as if he'd been thrown into an ice cellar. Despair wrapped around his heart like vines. Does this person truly have no limits? Compared to Su Xing, the supposedly SS rank Forbidden Curse mage seemed like a joke. He smiled bitterly in self-mockery. Maybe I should call myself a trash-tier mage instead. On the high platform. Awesome. The fire god slammed his palm on the armrest, his face flushed red with excitement. This kid's a born battle maniac. That ruthlessness, that tenacity, I love it. The fool stroked his beard thoughtfully. Function producing another giant would be remarkable indeed. The sage scoffed. Someone the guild master has taken a liking to. Would they really stop at giant rank? He might just be the next guild master. Beyond giant rank. Boom. An hour and a half later, The final celestial arbiter reluctantly dissolved into countless points of light under the torrential arrow rain. The seventh floor fell back into deathly silence. Su Xing gasped heavily, his entire body soaked in sweat, but looking at his dramatically increased free attribute points, his face broke into a victorious smile. He did it. He swiftly gathered all the spoils scattered across the ground, didn't even bother wiping his hands, and turned to stride toward the blazing white portal leading to the 8th floor. In the spectator stands outside, the crowd had grown numb to his record-breaking performances, but when the timer froze at 1.5 horse a time, that utterly crushed all previous prodigies in the Apotheosis Guild's history, the crowd still erupted in one final gasp of amazement. He had undisputedly claimed first place. However, the real shock was yet to come. As Su Xing's figure disappeared into the portal, the next second, the 8th floor's light screen automatically activated, with rows of data scrolling out. In the central arena, tens of thousands of spectators felt their breath seized by an invisible giant hand, frozen in unison. The 8th floor was a boundless void churning with chaotic energy. 99 colossal guardians, each 1,000 meters tall, stood within it. Every single form was assembled from stellar fragments and chains of law, their outlines blurred, yet radiating an indescribable ancientness and majesty. Cost: demon gods. LV.2000, platinum tier boss. Attributes: attack 2,866,800, defense 1,434,000. HP 107,550,000. Description: echoes of chaos, demon gods born at the world's beginning, the ultimate barrier of the Tower of Ascension. Just the pressure transmitted through the light screen was enough to make Su Xing's chest feel tight, as if his very soul would be ground to dust. Each demon god gave him the same overwhelming sense of suppression he felt only when facing the 9 giants of the Platinum sequence. Outside the tower, the moment students in the novice area saw those numbers clearly, their minds went blank. 2,000 level. 100 million HP, over 1.4 million defense, over 2.8 million attack. Some screamed in shock, others collapsed with weak knees. This was supposed to be a novice trial? This was clearly divine punishment, heavenly retribution. Level 2000, that was a realm only achievable by sequenced 9 giants of the guild. Yet here, they were merely guardians of the Tower of Ascension's 8th floor. No one dared imagine what horrors the 9th floor might hold, and even fewer could believe that someone had actually reached this stage. On the high platform, the fire god and the fool, who had been wearing confident smiles of certain victory, simultaneously turned to stone upon seeing the light screen data. Their gaping mouths could fit a fist, yet they couldn't utter a single sound. Even the sage, who had been lazily crossing her black-stockinged legs and seemed to have foreseen everything, shed her languid demeanor the instant the 99 chaos demon gods appeared. She slowly straightened up, removed her gold-rimmed glasses, and for the first time, those devastatingly beautiful phoenix eyes revealed an unprecedented level of gravity and seriousness. On the light screen above, the 99 chaos demon gods stood like insurmountable primordial mountains. Their mere presence radiated such overwhelming pressure that tens of thousands of newcomers in reality felt their courage shatter and souls tremble. How can anyone fight this? There's no way to break through their defense, absolutely no way. The crowd erupted in panic. 1.4 million defense points? What are we supposed to fight with our bare heads? It's over. Su Xing's legend ends here. Pessimism spread like a plague. Even the usually composed Long Qingshan and Zhao Wuji shook their heads with grim expressions. When they imagined themselves in Su Xing's position, only 2 words came to mind: despair. The gap in raw data was insurmountable. Skill and technique couldn't save the day. Inside the tower, the life-level suppression weighing down on Su Xing felt bottomless. Every time he drew his bow, it was as if he were fighting against the entire world. Taking a deep breath, he fired a test arrow. The projectile pierced through chaos and struck precisely into the eye socket of the nearest demon god, theoretically a weak point. 104, force damage. The red number flashed and vanished. Su Xing's pupils contracted sharply. As expected, he couldn't break through their defense. Outside the tower, Yunche stared at the light screen, his face twisted with sickly ecstasy as he nearly shrieked. Do you see that? He can't break their defense. He's nothing but a joke. What first place? What prodigy? Before absolute power, he is nothing. His shrill laughter hadn't even faded when Su Xing on the screen suddenly lowered his bow and slowly closed his eyes. The spectators thought he was giving up, but the cold smile playing at his lips carried a hint of madness and determination. Trump cards were meant for moments like this. His attribute panel flickered wildly in his mind, displaying the free attribute points accumulated from countless battles. 101,580 points. Allocate points. 50,000 points poured into Constitution. The remaining 51,580 points flooded entirely into strength. Boom. It was as if a volcano that had slumbered for eons erupted within his body. His bones sang, his flesh reformed, and scorching golden energy waves exploded outward from his skin in successive rings. Constitution, 132,533. Strength, 210,832. Health, 1,325,543,445,876. Defense, 207,108, 530,134. Attack, 519,092, 843,329. As his stats skyrocketed, his aura underwent a complete transformation. If Su Xing had been a sharp divine weapon before, he was now a human-shaped nuclear bomb capable of obliterating stars at any moment. The terrifying pressure from the chaos demon gods was forcibly dispersed by his explosively surging presence. The crowd outside the light screen stood frozen, their hearts feeling as if someone had clenched them in a vice. His aura seems different. Must be an illusion, right? He can't possibly break through on the spot, can he? Discussions rose and fell, but no one could provide an answer. Su Xing opened his eyes. In those eyes, there was no longer any trace of solemnity, only icy, killing intent and absolute confidence. He violently drew back the wailing divine meteor longbow in his hands. At this moment, it no longer resembled a bow, but rather a ferocious beast being forcibly torn apart. Scorching power surged wildly from Su Xing's arms into the bow. The diamond-grade bow body trembled frantically, its sharp humming nearly rupturing eardrums as intricate golden cracks rapidly spread across its surface. A golden arrow 10 times more brilliant than before broke free from the string, tearing through the void. Carrying destructive force capable of piercing through anything, it shot straight toward the chaos demon god. This time, it wasn't aimed at the vulnerable eye socket, but at the demon god's hardest, most inviolable chest, the chaos core. Thunk! Like a red-hot blade slicing through butter. Even the defenses that gods feared were instantly pierced. Crimson damage numbers floated upward, as if staining the very air blood red. 257,884. Silence. Deathly silence. In the plaza, tens of thousands of newcomers, whether standing or sitting, whether mocking or worried, all had their minds crash simultaneously the moment they saw those numbers, as if time itself had been paused. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Holy shit. Someone was the first to roar with soul-tearing intensity, igniting the entire crowd. 250,000. Am I seeing things? He broke through the defense. He actually broke through. 1 arrow for 250,000. Fake. It's absolutely fake. The system's bugged. He's cheating. He must be cheating. Monster. Freak. This isn't human anymore. This is a god descending to earth. Madness. Chaos. Upheaval. Su Xing's single arrow shattered the worldview of every newcomer. The talents they had once been proud of, the levels they had painstakingly cultivated, all seemed ridiculous and pale before this arrow. No, impossible. The wild joy on Yunche's face froze like an ice sculpture. As if his soul had been drained, he staggered back 2 steps and collapsed to the ground. Long Qingshan and Zhao Wuji were struck as if by lightning, their bodies rigid, mouths agape wide enough to fit an egg, yet unable to squeeze out a single syllable. They understood that from this day forward, the name Su Xing would become a shadow looming over the hearts of all the geniuses in this generation, an insurmountable mountain. On the high platform, crack. The armrest carved from Tinta Sandier fire jade in the fire god's hand was unconsciously crushed to powder. This kid, the fool's hand, which had been stroking his beard, froze midair, his voice trembling uncontrollably. With a 4th rank body, he's actually touched the threshold of the 8th rank. The newcomers only knew shock, but the 3 great titans standing at the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom understood the true value of this arrow. The 8th rank, that was an entirely different level of existence. Yet Su Xing, a newcomer who had just completed his 4th transformation, had dealt damage capable of threatening 8th rank powerhouses. His heaven-defying talent and terrifying potential were laid bare for all to see. Even the usually languid and indifferent sage could no longer maintain her composure. Her stunning phoenix eyes blazed with unprecedented brightness as the success rate data for Su Xing clearing the 9th floor skyrocketed in her mind. 2050, finally stopping at a heart-stopping 89. The person the guild master has taken a liking to truly cannot be measured by common sense. She murmured softly, her lips curving into a smile capable of toppling cities. Inside the tower, Su Xing's assault showed no signs of stopping. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows, 257,884, 256,991, 258,033. Continuous high damage numbers floated above the chaos demon god's head like death's calling cards. Roar. Repeatedly wounded by a mere ant, the chaos demon god's furious roar shook the heavens. A giant hand formed of stars, carrying destructive power, slammed down viciously towards Su Xing. Bring it on. Su Xing didn't retreat but advanced instead, battle intent surging wildly. He wanted to witness firsthand the limits of his current defense. Boom! The giant palm crashed down, causing the entire space to shake violently. Outside the tower, the crowd instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear witnessing Su Xing being smashed to pulp. However, when the dust settled, Su Xing still stood proudly. Then, a terrifying number capable of moving even the three great titans slowly appeared above his head. 233-0844. The devastating damage instantly wiped out two-thirds of Su Xing's health bar. Yet he didn't fall. Su Xing forcibly withstood the full power strike from a level 2000 platinum tier boss. Hiss! On the platform above, both the fire god and the fool simultaneously gasped in shock, their gazes meeting in midair, filled with nothing but horror. Having attack power that touched the threshold of the 8th transformation was already monstrous enough, but now even his defense and health were this terrifying? What kind of monster was this kid? How could a mere drank talent be this powerful? Ha ha! Exhilarating. Su Xing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling the instant health regeneration from his life-drain passive ability as his chest swelled with fervor. Could fight, and he could win. The hunt begins. His figure transformed into a streak of light as he actively charged toward the remaining 99 Chaos Demon Gods. The battle that followed was brutal beyond measure. Su Xing fought like the most crazed gambler, repeatedly dancing on the edge of death, relying on the occasional trigger of absolute evasion and the single life-saving opportunity from Divine Kingdom's protection to stubbornly battle this horde of demon gods. 5 minutes later, an unwilling wail pierced the battlefield. The first Chaos Demon God collapsed thunderously under his torrential rain of arrows, dissolving into countless points of light. Ding! Defeated Chaos Demon God LV.2000. The moment the system notification sounded, the central arena erupted in chaos. The audience's expressions had been shocked before, but now they were nearly numb mouths agape, staring blankly at the screen showing that godlike, demon-like figure conducting a magnificent slaughter while surrounded by 98 Chaos Demon Gods. Boom! The final Chaos Demon God let out an unwilling roar as its massive stellar body was pierced by Su Xing's finishing arrow imbued with destructive power, instantly disintegrating into the purest energy particles. The entire 8th floor fell into deathly silence. Huff, huff, huff. Su Xing dropped to one knee, driving his wailing divine meteor bow heavily into the ground to support his body that was on the verge of collapse. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for air, sweat streaming down his forehead in rivulets, completely soaking his hair. Over an entire hour, his nerves, spirit, and every muscle fiber had been stretched to their absolute limit. He couldn't stop. Even a second of relaxation could have resulted in being pulverized by the concentrated fire of 99 Chaos Demon Gods. Exhausted, unprecedented fatigue surged through his limbs like a tide, nearly drowning his consciousness. Previous battles had been instant kills, overwhelming victories, effortless slaughter, but this time was a death dance on a knife's edge lasting over an hour. The 7th and 8th floors, these two trials had completely drained his energy. However, when he looked up and saw the platinum glowing spoils of war scattered across the ground, along with the massive surge of free attribute points on his status panel, that extreme exhaustion was instantly replaced by even more intense excitement and satisfaction. Worth it. So damn worth it. Outside the tower, the central training arena. The moment the last Chaos Demon God fell on the light screen, the entire world seemed to have its mute button pressed. Ripples of energy spread across the arena's sky, yet no sound could be heard. Tens of thousands of newcomers, regardless of their levels, stood frozen as if petrified, maintaining their poses from the second before, swords raised, fists swinging, mouths roaring. Their mouths hung half open, eyes wide with shock, breath suspended, as if even their hearts had forgotten to beat. Shock, terror, and disbelief surged to their peak before plummeting into nothingness, leaving their minds blank except for a piercing buzz. Gulp. Someone struggled to swallow, and that faint sound of throat movement became the only note in the deathly silence. The next second, boom. The entire plaza erupted like a nuclear bomb had been dropped, shattering the silence. A tidal wave of cheers tore through the sky. Incredible. Star God. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. He actually did it. The 8th floor. Those were level 2000 platinum tier bosses. Ninety of them, and he slaughtered them all alone. A 4th tier newcomer could pull off something like this? Someone slap me, am I dreaming? In mere moments, amazement transformed into frenzy, and frenzy into near religious worship. Waving arms, flushed faces, and hoarse voices roared Star God, until it was deafening. No more doubt, no more jealousy, only soul-deep reverence, and awe remained. Star God is incredible. Star God is invincible. The crowd reached peak euphoria. Long Qingshan and Zhao Wuji stood in the center of the human sea. Long Qingshan exhaled deeply, shaking his head with a bitter smile, his voice hoarse yet filled with complete acceptance. I'm convinced, utterly convinced. Zhao Wuji said nothing, only nodding vigorously. These two SS-tier powerhouses who had considered themselves prodigies read the same resignation in each other's eyes. Apparently, there were dimensional chasms between geniuses. On the other side, Yin Che's face was paler than wax paper, his eyes lifeless. In the light screen, Su Xing knelt on one knee, battle-scarred yet still godlike and demonic, his presence so overwhelming that Yin Che could barely breathe. The gap was so vast that even looking up seemed like a luxury. He knew that even giving his all, he might barely clear the 5th floor, but the 8th floor? The moment he stepped in, the pressure alone would crush him to dust, wouldn't even qualify for a chaos demon god's attention. Puffed. Blood spurted from his lips as his emotions surged against his heart meridian. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious, falling backward. On the high platform, the two giants Fire God and the Fool were equally speechless. They stared at the light screen like puppets, their atoms apples bobbing, their chests churning like stormy seas, yet unable to squeeze out a complete sentence. This kid, just how much potential is this kid still hiding? The wise one, who had been lazily lounging with her black-stockinged legs crossed, now had her phoenix eyes capable of captivating all living beings, sparkling with an unprecedented brilliant radiance. Anticipation. Ultimate anticipation. Where exactly was Su Xing's limit? Could he possibly unleash another burst of power? This kid, could he really break through the 9th floor? The moment this thought crossed her mind, she startled herself. The 9th floor was a place where even she couldn't guarantee passage. Under countless watchful gazes, within the light screen, Su Xing slowly rose to his feet. He didn't even touch the spoils of war scattered across the ground, instead lifting his head toward the void, as if seeing through space to the entrance of the next level. Then he began walking, step by step, straight toward the light gate leading to the final trial. He's moving. He's moving again. My God, he's going to attempt the 9th floor. The cacophony of exclamations pushed the atmosphere to its peak as everyone held their breath, eyes wide, waiting to witness this historic moment. Buzzspace distorted. Stepping into the 9th floor, Su Xing didn't encounter the expected powerful enemies or terrifying pressure, but found himself in a pure white, boundless space. Silence surrounded him, with even energy fluctuations and the flow of time becoming blurred. Nothing existed here. Huh. He frowned, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. What's going on? The crowd outside the tower was also stunned. The 9th floor is empty? A bonus stage? Victory just for clearing the 8th floor? Impossible. The Ascension Tower would never have such a setting. On the high platform, the previously languid and composed wise one saw that pure white space, and her anticipation and smile instantly froze, replaced by utter shock and horror. No, impossible. She cried out in alarm, abruptly rising from her throne with such force that she knocked over the jade table beside her, holding precious divine fruits. Crash. The jade plates shattered, divine fruits scattered, the sound particularly jarring in the silent platform. The Fire God and the Fool were startled by her loss of composure, looking over in bewilderment. Wise one, you. The wise one had no time to respond, staring fixedly at the light screen, her entire body trembling slightly from shock. At that moment, the pure white space finally began to change. Golden law runes appeared from nowhere, rapidly weaving, converging, and outlining in the center, ultimately forming a figure. Black professional suit, gold-rimmed glasses, lazily sitting on a void throne with her black-stockinged legs crossed in a way that would drive men worldwide mad, identical to Sequence 9 Executive, Wise One, on the high platform. Law Shadow Wise One LV. Attributes. Skills. Description: the ultimate guardian simulated by the Ascension Tower based on the highest law authority the challenger can access. Boom. The moment the figure appeared, tens of thousands of newcomers and high-ranking members in the central arena without exception felt their minds explode. This is insane. Wise One, my lord. The 9th floor guardian is actually a projection of the Wise One. Are you kidding me? Making a newcomer challenge a Sequence 9 executive. This isn't a trial. This is murder. All eyes were locked onto the light screen, faces filled with confusion and bewilderment. Huh. What's going on? Where is everyone? How is there only one guard? What happened to the other 99 guards? Holy crap. Could it be? The difficulty of the 9th floor has been reduced? There's only one guard. This thought blazed through everyone's minds like wildfire, instantly igniting the entire crowd. Haha, I knew it. The 8th floor was already so insane. The 9th floor had to give us some kind of break. We've got this. This is totally in the bag. Star God's victory is guaranteed. Unknown. This is basically handing Star God the win on a silver platter. Who could possibly stop him now? After a brief silence, cheers erupted like a tidal wave. To them, going from 99 against 1 to 1 against 1 was clearly the system going easy on theme of free victory. However, Su Xing inside the tower felt no relief whatsoever. The moment he stepped into this pure white space, his brow furrowed tightly, his instincts were screaming warnings that things were far from simple. On the elevated platform, law runes rapidly converged, constructing a figure identical to the sage. As the final runic stroke settled into place, a soul-freezing terror crashed down like a thunderbolt. That despair was 10,000 times more intense than facing the 99 chaos demon gods, like icy floodwaters instantly drowning everyone's hearts. Su Xing instinctively activated his chrono eyes. Golden runes spun wildly in the depths of his pupils as he forcibly tore away the mysterious veil of the ninth floor's ultimate guardian. The next second, a string of astronomical numbers that would suffocate any 8th-tier powerhouse exploded into his mind. Shadow of Lozage LV.5000. HP 269,550,000. Attack 7,186,800. Defense 3,594,000. Hiss. Even with Su Xing's composure, seeing these stats made him involuntarily gasp. 270 million HP. 3.6 million defense. Over 7 million attack. How the hell was he supposed to fight this? Forget defeating, it couldn't even break through its defense. Even using his strongest trump card weakness plus critical hit for quadruple damage would barely scratch that 3.6 million defense. No, it wouldn't even be scratching, more like polishing. I can't let her attack first. In that split second, Su Xing made his decision. Any hesitation now would be suicide. His internal power erupted instantly as he drew his longbow to its absolute limit, the bowstring forming a breathtaking full moon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 12 arrows per second. 12 golden streaks of light tore through the air like meteors, blasting toward the languid figure on the throne at supersonic speed. Thud, thud, thud. The impacts merged into a continuous drumbeat as damage numbers floated up. 99, 98, 99. One arrow even luckily triggered a critical weak point hit. 300. It's over. Long Qingshan watched this scene through the light screen and closed his eyes in despair. We've estimated boss Su Xing's attack power before it's at least 800,000. The data expert beside him spoke with a trembling voice, quickly calculating. A critical hit on a weak point deals 4 times the damage, which means that arrow theoretically dealt over 3.2 million damage. But even so, it still couldn't break through the defense. This meant the sage's projection had defensive power far exceeding 3.2 million, possibly approaching 3.5 million. These numbers struck everyone's hearts like hammers, so heavy they could barely breathe. The gap was so vast that hope seemed impossible. On the throne, the Phantom of Law slowly raised her gaze. Those phoenix eyes, identical to the sage's true form, overflowed with faint disdain and humiliation. How dare these ants challenge divine authority? She didn't even have the interest to stand, merely flicking her finger elegantly. An invisible curse crossed space, carrying the purest malice and destruction towards Su Xing. This was her signature skill, Curse of Causality. Any being below the 8th transformation who was hit would have their soul permanently branded with decay, reducing all attributes by 90% and ensuring certain death. However, just as the curse was about to touch its target, ding! Su Xing's interface quietly displayed a notification. Divine passive chaos's favor activated, granting immunity to this negative effect. Miss. The bright red word floated above his head. The Phantom of Law on the throne made a sound of surprise for the first time, her languid expression becoming slightly more focused. Refusing to believe it, she raised her hand again. Space-time shackles. Law severance. Soul annihilation. Each technique was terrifying enough to make 8th transformation giants' scalps tingle, yet she cast them in rapid succession like flipping through pages. But the only response she received was, immune, immune, immune. Outside the tower, all the spectators were dumbfounded. What's happening? All immunities? The sage's skills are failing. Impossible. Those are law-level attacks. On the high platform, the fire god and the fool, both giants, nearly had their eyes pop out of their sockets. And the sage's true form, who had remained composed throughout, could no longer maintain her elegance. For the first time, her exquisite face showed an expression of what the hell. Her proudest techniques, capable of sweeping through 8th transformation beings, were completely ineffective against a 4th transformation newcomer? What kind of monster is this kid? Inside the tower, Su Xing snapped out of his initial shock, his heart pounding like war drums. An opportunity. The opponent's rule-level instant kill abilities were useless against him, turning the battlefield into a pure numbers game. Attack. His eyes blazed with unprecedented light as his longbow became a ceaseless blur. 99, 99, 99. Though the damage numbers were pitifully low, his attack speed was incredibly fast. 1 second equals over 1,000 points of damage. Little by little, it could wear you down to death. And so, the most bizarre and outrageous scene in the history of the Tower of Ascension trials unfolded. The supremely noble Sequence 9, Shadow of the Titan's Law, capable of suppressing all existence, lazily reclined on her throne, allowing a mere 4th-tier newcomer to unleash tons of damage. Time and again, She cast down divine punishments capable of destroying heaven and earth, only to have each one perfectly reflected back by that infuriating immunity. Su Xing had become a tireless pile driver, elevating the art of scraping to its absolute peak. Outside the tower, all the newcomers watched helplessly as their worldview was shattered once again. On the display panel, double-digit damage numbers flickered endlessly, while the boss's health bar remained virtually motionless, showing no discernible decline. Let me calculate. A data enthusiast pulled out a calculator, fingers flying across the keys. 1,200 points per second, 72,000 per minute, for 0.32 million per hour. But the boss has 270 million health. Another newcomer added with a trembling voice. This will take until the cows come home. The calculation appeared on the light screen 62.5 hours. Without eating, drinking, or sleeping, nearly 3 full days. The hope that had just ignited was instantly extinguished. Time waits for no one. The trial has a time limit. In the pure white space of the 9th floor, the most outrageous battle in the history of the Apotheosis Guild, and indeed all of Dragon Nation's class advancement history, raged on. 99, 99, 99. Dense double-digit damage numbers floated up from above the law's phantom like endless raindrops. Su Xing was completely focused, drawing the bow, releasing the string, drawing, releasing. His arms became afterimages, moving so fast they were nearly invisible to the naked eye. Outside the tower, at the central training ground. Initially, everyone watched with excitement, marveling at Su Xing's incredible immunity ability and witnessing the unprecedented scene of scraping a god to death. After half an hour, they were all numb. I'm getting sleepy. Someone yawned. How much health has he scraped off? The data enthusiast raised his light screen again, reporting hoarsely. 1 hour, total damage over 4 million. Yes, that sounds like a lot, right? But looking at the boss's health bar, it had barely moved. 2 hours passed, and Su Xing's arrows continued to fly. Total damage dealt. 8.64 million. This damage could instantly kill any 7th-tier powerhouse, yet it remained a drop in the bucket against 270 million health points. On the high platform, the fire god rubbed his strained eyes and sighed deeply. What a pity. The fool stroked his beard and nodded. Indeed, what a pity. The trial time is almost up. If there were no time limit, given enough time, this kid might actually be able to wear down that old hag's law shadow to death. The fool's words were filled with regret, but more than that, an undeniable sense of shock. To force the shadow of the sage's law to rely solely on time for victory. This kid has already created a miracle that's unprecedented and likely will never be repeated. Immunity. At this moment, the true sage had once again reclined against the armrest of the throne, her lazy posture unchanged from before. Yet those phoenix eyes hidden behind golden-rimmed glasses flickered with unprecedented confusion and inquiry. Could a talent that could even exempt causality truly exist in this world? All the spectators thought this prolonged, superficial scratch, like battle of offense and defense, would end anticlimactically as time passed. Just then, the law's phantom on the throne clearly lost patience. Her languid expression completely vanished for the first time, her thin lips pressed tight as she slowly rose from the throne. Boom! A terrifying pressure 10 times greater than before instantly collapsed the entire pure white space. She decisively abandoned the law-based skills that were ineffective against Su Xing, switching to the most primitive, pure, and impossible-to-exempt method: physical attacks. And the game is over. The cold, merciless judgment echoed as the phantom raised her right hand. A sky-covering giant palm formed from pure law power materialized above Su Xing's head. Laws flowed within the palm. Divine might. Surjinga's single glance seemed capable of shattering souls. It's over. A physical attack. There's absolutely no dodging this. Outside the tower, countless spectators' hearts leaped to their throats. The giant palm descended towards Su Xing with seemingly slow but space-defying momentum, a certain death situation. However, just as the giant hand was about to touch Su Xing, ding! Epic-level effect Divine Kingdom's protection triggered. A brilliant golden shield instantly enveloped Su Xing completely. Boom! The giant palm crashed down heavily, causing the entire light screen to tremble violently. A terrifying damage number that would make all giants pale appeared above the shield. 6,586,800. Immediately followed by immune. Holy shit. The entire venue erupted. He withstood it. He actually withstood it. What kind of skill was that? Even instant kill damage can be immunized? Divine level life-saving. That's absolutely a divine level life-saving skill. A flicker of bewilderment flashed in the Law Phantom's eyes. She snorted coldly and raised her hand again. A second Law giant palm condensed and struck down. This time, Su Xing had lost Divine Kingdom's protection. Everyone desperately closed their eyes. However, absolute dodge. Miss. A bright red, glaring word that completely overturned everyone's worldview slowly floated up from above Su Xing's head. The entire venue fell dead silent. Everyone stared at that miss like they'd seen a ghost, their minds completely blank. He dodged it. Are you kidding me? Even this kind of lock-on attack can be dodged? Annoyance appeared on the Law Phantom's face for the first time. Third palm. Miss. Fourth palm. Miss. Fifth palm. Miss. For consecutive times. For terrifying attacks capable of instantly killing any existence below the 8th transformation were all ruthlessly declared invalid by those two bright red letters. On the high platform, the two giants, Fire God and the Fool, had completely petrified. They stood with mouths agape and eyes wide, like two weathered statues that had endured 1,000 years of erosion, completely motionless. The sage, who usually maintained an air of supreme confidence, could no longer keep her composure. Her breathtakingly beautiful face was filled with bewilderment and shock. She couldn't comprehend it. What kind of monster was this kid? It was one thing to be immune to causality-based skills, but how could he even dodge pure physical attacks? Outside the tower, all breathing ceased. Every spectator was stunned senseless by the scene before them. What the hell? Was he even human? His terrifying power was one thing, but these endless survival techniques were 10,000 times more frightening than his raw strength. The sixth strike. The Phantom of Law seemed to reach the peak of fury, and this strike's power was more terrifying than the previous 5 combined. Su Xing's luck finally ran out at this moment. Boom. 699, 9999. The shocking damage number burst from above his head as his body was torn apart by the violent palm force into white light, forcibly teleporting him out of the Ascension Tower. As the light faded, Su Xing stood once again in the central arena. The entire plaza fell into deathly silence, with everyone staring at him with the eyes reserved for gods, monsters, or prehistoric beasts. Until, ding, this session's newcomer trial has officially ended. First place, Su Xing, 9th floor. The grand system announcement shattered the eerie silence. The next second, thunderous cheers exploded like a tsunami. Ah, Star God. First place, the undisputed champion. The deafening roars seemed ready to overturn the sky of the floating city. All newcomers gazed with the most fervent devotion at their one and only king. Su Xing quietly endured the tide of cheers, yet his face showed little joy. He lowered his gaze to study his hands, silently muttering to himself, if only I were a bit stronger, the 9th floor might not have been impossible to clear. On the high platform, the 3 giants slowly descended. The Fool stepped forward to Su Xing, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration. With a flip of his hand, a longbow radiating 7-colored brilliance and covered in mysterious runes appeared. Kid, this is your reward, legendary grade Starfall bow, a personal gift from this old man. His legendary grade. Gasps rippled through the crowd as countless eyes turned red with envy. However, before the envious murmurs could fade, the sage left everyone petrified. With a wave of her delicate hand, the towering Ascension Tower transformed into a stream of light, condensing into an exquisite miniature tower in her palm. She smiled at Su Xing, her voice clear and bright. This is the President's wager for you. From today forward, the Ascension Tower belongs to you. Silence. The world plunged into deathly quiet once more. Only one message thundered repeatedly through everyone's minds. Wah. What? The Ascension Tower, given away? Sage, you're not joking, are you? Fire God was the first to shriek. That's the President's treasure. Its quality has long surpassed legendary grade, and you just gave it away. The Fool was also stunned, his hand stroking his beard, nearly yanking it out. This wager was way too big. His legendary bow instantly paled in comparison. Meanwhile, the Apotheosis Guild's top-tier group chat, Share the Fortune, Flee the Trouble, exploded. Fire Cloud Deity. Contact Sage for issues, contact Sage for issues, contact Sage for issues. President, have you lost your mind? The Sage gave away the tower. Emotionless assassin. Holy crap. Is this real? Prosperity blooms. Does the President know? Contact Sage for issues. Stop playing dead. Come out and say something. Fire Cloud Deity. What the hell is going on? Fool's thousand thoughts. Contact Sage for issues, contact Sage for issues, contact Sage for issues. President, come out and explain. The Sage finally appeared. What's all the fuss? What's so shocking about this? He made it to the 9th floor to ascend that qualify him to own the Ascension Tower? Look at all of you. Do you still have any dignity as giants and elders? Chapter 100, 220,000 words milestone 3rd beta cleared. The group chat, Share the Good Times, Leave When Trouble Comes, had completely exploded into chaos. Normally, these big shots could shake the entire Dragon Kingdom with just a casual gesture, but they were usually either in secluded cultivation or handling matters of national importance. Going 10 days to half a month without a single message was the norm. Now the screen was practically frozen from being flooded with symbols. Fire Cloud True God. Seek the Wise One for help. Guild Master. Come out and say something. Fire Cloud True God. The Heaven Ascending Tower. That's the Heaven Ascending Tower. Just given away like that. Emotionless assassin. I just got back from a mission. What am I seeing? Am I hallucinating? Flowers bloom with prosperity. Guild Master. If you've been kidnapped, just blink. That was your most treasured possession. Fist shatters mountains and rivers. Insane. I think this world has gone insane. Fool's thousand thoughts. Seek the wise one for help, seek the wise one for help, seek the wise one for help. The symbols came in endless strings, phones vibrating non-stop, yet the guild master named Seek the Wise One for help remained completely unresponsive, as if he had vanished from the face of the earth. After a long while, everyone fell silent. Firecloud True God sent a string of filled with helplessness across the screen. Fool's thousand thoughts sent a facepalm emoji and sighed. Forget it, forget it. The guild master's thoughts are beyond us mere mortals' comprehension. But this kid is indeed a monster. That single word monster plunged the group chat back into deathly silence. What else but a monster could make the guild master willingly give away the heaven ascending tower? The news of Su Xing's ascension to heaven in one battle swept through the entire Apotheosis Guild like a Category 12 hurricane, then surged toward the capital sanctuary. In the capital sanctuary, at some dark underground hideout, the lighting was dim, the stone table cold, and several black-robed figures sat around it, each emanating mysterious auras. The air seemed frozen, so stifling it was hard to breathe. The leader spread out intelligence reports. Target Su Xing, first place in newcomer trials, broke into the 9th floor of the heaven ascending tower. Someone questioned, 9th floor? Are you sure it wasn't the 6th floor? Intelligence is accurate. The leader's tone was heavy. On the 8th floor, he faced Hedon 99 level 2000 platinum tier Boas Chaos Demon Gods. The air grew even colder. The leader continued. More crucially, our informant planted in the Apotheosis Guild's outer circle reports that on the 9th floor, he withstood what appeared to be the Wise One's law manifestation 6 consecutive killing attacks. His sounds of sharp intakes of breath rose one after another. A black-robed figure suddenly stood up, so terrified his voice trembled. Enough. Stop talking. This mission cancel it. We must cancel it immediately. Another person hoarsely agreed. Immune to curses, immune to causality, immune to laws. Now he can even withstand 6 physical killing blows before going down. What the hell is this thing? This is basically a god wearing human skin. As the words fell, everyone looked at each other, their expressions darker than the lighting. Whoever wants to go can go. I'm not playing along. Retreat. Immediately notify everyone to abandon all assassination plans against Su Xing. This person is no longer someone we can touch. The assassins who had originally been lurking in the capital sanctuary, preparing to eliminate Dragon Kingdom's new generation of prodigies, were scared out of their wits the moment they received this intelligence. That very night, they packed their belongings and fled the capital in panic, faster than rabbits. Are you kidding me? If their first strike failed, they would face relentless pursuit from powerhouses above the 8th tier of Godhood Ascension. Yet this Su Xing could withstand level 5000 attacks 6 times in a row. How were they supposed to kill him? With their bare heads? They'd be the ones getting killed instead. Originally, they had planned to use their various curse-based skills to torment the Dragon Nation's genius and limit his growth. But Su Xing was completely immune to all curses. What was there left to torment? Approaching him would be suicide. Thus, all hostile forces within Dragon Nation's borders targeting Su Xing instantly fell silent. A prodigy who had reached his peak upon debut, whose potential was believed to possibly surpass even the guild master of the Godhood Ascension Su Xing, was rising like a blazing star. While storms raged in the outside world, Su Xing remained completely unaware. At this moment, he sat cross-legged in the luxurious suite assigned by the guild, focused intently on cataloging his trial rewards. The first trophy was a legendary longbow gifted by the fool. The bow felt smooth and warm in his hands, as if forged from countless stars. 7 colored halos flowed along the bow's limbs, and faintly visible mystical runes emanated an indescribable sense of powerful beauty. With a thought from Su Xing, the attribute panel appeared. Starfall Bow. Legendary grade. Equipment requirement. Strength 50,000. Attributes. Constitution 6,400, Strength 6,400, Agility 6,400, Spirit 6,400. Special effect Stellar Fury. 1 chance when attacking to summon miniature meteors to bombard the target, dealing area devastation damage. Special effect Star Chaser. Arrows carry homing effects. Attack speed 100, flight speed 300. Upon hit, applies Stellar Mark that reduces target's defense by 20 for 10 seconds. Description. Crafted by an ancient divine smith who gathered cores from celestial meteors and refined them with galactic light for 14 years. When this bow emerges, stars fall and all things wither. Hiss. Even though Su Xing had seen his share of impressive items, he still drew in a sharp breath. The 4-dimensional attributes alone equaled 2 top-tier epic equipment pieces, not to mention those 2 ridiculously powerful special effects. He immediately equipped the Starfall Bow, and surging power instantly coursed through his entire body. Su Xing nodded with satisfaction, then turned his attention to the most significant reward, a delicate pagoda, the Heaven Ascending Tower. He carefully lifted the tower's body, feeling its cold yet heavy weight, ancient and mysterious, as if he were cradling an entire world. Attempting to examine its attributes, the panel showed only a string of question marks. Su Xing raised an eyebrow. Without hesitation, he directly activated his professional talent that had advanced after reaching the 4th tier. Eye of Spacetime. Nebulae swirled within his pupils, profound and boundless, as if capable of perceiving past and present, seeing through the essence of all things. This time, the mysterious veil of the Heaven Ascending Tower was finally being slowly lifted. Heaven Climbing Tower, mythical special equipment incomplete, growth type, domain type, offense defense integrated. Basic attributes. Constitution 12,800. Strength 12,800. Agility 12,800. Spirit 12,800. Special effect, absolute domain. When actively triggered, instantly expands into a heaven-climbing domain with a radius of 1 kilometer. Within the domain, 1. All allied attributes increase by 20. 2. Enemies continuously suffer suppressive weakening, with all attributes constantly declining. Special effect, suppression. The heaven-climbing tower can be used as a throwing weapon. Upon successful hit, deals devastating physical damage calculated based on the user's total attribute sum, with extremely high probability of inflicting powerful control effects such as imprisonment and stun. Special effect, path to heaven. The holder can enter the tower for trials at any time. The internal world evolves according to the holder's will, serving as an excellent place for cultivation and enlightenment. Unique effect, foundation of the world core authority of Heaven Climbing Tower. The tower contains not only a trial space, but also houses a dormant world seed. When activated, the holder becomes the sole master of this primordial space, gaining 3 supreme authorities. Spacetime authority flow rate. Consume spiritual power or source energy to control time flow. Initial limit. 1 day outside, 10 days inside the tower. Can be further enhanced as the Heaven Climbing Tower is restored. Creation authority evolution. Using source energy as catalyst, freely shape mountains, rivers, forests, deserts, and other terrains within the tower. Analyzed minerals, herbs, and other materials can also be simulated and cultivated inside. Spirit manifestation authority phantom enemies. Through analysis by the Eye of Spacetime, any creature that has been defeated or observed can be perfectly recreated within the tower. Their level, attributes, and skill intensity can be freely set by the holder, who can also create entirely new fantasy creatures for extreme combat training. Description. A mysterious tower of unknown origin, seemingly a core fragment from a shattered greater world, containing unimaginable powers of creation and destruction. Boom. The moment the words mythical grade appeared on the panel, Su Xing's mind went completely blank. My mythical grade, and it's incomplete. If this is the damaged form, what grade would the complete version be? Su Xing's heart contracted violently, beating so hard it nearly burst from his chest. He had thought the guild leader's prize was already substantial enough, but never imagined it would be this extraordinary. This wasn't just a prize. It was a genuine divine artifact. Attack, defense, support, cultivation. For him, this was practically a perfect mobile fortress. Guild leader, this favor is truly too generous. Su Xing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous waves in his heart, sat cross-legged, and began refining and bonding with the Heaven Climbing Tower at maximum speed. Apotheosis Guild, top-tier group chat. Motto, share fortune together, abandon ship when trouble comes. The silence in the group lasted only a few seconds. After the sage delivered that understated yet supremely confident explanation, the entire chat instantly erupted into another round of frenzied message flooding. Fire Cloud War God. Reaching the 9th floor qualifies you to own the Heaven Climbing Tower. Holy crap, that's standard. Isn't that a bit too outrageous? Fist shatters mountains and rivers. If I had known about this amazing opportunity back then, I would have done everything to die on the 8th floor. Mages me. Hey, wake up. You couldn't even reach the door of the 7th floor back in the day. Emotionless assassin. I feel like my blade has gotten a bit dull. Fool's wisdom. Ahem, everyone calm down. The guild leader's decision surely has its deeper meaning. But speaking of which, wise one, what exactly is that lost shadow on the 9th floor? This question instantly drew all the big shots' attention back to the screen. These titans at the pinnacle of Dragon Nation's power pyramid had, at their most glorious moments, only managed to struggle desperately on the 6th and 7th floors. The 8th floor was already legend, and the 9th floor was pure myth. Wise one, wanna know? Just go in and see for yourself. Wise one. Oh wait, I forgot you can't get in. Wise one. Smile.jpg. These 3 short lines nearly gave all the big bosses heart attacks. There was no more devastating way to crush someone's spirit. Su Xing completely ignored the outside commotion. The frenzy of the newcomer trials would eventually subside, but his steps would not stop. After refining the divine artifact, he immediately focused his mind on the exquisite pagoda floating in his palm. Mythical grade equipment. These 4 words alone were enough to drive any 9th rank powerhouse mad. As his consciousness merged with it, a vast starry sky suddenly unfolded in his mind, and countless pieces of information rushed into his brain like torrential rivers. So that's how it is. Su Xing's eyes snapped open, blazing with brilliant light. He finally saw the true core of the heaven-ascending tower. The tower contained its own independent world, completely separate from reality. Here, he was the sole creator god. He could customize any boss he wanted to challenge level, rank, quantity, all at his command. Even more incredible was the adjustable time flow. The maximum ratio, 1:10. 1 day outside equaled 10 days inside the tower. This wasn't just a cheat, this was handing him GM privileges directly. Guild leader, Su Xing whispered softly, his chest filled with gratitude and awe beyond words. This gift wasn't just heavy, it was literally paving a royal road to the divine throne for him. Su Xing let out a long breath, suppressing the turbulent emotions in his heart. To him, wasting time was the greatest sin. With that thought, he vanished instantly. The next second, the deathly silent space of the 4th floor of the heaven-ascending tower underwent a dramatic transformation. Rumble, the earth cracked open, lava surged forth, dark golden dragon scales gleamed with cold light, and massive figures wielding giant axes crawled out from the fissures. Abyssal dragon guards. LV.200, diamond tier boss. Quantity, a full 99 of them. Stats, HP 68,490,000, attack 913,200, defense 913,200. Description: ancient guardians corrupted by abyssal dragon blood, possessing formidable bodies and destructive power. This configuration would drive any top-tier team to despair, yet Su Xing smiled with satisfaction. In the outside world, farming a single diamond boss required competing for spawn points and guarding against kill stealers. Here, he needed only a thought. Well then, let's begin. He adjusted the time flow to 1/10 of its original speed, then drew the starfall bow. The bowstring resonated, the heavens and earth changed color, and a frenzied leveling feast belonging to him alone officially commenced. Outside, the floating city of the Apotheosis Guild remained peaceful. Newcomers sweated in the training grounds while veterans secluded themselves in cultivation. None knew that within an unremarkable suite, an existence capable of overturning the world's balance was transforming at an incomprehensible speed. Inside the heaven-ascending tower, time lost all meaning. Su Xing completely immersed himself in the euphoria of monster farming. The 99 diamond tier bosses now posed no threat to him whatsoever. Equipment: Starfall Bow, Legendary Heaven Ascending Tower, Mythic Special Equipment incomplete. Effect: all attributes skyrocketed by 19,200 each. Su Xing stats: Class: Eye of Spacetime, a rank level, 150. Constitution: 158,613. Strength: 236,912. Agility: 65,431. Spirit: 53,848. HP: 4,123,956. Mana: 538,483. Attack: 947,649. Defense: 634,454. With HP exceeding 4 million and attack power reaching 940,000, his casual arrows could penetrate the defenses of level 200 diamond bosses. Skills activated. Multi-shot. Deathmark. The ultimate attack speed of 15 arrows per second combined with the Starfall Bow's terrifying attributes dealt nearly 1 million damage per arrow. Critical hits approached 3 million damage. 988,500. Weak point 2. 876,000. Weak point critical hit. Terrifying numbers cascaded across the screen like a waterfall, with DPS reaching 16.59 million. The once invincible abyssal dragon guards were as fragile as paper before him. Their 60+ million HP unable to last even 4 seconds. On average, one fell thunderously every 6 seconds. What followed was a massive influx of experience points, and what made Su Xing's heart race the most. Ding. Defeated LV.200 Abyssal Dragon Guard. Experience, 4 million. Ding. Free attribute points, 200. Ding. 10,000 laws returned to forest. Proficiency, 0.5. Amazing. This is fucking incredible. Su Xing swung his sword in a finishing stance, blood splattering through the air in sharp arcs. The white mist from his breath hadn't even dissipated when the experience bar on his floating panel began surging at a visible rate. This leveling speed was faster than a rocket. A full day of grinding outside couldn't match an hour's worth of gains here. In just 13 minutes, the last Abyssal Dragon Guard let out an unwilling roar before crashing to its knees. Golden light erupted from the ground, completely engulfing Su Xing. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, LV.160. Success. In the first round of monster farming, he had skyrocketed from level 150 to 160, plus earned an additional 19,800 free attribute points. The efficiency was heaven-defying. Again, He waved his hand grandly, and the runes on the circular stone pillars lit up in unison as 99 abyssal dragon guards were revived once more. Second round, third round, fifth round. When the final boss of the last round collapsed with a wail, the system notification sounded more magnificent and thunderous than ever before. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, LV.200. Warning, you have reached the level cap for your current class tier. Please complete the 5th advancement quest as soon as possible to unlock higher levels. 4th advancement max level, the absolute ceiling. Su Xing slowly opened his eyes, power surging through his body like a tide, as if every inch of his flesh and blood had been reforged. He pulled up his attribute panel. Those free attribute points he had exhausted on the 8th floor of the Ascension Tower had not only fully returned, but there were thousands more. Free attribute points, 124,740. This astronomical number brought an unprecedented sense of security and confidence. It's time. With a thought, a teleportation portal appeared, and the Ascension Tower scenery instantly faded away. The sunlight outside was perfect. Only 2 hours had passed since he entered the tower, yet his combat power had increased explosively. Just as he was about to leave, the guild emblem on his wrist suddenly lit up, and a series of communication requests flooded in. Ding! Dragon family has sent you a formal visitation invitation. Ding! Zhao family has sent you a formal visitation invitation. Ding! Yun family. The 4 great families of the capital sanctuary had all extended olive branches at the same moment. Su Xing's gaze was indifferent as he scanned through those flashing emblems. Dragon family, Zhao family, finally stopping on a sacred, blooming cloud. That emblem made his heart skip a beat. Ding! Yun family has sent you a formal visitation invitation. In that instant, his eyes became sharp as blades. From the betrayal and despair at Nanjiang Sanctuary, to the life and death struggles in the starting forest, to the legendary battle with the God's Sealing Guild. Everything he had done was for this day, for having enough strength to stand proudly before that woman. Without hesitation, he clicked accept, then stood up and pushed open the door. Brilliant sunlight illuminated his cold profile as a frigid smile curved his lips. Yin family, here I come. Teacher Yinshang, wait for me. Brothers, we've waited so long, follow me, as we storm the Yun family. Teacher Yinshang, wait for me. But before the words had fully left his lips, he stopped in his tracks. No, it's not enough. Burning impulse surged in Su Xing's eyes, only to be instantly suppressed by cold rationality. He quickly lowered his head to check his attribute panel level. Equipment, free attribute points. Each category had been pushed to terrifying heights, yet before stepping through the Yun family's gates, it still wasn't sufficient. The Yun family was one of the 4 great families of the capital's sacred grounds, with unfathomable depths. Who knew what ancient monsters lurked within? Given that the Yun family operated on the same level as the Apotheosis Guild, their patriarch had to be at least 9th transformation, right? As things stood, he wasn't even confident about facing an 8th transformation, let alone a 9th transformation master defending their own stronghold. What he wanted wasn't reasoning, much less negotiation, but complete domination, absolute power that would make any scheme laughable. Power to bring teacher Yunshang out of that cage. But right now, most of his skills remained at the gold tier, or even silver tier levels he'd acquired early on. Facing the intensity of the upcoming battle, this was clearly inadequate. His strength needed a qualitative leap before entering the Yun family compound. Taking a deep breath, Su Xing cast aside his last trace of hesitation and opened the Apotheosis Guild's online treasury. An overwhelming list of treasures that would drive any professional mad scrolled rapidly through his field of vision. He immediately activated his rank 7 privileges, selecting the tags Legendary, Skill Books, and Archer. Whoosh! The light screen refreshed, leaving only a dozen or so skill books floating alone, emanating the heart-stopping orange glow unique to legendary tier items. Su Xing's gaze swept across them. Stellar Arrow Rain. Legendary tier. Skill type. Active ultra-wide range sustained damage. Mana cost. 8,000 points, 1,500 points per second sustained consumption. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Skill effect. You resonate your will with the heavens, temporarily gaining dominion over the stars to unleash a devastating stellar arrow rain, conducting saturated bombardment over a designated area with a 200-meter radius for 10 seconds. During the arrow rain, stellar arrows burning with starfire will descend from the sky every second at 2x attack speed, dealing 150 physical attack power, 50 mental attribute hybrid damage to all enemies within range. Enemies struck by stellar arrows have a 30% chance of being afflicted with starfire burn, suffering 1 true damage for 10 seconds while having their movement speed reduced by 20. Skill description. This is not mortal archery, but divine punishment brought down upon the earth after stealing the authority of stars. When the sky begins to weep for you, your enemies, along with their cities and glory, will be reduced to cosmic dust in the endless fall of stars. Realm-breaking arrow. Legendary tier. Skill type. Active single target ultimate burst. Mana cost. 20,000 points. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Skill effect. You gather all of your essence, energy, and spirit, along with your understanding of spatial and causal laws, into a single arrow, shooting a realm-breaking arrow capable of tearing through planar barriers. This skill requires 3 seconds of charging time, during which your movement speed is greatly reduced, but you gain super armor effect, becoming immune to all control effects. When the realm-breaking arrow hits its target, it deals devastating damage equal to 5,000 of physical attack power and applies one of the following random law effects. Spatial fracture. The target's armor and magic resistance are reduced to 0 for the next 10 seconds. Time stasis. The target is forcibly stunned for 3 seconds, ignoring any immunity effects. Causality reversal. All healing effects received by the target in the next 5 seconds are converted into equivalent damage. Skill description. When the bowstring is drawn to full moon, the aim is no longer at the enemy's flesh, but at the very concept of their existence. This arrow transcends physical dimensions, striking at the foundation of natural laws, symbolizing termination and judgment. Wherever it passes, space shatters to dust, time is forcibly frozen, and causality itself is reversed. Note: the realm-breaking arrow has extremely high flight speed and targeting priority, making it nearly impossible to dodge. With its power over natural laws, even targets with divine shields or special domains can hardly escape unscathed. God Hunter's Heart. Legendary passive. Type: passive execution. Mana cost: none. Cooldown: none. Core effect: superior suppression. When attacking boss-level targets whose level or tier exceeds yours, all damage you deal to them is permanently increased by 25. Core effect: divine execution. When the target's health drops below 15, your next attack has an extremely high chance of triggering an execution judgment, ignoring remaining health and instantly killing the target. This probability is affected by the tier difference between both parties and luck value. Skill description. Why can't mortals slay gods? The first time you dragged a deity from their throne, you ignited the primal flame of rebellion in mortal hearts. From then on, every arrow you loose carries contempt for supreme authority. Every heartbeat proclaims the twilight of old gods. You exist naturally to hunt divine beings. Note: divine execution has no effect on ordinary units. This passive has extremely high priority, and its damage bonus and execution judgment can hardly be negated by conventional means. Su Xing's breathing suddenly stopped. These were exactly what he needed. Area AoE, single target burst, core passive. These 3 skill books were practically tailor-made for him. However, when his gaze fell upon the price column, even with assets exceeding 10 billion, his eye twitched violently. Each book cost exactly 5 billion, totaling 150 billion for all 3. This was nearly half of all the wealth he had gained from annihilating the Nanjiang beast tide and selling all the spoils of war. Damn, what a ripoff. He cursed under his breath, yet his finger pressed exchange without hesitation. Exchange, exchange, exchange. Ding. You have successfully exchanged. 3 brilliant streams of light shot from the screen, instantly merging into his brow. Profound archery mysteries and law comprehensions flooded his mind like a bursting dam. Su Xing clearly felt the power within his body transforming once again, nodding with satisfaction. He was about to close the panel and head to the Yun family when a tiny detail suddenly made his movements freeze. On his profession panel, those hidden career talent skills that had accompanied him since his initial class change and were already deeply ingrained in his memory. Weakness analysis drank, energy scan drank, energy siphon passive drank, root entanglement crank, and life drain brank displayed their familiar icons. In the bottom right corner of each icon, something had appeared that wasn't there before. At some point, a barely noticeable symbol had materialized there, glowing with a faint golden light. Su Xing's heart lurched violently. Before entering the Tower of Ascension, he was absolutely certain he had never seen this thing before. What is this? A wild thought crashed into his mind. His breathing instantly became labored as he tremblingly moved his fingertip toward that symbol. Buzz. A pale golden light screen suddenly expanded, and a brand new information panel rushed toward him. Detection complete. Your accumulated total free attribute points have exceeded 200,000. Hidden talent growth potential has been unlocked. You may now consume free attribute points to upgrade and advance your professional talent skills. Please select the skill you wish to enhance. 1. Weakness analysis drank. 2. Energy skin drank. 3. Energy siphon passive drank. 4. Root entanglement crank. 5. Life drain brank. Boom. A surge of ecstasy shot through him like an electric current straight to the crown of his head, leaving Su Xing completely stunned. Holy shit. Talent skills can actually be upgraded with free attribute points. He had never heard of such a heaven-defying function. It was even more shocking than acquiring 100 legendary pieces of equipment. Equipment was ultimately external, but talents accompanied a professional for life. Looking back from his debut until now, these talents had been nearly forgotten due to their low ranks, with his output relying entirely on that bow. But now, Everything was different. Growable talents lay before him as long as he invested points. He could fill the gaps that had once been his weaknesses. His heart pounded wildly as he forcibly suppressed the excitement rising in his throat, his gaze locking onto his target like a blade root entanglement. Root entanglement. Skill rank. Crank LV.1. Skill type. Active control system. Skill effect. Channel the life force from the earth to instantly summon several resilient magical roots imbued with professional characteristics from beneath a designated target or area 10-meter radius. The roots bind all hostile targets within range, dealing wood-type damage equal to 5 of attack power once, and inflicting an entangled state lasting 3 seconds. Upgrade cost, 10 free attribute points. Upgrade benefits per level. Range 0.5 meters. Binding duration 0.05 seconds. Damage 1. Advancement condition. After reaching LV.99, consume 100 free attribute points to advance the skill to rank. Only 10 points. Su Xing was initially stunned, then overjoyed to the point of madness. This price was practically dirt cheap. What he had most of right now were free attribute points. Upgrade. Max it out for me. With a thought, he directly selected continuous upgrades. Ding. Your skill root entanglement level 1. Ding. Your skill root entanglement level 1. Ding. Your skill root entanglement level 1. On the light screen, his free attribute points began decreasing at an almost negligible rate. The skill level of root entanglement shot up like a rocket, soaring wildly. LV.10, LV.30, LV.70. Each numerical leap exploded in emerald ripples across the interface. Skill effect. From a designated target or area, dense roots instantly burst forth from the ground within a 59.5-meter radius, dealing 104 attack power and wood-type damage and entangling enemies for 7.95 seconds. Ding. Your skill root entanglement has reached LV.100. Would you like to consume 100 free attribute points to advance it? Yes. Pure life force surged through his meridians, and Su Xing could clearly feel the verdant energy churning within his body. The originally crank green skill icon suddenly burst with brilliant blue light, completely transforming. Ding. Congratulations. Your skill root entanglement has successfully advanced to Thorn Prison Brank. Thorn Prison Brank LV.1. Skill effect. Centered on a designated target or area, the radius expands to 80 meters as massive thorns instantly rise and close, dealing 120 attack power and wood-type damage to all hostile targets within range and imprisoning them for 9 seconds. While the prison exists, enemies inside suffer bleeding effects, losing 0.5 of their health per second for 10 seconds. Hiss. Su Xing sucked in a sharp breath. The control duration skyrocketed from 3 seconds to 9 seconds. Damage exploded from a negligible 5 to 120. And it even added continuous bleeding. This wasn't just an upgrade, it was a complete metamorphosis. What was once a minor skill used only for initial crowd control had evolved into a divine technique combining terrifying control with massive damage output. All of this cost him only 1,090 free attribute points. Su Xing's eyes blazed with even fiercer intensity as he unhesitatingly turned his attention to the second skill Life Drain. Life Drain Brank passive. Upgrade cost, 100 free attribute points per level. Effect enhancement. Each level increases health recovery by 0.1 per second. Advancement condition. After reaching LV.99, can consume 1,000 free attribute points to advance to a rank. Rank skills indeed cost 10 times more, but for Su Xing, who possessed over 120,000 free attribute points, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Continue. Talent skill, level up. Ding. Your skill Life Drain level 1. Ding. Your skill Life Drain level 1. The notification sounds rang continuously as the level climbed all the way to LV.100. Would you like to consume 1,000 free attribute points to advance? Advance. A purple pillar of light representing a rank shot skyward, illuminating the entire interface. Ding. Congratulations. Your passive skill Life Drain has successfully advanced to Earth's Pulsar rank. Earth Pulse skill tier, a rank passive skill effect. Your life is one with the entire forest. You will recover 18 of your maximum health every second. Moreover, when you are in an environment with plants, this recovery effect doubles. 18 per second, and it jumps straight to 36 in plant environments. Su Xing stood frozen in place, his scalp tingling. As long as he wasn't instantly killed, he was essentially immortal full health in 6 seconds, and with flowers, grass, and trees around, he could return to peak condition in just 3 seconds. With over 4 million health points as his limit, instantly recovering 1.2 million per second, he was practically a mobile fountain who could possibly take him down. A Brank passive had only upgraded to a rank, yet it was already heaven-defying to this extent. Su Xing could clearly feel that endless torrent of life force within his body, his burning gaze almost taking physical form. Since the passive skill had become this powerful, what would happen when his active skills were upgraded? His gaze locked onto Shadowwood Clone. One immortal body blessed with stellar cosmic brilliance was already enough to drive people to despair, but what if 4 identical versions of himself could emerge from the shadows? This thought spread through his heart like wildfire. He glanced at his status panel. 114,040 remaining free attribute points, more than enough. Upgrade. Su Xing's mind stirred, and he invested without hesitation. Shadow would clone skill tier, a rank LV.1. Upgrade cost, 1,000 free attribute points per level. Upgrade benefits, clone attribute inheritance 0.5, duration 5 seconds. Advancement condition, after LV.100, consume 10,000 free attribute points to advance to rank. 1,000 points per level? This is practically a bottomless pit. Su Xing clicked his tongue. For anyone else, even the most privileged prodigies would go bankrupt on the spot. Free attribute points could only be obtained through a few special missions. But for him, it was merely scratching an itch. Max it out for me. Ding. Your skill Shadow Wood clone has reached LV.100. Do you wish to consume 10,000 free attribute points to advance it? Yes. Boom. Energy more violent than any previous time burst forth from within his body. If the previous enhancements were like a pond becoming a lake, this time was a lake rushing toward the ocean. The purple rank skill icon on his panel shattered inch by inch under the massive attribute point infusion, replaced by a brilliant golden radiance symbolizing the supreme and unique rank. Ding. Congratulations. Your skill Shadow Wood clone has successfully advanced to Forest Manifestation rank. Forest Manifestation skill tier, rank LV.1. Skill type, active domain summoning. Skill effect, harness the spatial and life forces contained within stellar cosmic brilliance to instantly grow 5 truth bodies from your shadow that are identical to you in appearance, equipment, and aura. Truth body characteristics. Each clone will inherit 110 of all your base attributes. The first line blazed like golden text, and Su Xing's smile grew ever more brilliant in the radiance. Absolute synchronization. Once summoned, the clones will engage in autonomous combat based on your preset simple commands such as free attack, focus fire, or follow and protect. They can not only act independently, but also mirror your every movement with perfect precision. When you shoot an arrow, they shoot arrows too, requiring no additional control whatsoever. Damage distribution. All enemy attacks will be evenly shared between the main body and the clones. Duration. Each clone can exist for a maximum of 30 minutes, dissipating early if their health is depleted. The skill description scrolled out. When your power touches multidimensional space, you are no longer a lone hunter. Shadows are the most loyal soil, and life is the most reliable nourishment. What emerges from the shadows is both yourself and your army. Truth and illusion, reality and fantasy all exist within a single thought. Holy shit. The moment the panel updated, Su Xing's brain short-circuited like it had been struck by lightning. 5. A full 5 clones, and each one inherited 110 of all his attributes. Plus damage sharing, plus shared health regeneration. This wasn't just clones, this was clearly 6 Su Xings with immortal bodies, forming a legion of destruction. With damage distribution, unless an enemy could deal over 25 million damage in a single strike, they couldn't instantly kill any one body. In other words, she would be in a truly invincible state from now on. Even more ridiculous was that the 5 clones were 10% stronger than the original. Su Xing himself had become the weakest on paper. Who could he complain to about this? An apocalyptic scene instantly flashed through his mind. 6 Su Xings standing side by side, starfall bows drawn simultaneously, countless meteor arrow rains pouring down from the sky. Just imagining it made his scalp tingle. Worth it. So damn worth it. Looking at the remaining 3,750 free attribute points on his panel, he felt no regret, only burning passion. Trading 120,000 free attribute points for the qualitative transformation of 3 major talent skills, this was pure profit. Everything was ready. There were still a few hours before visiting the Yun family. Su Xing took a deep breath and casually clicked on the daily fortune draw, doing so without much thought. But the moment he pressed confirm, roar. A high-pitched dragon's roar exploded without warning in his spiritual sea. Brilliant purple gold divine light shot skyward, and within the pillar of light, a 5-clawed golden dragon formed from pure fortune energy coiled and roared, surrounded by auspicious clouds and countless streams of blessed chi. Finally, 4 radiant characters slowly emerged. Great fortune descends. Effect. For today, your luck will be elevated to an unimaginable degree. You may find treasures just by going out, and miraculous encounters will come knocking at your door. Su Xing stood frozen in place. This was the first time he had drawn a fortune above great luck. A mysterious and ineffable aura instantly enveloped his entire body, and he felt the whole world had become different. The law patterns floating in the air seemed to smile at him, and everything appeared smooth and harmonious. Great fortune descends, huh? Let me see just how great this fortune is. Su Xing's lips curved into a smile as he pushed open the door and stepped out. Su Xing didn't head straight to the teleportation array. Instead, He wandered leisurely through the streets of the apotheosis floating city. Morning light cast a golden glow on the white jade stone pathways of the floating city as he strolled with his hands in his pockets, casually turning around a street corner. "Oh my!" came a startled cry. Ahead, an elderly man in alchemist robes with silver hair was walking hurriedly without watching his step. He stumbled and brushed past Su Xing. Clink, clatter. A crystal-clear vial slipped from his embrace, tracing a perfect arc before landing precisely in Su Xing's outstretched palm. Inside the bottle, a single drop of golden liquid pulsed like a heartbeat, radiating a soul-stirring aura of life. "My life essence." The old man's face turned deathly pale as he spun around and rushed back. Su Xing raised his hand, offering the crystal vial. "Here's your item, sir." "Thank you. Thank you so much, young man." The elder took the bottle, nodding repeatedly. After carefully inspecting it for cracks and finding none, he let out a long sigh of relief. But when he looked up and saw Su Xing's face clearly, he froze, his eyes instantly blazing with fervent admiration. Your Lord Su Xing, the star god who solo cleared the epic dungeon and slaughtered his way through the 8th floor of the Tower of Ascension." That's me." Su Xing nodded. "Oh my idol." The old man became as excited as a teenager, his face flushing red. "My lord, I can't thank you enough for just now. If it weren't for you, this potion I prepared for the elder would have shattered, and I'd have lost my life over it." At this point, he suddenly pressed the crystal vial back into Su Xing's hands. "You must accept this life essence no matter what. Consider it a small token from a fan. My name is Bai Gay, and I've been stuck at Sequence 5 for decades. Forget it. Even if I gave it to the elder first, it wouldn't matter much. Better to let my idol put it to greater use. After today, I probably won't be able to stay in apotheosis anyway. Being able to connect with my idol before I leave, it's worth it." Before his words had finished, he had already turned and run off as if afraid Su Xing might refuse, disappearing in a flash with only his alchemist robes fluttering in the wind. Su Xing looked down at the pulsing golden life essence in his palm, completely dumbfounded. "I just picked up an epic-grade rare potion for free? This stroke of incredible luck is way too real." A more crazy and bold idea suddenly sprang from the depths of his mind. Since his luck was this good, before going to the Yun family, shouldn't he complete his 5th class advancement first? Once the thought emerged, it couldn't be suppressed. Su Xing looked up toward the majestic class advancement temple in the distance, his eyes burning with intensity. "Yin family, you can wait 1 more hour for me. But this 1 hour will make all the difference between heaven and earth for me." Without further hesitation, he changed direction and strode toward the temple. Inside the class advancement temple, soft holy light emanated beneath the massive divine statue. When Su Xing's figure stepped into the great hall, a low humming sound seemed to respond to his presence. Nearby players instantly erupted in excitement. "Look, it's the star god. Holy shit, what's he doing here? Could it be? No way. He just completed his 4th advancement a few days ago, passed the novice trial yesterday, and now he's going for the 5th advancement today." Shocked, worshipful, and incredulous gazes focused on him all at once, but Su Xing paid them no mind. He tore open a class advancement scroll and walked determinedly to the statue of the class advancement goddess. "Ding. Do you accept the 5th advancement quest?" "Yes." 5th advancement quest initiated. Quest 1. Reach level 200. Completed. Quest 2. Defeat 200 diamond tier bosses. Task 3 complete. Submit the following rare materials. A series of task lists popped up. The progress bars for the first 2 tasks were nearly maxed out by Su Xing, with completion rates far exceeding requirements. His attention immediately focused on the 3rd task's dense list of material names. Sands of Time, Void Dragon Scales, World Tree Saplings. These names alone would leave ordinary professionals speechless and trigger conflicts among mid-tier guilds. Su Xing glanced over them and broke into a relaxed smile. The loot he'd obtained from the epic dungeon, Lost Atlantis, could cover most of the requirements. She was only missing the final 5 items. With this thought, he turned toward the guild's material exchange counter. Behind the counter, Sequence 7 Beauty Lung Xian was processing applications with her head down, wearing her usual icy expression that seemed to say, "You owe me money." However, the moment Su Xing approached, she instantly looked up, the ice shattered, and a spring-like smile bloomed across her face. "Master Su Xing, do you need anything?" Her voice was so sweet it made the people waiting in line cringe. Su Xing placed the list on the counter. "These 5 materials, I need them for my 5th advancement task." "Yes, of course. Please wait just a moment." Lung Xian scanned the list, barely pausing to think before invoking the highest authorization level. "The material warehouse is making emergency arrangements. It'll be here in 1 minute. The guild members waiting in line were stunned. They had to go through approval processes just to request a single platinum-grade material. Yet Su Xing could instantly obtain legendary-grade materials? This was the privilege of a top-tier genius. In less than a minute, the materials arrived packaged and ready. Su Xing took the storage ring, turned around, and returned to the class change temple, placing all the rare materials into the altar. Task 3. Submit the following rare materials. Complete. Ding. All 5th advancement tasks completed. Class change ceremony will now begin. Boom. A golden pillar of light poured down from the dome, more magnificent than any previous class change, as if the laws of the universe had been compressed and slammed directly onto Su Xing. The moment his profession was about to step into S rank, Eye of Truth, his eyeballs themselves began to transform. Countless crystal-like law runes surged into his pupils like living creatures, reorganizing and inscribing themselves. His vision was elevated. He could see the arrangement of material molecules, witness magical power surging like tides, observe space folding and creasing at its seams, and even catch fleeting glimpses of future fragments in the river of time. This was enshrank Talon Direct read-write access to the world's underlying code. Ding. Congratulations on your successful class change. Profession, Eye of Spacetime, has advanced to 5th tier, Eye of Truth S rank. You have learned new skill, Law Manifestation S rank. You have learned new skill, Truth's Judgment S rank. Su Xing slowly opened his eyes, and heaven and earth held no more secrets from his gaze. He looked up, his sight piercing through the temple's thick stone walls, pointing directly toward the distant Yun family estate. A cold smile curved his lips. Yun family. Are you ready to face the truth? The moment the Eye of Truth fully awakened, Su Xing felt his soul being violently torn from mortal flesh, instantly elevated to a dimension where he could look down upon all living beings. The world shed its disguise before his eyes, revealing its most fundamental structure. The first thing that surfaced in his mind was that old friend who filled him with both love and hate, the one from whom he had freeloaded countless benefits, the goddess of fortune. As the thought arose, the Eye of Truth operated at full power. Where once he could only tear open a crack to peek through, now he transformed his entire will into truth itself, crossing endless time, space, planes, and dimensions to forcibly descend upon that divine realm constructed from pure fortune and laws. Deep within the divine realm, the breathtakingly beautiful figure that haunted Su Xing's dreams lay languidly on her side upon a soft couch woven from threads of fate. She rested her chin on one hand, idly stirring the churning sea of fortune clouds before her. Those golden eyes, brilliant enough to outshine countless stars, were vacant at the moment, as if contemplating some eternal question, completely unaware of the intrusion. Su Xing drew in a sharp breath. This was a true goddess wielding the authority of fortune. Yet now, he could project his will directly into her divine realm without her noticing. The Eye of Truth was truly heaven-defying. An audaciously bold thought suddenly sprang forth. Since the goddess hadn't noticed, perhaps he could try something thrilling? A wicked smile curved his lips as he slowly raised his hand, like a supreme deity commanding heavenly laws, pointing at that figure from across the void. Truth's judgment before me. Shed all illusions and reveal your truest form. The supreme law descended instantly, brooking no defiance. The daydreaming goddess of fortune's divine body trembled, her gaze becoming instantly vacant and hollow as her mind was forcibly controlled. In the next moment, under Su Xing's gaze filled with the spirit of academic research, the goddess slowly stood. The final layer of gossamer covering her form, woven from mysterious laws, began to dissolve inch by inch, like the first snowflake under spring's early sun. Completely revealed, the ultimate divine beauty beyond any description was presented without reservation before his eyes. This wasn't sensuality and beauty in any mortal sense, but the manifestation of the way and reason, the curves of law itself, the contours of truth. Su Xing stared dumbfounded, his mind blank, even forgetting to breathe. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. Just as the 6th second was about to arrive, the goddess of fortune's gaze suddenly regained clarity. She paused, looked down at herself. Boom! A force of ultimate shame and fury, powerful enough to collapse the entire divine kingdom, erupted from her being. Ah! Damn mortal! You will die. Divine punishment. A terrifying divine retribution capable of instantly obliterating any ninth-turn powerhouse, infused with absolute misfortune, tore through dimensions and struck directly at Su Xing's soul with devastating force. Ding! You have been subjected to absolute misfortune. Divine punishment. Divine passive skill Chaos's favor activated. Negative effects completely nullified. Ding! Massive divine power impact detected. Chaos's favor has converted it into a blessing. Congratulations! You have acquired a new divine tier skill, Fate Coin. 7-colored light converged on Su Xing's personal panel, forming a spinning coin. He blinked, then looked up at the goddess in the divine realm, who was nearly driven mad with rage, flashing her a brilliant smile. Thank you for the generous gift, goddess. I'll be back next time. Get out! The furious roar thundered like lightning, and in the next instant, Su Xing's consciousness was violently expelled from the divine realm by the raging power. Back in reality, he withdrew his gaze, feeling thoroughly pleased. Such an adorable goddess. Next time I visit the divine realm, I'll definitely have to cherish her properly. After muttering this to himself, he wasted no time and strode into the teleportation array leading to the core district of the capital sanctuary. The Yun family. This ninth-tier family that stood at the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom, and even the world had a residence that transcended the mundane. Their entire territory was a vast city shrouded in swirling clouds and mist. Immortal cranes sang among the jade towers and pavilions, while visible streams of law cascaded down from the heavens like waterfalls, radiating sacred majesty that weighed heavily on visitors' hearts. A flash of teleportation light appeared, and Su Xing stepped out of the array platform. Instantly, invisible pressure surged from all directions like mountains bearing down the Yun family's guardian formation's welcoming array. Once caught within it, one's cultivation would be reduced by 99%, leaving them at others' mercy. However, the chaos's favor within his body trembled gently, and the mountain-like pressure instantly dissipated as if it had never existed. Su Xing walked steadily with a calm expression, as if taking a leisurely stroll in his own garden after dinner. The Yun family guards who had been standing in formation all widened their eyes in unison. Anyone who could completely ignore the welcoming array was definitely a formidable opponent. Su Xing paid them no attention. His invisible energy skin spread out like radar, searching for his target teacher Yunshan. However, throughout the entire residence, there was no trace of her energy signature. Was she out? Or was she confined in some forbidden area that even his scanning couldn't penetrate? His brow furrowed slightly, and his gaze quickly turned cold. Just then, a familiar yet venomous aura burst into his perception, approaching at alarming speed. Su Xing. A sharp, delicate shriek exploded in a nearby courtyard. The next second, a fiery red figure wreathed in towering demonic flames came crashing down like a falling meteor. The newcomer was none other than the Yun family's sixth-turn prodigy who had been pierced through the chest by Su Xing's arrow and humiliated to the extreme outside the Nanjiang Sanctuary. Exine. You bastard. You scoundrel. How dare you actually set foot in our Yun family estate? Die. In the courtyard, Yun Xian's eyes blazed crimson as spiritual energy surged through her body. With a raised hand, she unleashed a killing strike powerful enough to incinerate mountains and boil seas. The humiliation from that day had long since festered in her heart, and now with her enemy standing before her, she cared nothing for the consequences. Su Xing's gaze turned cold as steel, his body instinctively pivoting as his right hand reached for the meteor bow on his back, the lingering chill on its strings seeming to urge the next soul-piercing arrow. However, just as the two murderous auras were about to collide, "Young miss, please stop," an aged yet vigorous voice boomed like thunder. In the next instant, an elderly butler dressed in an impeccably tailored tailcoat, his hair perfectly groomed, silently swept between them. He simply raised one palm. Wush Yun Xian's full-powered spell seemed to strike an invisible cage, the flames instantly collapsing without leaving even a single spark. "Uncle Fu!" Yun Xian roared, her long hair whipping wildly. "Why are you stopping me? I'm going to kill this bastard." The old butler's expression remained as calm as an ancient well, showing neither sorrow nor joy. He slowly turned to face Su Xing, bowing with impeccable aristocratic grace. Only after straightening did he speak in a voice so steady it was nearly cold. "Young miss, please mind your language. This gentleman, Mr. Su Xing, is the most honored guest personally invited by the family head." "Han, honored guest." Yun Xian's fury froze as if doused with ice water. She looked incredulously between the old butler and Su Xing, who watched with detached indifference as if viewing a farce, her mind buzzing with confusion. "Uncle Fu, are you mistaken? Him? An honored guest?" Her voice became shrill with disbelief. "A country bumpkin who crawled out of some backwater place like Nanjiang. A shameless schemer who steals our bosses. He's not even worthy of carrying the Yun family's shoes. How could the family head possibly invite him? It must be someone with the same name." Uncle Fu remained silent, responding only with his unwavering gaze. That silence itself was an unquestionable answer, like an invisible slap that left Yun Xian's cheeks burning. The frigid air pressed down so heavily that the guards dared not breathe. Just then, a voice tinged with helplessness yet clear as jade drifted from the distance. "Sister, could you please stop embarrassing yourself?" As the words faded, a young man in moon-white brocade robes, handsome as a jade crown, approached with measured steps. The guards immediately straightened their backs, or written across their faces. Yun Che, the most brilliant prodigy of the Yun family's generation, a forbidden curse mage, and the future family head. "Brother." Yun Xian spun toward him as if grasping a lifeline, her voice desperate and hoarse. "Perfect timing. Quick, come with me. Let's crush this fraud who infiltrated our family into dust." However, a scene that left Yun Xian utterly dumbfounded unfolded before her eyes. Yun Che didn't even bother to look at her. He strode directly towards Su Xing, and the expression on his face, gold as tinta sandy rolled ice, was forcibly twisted into a smile that looked more painful than crying. That smile contained 7 parts helplessness, 2 parts reverence, and 1 part that even he himself was unwilling to admit defeat. Brother Su Xing. He cupped his fists slightly before Su Xing, his posture extremely humble. My elder sister has been spoiled since childhood and speaks without thinking. I hope you'll forgive her rudeness. I apologize on her behalf. Boom. This address of Brother Su Xing and this simple gesture of cupping his fist struck Yuan Xian's ears like divine thunder from the ninth heaven. Her entire body froze in place. Her genius younger brother, who looked down on everyone, regarded all peers as beneath notice, and couldn't even be bothered to spare a glance for the prodigies of other major families in the Apotheosis Guild, was now being so courteous to this country bumpkin from Nanjiang, even with a hint of servile flattery. Has this world gone mad? Yin Che, have you lost your mind? What did you just call him? Yuan Xian shrieked, completely unable to comprehend. Yin Che finally reached his breaking point. He turned back and glared at her with the look one gives an idiot. Sister, I told you to stop embarrassing yourself. Don't you understand? Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the turmoil in his chest and spoke in a trembling yet clear tone, emphasizing each word. Do you have any idea what kind of existence this country bumpkin and fraud you speak of really is? In the Apotheosis Guild's current rookie trials, he ranked first. In the Tower of Ascension, with only a 4th-tier cultivation, he fought his way through the 8th flora level. Even I cannot reach, creating the most terrifying new record in the guild's history. The guild master, that legendary supreme being who appears and disappears like a dragon, personally bestowed upon him a reward. The Apotheosis treasure, the mythical grade Tower of Ascension, which is now in his possession. Yun Che's voice suddenly dropped. Do you understand what this means? It means that he, Su Xing, is very likely the next guild master heir, personally chosen by the guild master himself. And I, Yun Che, your proud younger brother, am now a member of the Apotheosis Guild. Tell me, what attitude should I have when meeting my future superior, the future guild master? Each of his words struck like an invisible hammer against Yuan Xian's heart. Her complexion grew paler and paler until all color drained from her face. First place among rookies? Conquered the 8th floor? The guild master's heir? How could this be possible? Just a few days ago, outside the Nanjiang sanctuary, she had looked down on this person like an ant. That person who could only steal bosses through sneak attacks. In just a few days, he had grown to such heights that even her younger brother, with his terrifying forbidden spell talent, had to look up to him, even grovel before him. Absurd. Ridiculous. Yuan Xian's worldview shattered instantly. Looking at Su Xing, who remained calm and composed as if everything was perfectly natural, she felt fear rising in her heart for the first time. While the Yuan family siblings were thrown into turmoil by Su Xing's arrival, deep within the Apotheosis Guild's eternal sanctuary, a dark realm isolated from time and space, 4 figures sat cross-legged on a floating obsidian rock. The air around them had grown stagnant, and the threads of natural law twisted and warped, as if these 4 ancient volcanoes could collapse heaven and earth through their mere presence. These were the 9th Revolution ancestors of the Dragon Nations, 4 great families, the true titans standing at the apex of the world's pyramid. At this moment, the most hot-tempered among them, the Yuan family ancestor, could no longer contain himself. He tapped his fingertip against the void before him, causing ripples to spread through space itself. What's going on here? Is the Apotheosis Guild master really putting on such airs? Making the 4 of us oldtimers wait for half an hour? Humph. Even if the Apotheosis Guild is powerful, they shouldn't show such disrespect to our 4 great families. His words had barely faded when, click, 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 the crisp sound of high heels approached from the distance, unhurried yet precise, as if stepping in perfect rhythm with everyone's heartbeat. A woman emerged from a spatial corridor. Her black business suit accentuated her elegant figure, gold-rimmed glasses reflected cold light, and an aura of intellectual restraint instantly filled the entire sanctuary. She was none other than the sage of the Apotheosis Guild. The Yuan ancestor's brow furrowed as his expression darkened. Why is it you, Junior? Where's your guild master? For a meeting of this caliber, he actually sent a mere 8th Revolution cultivator to preside? Is this meant to humiliate us? His 9th Revolution pressure erupted with fury, causing the sanctuary's stone walls to crack instantly. However, the sage maintained her polite yet distant smile. She raised her hand to adjust her gold-rimmed glasses, and a flash of cold light gleamed in her phoenix eyes behind the lenses. Humiliate? Her red lips parted slightly, and though her voice remained gentle, the surrounding temperature plummeted to freezing. Old Ghost Yun, it seems the lesson I gave you on the void chessboard last time. You haven't learned it yet, have you? Boom. A crushing will descended, countless times more terrifying than the Yuan ancestors, carrying a chill that could freeze souls and shatter natural laws. The Yuan ancestor's face instantly drained of all color, his body trembling violently as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Memories of that devastating defeat on the void chessboard surged like a tide. He opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound, his earlier arrogance evaporating instantly. leaving him cowering with his head bowed, even his breathing cautious and careful. Dead silence. Beside them, the ancestors of the Zhao and Long families exchanged glances, both corners of their mouths curving into amused smirks. That old fool forgot again. The woman before us is a peerless demon who can smile while grinding Ninth Revolution ancestors into the dirt. Within the eternal secret realm, the atmosphere had frozen to its breaking point. Behind her gold-rimmed glasses, Phoenix eyes swept across the 4-9 Revolution ancestors, their sharpness gently refracted by the lenses, yet still crystal clear. The sage shifted to a more comfortable position, her long legs wrapped in exquisite black silk crossing gracefully. Her slender fingertips tapped against the armrest, crisp and slow, drilling into everyone's hearts like a countdown. You are all pillars supporting the Dragon Nation, so I'll cut straight to the chase. Recently, foreign forces have overreached, even infiltrating the inner circles of our 4 great families. Boom. The auras of all 4 ancestors stagnated in the same instant, causing the secret realm's space to visibly tremble. What? The Zhao family ancestor, having the most explosive temper, shattered the stone table with one palm strike, debris hovering around him. Sage, this matter is of grave importance. Do you have evidence? The Long family ancestor's voice remained steady, though it couldn't suppress the gravity weighing on his brow. The sage's lips curved into a playful arc. Evidence? Function naturally has it. No matter how covertly done, it can still be traced. After speaking, her gaze lingered on the Yun family ancestor's unpredictable expression for exactly 1/10 of a second. The president is merciful. He says that as long as one admits their mistakes now, returns what shouldn't have been taken, and compensates for the losses, Function can let bygones be bygones. Deathly silence spread once more. The Zhao, Long, and Li family ancestors each harbored their own emotions, anger, or contemplation. However, the Yun family ancestor's heart churned like a raging sea. Impossible. I erased all traces using Causality secret arts. She couldn't possibly have found anything. She must be bluffing. On the surface, he regained composure, even cooperatively displaying a perfectly measured hint of anger. Humph. Colluding with foreign forces is high treason. I'd like to see which family has grown such audacious courage. His performance was flawless. The sage merely lifted her teacup, gently blowing away the steam, saying nothing more. The air seemed frozen, growing more oppressive with each silent moment for those harboring guilt. This silence was harder to bear than 1,000 charging horses. Meanwhile, within Yun City, Brother Su Xing, this way please. Ahead lies our Yun family's Tingchao Pavilion for honored guests. The scenery is unparalleled. Yun Che walked ahead, his attitude humble and respectful, each step perfectly measured. Su Xing nodded casually, seemingly admiring the pools, terraces, and pavilions while secretly activating his energy scan. Invisible ripples spread outward in circles before returning empty, still unable to detect teacher Yinshang's presence. His brow furrowed slightly. The level scan's range was too limited, and the depths of the Yun family estate were clearly protected by top-tier shielding formations, rendering conventional methods useless. What to do? Wait until the banquet ends before infiltrating? No. Too slow. His fingertips tightened, a flash of resolve crossing his eyes. In Su Xing's gaze flickered a trace of determination. Since the range is too small, then let's make it bigger. Su Xing's mind raced as his fingertip lightly tapped the void, causing the skill panel to unfold before his eyes like a holographic screen. 3,750 free attribute points lay there quietly, the snow-white numbers gleaming with a cold luster. He didn't hesitate for a moment. Energy scan. Skill tier. Drank LV.1. Upgrade required. 1 free attribute point. Upgrade. A crisp notification chimed with a ding, and the level shot up to LV.100. The panel popped up again with a confirmation. Would you like to consume 10 free attribute points to advance the tier? Yes. Buzz. The originally drank white gear icon suddenly exploded, countless light fragments spinning and reorganizing into a deep green. Congratulations. Your skill energy scan has advanced to Domain Inspection Crank. Domain Inspection. Skill tier. Crank LV.1. Skill type. Active Detection Tactical. Mana consumption, 100 points. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Skill effect. Harnesses the initial power of law-based observation, releasing invisible shockwaves to inspect domains within a 200-meter radius, capable of analyzing energy intensity, attributes, and hostility. Skill description. Under your gaze, all disguises lose their meaning. Enemy strength, attributes, and killing intent will be revealed in perfect detail. You are transforming from an observer into an insightful one. Again, Su Xing immediately activated the scan, instantly taking in the entire 200-meter range. However, nothing was there. Still not enough. His eyes hardened with determination. Domain inspection upgrade requires 10 free attribute points. Advancement condition. Consume 100 free attribute points to advance to rank. Upgrade it. Ding. Congratulations. Your skill domain inspection has advanced to Destiny's Pull rank. Destiny's Pull. Skill tier. Rank LV.1. Skill type. Active detection tactical causality. Mana consumption. 300 points. Cooldown. 1 second. Skill effect. Harnesses the power of causality scales, releasing Destiny's gravitational waves to draw in and perceive the causal threads of all targets within a 500-meter radius. Skill description. All things have cause and effect. All beings are bound by destiny. When your eyes weigh causality, fate's threads have nowhere to hide. Past, present, future all become an open script, and you are the only director who sees it all. This time, the detection went beyond the energy level, directly targeting causality itself. Buzz. With Su Xing as the center, invisible gravitational waves exploded outward. Through his eye of truth, the world instantly transformed into a crisscrossing network of threads. Yun Cheplatinum-colored causal threads interweaving reverence and defeat. Yun Zindark red threads churning with jealousy and venomous hatred. Deeper within a dim yet resilient pale purple thread, stubbornly flickering with defiance and longing. It's her. Teacher Yin Chang. Su Xing's heart suddenly tightened. Following the guidance of that karmic thread, his gaze pierced through layers of pavilions and towers, through the thick earth's crust and magical formations, until it finally settled on, directly beneath the listening tide pavilion where they were about to dine, the very place prepared to host him. There lay a bottomless dungeon with blackened stone walls and freezing iron bars, where even the air seemed frozen in deathly silence. The moment he witnessed this scene, a bone-chilling killing intent exploded from the depths of Su Xing's heart. Excellent. What a fine Yin family. What honored guests they make of us. To think they've imprisoned the person I seek right beneath the banquet hall of the Listening Tide Pavilion where they're hosting me. Absurd, ironic, utterly brazen. Yun Che noticed the sudden change in aura beside him, his arm hair standing on end as he couldn't help but shiver. Brother Su Xing? What's wrong? Nothing. Su Xing's eyes dimmed as his expression instantly returned to still waters, though deep within those eyes lay glaciers that would never thaw. He turned, his robes fluttering lightly. Let's go. We shouldn't keep the Yun family head waiting. The Yun family's Listening Tide Pavilion. Ornate lanterns hung high, while golden patterns gleamed along the eaves. Steam rose from delicacies arranged on a massive rosewood round table, with several servants quietly refilling tea and changing cups nearby. In the seat of honor sat a middle-aged man who bore 7 parts resemblance to Yun Che, but appeared far more dignified and profound. The current head of the Yun family, an 8th-rank powerhouse, Yun Tianhe. Ha. Nephew Su, truly heroes emerge from the young. Yun Tianhe raised his cup, tea fragrance gently wafting as his gaze filled with an elder's appreciation and approval for a junior. When my son told me yesterday about your astounding performance in the newcomer trials, I still feel as if I'm dreaming. Come, let me substitute tea for wine and toast our Dragon Kingdom's future pillar. His posture was extremely humble, his tone so affectionate, as if Su Xing were a long-lost nephew. At the table's side, Yun Xin watched her father's fawning display, her teeth nearly grinding to powder, yet she dared not act out and could only glare venomously at Su Xing. Yun Che buried himself in feasting, completely absorbed in the delicacies. Su Xing lifted his cup and took an expressionless sip. Family head Yun, you're too kind. His voice was neither cold nor warm, like thin ice over water. For a moment, even the tea's fragrance in the air seemed frozen. Yun Tianhe maintained his forced smile, instructing servants to continue serving dishes while desperately maintaining the awkward atmosphere at surface level. However, Su Xing had no patience left to accompany this old fox's performance. He gently set down his teacup porcelain meeting table with a crisp ding. The sound wasn't loud, yet it struck everyone's hearts. Yun Tianhe's laughter ceased abruptly. Yun Che's chopsticks froze midair. Yun Xian's resentful gaze instantly turned to bewilderment. As all eyes converged, Su Xing raised his head, those eyes that seemed capable of penetrating truth pointing directly at the seat of honor. Family head Yun, I came here today for one matter alone. His voice was calm, yet each word thundered. I don't wish to waste time, and please, stop beating around the bush with me. Su Xing spoke each word deliberately, his gaze sharp as a sword. Might the family head know where Yun Shang, where she is right now? Yun Shang. When these 2 words emerged from Su Xing's lips, clear and ice-cold, the magnificent main hall seemed to be instantly drained of all air. The pristine jade lamps, the blazing furnaces, and the dazzling array of delicacies all lost their warmth in the motionless silence. The spring-like smile on Yun Tianhe's face cracked like a cheap mask, his muscles stiffening to the point of pain. Yun Che, about to put a piece of taro into his mouth, froze with his chopsticks suspended in midair, his entire body like a statue frozen in time. And Yun Xian at the side table, the venom rising in her chest before it could erupt, was shattered by this thunderbolt from the blue. This name was the Yun family's highest-level taboo, one she and her brother had only heard once in their father's most secretive sighs. You? How do you know this name? Yun Tianhe and his son Yun Che spoke almost in unison, their horrified gazes locked onto Su Xing. Their loss of composure and fear were completely exposed. Su Xing flicked his sleeves and laughed, his smile bone-chillingly cold. It seems you not only know, but know quite a lot. Yun Tianhe's heart shook violently, realizing his slip was exposed, and immediately suppressed all expression. He raised his hand to straighten himself, the overwhelming pressure unique to an 8th-rank powerhouse spreading like a tsunami, forcing all the surrounding servants to bow in unison. The look of appreciation was gone, replaced by the coldness one shows toward troublesome problems. Young man, his voice was deep and authoritative, some things you shouldn't ask about, don't ask. Curiosity can sometimes be fatal. A naked threat. Yet Su Xing seemed to stand in a gentle breeze, his gaze calm as he met Yun Tianhe's eyes. Other people's affairs, I can ignore, but teacher Yunshang's matter, I will definitely handle. Insolent. Yun Tianhe slammed his palm down, shattering the table, the golden Nanmu wood cracking instantly. He laughed in extreme anger. Good. What a fine definitely handle. Su Xing, I, Yun Tianhe, have given you face time and again out of respect for your possible future as president of the Sealing God Association. Don't be ungrateful. Remember, you only might become that. Don't take it too seriously. Yunshang is the Yun family's internal affair. How we handle it is also the Yun family's business. It's not your place as an outsider to interfere. He turned with a sweep of his sleeves, his voice colder than frozen iron. Guards, escort our guest out. Yes. The Yun family guards hidden on both sides stepped forward with steady paces, their cold, true chi locking onto Su Xing like blades, killing intent rolling through the great hall. Battle was about to erupt. At this moment, Yun Che quickly rose, positioning himself beside Su Xing, his handsome face full of apology and urgency. Brother Su Xing, my father is in a rage right now. Perhaps we should leave first? We can discuss this matter at length later. He didn't want to become Su Xing's enemy, and even less did he want to see his family completely antagonize such a prodigy with limitless future potential. However, Su Xing didn't even spare him a glance. Those profound eyes were like two icy blades, piercing straight through Yun Che, through the magnificent banquet hall, as if gazing into the depths of the cold marble floor beneath their feet. The air grew still as Su Xing slowly spoke, his voice carrying a subtle, yet heart-stopping tremor. Take our time. Do you think she's simply being held captive? Yun Che, do you know that your relative, beneath this very ground we stand on, is enduring the agony of having her soul devoured by 10,000 ants and scorched by raging flames with every breath? Boom. These words struck Yun Che and Yun Xinxin like a hammer to the chest. Yun Che's face instantly turned deathly pale as he shook his head violently. Impossible. Father. How could he dare? Yun Xinxin also froze in place, her usually willful nature unable to comprehend that their relative was suffering such cruel torment. Su Xing said no more, only staring quietly at Yun Che with those eyes of truth that seemed to see through everything, his gaze both questioning and coercive. What will you choose? On one side lay the family's orders and his father's authority. On the other, a relative enduring hellish torture beneath the ground. Cold sweat beaded on Yun Che's forehead, his knuckles white from clenching. After several seconds, as if finally making his decision, he gritted his teeth fiercely and shot an extremely subtle look at Yun Xinxin behind him, then turned and commanded in a deep voice. Everyone withdraw. I'll personally escort Brother Su Xing out. The guards dared not disobey and filed out. Without any hesitation, Yun Che led Su Xing away from the banquet hall under Yun Tianhe's knife-cold gaze. They wound past golden corridors where the jade floor reflected their hurried shadows, then through a tranquil bamboo grove where moonlight scattered among the leaves. At an inconspicuous artificial hill, Yun Che stopped and turned to see Yun Xinxin, who had secretly followed. The three exchanged glances, each reading the same resolve in the other's eyes. Yun Che took a deep breath, formed hand seals, and a complex rune appeared before the hill, spiritual light flowing. Rumble. The stone wall opened, revealing a dark secret passage leading into the abyss, cold air rushing forth as if drilling into their very bones. The deeper they went, the more frigid and damp the air became, mixed with the pungent smell of blood and decay that made them nauseous. At the end of the stone steps lay a gloomy dungeon. Their footsteps echoed through the narrow corridor as they quickly reached the deepest chamber. The sight that met their eyes struck Yun Che and Yun Xinxin like lightning. On a stone platform in the center of the dungeon, a woman both familiar and strange was bound tightly by countless black chains carved with eerie runes. From within the chains, wisps of foul black energy filled with abyssal aura poured into her body. The woman's face was pale as paper, her breathing weak, yet her bright eyes still burned with an unyielding flame. Yun Shang. Sister, sister? Yun Xinxin covered her mouth as tears streamed down her face. The cousin she remembered as gentle, kind, and extraordinarily gifted was now tortured into this state. She could hardly believe it. Around the stone platform, several men in black kimonos stood in a semicircle, their words filled with contemptuous Eastern accents. Hee. Worthy of the Yun clan Saintess bloodline. Her willpower is truly tenacious. The soul-devouring formation still has plenty of energy. In 3 days, her will shall be completely crushed. By then, she'll be the perfect vessel for Amaterasu. Foolish Yun family, their strongest genius of this generation, will fall completely under our Eastern control, huh? The men gazed at Yun Shang's suffering with the eyes of those appraising merchandise, as if admiring a work of art. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.